Chapter 1 The initial elf is the Koga Ninja? When he woke up, Su-mu was confused. How has this world changed? After integrating the memories of his predecessor, Su-mu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything is under control. This is the world where elves come, in other words, it is the world where elves and humans live together. As the re-elected champion of the Pokémon contest in his previous life, Su-mu had no objections to the matter of time travel. You actually came to a world where elves exist. I, Su-mu, hereby swear that I will take my beloved girl with me, travel around the world, and live a free and unrestrained life. What, you mean the strongest trainer? Just kidding, only fools go there. After finally coming to this world, a fool would become a trainer. Not only is it tiring, but it's also full of danger. You must know that trainers have the highest mortality rate in the world, no one. Young people, the dangers in the wild are beyond your imagination. Strength is enough to protect yourself, so why do you do it by force? What can you gain by working so hard? No point. Thinking in his mind, Su-mu began to slowly check the memories of his predecessor, the previous Su-mu. He is 16 years old, an only son in an ordinary family. There is nothing special about him, except that he has a father who has been mysteriously missing for many years. According to the rules of this world, after Su-mu's 16th birthday, he is considered an adult and can be officially qualified to possess an elf. Initial elf, what should I choose? It's too rare and I can't afford it, but I can't bear to order it normally. Forget it. Let's go to the hatching house later and take it one step at a time. After thinking about it in his mind, Su-mu thought that there was no need to worry about the initial elves. There is a very important thing waiting for him to do right now, and that is, drop out of school. What school are you going to? Su-mu knows more about elves than any expert in this world. Going to school now is a waste of life. If you have that time, why not find a good-looking girl, get married, and then travel around the world with your favorite elves? Just kidding, going to school, that was absolutely impossible. Son, your dad sent you this, saying it was an adult gift for you. The door to the room was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged woman with some wrinkles on her face stood at the door. Su-mu was stunned. This is the mother of his world, right? Okay, Mom. Hurry up and pack up. Mom will take you to the hatching house to pick out an elf egg. Mother smiled gently and gently urged Su-mu. Su-mu agreed in a daze, and when his mother left, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really uncomfortable with suddenly calling a strange woman Mom. But she is also a poor woman. Su-mu murmured as he picked up the small package sent by the bastard father who hadn't been seen for many years. Now that I'm here and occupy this body, you are my mother. If I can see this bastard, I will help you beat him up. Su-mu muttered, quickly opening the package with his hands. After opening the package, Su-mu was stunned again. Let me go, elf ball? That's right, the bastard he calls him sent him a poke ball. Good guy, is this the initial elf that was specially given to me because I know it's not easy for my mother to be alone and her family's financial situation is relatively average? Su-mu still didn't think that this irresponsible man would send him any rare elves. Pouting his lips, he opened the elf ball. In a flash of light, a dark blue elf stood in front of Su-mu. Cool. I wipe it. Elf and Su-mu spoke at the same time. Koga Ninja? Su-mu's brain crashed at that time. What happened, that this bastard man who never came back actually sent himself a Koga Ninja frog? Is it possible that I, Su-mu, also have the potential to become a rich second generation? This guy wouldn't have committed anything outside, right? Cool. Seeing Su-mu standing motionless, Koga Ninja was a little confused, but he still generously extended his hand. Pa. Hello, I am Koga Ninja, the original elf sent by your father to accompany you. Of course, Su Mu couldn't understand what Koga Ninja said. But when he saw him extending his hand as if to say hello, Su Mu also extended his hand. "Hello Koga Ninja, I'm Su Mu." The moment the two hands came into contact, an ethereal voice sounded in Su Mu's mind. "The elf sign-in system is on." The impact Su Mu received today has exceeded all of his previous lives. Time travel, the elven world, the bastard dad sent a Koga Ninja frog, the system is turned on. After being stunned for a long time, I got used to it. Su Mu slowly recovered his thoughts, put down the system matters, and said to Koga Ninja, "Are you sent by my father? Look, this is reality. The man who was called a bastard just now has become a father now." "Cool." "Yes." Koga Ninja nodded. Su Mu swallowed. "Then you are my initial elf." "Cool." "Yes, that's it, I will be your initial elf from now on." "Cool." Su Mu pressed the elf ball button again, and suddenly put the Koga Ninja back into the elf ball. "Okay, then you wait a moment, I'm busy with something." After speaking calmly to the elf ball, Su Mu was ready to take another look at what was going on with the system. "Cool. Okay, you go ahead, little Su Mu." Vaguely hearing the response of Koga Ninja in the elf ball, Su Mu's face was full of black lines. This guy is a bit too active. As for systematic research, it is very simple. This thing is directly in Su Mu's mind. As long as Su Mu uses his mind, he can check it. The elf sign-in system, in short, is a super tool to help Su Mu become the strongest trainer. "Bah, you are the trainer, your whole family is a trainer." Su Mu made a casual remark and continued to study. The system is a virtual panel with many blank slots. The first slot is a miniature model of the Koga Ninja. Opening this slot, all the information about Koga Ninja will be displayed in front of Su Mu. Elf, Koga Ninja Frog. Attribute, Water, Evil. Strength, Early King of Heaven. Characteristics, Free Transformation. Each time you use a move, your own attributes become the same as the move attributes. Skills, Flying Water Shuriken, Secret Attack on Key Points, Water Wave, Water Cannon, Shadow Clone. Sign-in mission, 1. Complete an elf battle with Koga Ninja in Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, Bond Transformation. 2. Bring or use the Koga Ninja Frog to win the Don Gym battle, Ninjutsu Mastery. 3. Bring or use Koga Ninja to participate in the National High School League and win the championship, Raise Nan. Chapter 2. I really didn't make a fuss, I want to drop out of school. Su Mu looked at the system and frowned unconsciously. "Do you really want me to be a trainer?" "Haha, dreaming. Being a trainer? Impossible." Su Mu rolled his eyes at the system and muttered secretly in his heart. "As for strength, it's enough if it's almost enough. It's not necessary if it's too strong. The sky is falling. There are so many powerful people in this elf world, so I just want to happily travel around the world with my beloved girl. The rest has nothing to do with me. There is definitely a conspiracy in the dog system. He wants me to become stronger and then help him accomplish some ulterior purpose. This must be the case. Phew, I'm not going to be a trainer, I'm not going to be strong, just go ahead and dream." After despising his own golden finger, Su Mu released the Koga Ninja again. "Cool." Appearing as coquettishly as ever, Koga Ninja held his head with one hand and his scarf fluttered around his neck. Su Mu was speechless looking at this guy's coquettish look. Looking at this guy's appearance, you can probably guess what kind of person that bastard and unreliable father is. "Come on, I'll take you to meet my mother, and then we'll go to school." After washing and changing clothes, Su Mu said to the Koga Ninja. Koga Ninja was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Are you going to see your mistress so soon? Xiao Su Mu really trusts me. The Lord is right, little Su Mu is really easy to get along with, so, little Su Mu, don't worry, I will protect you." Naturally, Su-mu didn't know that his words aroused so many thoughts from Koga Ninja. After taking him out of the room, Su-mu looked at his mother who was ready to go out, stepped forward and said, "Mom, it seems we don't have to go to the hatching house to buy the initial elves." Hearing this, the mother raised her head and looked at Su-mu. "Likewise, I saw the Koga Ninja standing upright. Cool. Hello, mistress, see you Koga Ninja." The mother was a little surprised, but she seemed to have thought of something and quickly calmed down. "Hello, Koga Ninja." After gently greeting the Koga Ninja, the mother looked at Su-mu. "Now that we have the Koga Ninja, there is really no need to go to the hatching house. Then you sit down and I will cook for you." Su-mu quickly grabbed his mother who got up to cook. "No need to bother, Mom, I want to discuss something with you." Seeing Su-mu looking at her formally and seriously, Su's mother was a little surprised, but she still sat down and waited for Su-mu's next words. After clearing his throat, Su-mu saw his mother sitting down and then said, "I want to drop out of school." "Cool gwa." "What?" Koga Ninja and Su's mother asked back almost at the same time. "Yes, I'm dropping out of school." Seeing that Su-mu was not joking at all, Su's mother quickly asked, "Why? Did he say something to you?" The man in her mouth was naturally the unreliable old man who had been missing for many years. "No, Mom, don't worry, I didn't see him. Dropping out of school was my own idea." After hearing that Su-mu said it was his own idea, Su's mother relaxed, but she still looked at Su-mu with a little worry. "That's right, Mom, I don't think school can help me much. I don't want to be a trainer, nor do I want to be a strong man. I just want to live a peaceful life. So, I'm going to drop out of school and see the world in my own way." Su's mother was stunned again and again. Looking at Su-mu's longing face, she began to wonder from the bottom of her heart, had the old man poured some ecstasy soup into the child? Why just look at this world? Have you thought about it? Su-mu nodded. "Okay, then I'll contact your teacher now." Su's mother is just an ordinary housewife, and she may have never left Fengcheng in her life. In her eyes, her son is her only one, her hope, reliance and sustenance. Now that Su-mu has his own ideas, all she has to do is support them instead of blocking them. "No, Mom, I'll go by myself." After Su-mu finished speaking, he was about to go out. When the Koga Ninja saw Su-mu was about to go out, he quickly shouted, "Cool! Little Su-mu, take me with you." Hearing this frog crowing, Su-mu remembered that he had forgotten about this guy. Okay, I'll take you with me. We'll just go and register." In this world, citizens have the right to own an elf, regardless of whether they are trainers or not. But they must be registered, otherwise they will be used as illegal trading elves or for other purposes, and will be taken to drink tea by the Alliance. Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, Su-mu's school. Although today is Saturday, the guard is still dedicated to his post. Taking out his student ID card, Su-mu walked into the campus generously. As for the Koga Ninja frog, Su-mu has already put it into the elf ball. After all, I haven't registered yet, so it's better to keep a low profile to avoid causing unnecessary complications. All the way to the principal's office, Su-mu knocked on the door. "Enter." A woman's voice came from inside. Su-mu was a little confused. Why was it a woman? Isn't the principal an old man? After opening the door, Su-mu understood. It turned out that the school leaders were having a meeting. "I think our school should try its best to get the quota for this competition." Seeing Su-mu enter the door, the old principal stopped what he was saying and asked doubtfully, "Who are you?" "Hello principal, I am a student in class 16, grade 3, and my name is Su-mu." Su-mu first reported his family status, and then said directly without giving these people a chance to speak, "I'm here to apply to drop out of school." "Drop out, drop out, drop out, drop out?" As soon as these words came out, the entire principal's office fell silent. Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School. This is one of the top 100 middle schools in the country. It has the country's top teachers, teaching facilities, and a large number of teaching elves. Countless parents are trying hard to send their children to school here so that they can get good results in the unified examination and be admitted to an excellent college. As a result, this young man now opened his mouth and said that he wanted to drop out of school. Can you make this decision, classmate Su Mu? The dean stood up and stepped forward, looking at Su Mu gloomily. It's better to go back and discuss it with your family. This is not something you, a child, can decide. You're still young, so the teacher just thinks you're joking. Don't mess around next time. With that said, he stretched out his hand to indicate that Su Mu could leave. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, or that they didn't take him seriously, Su Mu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. I really want to drop out of school, and my family agrees. Su Mu just finished speaking. Nonsense. The vice principal stood up suddenly. If you don't go to school now, what can you do in the future? Do you want to move bricks at a construction site, or work hard to make a living? Now there are such good resources and environment in front of you for you to use and help you grow, but you don't cherish it. Chapter 3 The Anger of School Leaders. Elf Battle. If you don't go to school, what will you do in the future? The vice principal wears round glasses and simple formal clothes, looking like an old scholar. Seeing that Su Mu really wanted to drop out of school, he immediately started scolding him. Su Mu was stunned when he was scolded by the vice principal. What? What can I do if I don't go to school? I can do a lot more, okay? You seem to have heard this statement countless times in your last life, right? How come I can still hear this kind of teaching after traveling through time? If I don't go to school, I'm going to travel around the world. Also, what is taught in school now is of little use to me. This is not what I want to learn, nor is it what I need to use. I don't want to be a trainer. Having said this, Su Mu raised his head and looked at the principal. I say this, is it enough? The principal still didn't speak. Everyone also fell silent. There seems to be nothing wrong with not wanting to be a trainer. There seems to be nothing wrong with dropping out of school. But, do you have the strength to protect yourself? Nowadays, there are secret realms all over the world. Almost every day, secret realms, big or small, will come to us. The danger is always there. The ferocity of wild elves is far beyond your imagination. Do you know all this? The vice principal asked. After hearing this, Su Mu realized that the old man didn't seem to be targeting him simply, but was just a teacher, and that responsibility made him stand on the opposite side of him. I know, I also have the ability to protect myself. Su Mu still said seriously. Poof. The dean suddenly laughed. Classmate Su Mu, the elves in the secret realm are extremely wild, and it is common for them to actively attack humans. As a student who has just obtained the initial elf, what qualifications do you have to say that you can protect yourself? In the wild, even if you encounter an ordinary big wolf dog, you will die. The words of the dean won unanimous approval from the school leaders present. Indeed, it has been more than 300 years since the elf secret realm came to this world. Although humans can now reasonably use and control many secret realms, and have found ways to coexist harmoniously with elves. However, secret realms still come to all parts of the world every day. The location, time, and intensity of these new secret realms are all unknown. Therefore, the danger still exists, which is why trainers have the highest mortality rate. I really can. Su Mu was helpless, he had a Koga Ninja frog at the level of a king in his hand. Do you think you can protect yourself? Not to mention self-preservation, with the strength of this early king, if Koga Ninja goes to sweep some small secret realms, there will definitely be no problem. Okay, in this case, let's talk about fighting. No one believed Su Mu's words. You are a primary school student who has just received the initial ELF, or has not yet received the initial ELF. What qualifications do you have to say such nonsense? Since this kid won't die until he reaches the Yellow River, let's teach him a lesson. A few leaders look at each other. It works. The easiest way to resolve conflicts in this world is to have a fight if you don't agree. Lao Yu, you play with this child. The principal spoke and gave instructions to the dean of students, Yu Heilong. Yu Heilong nodded quickly. It should have been like this a long time ago. This child is what his family is used to, he just needs a good education. Okay, now that the principal has said it, let's do it. But, if I win against Director Yu, can I drop out of school? Seeing that Su Mu still looked calm, the vice principal was furious. Stop talking. If you can win, I will personally help you drop out of school without the principal. Su Mu slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Okay, come on then. In the gymnasium of Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, there is a huge arena. Su Mu and Dean Yu Heilong stood at both ends of the ring. Both sides use only one elf. If one side is unable to fight, the game ends. The referee was a teacher who was pulled over casually. He stood in the middle of the ring holding two small flags. Su Mu and Yu Heilong nodded at the same time, and then released their elves in unison. Lizard King. Koga Ninja. Chamo. Who is coming? Watch me cut you in half. Cool. The last General Jia congratulates Ninja and is willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations to come. Two elves, one blue and one green, stood looking at each other. A smell of gunpowder smoke slowly filled the venue. What? Koga Ninja? Nonsense, how can he, a student, command an adult elf like Ninja Koga? What kind of background does his family have? He actually chose such an elf as his initial elf. This is harming this child. The initial elves are the ones with the deepest ties to their trainers, but this Koga Ninja frog is obviously not trained by Su Mu. This will greatly affect Su Mu's growth. That's it, what's going on in his family? Why are adults acting so randomly? The moment the school leaders saw the Koga Ninja, they were far more angry than shocked. Also, since Su Mu has confidence, it proves that he should have some foundation. Although a Koga Ninja frog was a little surprised, he could still accept it. Who knows if this student is some kind of hidden super rich second generation, or if there is a strong person in his family or something. However, even if there is someone at home, shouldn't an unfamiliar elf be handed over to a student to be the initial elf? If the elf doesn't obey the command, it will be a disaster for a newcomer. It will have a lifelong impact. Su Mu looked at the back of Koga Ninja, feeling not at all panicked. Wouldn't he be clear about the thoughts of these school leaders? Impossible, Su Mu naturally knew their concerns. If the elf has a high level but the trainer is not strong enough, there will be situations where the elf does not listen to the trainer's instructions. But, who am I? I am the repeat champion of the Pokémon World Championship. The tactics in my mind are enough to crush all trainers in the world. I am Su Mu. Koga Ninja, the opponent doesn't seem to be strong, so be careful when you strike. Cool. Received, Xiao Su Mu. Just a short exchange of one person and one favor has already determined the other person's thoughts. Especially Koga Ninja, he was extremely excited at this moment. Finally, it's time to fight. Come on, let Xiao Su Mu see your strength. Thinking of this, Koga Ninja suddenly began to imagine the scene where he and Xiao Su Mu fought side by side. Cool. Xiao Su Mu should be able to command himself, so should I listen? Listen, wouldn't it be embarrassing if we lost? If you don't listen, what should I do if Xiao Su Mu becomes unhappy? Just as he was thinking about it, the referee spoke. Now, the game begins. Chapter 4 The Ruthless Vice Principal. Koga Ninja, Shadow Clone, Flying Water Shuriken. When it came to commanding the Koga Ninja, Su Mu didn't feel awkward at all. In the era when XY became popular, one of Su Mu's ace pets was the Koga Ninja frog. Moreover, Su Mu already knew what skills his elf possessed through the help of the system. Cool. Seeing Su Mu's order, Koga Ninja immediately entered combat mode. This guy usually likes to think in his head, but once he enters a battle, he will immediately empty his mind. Go all out. Shadow clones and water shurikens are the signature skills of Koga Ninja. Almost instinctively, Koga Ninja instantly transformed into more than a dozen clones, and at the same time, powerful water shurikens were condensed on each clone's hands. Lizard King, dodge the attack with lightning, and then use the blade. Chamo. The Lizard King has been with Yu Hailong for many years, so there is no need to say much about his fighting instincts. As soon as the lightning flashed, he rushed out like lightning, running left and right, preparing to avoid the next attack. However, boom! The gap in strength cannot be easily bridged. Almost instantly, the Lizard King was instantly hit by the Koga Ninja frog's attack and flew backwards. The grass type resists water type attacks, but in the face of the huge power gap, resistance is limited. It's obviously not enough for an elite Lizard King to withstand a king-level attack. Boom! The moment the Lizard King was knocked away, Su Mu shouted, "Evil Wave!" Koga Ninja takes action at the same time. The Black Wave once again attacked the Lizard King before he had time to react. When the smoke cleared, the winner was decided. Ah! 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 Everyone opened their mouths and looked at Su Mu in surprise. Yu Hailong's eyes widened even more, staring at Su Mu without blinking. What kind of monster is this? This terrifying fighting rhythm, this powerful Koga Ninja, is this kid a freak? Early King of Heaven. The well-informed old principal immediately judged the true strength of Koga Ninja. His 4 words shocked the already extremely shocked school leaders again. Su Mu could get used to it by standing there in a daze, but they couldn't. This student simply does not deserve to be called a student. Is it inappropriate for you, a king in your early days, to bully Yu Hailong, the school director who is stuck at the peak of elites? Ding! Koga Ninja Sign-in Task 1 completed. Complete an elf battle with the Koga Ninja in Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School. The Koga Ninja will be rewarded with a bond transformation. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Su Mu was confused at the time. What the hell? Dog system, you really cheated me. I don't want to become stronger, so what's the point of rewarding me with this transformation? No matter how many transformations you give me, I will never be a trainer, so give up. Good guy, I was tricked by you without knowing it. It's really yours, system. Su Mu gritted his teeth and thought, constantly complaining about the system in his mind, completely forgetting to manage his facial expressions. When Yu Hailong saw that Su Mu had won, he still looked dissatisfied, gritted his teeth and cursed, and collapsed on the spot. What does it mean? Aren't you satisfied? I am an elite trainer, no longer worthy of being your opponent? Okay, really not worthy. Reluctantly taking back the Lizard King, Yu Hailong shook his head and prepared to walk off the ring. At this time, changes occurred. I saw Koga Ninja, who was posing coquettishly on the field, suddenly turned around and knelt down on one knee facing Su Mu. Cool. Here is the ninja frog, see my little master. At this moment, Koga Ninja's name for Su Mu changed. Not little Su Mu, but little master. After just a short period of cooperation, whether it was Su Mu's calmness on the spot, his calm aura, or his confidence in strategizing, Koga Ninja felt all of this. It has to be said that in some aspects, Koga Ninja even felt that Su Mu, the young master, might be better than his father. Therefore, this moment of allegiance represents the true recognition of the Koga Ninja. She is no longer following Su Mu's father's instructions to stay with Su Mu, but is truly willing to follow Su Mu, the master. Su Mu nodded, slowly walked forward and helped the Koga Ninja up. The moment Su Mu's hand came into contact with Koga Ninja's body, the white light on Koga Ninja's body suddenly lit up. It was the bond transformation. "Hold it, don't show this form." Su Mu explained softly that since there were so many people now, there was no need for the bond transformation card to be exposed so easily. Even if he really wants to be exposed, he will only wait until he has a strong foundation. Koga Ninja felt this powerful force emerging from the depths of his body, and instinctively wanted to receive this force. But Su Mu's words made him calm down quickly. Listening to orders is the most basic quality of a good ninja. Resisting the attraction of power to him, Koga Ninja stopped his transformation. The school leaders only saw a flash of white light on Koga Ninja's body, but there was no change and they didn't pay much attention. "What do you care about? Could it be that Koga Ninja can evolve again? Don't tell me, you can really. Ahem, can I drop out of school now?" Su Mu said helplessly after walking in front of the school leaders with the Koga Ninja. Because he dropped out of school, he was tricked by the dog system once, which made Koga Ninja become a little stronger. But as long as you can drop out of school, it's still acceptable. After all, Koga Ninja is already very strong, and it won't be a big problem if he gets stronger, as long as he doesn't become a trainer and maintains his original intention. Not a big problem. Drop out. The school leaders were all silent, except for the vice principal, who looked like an old scholar, who took the initiative to speak up. He stepped forward and looked at Su Mu doubtfully, and said slowly, "Why drop out of school? Who said that?" As he spoke, he first looked at the principal and then at Yu Hailong. Finally, he touched his beard and took out a small notebook with a serious face. "I clearly remember that you came here to apply for a year off from school, right? You can just come back and take the exam before the unified exam next year. It seems like this." After hearing his words, Yu Hailong reacted instantly. He quickly said, "That's right, Colonel Lu, that's what happened." Su Mu was dumbfounded. "Aren't you an old scholar? Aren't you a role model for others? How did you say this? The water that was thrown out, the saliva and the nail, you swallowed it back just like you said." "Ahem, I think that going to school for a genius like Su Mu has indeed delayed his development. How about this? Let Su Mu represent our school and participate in the National High School League. If Su Mu wins the championship for our school, then it's not impossible to take a year-long vacation." It had to be the principal, and he got to the point in one sentence. After he said this, everyone quickly agreed. Only Su Mu stood there with a confused look on his face. "What league? What wins the championship? I didn't agree." Chapter 5 Shenyang Little Fire Dragon. "I don't want to participate in any competition, and I don't need to take a year off from school. You can just let me drop out." Su Mu expressed dissatisfaction that he had been arranged for no apparent reason. His idea is simple, 2 words, drop out of school. Then find a girl you like, travel around the world, and enjoy the wonders of the elf world. Regarding the college and the unified entrance examination, Su Mu said it didn't matter at all. "I didn't care. Classmate Su Mu, what's the benefit of dropping out of school? Look now, you don't even have the status of a serious trainer. If you meet an elf you like in the future, you won't have a chance to conquer it. Also, if you want to become a trainer, you need to pass various assessments in various academies, which is very troublesome. But now, our school has a quota for new trainers to register without taking the exam. As long as you are willing to participate, this quota is yours. How convenient it is." Yu Hailong said that he had never thought about others so much in his life. He really couldn't stand this boy Su Mu. He is obviously a genius, but he must be willing to fall. If it were other students, as the dean of students, he would just give them a lesson. But Su Mu, he couldn't beat him. He could only try his best to persuade Su Mu from Su Mu's perspective not to be impulsive. Dropping out of school is not so good, but there are many benefits to not dropping out. The principal nodded at the side, indicating that Yu Hailong could give him the exemption quota for trainers promised by Yu Hailong. Also, it's a bit shocking that you, a newcomer, are bringing the king elf with you. I'll give you a little guy later. The principal is the principal and must be generous with his actions. Su Mu was already a little moved by the benefits promised by these two people. Indeed, after integrating the memories of his predecessor, Su Mu also knew that if there was no trainer identity in this world, then there would only be one elf. It is simply impossible for a time traveler to only have one elf quota. Therefore, Su Mu said he didn't want to be a trainer, but in the end he still wanted to be really good. But, getting the status of a new trainer is enough. This is just a cover. My dream, Su Mu, is to travel around the world and have beautiful girls. Okay, you convinced me. Helplessly spreading his hands, Su Mu said that you won. The qualification as a new trainer without examination, plus an elf given by the principal, and a year-long vacation from school. It's just a game, why not? Seeing that Su Mu agreed, the old principal smiled with satisfaction. The young man is not so hopeless. Then let's go. Let Director Yu handle the suspension procedures for you. Go to my house first, and I'll take you to pick out one of my elf. After the principal finished speaking, the eyes of the surrounding school leaders turned red. What? Go to your house to pick? Wouldn't that be? Su Mu didn't know the situation, so he agreed casually and followed the old principal out. Only a bunch of school leaders were left standing there, looking at the backs of Su Mu and the old principal, swallowing their saliva crazily. The old principal's real name is Xiao Tianyang. Although he is only a middle school principal in Fengcheng, he is still half buried. Who hasn't told a story yet? When Xiao Tianyang was young, he participated in the Alliance's research and protection plan for fire elves. As a genius of the world, he was naturally the focus of training. This also led to the fact that the elves in Xiao Tianyang's hands were, without exception, all fire elves. Now that Xiao Tianyang is old, his elves are also getting old. They have been retiring in Fengcheng for many years, and most of the elves have left behind descendants. The descendants of these old elves are the reason why the school leaders are jealous. Standing in the yard of the old principal's house, Su Mu admitted that he was indeed a little shocked. Several little fire dragons were rolling and playing on the ground, and the little fire monkey and the fireball rat were competing with each other with their heads on each other. Here, there are many fire elves from the Yuzhan family. Senior brother, flame chicken, fire-breathing dragon, second senior brother. Principal, are you saying that among the little guys here, I can choose one to be my partner? Su Mu was stunned. This old principal is simply a treasure. Needless to say how rare the fire elves in this courtyard are. Now the entire courtyard of the old principal is filled with the initial forms of the Yuzhan family's fire elves. This is simply amazing. Well, go and see these little guys and see which one has a bad temper towards you. When Su Mu heard what the old principal had said, he stopped being polite and hurried forward in front of the previous little fire dragons. Whether its appearance or strength, Charizard is a must-have elf for time travelers. Su Mu was no exception. He took a liking to these little guys at first sight. However, he has yet to investigate which one he will take away. Seeing Su Mu walking next to the little fire dragon, the old principal smiled and said, "These little guys are all extremely qualified and are the descendants of my old buddy." Su Mu nodded, he didn't care about his qualifications. "I don't want to be a trainer, so I can do whatever I need with such strong qualifications." Looking at the playful little fire dragons, Su Mu thought for a moment and began to observe them carefully. Charmander's evolved Charizard is one of Su Mu's favorite elves. Since he had this opportunity, Su Mu naturally chose a Charmander. Of course, you must choose carefully before choosing. This won't work. He's too lively and must be very competitive. This is not good either. He bites and bites his companions, and is definitely bellicose. And this one, why is this one practicing his striking technique? Absolutely unacceptable. After looking around and passing each one, Su Mu finally found the Charmander he wanted. This little guy was looking at the sky in a daze. Good guy, everyone is playing, and you are looking at the sky. This kind of attitude of not seeking improvement is definitely in line with my standards, Su Mu. You are the one. Su Mu didn't say anything and directly selected this little guy who was looking at the sky. Principal, I think that's it. The principal looked in the direction of Su Mu's finger. He was immediately stunned. Sure enough, everything was already predestined. If that's the case, then go with him and hope he meets your standards. Charmander, who was looking at the sky, squinted his eyes. Did you choose me? I also have an elf with a trainer now. Well, now that I have been selected, I no longer hide my strength. It's time to see the outside world. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Charmander had a premonition in his heart, the principal came towards him. He is Su Mu, and he will be your trainer from now on. Charmander slowly opened his eyes and began to look at Su Mu. Boom! Su Mu's elf ball opened automatically, and the Koga Ninja suddenly appeared. Cool! There is an aura of a strong man. Seeing the sudden appearance of Koga Ninja, Su Mu was a little confused, but he still took the initiative to introduce. This little fire dragon will be our partner from now on. What do you think? Koga Ninja narrowed his eyes to a slit and looked at Charmander carefully. At the same time, Charmander also watched Koga Ninja carefully. Strong. Both parties mentally evaluate each other at the same time. Chapter 6. The system is plotting against me all the time. Su Mu, who had no idea at all, didn't know that he had made a mistake. This little fire dragon, who was thought to be weak, is actually a cautious monster that has been practicing in Novice Village for 3,000 years. He patted Koga Ninja on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Relax, don't scare your new companions." Koga Ninja turned around and saw that Su Mu had spoken and no longer looked at Charmander. Cool. Let's discuss it when we have time. When Charmander heard this, he immediately shrank his head. What's going on? Are there so many strong people outside? I haven't even left the Novice Village, and I met such a strong guy who wanted to fight me? No, it seems that I still have to be cautious. I can't waste my money until I am absolutely powerful. Hold on, Charmander, you can do it. Su Mu had no idea that his two elves had so many dramas in their hearts. He was still thinking happily that it was great to get a salted fish fire dragon. The dog system actually wants me to become a trainer, haha, it's impossible. I don't believe that such a weak and lazy little guy can be made stronger by the system. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Su Mu opened the slot on the system that belonged to Charmander. Then, his face turned green. Principal, is it too late for me to change one? The principal looked at Su Mu, who was holding the Charmander Pokeball, and wanted to change the elf with a grimace, and refused on the spot. Just kidding, I finally sent this little guy away, how can I let him come back and cause trouble in my backyard? This little fire dragon refused to go out for the past few years. He just stayed in the yard, fighting with the elves in the yard every day and torturing the vegetables. Oh, it's okay now, I'm finally sent away. Su Mu raised his head and looked at the blue sky. I don't know why the sun is so dazzling. I seem to have been tricked again. This time it was not the system, it was me who tricked myself. This little fire dragon has nothing to do with being weak, okay? Forget it, being strong doesn't mean you're a trainer. I still have a chance to turn back. I definitely can't give the system any chance to trick me again. Elf, Charmander. Attribute, Fire. Strength, early stage of False King. Characteristics, Solar power, in warm sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Overheating, big character explosion, jet flame, sun flame, tile splitting, steel tail, primal power. Sign-in mission: 1. Bring or use Charmander to win the Lava Gym battle, Charizard X Evolution Stone. 2. Bring or use Charmander to participate in the National High School League and win the championship, Dragon Power Awakening. 3. Take Charmander to the Secret Realm Charizard Valley, and complete a battle in the Secret Realm and win, Red Lotus Fireworks. That's right, this is Charmander's attribute panel. Strength is the False King, you read that right. It has been several years since this little fire dragon was born, and he refuses to go out even if he wants to die. He resists not evolving, just for the sake of survival. Only by fighting hard can you become a boss, and only by fighting hard can you survive until the end. This is Charmander's survival philosophy. Therefore, in the past few years, he has relied on bullying these weak elves in the novice village, which is the dean's backyard, to gain experience. Finally, step by step, it became the current level, the Super Charmander in the early stage of the False Heavenly King. So, once I participate in this National League, it means that I will passively complete 2 tasks. Su Mu's face gradually became melancholy. This dog system really never misses any opportunity to make itself stronger. This is simply too much. Following the principal all the way to the Elf Center, Su Mu quickly received the honor of a newcomer trainer after the old principal revealed his identity and produced relevant documents. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a new trainer. The strongest trainer is just around the corner. Come on, host. Am I crazy? What kind of oil should I add? Are you very proud that I have become a trainer? There is no need to jump out and tell me if you are proud. Believe it or not, I uninstalled it for you. Asshole! Su Mu roared in his heart, but it had no effect. The system suddenly jumped out and after a wave of presence, there was no movement. The old principal seemed very excited when he saw Su Mu's rosy face. I couldn't help but chuckle. When I was a kid, I just became a new trainer. I was as excited as you. I didn't sleep all night. Good guy, it's better if the old principal doesn't say anything. When he said this, Su Mu felt like his heart had been stabbed with countless knives. Who is excited? You are so excited. If it weren't for these broken rules, you'd think I'd be willing to take this rookie trainer's broken identity. Su Mu's whole mentality is about to explode. Are you stabbing me in the back every day? Are you all fully leveled with backstabs? After registering Koga Ninja and Charmander under his name at the Elf Center, Su Mu went home with a dark face. The old principal behind him also reminded him loudly, "Don't forget that we will go to Yanchinj tomorrow. The preliminaries will start the day after tomorrow. I will sign you up when I get back." Su Mu walked home without looking back. He didn't want to say a word now. Participate in the competition and the 2 sign-in tasks will be completed. I dare not think about it. As his elves become stronger and stronger, the system's conspiracy will succeed sooner or later. Damn it! The heartbroken Su Mu returned home, and Su's mother was cooking for him. Have the withdrawal procedures been completed? Good guy, Su Mu's gentle greeting made Su Mu feel deeply hit again. Mom, did you know that I would definitely not be able to drop out of school, so you were so confident that I would go to school? Without. Su Mu lowered his head helplessly and sat silently at the dining table. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Su's mother was a little confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. He just comforted her gently, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if the school doesn't ask you to withdraw from school. We also have to understand the teacher's intentions. They are doing it for your own good." Boom! Su Mu only felt that his young heart was hit hard again. Good guy, for my own good? Are they doing it for me? Didn't they want me to participate in the competition so that I wouldn't drop out of school? Su Mu was even more angry when he thought of the old face of the vice principal, who had gone back on his word and had no integrity at all. It's okay. If you really don't want to go to school, Mom will ask for leave for you. As long as you are happy, Mom will listen to you. Su Mu, who was sulking, looked up in confusion when he heard Su's mother's words. Mother Su still smiled softly and said softly, Mom doesn't have much ability, but I can still make my son live a happy life. With tears in his eyes, Su Mu seemed to have returned to his previous life. Even if he accomplishes nothing, his mother will still stand behind him and firmly believe in him. With a sour nose, Su Mu forced out a smile. Mom, it's okay. You don't need to ask for leave. The principal said he wants me to participate in a league. I will go to Yancheng tomorrow. If everything goes well, I won't be back until next month. You don't have to worry about me. Wait until I bring you a big trophy to let you know that your son is also very good. Chapter 7 Willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations. Su's mother pursed her lips and breathed out slowly through her nose. Okay, my son is the best. You sit here and Mom will serve you some food. The moment she turned around, Su's mother raised her hand and wiped her eyes without leaving any trace. My son seems to have grown up suddenly. Early the next morning, Su Mu packed his luggage. Actually, it's nothing, just 2 sets of changes of clothes. Mom has already put the money into your card. You don't have to save too much when you are out there. Don't wrong yourself. Before leaving, Su's mother gave her solemn instructions. Cool. Don't worry, mistress, I will take good care of my little master. Before Su Mu had time to agree, he saw the Koga Ninja jumping out of the elf ball, patting his chest and promising Su Mu. When he made such a fuss, the originally sad little farewell suddenly became a bit cheerful. Okay, then it's up to you, Koga Ninja. Su's mother said to Koga Ninja dumbfounded. Cool. Don't worry, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations to come, no matter what. Fortunately, Su Mu couldn't understand the elf language, otherwise he would definitely cut open the brain of the Koga Ninja and see what was in this guy's head. Su's mother explained a few more words, and then reluctantly watched Su Mu leave. This is exactly what worries mothers when their children travel thousands of miles. The mode of transportation to Yancheng is the old principal's car. Yu Hailong was in charge of driving, while Su Muse and the old principal sat in the back seat. How was Charmander last night? Are you still getting used to it? The old principal took the initiative to find a topic and asked. When he mentioned this, Su Mu looked at the old man with a smirk on his face speechlessly. Needless to say, you don't know the temperament of the elf in your backyard? Very adaptable. He didn't come out with the pokeball at all last night. I asked him to come out and sleep with me, but he didn't do anything. After hearing this, the old principal smiled unkindly. This Charmander must be worried that something might happen to him if he sleeps outside, which would be dangerous. As an overly cautious guy, the old principal was not surprised at all that he would make such a move. Su Mu curled his lips and looked out the window. Old man, what do you think will happen if I don't win the championship this time? He is really scared now. This dog system is like Pinzixi, it seems that it can monitor his life at any time. If he continues like this, sooner or later he will be tricked by the system into becoming the strongest trainer. Then, he was assigned some impossible death tasks. The principal chuckled lightly without even looking at Su Mu. With your current strength, if you can lose, a pig can climb a tree. What if? Su Mu laughed brightly and asked brightly. The old principal snorted coldly. If you lose, I will cancel your leave and let you go to school for 1 year. When Su Mu heard this, he curled his lips helplessly. I can't live this day. Are you all NPCs sent by the system to arrange for me? First, they tricked me into becoming a new trainer, then let me participate in the competition, and then gave me a Charmander in the early stage of the False King. Principal, tell me, how much money the system will give you? I, Su Mu, will give you double. Along the way, the old principal chatted with Su Mu about elves-related topics from time to time. Su Mu was also bored, so he chatted casually with him for a while. What kind of energy cubes, what kind of elf props? After all, Su Mu has mostly theoretical knowledge and has never seen real objects. The old principal was well informed, and Su Mu benefited a lot from chatting with him. This is it, this is your room. The three of them entered the hotel, and the old principal handed a room card to Su Mu. He handed another room card to Yu Hailong. Director Yu, please accompany Su Mu to participate in the competition during this time. Remember to leave invoices for your expenses during this period and see if you can be reimbursed when you go back. When Yu Hailong heard this, he looked at the old principal in confusion. Principal, why can't you reimburse me? The old principal smiled proudly. The situation without reimbursement is that Su Mu did not want to win the championship and deliberately lost the game. As he spoke, he patted Yu Hailong on the shoulder. So, Director Yu, you have a very important responsibility. Student Su Mu is still young, so you must be responsible for guiding his thoughts correctly. Well, Yu Hailong accepted his fate, simply shut up, and watched the old principal leave with Su Mu. After the old principal walked away, Su Mu said, Director Yu, the car seems to have been driven back by the principal. Yu Hailong smiled calmly. It's normal. He's worried that you'll run away. Su Mu was confused. Can you stop me if I run away? Forget it, I can't understand what this old guy is thinking. I will be responsible for your daily diet during this period. Just compete well. Tell me what you want to eat and I will order takeout for you. Yu Hailong said, taking Su Mu back. Behind this hotel is a large square with many trainers active around it. Then there is a training hall in the south. If you need professional training, go to the training hall. Remember to issue an invoice when making purchases. After saying that, Yu Hailong also walked to the door of his room. Take a rest first and call me when you're hungry, otherwise we'll go have dinner together at 6 o'clock. With a bang, Yu Hailong closed the door. Su Mu also returned to his room, put down his backpack, and called out Koga Ninja and Charmander. Cool. Where is this? Koga Ninja was okay. After coming out of the elf ball, he just looked around and didn't do anything excessive. On the other hand, Charmander, this little thing hid behind Koga Ninja as soon as he came out. After carefully looking at the surrounding environment and confirming that this was a closed room, he started to act. First, he looked around for any surveillance equipment or traces of superpowers. Then he sniffed around the room to see if there was any ambush in the room. After he was sure it was safe, he stood in front of Su Mu with confidence. Chirp. Safety. Su Mu looked at his little fire dragon with black lines on his head and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Forget it, let it be. This is where we will live for a while. We will participate in a competition the day after tomorrow. As soon as he heard about the competition, Koga Ninja immediately patted his chest, showing a I am very powerful look. Cool. Do you want to fight? I'll do it. I, the Koga Ninja, wish to serve the Su family for generations to come. Stop. Although Su Mu couldn't understand, he could guess what the Koga Ninja was going to say. Stretching out his hand to stop this guy from continuing his thoughts, Su Mu said helplessly. I have no other requirements. Just remember to be gentle when you compete. Charmander heard this and objected loudly. Chirp. It is impossible to be merciful. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. I will not give my opponent any chance to make a comeback. Chapter 8 Challenge the elves in the gym alone. Charmander is the kind of guy who is extremely cautious. It is absolutely impossible for him to hold back during the battle. If possible, Charmander wouldn't even want to compete in this life. When he becomes a being who can challenge the divine beasts alone, he might choose to show up. In the evening, Su Mu went out to have dinner with Yu Hailong, and bought some energy cubes for the two elves. When Su Mu returned to the hotel room, he almost died on the spot. Koga Ninja and Charmander, these two guys are actually training in the room? Are you so motivated? I am your trainer after all. I haven't arranged a training plan for you yet, so you're here on your own? Can you give me some face? Seeing Su Mu guarding the door, Koga Ninja, who was doing a handstand on one finger, quickly stood up. Cool. No need to praise me, little master, I have always been so diligent. Su Mu stared at Koga Ninja with wide eyes for a long time, but in the end he couldn't say a word of blame. There is no way, elves are independent individuals, they have their own thoughts. Su Mu cannot force them to change according to his own ideas just because they follow him. That's all, since you like it, then go ahead and do it. As long as you don't stick to your heart and become a trainer, it doesn't matter how you try. Ahem, you are so diligent. Ha, here are the energy cubes and elf food I bought for you. Let's see if they suit your taste. Su Mu coughed dryly and said in the calmest tone possible. When Koga Ninja saw Su Mu buying him food, he quickly stepped forward to take it, thinking happily. Little master, are you feeling sorry for me because I am too tired from training? Don't worry, I will definitely become stronger and help the little master become the strongest trainer. Charmander, would you like to eat something first? There's no rush about training. Oh, it would be better not to train. Su Mu tried to get Charmander to stop training. Chirp yo-yo. Let him eat first, I will go over after training. Charmander had no intention of stopping and was still training himself, sweating profusely. Seeing this, Su Mu could only shake his head helplessly. My elves can be trained independently. It's so hard for me. Seeing Su Mu sitting on the bed and starting to play with his mobile phone, Koga Ninja was busy eating. Charmander sniffed slightly. Fortunately, Su Mu probably wasn't fooled, and what he bought was probably good food. But I'd better wait and see if the frog is fine after eating it. Su Mu always looks unreliable. It seems that in the future I will not only pay attention to my own safety, but also take care of this trainer. It's really difficult for me, Charmander. Thinking to himself, Charmander secretly glanced at Koga Ninja from the corner of his eye. He counted the time in his mind. If there was no problem with the frog in half an hour, he would enjoy the food. There is no way, this world is too dangerous, you need to be careful to survive. Su Mu had no idea what the two elves were thinking. He was currently looking at Yancheng city navigation. The most famous thing about Yancheng is the active volcano and lava flow. Here is the famous secret place, Charizard Valley. It also has the most beautiful hot springs in the world. Furthermore, the lava gym in Yancheng is located at the foot of the volcano. It would be in vain to come to Yancheng without experiencing this volcanic feast. Listening to the beautiful voice of the young lady in the navigation video, Su Mu was fascinated. This young lady has such a beautiful voice, she must be very beautiful. It's so hot near the volcano, so the lady shouldn't have much to wear, right? Tisk tisk tisk, it's decided, I'll go to the volcano tomorrow. He was so greedy that he almost drooled. Su Mu made up his mind to go see the young lady who didn't know much about her tomorrow. The Koga Ninja who was cooking on the side noticed Su Mu's expression. What is the little master thinking? Lava gym? I seem to have heard the Lord say this. When Koga Ninja was thinking, Charmander came to him. Half an hour later, the frog was fine and the food was fine. Charmander took a can of elf food, opened it himself, sat down on the ground and started to cook. Cool. Do you know lava gym? Chirp. I know, I heard that trainers need to defeat gyms to prove their strength. If you get any gym badges, you can participate in higher level leagues. Charmander is the Dean's elf after all, and he knows the basic common sense of many trainers very well. Well, he was just afraid of death, so he studied hard. Cool. You see, the little master seems to be yearning for this gym. Chirp. Don't tell me, his expression is so strange. Cool. We have been together for so long, and I haven't done anything for my little master yet. How about we practice more tonight? As soon as he heard about the additional training, Charmander was instantly full of motivation. It's good to become stronger, and you can live longer if you become stronger. Chirp. Frog, tell me how to do it. Cool. Say, don't call me a frog, I'm a ninja. Chirp. Okay, frog. Cool. Are you looking for death? Charmander admitted that he was scared. Chirp. Okay, ninja. Isn't it just that I am strong? What's so great about it? I haven't evolved yet, and you won't be able to use it when I evolve. Thinking angrily, Charmander became curious about the extra training in the evening. Chirp. How to practice more? Koga Ninja smiled mysteriously and shook his finger. Kogwa, you'll know it tonight. At 11:30 p.m., Su Mu was already asleep. Two figures quietly slipped out of the room. Lava Gym. Close the door, there shouldn't be any more challengers today. Chen Qi yawned and gave instructions to his disciples. Master, there is someone outside. No, it's two elves. They beat a lot of us. Hearing this, Chen Qi was a little confused. Is it a wild elf? It shouldn't be. Come on, let me go take a look. Arriving at the battle venue of the gym, Chen Qi watched in surprise as a Koga Ninja frog calmly defeated his disciple's elf. Next to him stood an ordinary-looking Charmander. Are you wild elves? After stopping the disciples who wanted to continue fighting, Chen Qi stepped forward and asked. Cool. No, we are here to challenge the gym. Koga Ninja shook his head and explained. Bang! Chen Qi released the fire elf from the elf ball. Bye! They came to fight. After the fire elf's translation, Chen Qi finally understood that these two guys were here to compete. Where is your trainer? Cool. I don't need a trainer to defeat you, just the two of us. Chapter 9. It turns out that the monster is you? 10 minutes later, Koga Ninja stretched out his hand to Chen Qi with a calm expression. Cool. What kind of badge is that? Give it to me. Chen Qi was stunned and reluctantly handed the badge to Koga Ninja. When the blue frog left with the Charmander, Chen Qi snorted with a dark face. Close. We will be closed tomorrow. The disciples did not dare to speak and quickly closed the gym. Cool. Then there's Charizard Valley, right? After easily solving the gym, Koga Ninja felt that it was not interesting. Charmander also yawned out of boredom. Chirp. Based on the smell, it should be over there. When Koga Ninja heard this, he waved his hand coolly, come and kill the dog. The next day, Su Mu opened his eyes and saw Koga Ninja and Charmander sleeping obediently beside his bed, smiling like an old father. The elf is so cute and it's great to be able to come into this world. Su Mu was sighing in his heart when he heard the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the Charmander sign-in task. 1. Carrying or using Charmander to win the Lava Gym battle, the host will be rewarded with Charizard. Congratulations to the host for completing the Charmander sign-in task. 3. Taking the Charmander to the secret realm Charizard Valley, and completing a battle in the secret realm and winning, the Charmander will be rewarded with the strange fire Red Lotus Fire. Please keep up the host's efforts and become the strongest trainer. Su Mu was instantly confused. What's going on? I just took a nap. Is there a bug in your system? If you want me to be a trainer, there's no need to use such despicable methods. Good guy, I haven't done anything yet, and you're willing to help me complete the task? You might as well become a trainer yourself, why do you need me as a host? Su Mu was furious and frantically attacked the dog system. Hosts, please be careful when speaking. The system will never make any unobjective behavior. Fart. Have you learned how to reply to me? Good fellow, are you intelligent? Are you being controlled by someone, hiding in the dark and observing me? Come out, you dog system, the worst is, I will die, and we will die. Su Mu cursed wildly in his heart, but the system never responded and simply ignored him. After scolding for a while, Su Mu was tired of scolding. After calming down, he began to observe his two elves. Then, the more I looked at it, the more something was wrong. Why are these two guys so dirty, and why is there a black spot on Charmander's butt? Was it burned? Could it be that these two guys went out to fight in the gym while I was asleep? A terrifying thought arose in Su Mu's mind. No, no, how could my elf be so proactive? I'm a salted fish, Su Mu was comforting himself in a deceptive way when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Then, dong dong dong. Someone knocking on the door? Su Mu went down to the ground and looked through the peephole. When he saw it was Yu Hailong, he opened the door. Yu Hailong entered the house and placed the breakfast he just bought on the table. He said excitedly. Boy, did you know that there is big news out there? I just heard someone say that someone picked up the lava gym last night. During the middle of the night, the owner of the gym, Chen Qi, was beaten to the point of being autistic. They won't be open today. Yu Hailong said, fearing that Su Mu wouldn't believe it, so he took out his mobile phone. Look, just this, it's on the local headlines. Su Mu took the phone heartbrokenly and scrolled through the news with a look of despair. Director, do you know what elf the challenger is using? Seeing Su Mu's interest, Yu Hailong smiled proudly. Of course, I asked specifically. It is said that there are two elves who are kicking the gym, and their trainers are not here. These two elves, one blue and one red, seem to be Koga Ninja frogs, and there is also a small fire dragon. After Yu Hailong finished speaking, the Koga Ninja who was sleeping next to the bed seemed to hear someone calling his name. Cool. He raised his head drowsily and said hello to Yu Hailong. Koga Ninja buried his head and continued to sleep. I was too tired last night. There were too many bosses at the peak of the Heavenly King in Charizard Valley. Seeing the Koga Ninja greeting him, the proud smile on Yu Hailong's face gradually stiffened. Looking at the little fire dragon without raising his head again, Yu Hailong had an epiphany. Seeing that Yu Hailong understood, Su Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I said, I just found out too, do you believe it? Yu Hailong also shook his head. Do you think I believe it or not? Are you still human? After all, Chen Qi is a famous gym trainer. The results of it. It would be better for you, if no one goes there, just let others pick six and beat them through? Doesn't the gym leader have no face? Seeing Yu Hailong's expression gradually becoming strange, Su Mu sighed helplessly. What do you think I think? I learned this kind of news as soon as I woke up. Do you think I am willing? Ahem, this won't affect anything, right? Su Mu coughed dryly and asked worriedly. Yu Hailong thought for a while and hesitated. Probably. In this rookie league, Hall Master Chen Qi seems to be a special guest, but the competition is based on strength, so it shouldn't have any impact. When Su Mu thought about it, it seemed to make sense. Okay, since it doesn't affect the game, it's not a big problem. It's the gym leader. Isn't it just for beating? After the beating, could he still blame Koga Ninja? Even if my elf stabs me in the back, I, Su Mu, will still accept it with a smile. Okay, then I'll keep a low profile these 2 days and try not to take them out. Su Mu nodded, took out a bun and took a bite. You still have to eat, and you still have to do things. You can't delay your life just because you abused a weak person. It doesn't matter, he's just a gym owner, so just fight. Yu Hailong was secretly surprised when he saw Su Mu eating and drinking calmly. Good boy, for such a big thing, you can still have breakfast here so calmly. He is indeed a genius from our number 1 middle school, he is different. Well, tell me what you need. I'll go with you for the preliminaries tomorrow. Yu Hailong said and began to introduce the process of the game to Su Mu. There are many people participating in this competition. There are 4 rounds of preliminaries. They have to go through these 4 rounds of one-on-one selection before the main competition. Su Mu nodded, indicating that it was not a big problem. For the main competition, most of them are geniuses from various middle schools, and they are also students with the status of rookie trainers. So it will be a 2-on-2 heads-up competition. Yu Hailong continued to speak, and Su Mu listened carefully. But neither of them knew that Charmander, who looked like he was sleeping soundly, was quietly squinting his eyes. There are a lot of games to play. It seems I have to become stronger. Chapter 10. Be gentle, don't let others burn you out. The qualifiers have begun. Su Mu took his 2 elves and calmly entered the preparation area. After casually observing the surroundings, Su Mu was shocked to find, damn, there are so many good-looking ladies. Thinking that he could travel around the world after playing in the Rookie League this time, Su Mu couldn't help but become a little anxious. I promised to take my beloved girl with me, but until now, except for my mother, I haven't said a word to a woman. This can't go on like this, Su Mu. Good-looking girls will not take the initiative to find you, so you have to take action. After secretly cheering himself up, Su Mu prepared to go forward and talk to a young lady who matched his expectations. Contestant number 741, please go to venue 6. The radio sounded. Su Mu glanced at his number, which was 741, and immediately curled his lips helplessly. Well, I missed out on the beautiful ladies again. After getting up and walking to the player tunnel, Su Mu strode to court number 6. His opponent is a little fat man. Please choose the elf you will fight against from both sides. The referee has presided over several games, and now his feet are numb. When he saw the players from both sides entering the arena, he didn't waste any time and directly asked both sides to release their elves. Su Mu thought about it, and based on the principle of keeping a low profile, he chose Charmander. Charmander, this is our first battle together, please give us your advice. Chirp. Don't worry, Su Mu, I can spray this guy to death in one bite. Glancing disdainfully at the giant claw opposite, Charmander snorted. He had just fused with the Red Lotus strange fire, and now it felt like he could easily melt a stone if he put it in front of him. Water system? What a joke! The little fat man opposite saw Su Mu sending out a small fire dragon. He was stunned at first, and then laughed wildly. Giant claw crab, have you seen that little guy? Be gentle and don't crush it. Seeing that both players had chosen the elf, the referee quickly spoke. You all know the rules, now, the game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Mu's small fire dragon directly hit the giant claw crab with a mouthful of purgatory. Then, the giant claw crab was immediately dizzy, and its whole body was dark, as if it had been roasted. Well, the game is over, the winner is player no 741. Tisk tisk tisk. Su Mu secretly smacked his tongue, this competition was too unchallenging. The game was over before he even had a chance to trash talk the little fat guy. Charmander, you can just spray flames. Why use purgatory? Aren't you afraid of being burned by others? Su Mu helplessly picked up Charmander and deliberately blamed him. The little fat man who was so arrogant just now was looking at his elf with a blank expression. What's going on? The game has just started and is it over? Me, what have I experienced? The referee couldn't help but take a breath when he saw Su Mu's heartbreaking last-ditch attack. Young people today are so ruthless. They just taunted you, it doesn't matter if you kill your opponent instantly, you still need to hit Versailles for a last hit. This technique is comparable to that of the trainer who beat the master of Chen Qi to a fight without going there himself. Tisk tisk tisk. Player number 741 can be rated as the top seed and assigned to Group D in the main draw. After speaking into the communicator, the referee looked at Su Mu's stance with his head raised and his chest raised, and couldn't help but feel a bit of toothache. Back in the preparation area, Su Mu didn't bother to treat Charmander. It's unnecessary. I just killed my opponent in seconds and wasn't injured. What's the point of healing? However, Charmander didn't think so. Seeing that there were medical equipment in the preparation area, Charmander quickly pulled Su Mu and ran to the doctor. Then he jumped onto the device and looked like he was going to check me out quickly. Su Mu looked at Charmander with a dark face. You're as healthy as a calf and you're still checking your butt? Chirp. Hurry up, I'm already lying down. Come on, show me if there are any hidden injuries on my body, especially my right foot, which was sprained 3 years ago. The doctor didn't know why and thought Charmander was really injured just after the battle. Su Mu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how could there be such an irresponsible trainer who doesn't even know how to treat elves? Su Mu is so tired. Should I not treat him? Does he use therapy? However, now that the little fire dragons were lying down, Su Mu could only say helplessly. Please doctor, check me Charmander. 10 minutes later, Charmander, who was found to be fine except for a little hair loss on his butt, smiled with satisfaction. Walking vigorously and holding a large amount of wound medicine in his hand, Charmander followed Su Mu. Vulnerary? Don't mention this, it makes Su Mu feel bad when he mentions it. After checking his body just now, Charmander saw someone selling wound medicine somewhere. Immediately he couldn't walk, and he grabbed Su Mu and insisted on buying it. This purchase is 10 copies. I feel sorry for Su Mu's wallet. You must know that healing medicine is still relatively expensive. With a long sigh, Su Mu looked back at the happy Charmander, and could only smile helplessly. That's all, as long as this guy is happy. It's better to be cautious and live longer. There are a total of 4 rounds in the preliminaries. Because of the large number of people, 10 venues are open at the same time. Each player has a game in the morning and afternoon. The preliminaries are completed in just 2 days. Su Mu was idle, and his game would not be until the afternoon. He took the initiative to come to the viewing area and began to observe the quality of this year's female players. Ahem, how is the strength? He won't admit that he is an old pervert. Cool. The little master is looking at it with great interest. What is he looking at? Chirp. I don't know, are you watching the noobs pecking each other? Cool. I don't understand. The 2 elves watched Su Mu behind him all morning, feeling a little bored. Cool. The game ends tomorrow. Will we go to Charizard Valley for extra practice in the evening? As soon as Charmander listened and practiced more, he instantly became energetic. Chirp. Okay, last time the fire-breathing dragon burned my butt, this time I will definitely burn all the hair on his body. Su Mu didn't know that while he was watching the girls' competition, his 2 elves once again made plans for additional training. If he knew, he would definitely try his best to stop these 2 guys. It's enough if your strength is almost enough. Why do you have to be so strong? It's meaningless. I'm not a trainer. Just calm down. Please. Su Mu watched until the morning's game ended, then took the 2 elves to the restaurant. On the road, a young girl with red hair suddenly blocked Su Mu's path. Su Mu was stunned, thinking that this young lady was attracted by his handsome appearance and came to ask for his phone number. As a result, the young girl suddenly pointed at Su Mu and shouted. I finally found you. Chapter 11 The Bad-Tempered Little Sister You Fan. Su Mu was stunned. It's a bit confusing, wait a minute. Have you finally found me? What's the situation? Is it because I gave up on you? It shouldn't be. According to the memory of the original owner, this Su Mu is an old innocent boy who has been single for more than 10 years. Not to mention having experienced beautiful love, the last time I held hands with a girl seemed to be when I was in elementary school. At that time, the teacher insisted on asking his desk mate to shake hands and introduce himself, and Su-mu had the memory of his first intimate contact with a girl. Right. It's you, don't even think about running away. The young lady looked at Su-mu angrily, as if she wanted to eat Su-mu alive. Admittedly, Su-mu was indeed a little panicked at this moment. Master Su, who had always been calm, unconsciously felt a hint of fear under the fierce gaze of the young lady. After confirming again and again that he had never seen this young lady, Su-mu had the courage to ask. I won't run, can you tell me what's going on? The young lady's anger did not diminish at all because of Su-mu's frankness. Still staring at Su-mu angrily, he shouted angrily, don't pretend to be innocent, think about what you have done. What have I done? I've been in the hotel for the past 2 days and haven't done anything. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. If you have something to say, you can just say it. Due to the dispute between the two, some spectators and players who were about to leave stopped and started to watch. Some people even started to make up the plot. This is definitely a script for a young lady to tear apart a scumbag. Okay, then I'll just tell you. Did you do what happened at the lava gym? Has my master offended you? Are you going to embarrass him in this way? Do you know how much humiliation you made our lava gym endure? The young lady accused Su-mu of his crimes and even cried a little at the end. At this moment, Su-mu realized. Let me just say, there is no love without reason, and there is no hate without reason. There must be a cause and a result. I, Su-mu, am an upright person and have never been a scumbag to any girl. Even if I tear the scumbag guy to pieces with my hands, he won't tear me on the head. It turns out that this is the real reason. Lava gym. Looking back at the Koga Ninja and Charmander who were pretending to be nonchalant, Su-mu smiled helplessly. Look at the good things you have done, the trouble you have caused, and now you want me to wipe your ass, can't you feel a little bit guilty? This matter is because I didn't take good care of my elves, which caused trouble to the lava gym. I'm sorry. However, isn't it the purpose of opening a gym to challenge people? Is it possible that I won the challenge to the gym and I have to apologize to you in turn? After Su-mu finished speaking in as calm a tone as possible, he stopped talking to the young lady and led the 2 elves to leave. He thought he was right, but the way he challenged was a bit inappropriate. The young lady looked at Su-mu's back, her hands shaking with anger. Tears of grievance filled his eyes, almost falling down. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you in the main game. My name is Yu-fan, remember it. After leaving these words to Su-mu, the young lady quickly ran away from the audience. She realized that she couldn't defeat Su-mu. Since she couldn't defeat him, she would beat her. However, in her rage, the young lady seemed to have forgotten one question, that is, her master Chen Qi was beaten 6 times by Su-mu. What could she use to fight Su-mu? The preliminaries went very smoothly. After Su-mu was rated as a seed player in the first game, the opponents he was matched with were almost all ordinary new trainers. Koga Ninja's debut was an instant kill, and he entered the main match almost effortlessly. On the night when the preliminaries ended, Su-mu was sleeping soundly in his room. Cool. Let's go, Charmander, it's time for us to set off. Chirp. Receive. The 2 figures groped their way up in the darkness, and with the faint moonlight outside the window, they hurriedly opened the door. Chirp. Wait for me, I'll get something. When he reached the door, Charmander suddenly turned back and rummaged through Su-mu's bag. Not long after, under the confused gaze of Koga Ninja, Charmander happily ran out holding a lot of medicine. Cool. What are you doing with so much medicine? Koga Ninja was a little confused and asked Charmander in confusion. Charmander just smiled mysteriously. Chirp. You don't understand, it's safer this way, just in case. Koga Ninja helplessly held his forehead, completely speechless to Charmander, a guy who was afraid of death. But it's good to bring some, after all, those guys in the Charizard Valley are really too strong. Even with his attribute restraint, he can't beat those king-level Charizards. As for those above the Heavenly King, those master-level fire-breathing dragons, and Koga Ninja did not dare to provoke them. Cool. Tonight, I must defeat that guy from last time. Having set his goal, Koga Ninja quietly closed the door. The little master has really been working hard these 2 days. He has been watching every opponent's game and never left the playing field until the end of the game. This little master attaches great importance to this league, and I, Koga Ninja, must help him win it. Then use this as a starting point to help the little master become the strongest trainer. Koga Ninja, who has great ambitions, doesn't know that the reason why his little master watches those players' matches is not to investigate the opponent's intelligence. He is just a simple old pervert, looking at a pretty young lady. As for why he didn't leave until the end of the show, it was simpler, because the auditorium was round, and Su Mu was looking at the young lady opposite. No matter how well the players perform, as long as the game lasts, the young lady will always be opposite Su Mu, allowing him to choose. It's a pity that Su Mu was frightened by the hot-tempered young lady Yu Fan in the past 2 days. Now I don't dare to contact good-looking girls, so I don't have the contact information of any young lady. And Su Mu also subconsciously believed that the good-looking ladies in this world were all fighting madness. A girl as beautiful and gentle as Serena is really hard to find. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shines in the room, Su Mu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Charmander covered in bandages, feeling a little confused. "What did you two do last night?" "Wake up the Koga Ninja," Su Mu asked seriously, while picking up Charmander and untying his bandages distressedly. "What's going on?" "He's been tied up like a mummy." "How badly injured is he?" "Why didn't you take good care of this kid?" Su Mu was going to help Charmander rebandage it, and take a look at the child's injury to see how serious it was and whether he needed to be sent directly to the Elf Center. As a result, when Su Mu opened the bandage, he admitted that the Charmander really deserved to die. "Bastard, you just broke a piece of skin on your arm, why are you wearing bandages all over your body?" "Bandages are free?" Chapter 12 Opening Ceremony, Charizard Valley Riot. Looking at the 2 elves who lowered their heads in front of him and looked like they were admitting their mistakes, Su Mu no longer wanted to teach them anymore. After all, there is nothing wrong with them. Is it wrong to want to become stronger? No. Su Mu is just their trainer, but not the shackles of their lives. Su Mu would not force any elf to be tied to him, nor would he force the elf to live according to his ideas. That is unrealistic and impossible. Don't make trouble tonight. The game will start tomorrow. Remember to have a good rest. Cool. Received, we will cancel the extra training tonight. Chirp. It won't work if I don't practice more. How can I become stronger if I don't fight? Cool. You are right, if you don't fight in actual combat, how can you talk about becoming stronger? Koga Ninja thought about it and realized what Charmander said made sense. Yesterday, I finally defeated that female fire-breathing dragon. This is growth, this is progress. Chirp. Yes, look at the fire-breathing dragon I fought yesterday. I couldn't beat it before either. Although Charmander is an extremely cautious dog, he deeply understands the principle that the strong will always be strong. Therefore, he will not let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Right now, Charizard Valley is the best opportunity for Charmander. There are a large number of similar people here, and he can challenge the strong without any scruples without worrying about the risk of being killed. I missed this opportunity, and I don't know when the next time I want to encounter such a suitable secret realm. Therefore, Charmander cherished it very much and made up his mind to visit Charizard Valley more times during this league. Cool. Okay, I'm convinced by you. Anyway, Tomorrow's game will be tough, and it has little to do with his own condition, so Koga Ninja will just follow Charmander's wishes. Practice more in the middle of the night and continue with the arrangements. Speechless all night. The next day, when Su Mu opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Charmander had once again wrapped his whole body tightly in bandages. So, are you sneaking out for training again? Sky. Please save me, my elf is too proactive. If you work so hard, it will make me look like a loser as a trainer. Wait, I'm not a trainer. Whoever wants to be a trainer can be one, but I am not one. Today's game is 64 against 32, it should be a 2-on-2 game. After taking a look at the two elves who were staring blankly, Su Mu felt helpless. You two are in this state, so don't fall over. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, I don't know how angry the old principal will be. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. If nothing else, it should be Yu Heilong who came to deliver breakfast. Morning. After saying hello, Yu Heilong walked into the house naturally and put down his breakfast. Su Mu nodded, sat on the bed and picked up a fried dough stick. It will be the opening ceremony of this league in a moment. There should be dozens of fire-breathing dragons spraying flames into the sky at the same time, lighting the altar. Su Mu nodded as if listening to a story and asked casually, is the opening ceremony so spectacular? Dozens of fire-breathing dragons, which means that at least dozens of elite trainers need to attack at the same time. This is just a rookie league, but it is still a big deal. It's okay. Because Yanqing relies on the secret realm, there are still a lot of fire-breathing dragons. This can be regarded as the local reputation. Yu Heilong joked casually. After breakfast, Su Mu changed his clothes, and the two set off to the venue of the main competition, Purgatory Volcano, to participate in the opening ceremony. If nothing unexpected happens, something will happen. Su Mu had subconsciously noticed something was wrong. As a chosen time traveler, Su Mu didn't know if he had the same kind. But whether there is or not, he should be the main character in this world. In this case, if nothing happens, how can I live up to my status as a time traveler? Besides, Su Mu hasn't studied the specific situation of his dog system yet. If something unexpected happened now, it would be reasonable. Just when everything was going smoothly, everyone looked up and saw 36 fire-breathing dragons in the air using flames on the bonfire on the altar, and were ready to cheer loudly. A violent shaking suddenly came from the secret realm. Purgatory Volcano is a relatively safe one among the Yanqing active volcanoes. This is why the organizers held the competition here. However, because it was too close to the secret realm of Charizard Valley, the opening ceremony was disrupted by shaking for unknown reasons. What happened? Feeling the violent shaking, Chen Qi, as the strongest person in the area, immediately came to the air and looked in the direction of the secret realm. It's not just Chen Qi who is curious, but also the contestants and the spectators who don't understand the situation. The secret realm is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity. Since the arrival of Charizard Valley, it has been negotiated by the powerful men sent by the Alliance, and a large number of Charmanders will be steadily transported to the outside world every year as initial elves for new trainers. Now it seems to be the facade of Yanqing. If something unexpected happens in Charizard Valley, it will be a huge loss that Yanqing cannot bear. You go find the city lord, I'll go down and take a look first. Chen Qi didn't waste any time and directly drove his fire-breathing dragon to the secret realm. However, before Chen Qi could go to the secret realm, he saw a strange fluctuation appearing at the entrance of the secret realm. The next moment, a large number of fire-breathing dragons flew out of the secret realm. The scene became spectacular instantly. Evacuate the crowd quickly, there is a riot in the Charizard secret realm, please ask for help from the Alliance. Chen Qi had a headache and shouted out instructions, quickly asking the escort team to help evacuate the players and spectators. and he took the initiative to intercept the fire-breathing dragons that rushed out of the secret realm with the trainers of the 36 fire-breathing dragons and a small number of elite trainers. What's going on? Arriving in front of the leading fire-breathing dragon, Chen Qi shouted and asked. The leader of the fire-breathing dragon has a long scar on his face. He is extremely irritable at the moment. Without giving Chen Qi a chance to communicate, he opened his mouth and fired a dragon wave, directly sending Chen Qi fire-breathing dragon flying away. An eyesore! Roar! Where's the frog that hit my wife yesterday? Come out here! The furious fire-breathing dragon roared to the sky, revealing his purpose of leading the army out of the country this time. That is to find a blue frog. The story starts a few days ago. Charizard Valley has always been relatively enthusiastic about outside challengers, until that wretched frog arrived here. The hateful thing about this frog is that he specifically picks out the female fire-breathing dragon to attack. If it were a normal fight, forget it, the male Charizards couldn't say anything. What's hateful is that this frog's methods are extremely cruel, and so bad that every female fire-breathing dragon who is challenged by him hates it extremely. Chapter 13 Be smart and wish them happiness. Sure enough, he came to find me. Koga Ninja took the initiative to get into Su Mu's elf ball with a dark face. The Charmander beside him was not afraid, he just covered his mouth and snickered. Why did he go back? Su Mu looked at Charmander in confusion and asked. Charmander pointed at the scar-faced Charizard in the air, and then pointed at Ninja Frog's poke ball. Su Mu realized. How big of a crime did this guy commit that caused people to come out looking for him with fire-breathing dragons? No, is he sleeping with his wife? Thinking of this, Su Mu was stunned. It was not impossible. According to Koga Ninja's arrogant temper, he might really be able to do such a thing. Let me go, frogs and lizards, seem to be really lucky. It's just that the scene is a bit unsightly. The little fire dragon didn't know what Su Mu was thinking, but seeing the lustful smile on his face, his back felt a little hairy unconsciously. In the air, the scar-faced Charizard is still angry. He just smelled that bastard frog's scent nearby, absolutely right. Looking down, the scar-faced Charizard scanned every elf with his sharp eyes. He just favored a concubine, and when he turned around, he found that his eldest wife had been scratched on the face. Not only that, that bastard frog, who didn't know the importance of his actions, actually beat his eldest wife until her nose was black and her face was swollen. This bastard specializes in slaps in the face. Thinking of his eldest wife, who used to be as beautiful as a flower, but was now as swollen as a pig's head, the scar-faced Charizard became furious. This is not the first time this frog has committed an offense. Female Charizards have often been brutally murdered in the past few days. He didn't take it seriously at first, but it wasn't until his eldest wife was brutally murdered that Scarface realized the seriousness of the matter. So, as the king of the Charizard Valley, he raised his arms and shouted, leading his army out of the country. That bastard frog, Scarface must teach him a lesson. Let him know what it feels like to be disfigured. Roar! Another roar! Hand over that frog, or I will disregard my previous agreement and go to Yancheng to capture that bastard myself. Chen Qi Charizard also came out of the Charizard Valley. Seeing his king angry at this moment, he no longer had the mood to resist. He got up from the ground and quickly translated for Chen Qi. He's here to find someone. Chen Qi didn't quite understand, but he still got a rough idea of the situation and asked doubtfully. His fire-breathing dragon nodded repeatedly, yes, that's what it meant. But I'm not looking for someone, I'm looking for a frog. However, based on the general exchange, Chen Qi could guess what the fire-breathing dragon meant. Once it got down to the specific details of words, Chen Qi couldn't figure it out either. You're not looking for someone? What are you looking for? He looked at his Charizard anxiously. Charizard is helpless, frog. Ho, ho ho. Yes, I'm not looking for a person, I'm looking for a frog. I understand, he's not looking for someone, so what is he looking for? Chen Qi still didn't understand. Even though the fire-breathing dragon danced and explained, he couldn't understand how to translate the word frog in the Elvish language. Roar! Frog! His fire-breathing dragon was also anxious, sticking out its tongue, signaling Chen Qi to look for a frog. When Chen Qi saw Charizard sticking out his tongue, he immediately slapped his thigh. I know, big tongue. Boom! Charizard fell down on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Frog! Frog! Quack! An extremely weird sound suddenly came from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon. This crisp frog cry instantly attracted the attention of all trainers and fire-breathing dragons present. Chen Qi scratched his head in embarrassment and watched his Charizard escape into the elf ball in embarrassment. It's a bit embarrassing. A fire-breathing dragon actually learned the sound of a frog. How difficult is it for children? Ahem, I understand. Are you looking for a frog? He coughed dryly, trying to ease the embarrassment. Chen Qi then raised his head and asked the scar-faced fire-breathing dragon. Roar! Yes. When Chen Qi saw Charizard nodding affirmatively, he was also a little confused at the moment. What's going on? You came out in such a big way just to find a frog? Etc. Frog? Isn't it a blue frog? Chen Qi suddenly asked Scar-faced Charizard. Ho ho ho! Yes, that's him. It's that bastard. Good guy. Chen Qi almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. I bet we are both suffering. It just so happens that I also want to find that frog now. This guy beat me to the punch and walked away without even seeing his trainer's face. Su Mu watched the conversation between Chen Qi and Charizard from a distance, knowing that he couldn't hide it after all. Koga Ninja can't hide like this for a lifetime, sooner or later he will show up. It's okay if you mess with that Chen Qi alone. If you don't accept it, just beat him until he accepts it. But this is obviously a master-level fire-breathing dragon, and Su Mu is a little timid. Let's see, it's best to resolve it peacefully. Director, are there any flying elves who can send me there? Su Mu asked Yu Hailong, who was so shocked that he was petrified next to him. Yu Hailong was grabbed by Su Mu's shoulders and shook several times before he woke up. Yes, what do you want to do? Yu Hailong's first reaction when he saw Su Mu was not to run away, but almost continued to be petrified. How big is this kid's heart? This ability to cause trouble is so great that even Sun Wukong can't do it like you. When it comes to causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace, you are more expert than Sun Wukong. After releasing his big-mouthed bird, Yu Hailong repeatedly told Su Mu to be careful and run away if the situation went wrong. Su Mu waved his hand silently, asking Yu Hailong to be quiet, and then controlled the big-billed bird and flew all the way to the scar-faced fire-breathing dragon. Hello, Charizard, I am Su Mu, and the guy you are looking for is my elf. Charizard watched Su Mu take the initiative to come to him, and he smiled. Roar! Hand over that frog and I'll have a fight with him. Su Mu didn't quite understand, but he probably guessed what the fire-breathing dragon meant. Holding Koga Ninja's elf ball in his hand, Su Mu said. Charizard, I know you are very angry now. Indeed, no man can accept this, not to mention you are still the king of the Charizard clan. But I have to say that the relationship between men and women cannot be forced. Since my Koga Ninja has fallen in love with your wife, you'd better be sensible and wish them happiness. This is what a man should do. But I feel sorry for you. I hope you can think more openly in the next few days. There are thousands of beautiful female fire-breathing dragons in the world, so don't hang yourself on this tree. Su Mu said these words very loudly. Not only the people on the ground, but also the fire-breathing dragon in the sky heard it. Boss, when did your sister-in-law cheat on you? Didn't you say it to teach the frog a lesson? Why did he become the boss and be labeled as such? It's over, my sister-in-law betrayed my boss, I have to keep an eye on my wife when I go back. Let me tell you, such a small thing wouldn't have caused Charizard to almost tear up the agreement and suddenly come outside the secret realm. Sure enough, only the power of green can make this guy so angry. Frog turns green lizard? Koga Ninja is awesome. Chapter 14, Koga Ninja Frog Transformation. Scarface Charizard is really angry. He swore that no one would dare to humiliate himself like this. Su Mu is the first. Roar! You are dead. Shooting flames at Su Mu, he attacks with anger. Su Mu had no time to dodge, but fortunately the Koga Ninja appeared in time. Cool. Touch my little master, you big lizard is so tired of living. A water cannon blocked the jet of flames, and the Koga Ninja frog landed on the toucan, looking at the Scarface Charizard with the same anger. Calm down, Charizard, what happened? Just when the two sides were about to fight, Yancheng City Lord Lin Haiwen came after hearing the news. Riding on the flaming horse, Lin Haiwen shouted, hoping that the fire-breathing dragon could calm down. Of course, the Charizard, who was forcibly cuckolded, could endure this? Seeing his jet of flames being intercepted by the Koga Ninja, old and new hatreds instantly took over his heart. The scar-faced fire-breathing dragon roared, Dragon Wave. Flame Horse, Purgatory. As the lord of a city, Lin Haiwen is truly a king-level powerhouse. Seeing that the scar-faced Charizard refused to give him face, Lin Haiwen also became angry. What about masters? If you don't accept it, fight. This is human territory. If you dare to act wildly, God will not be able to save you. This is the confidence that comes from the strong people of the human race. Roar! The dragon wave collided with Purgatory, erupting into violent energy fluctuations. After releasing this blow, the flame horse was obviously a little weaker. Lin Haiwen also hurriedly shouted to Chen Qi, do it, this matter can't be solved. In the air, Su Mu felt a little moved. Lin Haiwen knew that he was not as strong as the Charizard, but he still stood on his side and blocked the Charizard's attack regardless of his life. Senior, forget it, let me solve it myself. Commanding the big-mouthed bird to land next to Lin Haiwen, Su Mu said seriously. Lin Haiwen was stunned when he heard this. Just solve it yourself? This is a fire-breathing dragon, a master-level powerhouse. You, a new trainer, can handle this shit. Don't be ridiculous, kid. Lin Haiwen frowned and scolded, releasing his other elves and starting a battle. No, I'm not making trouble. I can do it. Senior, please stop. He just wants to fight with my elf. After we fight this matter will be over. I don't want to bring trouble to everyone. The consequences of the Master Elf's rage are dire. If Lin Haiwen declared war with Charizard here on behalf of mankind, he would not be able to defeat Charizard in the end. Then there will be huge human casualties. This is a consequence Su Mu doesn't want to see. Koga Ninja, fight! Cool. Already prepared. It's not that Su Mu doesn't have a trump card. But he is a time traveler after all. He has just arrived and is helpless, so he must always save something for himself. But now, Su Mu saw that Lin Haiwen was willing to fight the master fire-breathing dragon for the sake of himself, whom he had never met before. It's okay not to keep this trump card. Everyone, please step back and let me fight Charizard one-on-one. Charizard also heard Su Mu's words. Roar! Okay, because of your integrity, boy, I will leave you with a whole body today. Lin Haiwen wanted to say something else, but before he could, Su Mu yelled. Koga Ninja, don't restrain that power anymore, bond and transform. Cool. Full of energy emerged from the body, and the Koga Ninja was instantly enveloped in white light. This light is very much like the light of evolution. Lin Haiwen's mouth was wide open, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Impossible. Can the Koga Ninja frog still evolve? Absolutely impossible. However, the facts were right in front of him, and he had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. Koga Ninja, bonded form. Come on. Cool. Come on, big lizard. After the transformation, the Koga Ninja has now reached the peak strength of the Heavenly King. Although it is still far behind the scar-faced Charizard at the peak of the Master's level, relying on its attribute advantages, it is still capable of fighting. Boy, the peak of the king is not enough. Lin Haiwen muttered silently, feeling secretly anxious for Su Mu. The scar-faced Charizard in the sky also sneezed disdainfully. Roar! Insects, they are still insects after changing their appearance. Gunsmoke charge! As a king, he didn't bother to use his air superiority to deal with a weakling. Scar-faced Charizard has his pride. However, Su Mu didn't panic at all when he saw the scar-faced fire-breathing dragon swooping down. Similarly, Koga Ninja is extremely calm. Although our strength is not as strong as yours, this is the difference between wild elves and trainer elves. With me here, Koga Ninja will definitely be able to defeat you. Because, at this time, we have the same mind. Koga Ninja is not fighting alone. Cool. Yes. Koga Ninja used his shadow clone at the moment when Scar-faced Charizard's attack was about to arrive. Seeing that the attack was hopeless, the Scar-faced Charizard instantly stopped its dive, and its powerful wings formed an umbrella shape in mid-air, helping him to float in the air. Koga Ninja's counterattack has arrived. Appearing like lightning behind Scar-faced Charizard, Koga Ninja directly threw 2 water shurikens. The scar-faced Charizard didn't even look at it, and fanned its huge wings directly back. Hot wind. The scorching storm instantly blocked the attack of the water shuriken, and at the same time attacked Koga Ninja with huge damage. Under normal circumstances, Scar-faced Charizard's set of combos would still be effective. Unfortunately, today is not normal. When Su Mu and Koga Ninja were connected, commanding became a fighting instinct. Almost as soon as the flying water shuriken was launched, Koga Ninja used lightning to jump into the air. When Scar-faced Charizard used hot wind, Koga Ninja's poison had successfully hit. Extremely poisonous, giving the opponent a poisoned state. As the battle progresses, the opponent's reduced physical strength gradually increases. After receiving the poisonous attack, Scar-faced Charizard immediately seized the opportunity. When he raised his head, a big character exploded. You can't dodge in the air, and you're about to hit the big character when it explodes. Koga Ninja suddenly put up a light green protective shield. It's a protective trick. In the distance, Lin Haiwen, Chen Qi, and others were sweating for the Koga Ninja. The battle between masters is between breathing. However, in just a few seconds, Koga Ninja completed his first battle with Charizard, and successfully gained a slight advantage. Good job, boy! Lin Haiwen clenched his fists and shouted. And Chen Qi beside him almost jumped with excitement. Koga Ninja, if you can win, I will forgive you for challenging me to 6. Chapter 15 Shock. Koga Ninja's great victory. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Chen Qi shamelessly turned his attention to the battlefield. As long as I'm not embarrassed, you will be the ones embarrassed. After the Koga Ninja landed, he didn't think about keeping a distance from the Charizard. Instead, after throwing several water shurikens in succession, a wave of water hit the ground. With the cover of Shui Lang, he used a sneak attack to attack the vital point, directly killing the scar-faced fire-breathing dragon. A set of combo moves flows smoothly without any awkwardness. Charizard used 1 lightning fist and 1 flame fist to smash all the flying water shurikens. Then the wings suddenly opened and the air slashed. A series of sickle-like air blades fanned out from the wings of the fire-breathing dragon. The attack of the wave of water was instantly resolved. At the same time, Koga Ninja, whose body was filled with dark energy, was forced by the Charizard's air slashes. He had to cancel his offensive and dodge continuously. Seeing that Koga Ninja was forced to dodge under his own attack, Scarface Charizard quickly pursued the victory. With a burst of dragon's wrath, he sprayed hatred towards the Koga Ninja who was fighting with the air blade. Once again, Koga Ninja is in dire straits. At the critical moment, he took out a handful of foam from nowhere. Lift the tatami. Fighting type changing skills. The effect is equivalent to protection, but it cannot prevent transformation skills. It's just right for dealing with the dragon's wrath. Roar! Asshole! Seeing that his attack was blocked by the Koga Ninja frog again, Scarface Charizard roared madly and rushed forward to engage in a close combat with the Koga Ninja frog. At this moment, Koga Ninja didn't hesitate at all and stepped back, while constantly throwing water shurikens to interfere. The special moves collided continuously, causing explosions one after another. At this time, the onlookers were already stunned. Unexpectedly, Su Mu, a new trainer, could actually compete with the Master's Peak Elf. Although it seems that Koga Ninja has been struggling to support himself and has been in danger several times. But don't forget, the Scar-faced Charizard was poisoned and his physical strength was constantly being depleted. Boy, keep at it, there is hope for victory. Lin Haiwen shouted to cheer Su Mu. Although Su Mu didn't say a word during the whole process, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Koga Ninja's performance was inextricably related to Su Mu. A trace of sweat dripped from his forehead. Su Mu gritted his teeth to hold on. The first bond transformation took a lot of effort from Su Mu. But he can't stop. If he can't hold on, what awaits the Koga Ninja will be the endless anger of the Scar-face Charizard. War! Cool! One person and one pet roared at the same time, and the Koga Ninja frog's whole body was instantly enveloped by the water. Surf! Without any hesitation, Koga Ninja used Surf to meet Charizard's flame charge head-on. Boom! Another loud noise. The Scar-faced Charizard was knocked back several steps by the powerful explosion. Similarly, the Koga Ninja frog was also blasted dozens of meters away. Turning over gracefully in the air and landing on the ground, the Koga Ninja didn't stop for half a second before leaping high again. Surf! Attack again! The scar-faced fire-breathing dragon fired up his anger, and without saying a word, the flaming charge started again to harm both sides. Boom! Hit again and again. Boom! Boom! The distance that the Koga Ninja was knocked away was decreasing every time, and the scar-faced Charizard's physical strength was gradually exhausted. With the side effects of flare charge, the natural restraint of the water element, and the highly toxic effect, Scar-face Charizard suffered much more damage than the Koga Ninja frog. Realizing that this was not going to work, Scar-face Charizard roared in anger. A ray of sunlight suddenly struck the Koga Ninja frog. The unexpected attack prevented Koga Ninja and Su Mu from having time to dodge. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the protection was successfully activated. Once again, the crisis was resolved. Asshole, you're playing dirty! Su Mu cursed loudly and immediately commanded in his mind, Koga Ninja, follow him in circles. Use the tactics that great leaders taught our people, guerrilla warfare. When the enemy retreats, we advance, when the enemy advances, we retreat, when the enemy is tired, we attack. With the help of Su Mu, Koga Ninja deeply understood the essence of guerrilla warfare and began to circle around the scar-faced Charizard wildly. Avoid the scar-faced Charizard's attacks again and again, while constantly harassing the enemy with various water-based skills. The scarred Charizard finally had enough and flew directly into the air, preparing to use Yuki to restore his strength. However, how could Su Mu let him succeed? It's now. Cool! One person and one pet yelled at the same time. I saw the Koga Ninja using Surf, going up against the sky and heading straight towards the scar-faced Charizard. And in his hand, there is a super huge water shuriken. Boom! There was another huge explosion. The air was filled with smoke. Lin Haiwen, Chen Qi, and Yu Heilong in the distance were so nervous that they didn't dare to take a breath. When the smoke cleared, Scarface Charizard and Koga Ninja were looking at each other. The physical strength of both sides has reached its limit. Now I don't even have the strength to move a finger. Roar! The Scar-faced Charizard roared in a deep voice, trying to scare the Koga Ninja with his kingly intimidation. However, he forgot one thing. Koga Ninja is tired, but Su Mu is still here. Hey, you old lizard, get down now. I tell you, I can still forgive you if you admit defeat now, otherwise I will let my Koga Ninja frog live in your Charizard Valley. Let him trick all your Charizard females. I want you to be single for the rest of your life, do you believe it or not? There's a cuckold on your head and you're still screaming here. What's your name? You look ugly, but your strength is not good enough. Why are you pretending to be a brat? Now let me crawl on you. Su Mu's words were pure and innocent. The scar-faced Charizard was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. And Koga Ninja also turned around in horror. Cool. What cuckold? What kind of female fire-breathing dragon? Little master, have you misunderstood something? I am not interested in lizards. Puff. Unable to bear it anymore, Scar-faced Charizard was hit home again by Koga Ninja's words. A mouthful of old blood spurted out to the sky, and he fell down with hatred. You win, oh my god, you win. Did you see that this kid won? Su Mu won. Ha ha ha, the genius of our Fengcheng No. 1 middle school, he won, and the master level elf was fucked by him. Yu Heilong went completely crazy, standing on the spot and the people around him shouting crazily. No matter what others think, at this moment he forgot himself in excitement. Chen Qi sat down directly on the ground, his back already soaked with sweat. I actually won. Lin Haiwen looked at Su Mu in the distance with the same disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and smiled slowly. What a boy, you actually won. In the distance, the contestants also saw the battle completely. A young girl was looking at Su Mu with dumbfounded eyes, completely unable to believe the scene in front of her. Chapter 16 Fengcheng Su Mu, the Ruthless Flower Destroyer. Scarface Charizard is quite trustworthy, he has never beaten Koga Ninja, and he is no longer arrogant. After resting on the ground for a while, he took people directly back to the secret realm and gave away more than a dozen elf eggs. Among them, the color of an elf egg is obviously brighter, and it is his offspring. Descendants of master-level warriors. Lin Haiwen waved his hand and accepted these elf eggs, expressing his forgiveness for Charizard's recklessness. Then he handed the special elf egg to Su Mu. Boy, you are very good. Su Mu scratched his hair and smiled calmly. Seeing Su Mu's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Lin Haiwen appreciated it even more. Work hard, the future is yours, and sooner or later you will become a very powerful trainer. Hearing this, Su Mu, who was still smiling, instantly turned dark. He hugged the elf egg and left directly. This Lin Haiwen is not a good person. He actually wants me to be a trainer? Don't you know that trainers die quickly? If I hadn't taken action today, you don't know how many people would have died. You still want to push me into such a dangerous profession, you are definitely hiding evil intentions. Like the dog system, it is not a good thing. Su Mu muttered and left cursing in his heart. Lin Haiwen was left there, looking confused. Did I say something wrong? This kid is really a freak. With a wry smile, Lin Haiwen turned and left, reporting the riot in Charizard Valley. The game continued, but the players looked a little more bored. This guy Su Mu can challenge the master at his peak. Come and participate in this newbie league. How shameless! Su Mu returned to the preparation area and happened to see the young lady who wanted to challenge him. He smiled and waved to her and said hello. But he found that when this young lady saw him, she turned around and left as if she was seeing a devil. No, I have forgiven you, but you are still so ignorant. You can't bully me like this just because you are good looking. Forget it, forget it, forceful melons are not sweet. Young ladies are better off being in love with each other. I can't be a licking dog. Su Mu muttered to himself and found an empty seat to sit down. Waiting for the game to start. 64 went into 32. By coincidence, Su Mu's opponent was the young lady named Yu Fan. Hello. Standing on the battlefield, Su Mu still looked very sunny. Yu Fan snorted coldly and did not respond. She felt like a clown now. Su Mu was obviously so strong, yet he actually went up to provoke him. So embarrassing. Although Su Mu seemed to be smiling brightly, he even looked a little humble after Yu Fan snorted indifferently. But in his heart, there was no sunshine at all. Charmander, beat me to death soon, use all your strength. After calling out the little fire dragon, Su Mu showed a warm smile like the big brother next door, but his voice was extremely cold. The little fire dragon glanced at the opponent over there. It was a long-tailed fire fox. Chirp. Don't worry, I won't give her any chance to make a comeback. Su Mu nodded, still smiling enthusiastically. Okay, don't look at her as a woman. Sometimes the more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious her methods are. Chirp. I understand that although the fire fox is female, I will never hold back. The frogs told me that those who beat their mothers should be slapped in the face, hit them hard, and win if they are frightened. Good guy, this master and one pet are completely synchronized. It's really unreasonable to be single for the rest of your life because of your donkey temper. The moment the referee announced the start of the game, the nightmare of little sister Yu Fan and her female fox long-tailed fire fox came. 10 minutes later, the young lady ran out of the competition venue crying. The audience in the stands was silent. The referee was stunned and speechless for a long time. Su Mu hummed a little tune and returned to the players' preparation room, picked up his things and left gracefully. It's just that women are always deeply in love and give their youth without regrets, and it is easy to fall deeper and deeper. It's just a woman, love is her soul, she can devote her whole life to the person she loves. The song question made Su Muheng feel infinitely desolate in his heart. When can I meet the girl I love? Although there are many good-looking ladies, none of them are mine. It's really unfair. I, Su Mu, am so outstanding, well-groomed, handsome, like a tree in the wind, knowledgeable and talented. Still single. That's too much. Holy shit, that guy just now was the young apprentice of Hall Master Chen Qi, right? Yes, it's Miss Yu Fan, she's the beauty of our school. Unexpectedly, I was beaten to tears. Damn it, this Su Mu is so cruel. The goddess who made me cry, Su Mu, you and I are irreconcilable. You're so cruel. Does Su Mu have a mental illness and doesn't like girls? If you say that, I will tell my sister when I go back that if I encounter Su Mu during the game, surrender immediately. Come to think of it, this guy is obviously a strong man at the Tianyu master level. Why is he still coming to participate in the Rookie League? Because he just got the initial elf this year. But, this monster, is he a novice? After Su Mu had left for a long time, the audience in the auditorium finally reacted. Some people were angry about Yu Fan, beating their chests and saying that they wanted to teach Su Mu a lesson. Some people thought that Su Mu might hate girls, so he was so harsh. In short, Su Mu is really popular this time. If nothing else, at least the current generation of female middle school students in Yancheng will remember the name Su Mu in their hearts. If they really meet Su Mu in a game in the future, they will definitely choose to surrender immediately. The one who destroys flowers with ruthless hands, Su Mu from Fengcheng. Su Mu had no idea that he had received this honor. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he was held down by the excited Yu Heilong. You're a freak, right? How the hell can you win this? Su Mu wordlessly broke away from Yu Heilong and sat down on the bed. He said contemptuously, Director, your reflex arc is too long. How long has it been? Yu Hailong is speechless. If I could have found you earlier, why would I be so excited now? Well, what are you going to do with the elf egg that the city lord gave you? Forget it. After regrouping his emotions, Yu Hailong sat on a chair and chatted with Su Mu about business. He already has a Charmander. It might not be suitable to breed another Charmander. I'll ask him. Su Mu called out the little fire dragon and asked. This egg is the descendant of the scarred fire-breathing dragon. It may be a beautiful female doll. Do you think I should find you a wife? When Charmander heard this, he instantly jumped up from the ground and got directly into the elf ball. Women, he, whoever loves you wants it. Anyway, I don't want it. Chapter 17 An Ordinary Win. Charmander's behavior told Su Mu that he didn't want a younger brother or sister. Su Mu also didn't want to be single and the little fire dragon would be paired with his wife. Therefore, Su Mu decided to find a suitable owner for this so-called top-quality Charmander elf egg. In the next few days, life was so boring. Koga Ninja took Charmander to Charizard Valley every day to gain experience, and the guards of the secret realm knew them both. When Su Mu is bored, he will also fight with Koga Ninja and Scarface Charizard. As the saying goes, it's better to make enemies than to dissolve them. If you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Through the fight, Su Mu quickly gained the Scarface Charizard's forgiveness. The main thing is that it's not okay if I don't understand, I really can't beat him. Last time, it was the first time for Ninja Koga and Su Mu to use bond transformation, and they were not very proficient yet. In addition, it was also the first time for Su Mu to command a battle of that level, so it was inevitable that he would be a little unfamiliar. Later, Su Mu gradually adapted to the rhythm and became more and more skillful in cooperating with Koga Ninja. Even if Scarface Charizard is a master-level elf, he can only accept the fate of being blasted by various dirty tricks. On Charmander's side, he still chose to remain silent and refused to evolve. He even asked Su Mu for money to buy an immutable stone for him to take with him. In his words, by maintaining his current form, his opponents can relax their vigilance against him. This is the way to survive. As for the competition, it was boring. Because of you fans' relationship, Su Mu's girl-beating maniac is considered a real deal. When the subsequent female contestants heard that they were matched with Su Mu, they immediately abstained. As for the male compatriots, they were sent away by Su Mu's little fire dragon. The 2-week competition came to a perfect conclusion. When Su Mu stood on the podium as the champion, his heart was actually empty. Fortunately, the hostesses who presented the awards were good-looking and had long legs, which allowed Su Mu, the LSP, to regain his energy a little. When delivering his acceptance speech, Su Mu coughed dryly. After taking the microphone, he tried the tone first. Hey, can you hear me? Seeing that no one answered him, Su Mu shamelessly asked again, can you hear it? If not, I will ask again later. Good guy, he was left speechless by Chen Qi who was sitting in the guest seat. Su Mu, we can hear it. Afraid that Su Mu would ask again, Chen Qi opened his mouth to answer, giving him a step down. Seeing Chen Qi reply to him, Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. You should have told me earlier. This is great, it saves everyone's time. I want to announce something next. Everyone here today, you are in luck. Su Mu looked like he was going to cause trouble and said with a smile. I am going to find a suitable trainer for the offspring of a master fire-breathing dragon, /. Sure enough, when Su Mu said these words, the whole audience was shocked. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, whether they could afford it or not, they all looked at Su Mu's performance with their mouths wide open. You know how to play in the city, but if you want to show off, it's you Su Muxiu. But, I think that if you want to become a trainer of Charmander, the most basic thing is to be able to guarantee financial strength, and then the character. In terms of character, I, Su Mu, still believe that the alliance's dominance can be guaranteed. The trainer's abuse of the elves should not happen to this little fire dragon. Su Mu said shamelessly, just to tell everyone clearly that the one with the highest price will get this egg. The audience and contestants, including judges and guests, all took out their mobile phones and started shaking people. Some asked people to watch the fun, and some asked people to raise money. In short, Su Mu successfully made things big. Not long after, Su Mu saw that most of the people on the phone had stopped, and then he continued. I asked City Lord Lin Haiwen before. My method of helping the elf find its owner does not violate the laws of the alliance. So, now you can make your bids. Su Mu smiled proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up from the audience and shouted. 5 million alliance coins. His words caused a burst of laughter. If the price is clearly stated, Charmander's elf egg would be worth more than 2 million even before hatching. It is still the kind that has a price but no market. Now, if you spend 5 million to buy a master-level descendant, it is simply a dream. 20 million. Our lava gym wants this egg. I hope you can give me some face. Chen Qi stood up and started bidding. At the same time, he moved out the name of his gym, hoping to keep prices down. Just when Su Mu frowned and wanted to curse, a white-bearded judge on the side spoke. I'm sorry, Master Chen. My grandson has just reached his age. I plan to use this egg as the original elf for my grandson. 25 million. The old man saw that he was no ordinary person, so when he opened his mouth, the price went up to 5 million. On the podium, Su Mu was so excited that he almost jumped up. Mother! 25 million, and you still don't have to pay taxes. I will leave 5 million of this money for my mother, and the rest will be enough to travel around the world 10 times. 26 million, that's all I have. Chen Qi frowned and continued to bid. The old man smiled, 28 million, thank you, Master Chen. Just when Su Mu was about to make the final decision, another voice appeared. Mr. Sun, my son wants this egg too, I'm sorry. 30 million. Hey, Su Mu now feels like his head is full of gold coins. Money, it's all just money. The old man named Mr. Sun smiled helplessly after he saw who was coming. Mr. Zhao, if you want it, you can tell me earlier, then I won't bid. Mr. Zhao? Su Mu didn't know the middle-aged man who made the bid, but this did not prevent him from trading. If there is no higher price, we will close the deal. Su Mu asked, and when no one bid again, he invited Mr. Zhao to come to the stage. Mr. Zhao was not polite. He took out a purple card and said, it contains 30 million, the last 6 digits of the password. Su Mu took the card and asked Chen Qi for a card swiping machine on the spot. After checking the balance, he transferred all 30 million to his card. Only then did he feel relieved and called Yu Heilong. This child will be left to you from now on. I believe your son will be a qualified trainer. As he said that, Su Mu grinned. Mr. Zhao also smiled, took the Charmander's egg, and said, you are quite interesting, we may meet again in the future. Su Mu curled his lips and raised his eyebrows indifferently. Goodbye, just goodbye, unless you have a beautiful girl waiting to marry me, otherwise what's the point of goodbye? Received the championship reward of this rookie league from Chen Qi, a top-notch flame orb. Su Mu took Yu Heilong into the old principal's car and returned to Fengcheng. Chapter 18 I, Su Mu, am going to travel around the world. The old principal was so excited along the way. He kept nagging Su Mu about how great he was and what honors he had brought to the school. Su Mu and Yu Heilong, on the other hand, looked calm. Ahem, you won the championship, aren't you excited at all? The old principal looked at the two of them doubtfully. Su Mu was okay, but why did Yu Heilong look like he was closed? Is it difficult to support me? Su Mu curled his lips helplessly and patted Yu Heilong on the shoulder. Director, tell the principal about the Charizard Valley. Just winning a championship, how big of a deal is it? Are you so excited? Seeing Su Mu's contemptuous eyes, the old principal said that he was a little angry. After all, I am also a big shot, old man, and I have experienced ups and downs back then. Now how dare you, a child, to despise me? Then, he chose to let Yu Hailong talk about what happened that made Su Mu so crazy. Yu Hailong didn't write any ink, and roughly told the old principal about the battle in Charizard Valley. Then, the old principal remained quiet until the end. The old principal remained silent until the car stopped at the entrance of number 1 middle school. I'm so shameless, I've brought shame to my grandma's house. Su Mu didn't go back to school with the two of them. The celebration party was too much trouble, so he got off the bus and returned home early. Su's mother was watching TV at home at this time and was a little surprised to see Su Mu coming back. But soon, the surprise in Su's mother's eyes turned into tenderness. You just came back, are you tired? Su Mu nodded, then shook his head. He didn't know how to answer this question. Tired? A little tired, but not tired either. Mom, there are 5 million in this card, you take it first. Su Mu didn't know how he should respond to Su's mother's love. He could only lower his head and put a card on the coffee table in front of the sofa. You have worked hard these years. This money is legitimate. I earned it in the secret realm when I was playing games. You don't have to worry. I still have a lot, don't save it for me, you can spend it as hard as you can. Su Mu spoke intermittently, keeping his head lowered. Seeing that Su's mother did not speak, he kept talking. After a long time, Su Mu finally slowly raised his head and saw Su's mother sitting on the sofa crying silently. He walked forward and handed over a tissue. This mother is very strong. Although she is usually as gentle as water, she has the characteristics that all mothers have in her bones. She is strong. After the irresponsible man left, my mother would cry many nights. But she was worried about changes in Su Mu's heart, so she always cried silently alone. Over time, when my mother cried, she would not make any sound, and this became a habit for her. If one day you meet someone who doesn't make a sound when crying, please cherish him, because he may have experienced hurt and had someone he loved deeply. My son has grown up. Seeing Su Mu looking at her, Su's mother quickly stopped her tears. He looked at Su Mu with kind eyes, put his somewhat rough hands on Su Mu's face, and stroked it gently. Su Mu felt a little uncomfortable but didn't want to hide away. Mother's love, I haven't felt it for a long time. Want to travel? After a long time, both mother and son calmed down. Su's mother turned off the TV and asked with a smile. Su Mu nodded, this was his ideal. He doesn't want to be a trainer, he just wants to take his beloved girl with him and travel around the world. Then, please be safe. Su's mother thought for a while, then just gave one instruction, then got up and walked to the kitchen. Mom will make you something to eat first, and rest at home for a few days before leaving. Su Mu still nodded. He couldn't refuse his mother's request, and he didn't want to refuse. 10 days later, Su Mu had taken care of school matters, bought props for travel, and planned a reasonable travel itinerary. The first stop is to go to the newly opened secret realm, Viridian Forest. After Su Mu got up, he glanced at the two elves beside him as usual. It's okay. I slept soundly and was clean. I probably didn't sneak out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Koga Ninja Frog sign-in task. 2. Bring or use the Koga Ninja Frog to win the Dawn Gym battle, a reward for Koga Ninja Frog ninjutsu proficiency. The primary sign-in missions of the hosts Koga Ninja and Charmander have been completed, and now the next level mission begins. Sure enough, these two guys can't make me worry. Have you gone out to practice again? Su Mu, who was used to being backstabbed by these two guys, sighed helplessly. Okay, Dog system, you win again. Since winning the championship, Charmander has completed 3 check-in tasks, and his strength has directly improved to a big level. The awakening of the Red Lotus fireworks, the increase in dragon power, and the flame orb as a championship reward were all absorbed by the little fire dragon. This guy's strength has been greatly improved. And the same goes for Koga Ninja. Elf, Koga Ninja Frog. Attribute, Water, Evil. Strength, Midterm Heavenly King. Characteristics, free to change. Every time you use a move, your own attributes become the same as the attributes of the move. Skills, Raise Nan, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitute Technique, Water Shuriken, Secret Attack, Water Wave, Water Cannon, Shadow Clone. Sign-in mission, bring or use the Koga Ninja Frog to fight Entei, Heart of the Ocean. Seeing Koga Ninja's new mission, Su Mu smiled. Good guy, fighting against Emperor Yan? System, you want to trick me, are you going crazy? Where did Emperor Yan come from? Ha ha ha, I really don't need to be a trainer. Looking at Charmander's attribute panel again, Su Mu's face, which was originally in a good mood, turned dark instantly. Elf, Charmander. Attribute, Fire, Dragon. Strength, Midterm Pseudo King. Characteristics, Solar Power, in warm sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Reverse Scale, Dragon Star Cluster, Dragon Wave, Dragon Tail, Overheating, Big Character Explosion, Jet Flame, Sunlight Flame, Tile Splitting, Steel Tail, Original Power. Sign-in mission, bring or use Charmander to have a master-level battle in the secret realm of Viridian Forest, Bloodline of the Candle Dragon. Su Muzhen smiled, Dog system, do you believe that I won't go to the Viridian secret realm? The system doesn't panic at all. It's up to you whether you go or not. You will go sooner or later anyway. Su Mu didn't understand why the system directly announced the sign-in task for Changpan Forest. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't go? Soon, the system prompt arrived. In the secret realm of Viridian Forest, the host will meet your first true love girl. Fate is approaching. I hope the host will not miss it. Good guy, Su Mu is so good. So delicious. I, Su Mu, am going to this Viridian Forest. Not only do I want to go, I want to go as soon as possible. MMP. Dog system, you finally did something humane. Changpan Forest, I, Su Mu, am here, wait for me. Little sister, I'll be there soon, wait for me. World, I, Su Mu, am here to travel around you. Chapter 19 Don't panic, little sister, I'm coming. Saying goodbye to Su's mother, Su Mu got on the plane to Shishan. Viridian Secret Land is located near Shishan. Taking a plane is the most time-saving way. Of course, if there is a fast dragon, it may be faster. Because of the system prompts, Su Mu can now be said to have entered a state of preparation for war. Whenever he sees a good-looking young lady, Su Mu will guess whether this is his rightful daughter. Sometimes, if the other party takes one more look at Su Mu, this LSP might even think of the name of the child after marrying the other party. After arriving in Shishan, Su Mu didn't waste any time and took a taxi directly from the airport to the hotel he booked in advance. For him, time is everything now. He must race against time to find his true love as quickly as possible. Cool. Little lizard, look what happened to the little master these past 2 days. He seems to be out of his mind. Chirp. None of your business, none of my business. Charmander, who was looking for the monitor in the hotel room with his butt stuck out, snorted casually and then continued to work. He wanted to first confirm if there were any elves hiding here, especially those of the ghost type, and he had to be on guard against them. Then check the cameras and monitoring equipment. Su Mu was lying on the bed, playing with his mobile phone and urging him. Charmander, are you okay? If you are okay, we are going out. The secret realm of Tokiwa is waiting for me. Charmander ignored Su Mu and just snorted in his heart. Humph, you don't know how to protect yourself at all. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Do you still need me to teach you? Finally, after a long wait, Charmander finally checked out the new room in the hotel. After finding that there was no problem, Charmander was ready to take a rest. As a result, before he could sit down, Su Mu grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder. Are you going to go by yourself or should I take it back for you and you go with me in the Pokeball? Looking back at the Koga Ninja, Su Mu asked with a grin. Cool. I can just go by myself. He quickly agreed, and the Koga Ninja immediately took action and walked out of the room first. But he was still muttering in his heart. What happened, that the little master is so anxious to go to the secret realm? Could it be that the little master has finally awakened and wants to practice hard and become the strongest trainer in the world? I understand, then I must not pull my hips, I have to become stronger. Don't worry, little master, when I get to Viridian Forest, I will definitely practice more seriously and I won't let you down. Su Mu had no idea what was going on in Koga Ninja's mind. He just thought that his attempt to scare the monkeys scared Koga Ninja and he did not dare to object to his decision to go to Viridian Forest. As for Charmander, let's spare this little thing for now. If it was because of his delay that Su Mu missed his true love, it would not be too late for Su Mu to deal with him. After riding all the way to the secret realm of Changpan, Su Mu was anxious. After showing his identity certificate to the guard, Su Mu rushed directly into the transmission channel and stepped into the secret realm of Changpan. When they arrive in the secret realm, others immediately observe the environment and the people around them, but Su Mu does not. With a pair of piercing eyes, like the radar of a supersonic bat, Su Mu accurately scanned every young lady present. No, the quality is not good. The more he sighed in his heart, the more Su Mu refused to give up hope. The system has said that if the young lady is here, my true destiny will be met here. However, after looking at them for a long time, he found that no young lady was interested in him. The young ladies who come here, except for the part where they belong, the rest are all dedicated to becoming stronger and coming here to experience. Who would be like Su Mu, who wants to lack everything but love? I came here specifically to find true love. Cool. I've been standing there for an hour, what are you doing, little master? Koga Ninja was behind Su Mu, using water energy from time to time to help Su Mu cool down when he was exposed to the sun. The Charmander is responsible for absorbing the thermal energy around Su Mu and helping him prevent heat stroke caused by the sun. Chirp. You ask me, who should I ask? Charmander mumbled speechlessly and looked at Su Mu, who had been looking for someone in a daze under the sun. I secretly cried out in my heart. I'm afraid I'm hopeless as a trainer. It's a pity that as soon as I came out of the mountain, my trainer was disqualified as a trainer due to illness, resulting in all the elves being released. I was so miserable. Chirp. Wait for him for another 10 minutes. If you still stare at the crowd and don't move, I'll leave it to you. Koga Ninja patted his chest and expressed his pride. Cool. Don't worry, old man, there's nothing wrong with leaving it to me. Feeling that the emotions of his two elves were a little strange, Su Mu pulled back his thoughts, relaxed, and said quickly. Let's go deep and take a look. There are some common insect elves around here, which is not interesting. A word means different things to different people. Charmander thought Su Mu was back to normal. At the same time, in order for himself and the Koga Ninja to better complete the training, he also took the initiative to go to the depths of the Viridian Forest to find opponents for the two of them. At that time, he was so excited that he kept chirping. The Koga Ninja thought that Su Mu was about to fight. Obviously, what the little master just said is to control his temper now. These weak elves should not take action and go deep. There are strong people in the deep who can fight. Cool. I received it. Don't worry, little master. When I get to the depths, I will definitely kill everyone. Let you know the results of my recent hard work. Flashing the 2 gym badges he got for Sumu, Koga Ninja showed his big white teeth and followed Sumu with a smile. As for Sumu himself, the meaning of this sentence is even simpler. Here are some weak insect elves, common, weak, and not good looking. None of the young ladies want to stay here and play with those insect elves. That's why I have to go to the depths of the secret realm to see if I can meet my true destiny. As for what Charmander thought was training, Koga Ninja thought of fighting. Just kidding, he didn't think about it that way. Sumu has always been stubborn in believing that elves don't need to be too strong, just enough. Trainer? He doesn't want to be a trainer. Now he only wants to find the young lady predicted by the system. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Sumu gradually walked deeper into the forest, avoiding various jumping insect elves along the way. Suddenly I heard someone calling for help. Help! Sumu suddenly became excited. It was the voice of the young lady. Don't panic, little sister, I'm coming. Chapter 20 Underage Sirona. The young lady of his dreams finally arrived. Sumu was so excited that he ran deeper into the forest. Ahead was a small river that was not very clear. If nothing else happened, this young lady should have fallen into the water. Sumu thought and hurriedly followed the source of the sound and ran towards the lower reaches of the river. Really? After running less than 100 meters, Sumu saw the young lady struggling in the water. She hugged the frightened and crying round land shark tightly in her arms and shouted desperately. Is there anyone? Help, well, help. Sumu said nothing. Although he didn't see the young lady's appearance clearly, based on his many years of experience as an LSP, he judged that this young lady was definitely the best. No need to think about it, it must be saved. Koga Ninja, follow me. In fact, Sumu himself can't swim. Living in the north, he is a complete landlubber. Fortunately, there was Koga Ninja, otherwise he would have stayed and flew with this young lady whose face he couldn't see clearly today. Cool Gwa. Why are you rushing in if you don't know how to swim? Adding to the chaos? After seeing Sumu fall into the water, he started to sink with 2 symbolic slides, and the Koga Ninja was speechless. Good guy, you are really a talent. Standing on the shore, Koga Ninja used a surf move to firmly control the water in the river, and then made a leap to pull Sumu and the young lady back to the shore. The young lady suddenly returned to the shore. Just as she was about to speak, she choked and coughed. Sumu secretly glanced at the little sister's belly and thought to himself, you really don't need to drink enough water. After patting the young lady on the back, Sumu stepped forward and began to look at her carefully. The young lady has long golden hair. Although it is soaked by the water, it is not difficult to see that this hair is absolutely nice under normal conditions. After looking at the hair, Sumu lowered his head and looked at it from bottom to top. Sneakers, skinny jeans, a normal outdoor suit. The clothes are a black jacket with a light-colored bottoming shirt underneath. The touch on the bottoming shirt looks good. Looking up again, Sumu suddenly touched his nose awkwardly. The young lady stopped coughing at some point and was looking at Sumu with confusion on her face, not knowing what Sumu was doing. Ahem, let's check your situation. Are you okay? After coughing dryly, Sumu asked nonsense. It's no problem. Thank you for saving me and the round land shark. The young lady held on to her weak body and thanked Sumu. However, the moment their eyes met, Sumu was stunned. This. I go. I've made a lot of money. What kind of young lady is this? This is Sirona. Holy shit! What's going on? There's still Sirona in this world? Sumu stood there dumbfounded for a long time, not knowing what to say. When the young lady, Sirona, saw Sumu like this, she turned her head and looked at Koga Ninja in confusion. Cool. Koga Ninja quickly waved his hand, indicating that he didn't know what was going on. Hello. Putting her hand in front of Su Mu's eyes and waving it lightly, Sirona tried to bring Su Mu back from his wandering thoughts. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Su Mu came back to his senses, but still couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was Sirona, the famous Sinnoh champion in the original work. Observing her facial features carefully, Su Mu found that except for the age difference between the young lady and the Sirona in his memory, she seemed a little green and did not have Sirona's domineering temperament. In other aspects, the frown and the smile between the eyebrows are exactly the same. My name is Su Mu, you. My name is Sirona, from Western Europe. Seeing Su Mu introduce herself, Sirona quickly answered, and at the same time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The moment he saw Sirona's smile, Su Mu admitted that he had fallen. So, why did you come here alone? Su Mu began to rummage through his backpack and took out a towel and a coat. Sirona looked at Su Mu's work with some embarrassment. Her backpack had been scattered when she fell into the water. I'm here for a trip. I heard that a new secret realm has been opened in Dongtu, so I came to take a look. Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and the North and South Poles are the approximate geographical distribution of this world. Sirona is from Western Europe, and Su Mu is not surprised. After all, how could there be a blonde beauty like her in Dongtu? Traveling by yourself? Su Mu put the towel on Sirona's head, handed her the coat, and then asked in surprise. Yes, I have been admitted in advance to your Oriental College in Dongtu. I can enroll directly next year. So, I thought about traveling to Dongtu in advance this year to see the wonderful scenery here. Listening to Sirona's story, Su Mu's eyes gradually flickered. Okay. Like-minded people, look, this is like-minded people. Sure enough, Sirona and I are a match made in heaven. And you? Taking off her dripping coat, Sirona put on the coat Su Mu gave her, and then began to wipe her hair. Seeing Sirona asking herself, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle happily. I'm about the same as you, but I didn't get a recommendation. The school gave me a year's vacation, and I'll go back to take the unified examination next year. Seeing Su Mu say this, Sirona was also a little surprised. Stopping wiping her hair, Sirona quickly asked. So you also traveled by yourself? Su Mu nodded, yes, we are very destined. After finding a natural tree hole, Su Mu asked the Koga Ninja frog to drive away the flying mantis that originally lived in it, and then he took Sirona into it. Charmander, let me lend you your tail. Holding a pile of dry firewood and branches, Su Mu lit a bonfire with the flames on the Charmander's tail. I'll go outside first. You can change your clothes. You'll get sick if you get wet. Finally, a shelf was set up next to the bonfire, and Su Mu took out a spare set of clothes and handed them to Sirona before walking out of the tree hole. Arriving outside the cave, Su Mu took a deep breath. It would be nice to have a cigarette at this time. I can smoke a cigarette to calm down. I didn't expect that the girl who was predicted by the system to be my destiny turned out to be Sirona, who hadn't grown up yet. As a game master in his previous life, Su Mu was naturally no stranger to Sirona. Not to mention anything else, just as the champion of Sinnoh, Sirona's domineering aura and the contrast with her usual cuteness have made her attract countless fans. And Su Mu is also one of countless people. It's interesting, I met Sirona who hasn't realized how domineering she is. Wait a minute, if you don't realize how domineering you are, doesn't that mean that Sirona is just cute now? Damn it, I made a lot of money. Chapter 21 Koga Ninja fights Emperor Yan. Su Mu, who had figured it out, shouted and almost rushed back into the tree hole in excitement. Fortunately, his reason stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, I'll take my time, slowly conquer the goddess Sirona, yes, slowly. Su Mu kept patting his chest with his hands to calm himself down as much as possible. Don't get excited. Is it a big deal? I am a time traveler after all, or a super time traveler with a golden finger. I am so excited about such a trivial matter. What does it look like? Taking a deep breath, Su Mu gradually calmed down his hot blood. Thank you, dog system. Thinking of the system's previous predictions, Su Mu thanked the system for the first time. Then, the dog system is the dog system, and he is not worthy of Su Mu's favor. The moment Su Mu thanked him, a sudden change occurred. A thick fog suddenly appeared near Su Mu, making it almost impossible to see. And in the fog, there was a huge figure approaching Su Mu. What the hell? Su Mu didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly called out Koga Ninja. Just now, in order to make it easier for Sirona to change clothes, he took his 2 elves back into the elf ball. It comes in handy at this time. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge figure in the fog jumped up and landed in front of Su Mu. Su Mu didn't have time to think too much, he just made a rough distinction and then yelled. Dog system, you are definitely trying to trick me. Carry the Koga Ninja frog to fight Entei in the Viridian Forest. I thought you were playing a trick on me with this mission. Are you serious? Bah, if I were buried here today, I would never be a trainer in this life. That's right, the figure in the fog is none other than Emperor Yan. It was so sudden, so inexplicable, Emperor Yan was really here. Su Mu felt that his whole body was not well. What is the origin of the system? Can he still control Yan Emperor? No, if he was so powerful, why would he choose himself as the host? Wouldn't it be over if he just conquered the world by himself? Just when Su Mu was thinking wildly, Emperor Yan stepped forward and did not give him any time to continue guessing. Ouch! With a slight roar, Emperor Yan looked at Su Mu with burning eyes. What's the meaning? What is this guy going to do? Do you really want to fight me? No, even if I am the protagonist, there is no need to be so cheating, right? Emperor Yan came to me in such a far-fetched way, and then was defeated and subdued by me? Damn it, I don't even dare to write like this in a novel, I'll be scolded to death by readers. Are you looking for me? Su Mu looked at Emperor Yan warily and asked. Cool. You are very strong. Do you want to fight me? Koga Ninja stood in front of Su Mu, his fighting spirit boiling instantly. Su Mu naturally didn't know that his elf had his back turned to him and came forward to provoke him. He thought that Koga Ninja was worried that Entei would suddenly take action, so he stepped forward to warn him not to mess around. Sure enough, it turns out how important it is to master a foreign language. Su Mu was successfully led astray by the Koga Ninja. Ouch! Then let's fight, I'm also very interested in you. Emperor Yan has a bad temper. How could he refuse when an elf challenges him? Just fight. Although he was not here to fight, when it came to fighting, Emperor Yan instantly forgot the purpose of his trip. I seem to be here for something. What am I here for? Su Mu, Yandi, and Koga Ninja had already gotten angry talking and seemed ready to take action at any time. They simply cursed the dog system secretly. Then choose to strike first. Koga Ninja, Bond Transformation. No matter what you are here for, as long as you express your intention to fight, there is danger. Su Mu thought this, and instantly completed the transformation with Koga Ninja and started to be on guard. Those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Su Mu didn't know that he had been infected by his overly cautious little fire dragon unknowingly. In fact, there was no need to start a fight. But for some reason, Emperor Yan himself forgot what he was here for due to his fighting spirit. Roar! With a violent roar, Emperor Yan shot out flames without saying a word. Then he exerted force on his feet, and followed by the jet of flames, he came forward with a move of sacred flames. Damn it, this guy didn't hold anything back, he really went all out. Su Mu exclaimed and quickly commanded the Koga Ninja in his mind to dodge and prepare to counterattack. If nothing else goes wrong, this Entei should be at the peak level of a master. Now that Koga Ninja has transformed, he already has the strength of an early master. It's not impossible to fight this guy. After all, in addition to the ability to restrain Entei, Koga Ninja also has Su Mu, a master tactician. Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Water Shuriken. The moment the Koga Ninja sprayed flames and reached him, he completed the seal of the Shadow Clone Technique. Then he stretched out his hands and threw a huge water spiral shuriken at the charging Entei. The proficiency in ninjutsu and the Raise Nan obtained previously allowed Koga Ninja to successfully integrate the Shadow Clone's special move with ninjutsu and develop the Shadow Clone Technique. The water spiral shuriken is a combination of the spiral pill and the water shuriken. The current Koga Ninja has a vague shadow of Uzumaki Naruto in Shippuden. Bang bang bang! The shadow summoned by the Shadow Clone Technique is not just a shadow, but a clone with energy. There was not just one Koga Ninja frog using water spiral shuriken, but a dozen or so Koga Ninja frogs. In an instant, more than 30 shurikens were fired out, directly knocking back Entei who was using the sacred flame. Ouch! What? After being pushed aside, Emperor Yan himself was stunned. What's the situation? Holy Flame is a super move that only divine beasts can master. Now, he was defeated head-on by this frog? Ignoring Entei's shock, Koga Ninja takes advantage of the victory and pursues him. After using the spiral water shuriken, the clones that lacked energy and collapsed gradually disappeared into the air. However, before they disappeared, they used a human ladder to push the Koga Ninja into the air. The Koga Ninja that fell from the sky was affected by gravity, and his whole body was wrapped in water. A palm technique that fell from the sky appeared. Well, that's surfing. Entei was unable to dodge and was hit head-on by Koga Ninja's attack. Pain. It hurts. Ouch! Emperor Yan cried out in pain. At this moment, he felt like his head was buzzing. You pissed me off, bastard! Put down the harsh words, Emperor Yan can't bear it anymore this time. First he roared loudly, and then the roar increased his momentum, and Emperor Yan stamped his feet violently. Above the ground, cracks gradually appeared in the earth. And Emperor Yan's body also began to burn with crimson flames. Full power mode, on. Chapter 22, It is a custom to shake hands for 10 minutes. As the flames burned intensified, Emperor Yan's strength was gradually increasing. Peak Master, Early Master, Middle Master, Late Master, and Peak Master. This is the strength a divine beast should have. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Yan restrained his fighting power, not because he was a dog, but because he had to hide his strength. Once the legendary elves appear, they will trigger visions between heaven and earth, and the appearance of the visions will also expose their own positions. Therefore, Emperor Yan did not use all his strength at the beginning. I just didn't expect Koga Ninja to be so strong, suppressing him one after another, bringing out Entei's anger. No, as Yan Emperor turned on his full power state, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The entire sky seemed to be dyed red by flames, and the clouds turned red. Cool. Holy shit, you can also transform? Seeing Entei's body burning with crimson flames and his strength rising steadily, Koga Ninja exclaimed. What a speed! Fangs of fire! Almost instantly, Entei suddenly bit the Koga Ninja who had no time to dodge. Then, Emperor Yan, who was at full power, calmly glanced at the struggling frog in his mouth, and threw it out with a flick of his head. It's over. I'm in trouble. Before I came out, I clearly promised King Feng that I would not turn on full power and prevent humans from discovering my whereabouts. It's over, something happened, something big happened. Quickly withdrawing the flames from his body, Emperor Yan jumped out of Su Mu's sight in 2 or 3 steps. It disappeared quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Koga Ninja Frog sign-in mission, bringing or using the Koga Ninja Frog to fight against Entei, and obtain the Heart of the Ocean as a reward. Start the next phase of the check-in task. Please check it yourself and keep up the good work. Su Mu's face was frighteningly dark. It's not because Koga Ninja was defeated by Entei, it's because he feels that he has been tricked by the dog system again. What are you doing here, Emperor Yan? Did you arrange to come here? System, tell me, what's the point of directing and acting like this? You might as well just issue a mission and let me sit at home and become the strongest trainer in the world. Then if you have any conspiracy, you can use it to your heart's content. Can't you do it while I watch you show it off? What does this mean? Emperor Yan comes out of nowhere. Do you think I'm stupid? Can't you see that this was arranged by you? He kept spraying wildly from his mouth, making Su Mu's liver tremble with anger. What the hell, just because of a disagreement, I was able to create an Emperor Yan. Are you free? Is there something wrong? Ding! Please don't misunderstand the system will never actively interfere with the host's life. The system can't bear it anymore, so you can just curse a few times. But this time it's not my fault, why do you let me take the blame? Why did Emperor Yan come? He didn't come to you. It's none of your business. It's your frog who insists on fighting with others. What is the system doing to you? If you scold the system like this, won't the system feel aggrieved? What bad intentions can the system have? It just wants you to become stronger, oh. Su Mu was stunned by the system prompt. Sorry. Do you think I will believe it? Only a fool would believe that Emperor Yan was not arranged by you. After complaining unhappily, Su Mu looked at the Koga Ninja who returned to him. Are you okay? Stepping forward to observe the injury of the Koga Ninja frog, Su Mu felt relieved when he found that the Emperor Yan had not really bitten the frog to death. Cool. I lost, please punish me, little master. Koga Ninja lowered his head and suddenly knelt down on one knee, looking like he was going to apologize. Well, he is a mythical beast, so he should be strong. There is no need for you to compare with him. Su Mu thought that Koga Ninja lost the fight and was not happy. Then he smiled and comforted, besides, you are already very strong. There is no need to always think about becoming stronger. There is no need. Hearing Su Mu's words, Koga Ninja was a little confused. No need to become stronger? How can that work? How to protect the little master without getting stronger? Ah! I understand. The little master is definitely motivating me, using irony to make me remember the lessons of this failure. Cool. Don't worry, little master, I will definitely remember this lesson. Defeating Emperor Yan is my first goal in the future. Sooner or later I will become a super elf. Su Mu saw that after listening to his words, Su Mu not only did not eliminate his fighting spirit, but instead looked at him with blazing fire in his eyes and clenched his fists with great motivation. He instantly understood that this guy definitely didn't listen to his words. Otherwise, he understood it wrong. Forget it, elves also have their own thoughts. Since Koga Ninja wants to become stronger, then I will support him. Anyway, as long as all the remaining elves don't act like this, I won't become a trainer. Can't every one of my elves be that strong? I do not believe. Did something happen outside just now? Sirona walked out of the tree hole. She had dried her clothes and put them on again. They saw Su Mu and the injured Koga Ninja, as well as the mess outside the tree hole. Sirona asked doubtfully. Su Mu didn't know how to explain it. Did I say that Emperor Yan came and had a fight with me, and he ran away after winning? Will she believe it? If it were me, I wouldn't believe it anyway. Ahem, nothing happened. Have you packed it all? Changing the topic, Su Mu touched his nose awkwardly. Does lying really make your nose grow? Well, I've changed my clothes. Thank you very much, Su Mu. Sirona stretched out her hand and thanked Su Mu elegantly and gracefully. Su Mu quickly handed over his wolf paw and held it with Sirona's delicate hand. The moment the two hands touched, Su Mu only had one word left in his heart, "Ah, so soft. My heart has melted." Carefully rubbing Sirona's little hand, Su Mu patiently savored the smoothness from the inside out. A long time. "Su Mu, can you let go?" Sirona's little face was already red. "Do you need 10 minutes to shake hands? My hands are sweating when you hold them." Only then did Su Mu react, coughing dryly and retracting his wolf claws. Then, secretly annoyed that he was too abrupt and worried that Sirona was afraid of him, Su Mu almost opened his mouth and forcefully explained. "Where I'm from, the longer the handshake lasts, the more respect the other person has. Well, that's it. Just like your Western European kissing etiquette, it's a custom." After hearing Su Mu's explanation, Sirona suddenly raised her head as if she had opened the door to a new world. "So that's it. Sure enough, customs are different in different parts of the world." Seeing that Sirona actually believed what he said, Su Mu was stunned for a moment. "Oh my gosh, silly Sirona is so cute. I really want to take her home, what should I do?" Chapter 23 My name is Society, I just changed my name. Let me go, this violent newt is too arrogant. Just when Su Mu was fascinated by Miss Sirona, a violent salamander was flying at low altitude and passed over the heads of the two of them. Su Mu complained, thinking that the matter would be settled like this. As a result, the violent salamander turned back and stopped beside Su Mu. "Hey, boy, did you see that pillar of fire that appeared just now? On top of the violent salamander is a middle-aged uncle wearing a black cloak." "I don't know, I haven't seen it, I don't understand it." Su Mu directly rejected Sanlian. Without even looking at the violent newt, he took Sirona's hand again and walked into the tree hole. Well, he just wants to hold hands. Finding opportunities to hold the young lady's hand is the key. The middle-aged uncle was stunned by Su Mu's reaction, and then became furious. "You actually don't respect a powerful quasi-king of heaven. Boy, you are looking for death." Su Mu pretended to be competitive whenever he disagreed, and rolled his eyes at the violent salamander in the sky. "Uncle, who is not chained up and let you out to make your presence felt?" Stopping, Su Mu stood in front of Sirona, first protected his little sister, and then spoke back. "Can a time traveler who doesn't hate others still be called a time traveler? Just kidding, I, Su Mu, have 100 ways to scold you without making you cry. Come crazy with me here, crazy about your sister. Do you think you are the king of heaven? You." The uncle was stunned. He hesitated for a long time when he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say to refute Su Mu. Indeed, he just looked at Sirona and wanted to have a sense of presence. Moreover, considering his age, there is nothing wrong with Su Mu calling him uncle. "Koga Ninja, I'll leave it to you to find a sense of presence even though you're not strong enough." Su Mu asked the Koga Ninja who was sitting aside to spray medicine on himself to come over, and Su Mu chuckled lightly. "Cool. Are we going to fight again?" Koga Ninja ginseng. Instantly bursting out with king-level strength, Koga Ninja stared at the violent salamander in the sky and smiled. The uncle was stunned again. "Isn't this kid older than my son? Where did the king-level elf come from?" "Ahem, forget it if you didn't see it. I have other things to do and I don't have time to mess around with a kid like you." The uncle forced himself to add drama, found a reasonable excuse, and prepared to run away. "There is no way. This kid is too strong. What can he do? He is helpless. Forget it, I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today, so I'd better leave first." The middle-aged uncle tightened his cloak helplessly and prepared to leave. Su Mu quit. "Why, you come and leave when you want, you pretend to be cool and you want to run away, you just run away, and you say harsh words. Do you think I have breasts? Just pinch them if you ask me to. Don't go, uncle. The sun is not dry and the breeze is just right. Wouldn't it be nice to have a fight with my Koga Ninja frog? Su Mu's lazy tone was like an evil ghost urging him to die in the eyes of the middle-aged man. In the wild, the weak should respect the strong. This is the rule. In the secret realm, all kinds of electronic equipment malfunctioned, and strength was everything. If you don't respect the strong, then you don't need to say much about what will happen, everyone knows it. Well, there's no need to fight. My friends are still waiting for me. We have a mission. Cold sweat broke out on the uncle's forehead, and he wanted to move out of his backstage, which was his mercenary team. The powerful people in this world will choose to sit on one side and enjoy fame, wealth, and resources, which can be regarded as a reliable living. After all, being a trainer is not only a dangerous job, but also a costly one. But there are always some people who are either ugly, not smart enough, or just want to die. If he doesn't want to sit on one side or no one wants him to sit on one side, he can only form a mercenary team to explore secret realms and complete various tasks to make a living. And the middle-aged uncle in front of him who is in a dilemma falls into the latter category. Now that it's come to this, uncle, you really want to save face and suffer the consequences. Su Mu said heart-wrenchingly, and held Sirona's hand tightly. So soft. Is face so important? You still don't respect and be honest enough when it comes to strong people. Your friends? Let them come and I'll fight together. Su Mu didn't insist on beating this middle-aged uncle or anything, but he just couldn't stand his arrogance. People in society are evil, and the most worthless thing is face. This uncle is so old and still doesn't understand this truth. After provoking Su Mu, he still wants to save his face. Isn't this just offending people? In general, he despised Su Mu because he was too young. In this case, Su Mu doesn't mind being a villain and teaching this middle-aged uncle that he will not be tolerated in society and he will learn a lesson sooner or later. The uncle's thoughts were exposed by Su Mu, and he was speechless. He gave Su Mu a somewhat resentful look. I'm sorry, sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such arrogant words. In the face of strength, the uncle still bowed his head. He let the violent newt land and walked to the ground to apologize obediently. However, Su Mu raised his eyelids and shook his head. Uncle, you still don't understand. With a sigh, Su Mu continued, can't you stop that resentful look in your eyes? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think I'm blind? I really don't understand how someone like you can live to such an old age. You were the one who died in the first episode of the TV series. Oh, do you know where you went wrong? You still have the nerve to apologize to me for speaking arrogantly. Aren't you embarrassed by this excuse? After Su Mu finished speaking, he shook his head in disappointment. He is just a fool. With his intelligence, he is lucky to have met a kind person like me. Otherwise, you will be sold sooner or later, and you still have to smile and ask for money. Let me help you count. Forget it, don't pretend to be surprised, you don't know how to scold me. Seeing the middle-aged uncle looking very surprised, Su Mu sneered. This person just needs beating and training. There is no way, who told me, Su Mu, to be a good person? This kind of hammering and grinding work is my favorite. Sirona, let's go to the tree hole to take a rest. Charmander said he was hungry. The little fire dragon on the side was a little confused, but after seeing the look in Su Mu's eyes, he understood. Yo! Yes, I'm hungry. Sirona didn't know what was going on, her big eyes were full of doubts. What about this uncle? Su Mu chuckled, holding her little hand and walking into the tree hole. This uncle, let society teach him how to behave. I can't control him. After saying that, he took the ignorant Sirona and walked into the tree hole. The Koga Ninja who stayed in place waited for Su Mu to enter the tree hole before grinning. Cool. Introduction: my name is Society, I just changed my name. My little master said, he doesn't care about you, let me sharpen you. Chapter 24 Tea Kung Fu Master Su Mu. In the tree hole, Su Mu used the firelight to prepare elf food and lunch while looking at Sirona's appearance in her prime. It's called beauty in my heart. Mom, I seem to have found true love, this little sister, I must chase her. Well, why is it so noisy outside? Did something happen? Sirona is cute, but not stupid. She is just similar to that silly thing Zai, with a pure heart and absolute talent for fighting. As for things other than fighting, she didn't care. Hearing screams coming from outside the tree hole, Sirona asked Su Mu. Ahem, that, outside the tree hole. Su Mu couldn't help but cover his mouth in laughter, not knowing how to explain. Suddenly, he had an idea. A pillar of fire just appeared in Viridian Forest. Some legendary elves may have appeared, so it's quite chaotic outside. This sound should be fighting. There is chaos outside now, and fighting is common. When we go out in a while, remember to hold my hand. Otherwise, if you encounter danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you in time. After Su Mu finished speaking, he felt that he was such a smart little ghost. I can think of all these excuses to hold hands, I really have no one. Sirona blinked her big eyes, a little confused. Does danger have something to do with the handle? Su Mu quickly explained, of course. If an elf suddenly appears and attacks us, I can catch you immediately and help you resist harm. Sirona nodded in relief. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, her intuition told her that there was something wrong here. But Sirona didn't want to think too much, it was too tiring to think so much. Su Mu is a good person. He just saved her and now he is preparing lunch for her. Such a good person will not lie to others. After a long time, the Koga Ninja clapped his hands and walked into the tree hole. Hurry up and eat, I've been waiting for you. Solved. Cool. Necessary. Su Mu looked at him and smiled knowingly. It should be said or not, although Su Mu is casual, he still has a big temper. A true villain who must retaliate against others is one of Su Mu's distinctive characteristics. This uncle pretended to be competing with Su Mu in front of the young lady. If Su Mu didn't educate him, it would be totally unreasonable. Fortunately this time, the young lady is Sirona, and fortunately Su Mu is very powerful. Otherwise, the uncle's pretentious slap in the face will definitely affect Su Mu's impression in front of the young lady. Therefore, Koga Ninja must punish him and let him know how to behave in the future. And Su Mu feels that there is nothing wrong with what he is doing. Your parents are not willing to teach you social survival skills, so I will teach you. How kind I am, teaching you for free and not charging tuition. After eating, Su Mu got Sirona's hand as he wished, and the two got ready and set off. Have you made any plans to travel here? Enjoying the smoothness of Sirona's little hands, Su Mu asked happily. Plan? Sirona was confused, raised her head and thought for a while. It shouldn't be possible. Is it a plan to go wherever it looks good? Su Mu shook his head, feeling ecstatic. I didn't plan it well, just be more casual and I'll have a chance. Ha 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 ha. It just so happens that I'm also planning to travel outside for a year to see the beautiful scenery of this world. Shall we go together? Invite. An honest invitation. Su Mu knows very well that for a pure girl like Sirona, don't beat around the bush, only going straight is the last word. Okay. Sirona agreed quickly. You are the first friend I made when I came to Dongtu. Hearing Sirona say this, Su Mu smiled. This smile is free of any impurities, 3 parts gentle, 3 parts frank, and 4 parts sunny. He is very much like the big brother next door, giving people a feeling of trustworthiness. It was such an honor, and Sirona was also the first friend I made from Western Europe. Su Mu said, raising Sirona's little hand. Friendship forever. Sirona smiled happily and followed Su Mu. Well, friendship will last forever. Yuan Lo Shark suddenly jumped up from the ground and bit Su Mu's head. You bitch, I've noticed something wrong with you a long time ago. You definitely want to conquer my cute family. Watch me bite you to death. Yuan Lusha had long disliked Su Mu along the way, and had always suspected that Su Mu was having crooked ideas about Sirona. But now, he was finally sure that Su Mu was trying to trick Sirona. If you touch my lovely heart, I will bite you to death. Su Mu was bitten and caught off guard. Ah! Yuan Lo Shark, what are you doing? Relax. Sirona looked at the round land shark that suddenly attacked Su Mu in shock, and shouted quickly. Yuan Lo Shark hurriedly explained. This guy wants to hit you, I will bite him to death. They are all men, how can I know what the hell he has in mind? Damn it, I can't even speak clearly when I bite him. Yuan Lo Shark waved his little hands and wanted to say something excitedly, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Moreover, it would be useless even if he said it, Sirona wouldn't understand. Relax, round land shark. Sirona was a little angry. She stepped forward and grabbed the round land shark's body to make him let go. Due to Sirona's obstruction, the round land shark still failed to bite Su Mu to death, but left a row of tooth marks on Su Mu's head without any pain. Su Mu, are you okay? I'm sorry. Yuan Lusha has always been very well behaved before. I didn't expect him to bite you suddenly. Sirona was so anxious that she almost cried. She looked at Su Mu with red and swollen eyes and apologized again and again. As an LSP, Su Mu guessed Yuan Lo Shark's thoughts immediately. But it's just an elf, fighting with me? You are still a little young. It's okay, the round land shark must be joking with me. Su Mu forced a smile and continued. I remember that the round land shark's teeth develop very quickly and it often likes to bite things. Sirona nodded. The round land shark does often bite things and tear down homes. However, looking at Su Mu worriedly, Sirona wanted to say that the round land shark has never bitten anyone before. I'm really fine. The shark didn't bite my head hard at all. It probably bit me because it liked me. Su Mu continued to explain. Not only did he pretend to be nonchalant, he also looked at Yuan Lo Shark and said, You say so, Yuan Lo Shark. Yuan Lusha looked glumly at the cute girl being tricked by Su Mu, and was so confused that he didn't care about himself who was fighting hard for her. Seeing Su Mu mentioning him, Yuan Lusha just wanted to deny it. Suddenly I felt a strong pressure coming on me. It's Koga Ninja. Boy, think about it, if you say nonsense, I will change your name to society at any time. Yuan Lo Shark was instantly frightened. Yahoo! He instantly transformed into a well-behaved little cutie, jumped into Su Mu's arms, and let Su Mu hold his big head. Chapter 25, Everyone is here to catch Emperor Yan. Su Mu held the round land shark's big head and smiled with satisfaction. Little thing, I can't cure you? They're all men, of course you know what I'm thinking. But you definitely don't know that your opponent is an LSP with a full level of T-art skills. You are not worthy to be my love rival. Really? Seeing Yuan Lusha being ravaged by Su Mu, he still endured it with a smile on his face. Sirona said, I don't understand. Yeah, you don't understand the friendship between boys. Su Mu Yang Guang smiled. Although the row of tooth marks on his head affected his image, it did not affect his ability to drink green tea. Koga Ninja, if you have a chance in the future, teach him a lesson. Giving Koga Ninja a look, Su Mu thought to himself. Koga Ninja nodded quickly. Got it, this guy can't run away. Sir, based on the concentration of the remaining flame energy, we can infer that the legendary spirit that appears this time is definitely Emperor Yan. Okay, I understand, let everyone go to Viridian Forest now. Yes. In the new secret realm in the east, there are mysterious beasts appearing. Come on, let's go take a look. Chief, there is a vision of a mythical beast in Changpan's secret realm. The people below reported that it may be Emperor Yan. The old man bent down and reported to a man with a majestic face. Emperor Yan? Let a few venerables go take a look. The man is the chief of Eastern Earth, the leader of the Eastern Earth Alliance. Your Majesty, in the Eastern Land, you are a person above the gym leader. This does not mean that the venerable must be stronger than the hall master, but most of the venerables serve the Alliance and often perform some tasks and need to travel here and there. Similar to the four heavenly kings in the elf comics. Okay, then let Venerable Dongfeng, Venerable Haoyu and Venerable Tianxia go and have a look. The chief nodded and said yes. While Su Mu and Miss Sirona were chatting and cultivating their relationship, the top experts from all over the world were gathering in the secret realm. Cool. Little master, something seems wrong here. There are often all kinds of cute little animals in the forest. They will jump out unexpectedly and scare you. Under normal circumstances, Su Mu would be relatively indifferent to things like walking in the forest. But now that he has a little sister, Su Mu said that holding hands like this, he can take Sirona for a year. What's wrong? Su Mu, who was telling a joke to Sirona, was suddenly interrupted by Koga Ninja, and felt a little unhappy. Koga Ninja is speechless. If you have a girl, you will forget about me. Cool. There seems to be someone fighting in front. Koga Ninja pointed to the distance and made a few more gestures. Su Mu frowned slightly. Fight? Sirona, there's a fight over there, do you want to take a look? Turning his head, Su Mu changed his face instantly and asked Sirona with a smile on his face. It's better not to go. Sirona is not a nosy person, and she is unwilling to get involved in things that have nothing to do with her. Su Mu thought to himself, I knew it, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. In fact, he didn't want to go either. When you are away from home, it is better to do less than to do more. At the moment, it is more important to cherish the world between you and Sirona. However, even if Su Mu doesn't want to go, he is bound to have troubles as he has the aura of the protagonist. I am stupid. Hearing an explosion ring in his ears, Su Mu gritted his teeth and cursed. I knew I wouldn't be able to avoid something like this. Blocking Sirona behind him for the first time, Su Mu looked at the explosion. A Chenglong fell to the ground with burns all over his body and lost his ability to fight. Su Mu! Sirona exclaimed and looked at Su Mu with her big eyes. The meaning is simple, let's save him. Su Mu was speechless, responded to Sirona with his most passionate eyes, and then stepped forward with a grimace. Chenglong's injury seems to be that of Emperor Yan. Su Mu took a look and was surprised to find that the Chenglong was burned by Emperor Yan's flames. Koga Ninja, are you feeling better? Cool. Little master, there is no problem with me. Seeing this guy alive and kicking, Su Mu felt relieved. Okay, then you bandage Chenglong and treat his burns, and then we go to see the situation. After Su Mu finished speaking, he turned back to Sirona and naturally held Sirona's little hand. What? Am I responsible for bandaging? This, I am an elf. Is it easy for me? Well, luckily I, Koga Ninja, can do the decathlon, otherwise what would my little master do without me? Start working, rush, rush. Koga Ninja was cheering himself up with thoughts, and at the same time moved his hands to bandage Chenglong seriously. It's just a burn treatment, no big deal. I, Koga Ninja, am on the battlefield. Ahem, I've treated Charmander's burns many times, so it's not a big problem. After taking a sneak peek, Koga Ninja breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yuan Lo Shark and Charmander didn't pay attention to him. Talk too much, talk too secretly. 10 minutes later, the Koga Ninja bandaged Chenglong, and Su Mu led the team to the distant fighting place. Good guy, if you don't know this, you will be shocked when you see it. The one who hurt Chenglong was indeed Emperor Yan. But Emperor Yan is really not easy now. More than a dozen people and more than 30 elves, underground, on the ground, and in the air, all formed a trinity to double-team Yan Emperor. Among these elves, apart from anything else, just looking at the aura they exude, the weakest ones are at the level of kings. Strong ones even reach the peak of masters. Good fellow, Emperor Yan dug up the ancestral grave of a strong man. Su Mu murmured and asked. Sirona on the side was also a little confused. She didn't know the others, but she knew the group of Western European forces that besieged Emperor Yan. Uncle Tatu? Sister Leona? When Su Mu heard that Sirona knew the strong man over there, the big paw holding her little hand subconsciously let go. It would be embarrassing if the parents caught this little girl cheating. Seeing Su Mu suddenly let go, Sirona was a little uncomfortable for a while. Subconsciously, he turned his wrist and grabbed Su Mu's big paw with his backhand. Su Mu was speechless, that's all. If you fool one person, you are a liar, but if you fool a group of people, you are a saint. Today, I, Su Mu, will risk my life. Just hold hands, Sirona is so proactive, how can I, Su Mu, be cowardly? Seeing more than 30 elves on the field besieging Emperor Yan, Sirona was a little confused. Su Mu, you said they are all here to capture Emperor Yan. Sirona murmured. Su Mu opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. Right. Hearing this, Sirona lowered her head sadly. Su Mu understood what she was thinking, because the two of them were the same kind of people, people who really liked elves. It's okay, I'll stop them. Reaching out his hand to gently rub Sirona's hair, Su Mu stood up straight and took big steps. Everyone over there, stop it. Chapter 26 Emperor Yan belongs to my family. You should say it or not, but Su Mu is indeed a ruthless person. In front of so many strong men, Su Mu was not afraid at all. Of course, even if he was afraid, he couldn't show it. Sirona is a kind-hearted young lady, so when faced with this situation of siege, her kindness broke out. A girl with an innocent heart is rare and must be cherished. So Su Mu stood up without hesitation. You all stop, it's almost done. How about a group of people beating up an elf and losing face? As soon as Su Mu said this, the big guys were displeased. Seeing this young boy suddenly come out and speak arrogantly in front of Emperor Yan without saying a word, a strong man became furious. Boy, leave quickly, this is not something you can participate in. The strong man relied on the master-level water arrow turtle beside him and scolded Su Mu. His words also represented the meaning of the strong men present. Everyone besieged for a long time, and finally saw Emperor Yan being injured and declining, but a young boy came out halfway. Who can bear this? If Emperor Yan takes the opportunity to run away, whose fault is it? Oh? Why can't I participate? Tell me. Su Mu was still a little unsure. Faced with such a group of powerful people, if a conflict broke out, it would be a big deal. But when he was attacked, Su Mu instantly became angry. In what era? How come all the monsters dare to talk nonsense to me? Young people should not be too arrogant. If they are not arrogant, would they be called young people? Su Mu is also a time traveler after all, and equipped with a system, the protagonist's destiny is fully guaranteed. With this kind of capital, I don't even pretend to be dead, so why are there always blind people who take the initiative to become my villain? Do you know who you're talking to right now? Seeing that Su Mu dared to talk back, another strong man said angrily. Who is it? I'm the King of Heaven. Su Mu still sneered, his disdain clearly visible on his face. I didn't want to stand out at first, so just stay down and enjoy life, how wonderful it is. However, some people think they can do it. It's hot and I'm very angry. I won't smile. Brother, please stop making trouble. This is Venerable Dongfeng, but he is a top expert in the early stage of the master. Guys, be wise and get out of here. When the man saw Su Mu not moving, he opened his mouth and cursed angrily. The Venerable Dongfeng who spoke at the beginning raised his head proudly when this man introduced himself. Su Mu smiled. Good guy, in the early stage of master, why are you so crazy? You can't move this Emperor Yan. Su Mu said in a cold voice with a straight face, facing many strong men alone. At the beginning, Su Mu came forward for Sirona and for the thread in his heart. Elves can be captured, but they must be captured in a proper way. What does it mean to besiege like this? Why, the mythical beast should be besieged. Did the mythical beast dig your ancestral graves or beat your children? If your strength is not good enough, try to improve your own strength. If you can't beat them in a single fight, you can recruit a group of people and insist on 5 or 6 people pretending to be stupid and not doing human affairs. Su Mu couldn't stand this. When you come to this world, strength is the most important thing. Even though Su Mu is just an amateur, he is not afraid of any power as long as he is strong. Perhaps, I fell into the pit dug by the system unknowingly. Strength is respected, even I agree with this sentence now, right? With a sigh, Su Mu raised his head and looked at everyone. The Venerable Dongfeng felt that his dignity had been provoked, twitched the corner of his mouth and said angrily. Boy, you can't move even if you say you can't. Doesn't Emperor Yan belong to your family? Su Mu grinned when he heard this. Sorry, this Emperor Yan belongs to my family. Just now my elf was disobedient and I had a fight with him. Now he is still angry with me and has run away from home. Just in time, you are all here too. It's time to settle the accounts for bullying my elf just now. As he spoke, Su Mu stretched out his hand and pointed at Lord Dongfeng. Come on, I, the master, will teach you, Lord Dongfeng, my elf. I, Su Mu, the new trainer in Fengcheng, challenge you. Of course, if you are shameless, you can also fight in a group. Su Mu said, and all the powerful men burst into laughter. Especially the guy who introduced Lord Dongfeng laughed the most. Boy, you really don't have enough brains to challenge Venerable Dongfeng. You are a new trainer. Are you worthy? This man spoke like a dog. Behind him, another licking dog hurriedly agreed. That is, are you worthy of challenging Lord Dongfeng? Boy, go home quickly, maybe your family is still worried about you. Su Mu was stunned. Where did these 2 licking dogs come from? You two, are your surnames Dongfeng, or have you eaten the rice from Lord Dongfeng's house? Just open your mouth and start licking. How much will Venerable Dongfeng give you per month? With your virtues, you are not worthy of eating 4 dishes in this life. I don't deserve it, but you do. What the hell, you just scream when you open your mouth. Su Mu spoke and retaliate mercilessly, while pointing his hand at Lord Dongfeng again. I challenge you, can you beat the faster one or not? If you don't dare, I'll pick the next one, don't waste your time. Su Mu was very arrogant. He stood proudly, with his back to Emperor Yan, and looked at Lord Dongfeng with a playful expression. Boy, you are very interesting. Venerable Dongfeng was scolded by Su Mu for a long time, and the already angry little universe finally exploded at this moment. At first, I was worried that Su Mu was a child and it would be difficult to do anything, and I was worried about being criticized. He is a dignified venerable person, fighting against a new trainer. If word spreads about this, wouldn't he be laughed at? But since Su Mu was so ignorant, he took the initiative to provoke him again and again. Then there's no way. Come on, I won't bully you, I'll just use. Su Mu directly interrupted Venerable Dongfeng's pretense. I asked you to use 6, stop talking nonsense and come on. Saying that, Su Mu called the Koga Ninja. Ready to fight. Cool. Received. Seeing that Su Mu was ready to be embarrassed, Lord Dongfeng glanced at Koga Ninja with disdain. Pretending to be superior, he waved his hand and released a Lei Chu. This is the weakest elf I brought, a little guy in the late stage of Heavenly King. If you can defeat him, I will give you a chance, apologize to me properly, and I will forgive you. Lord Dongfeng said bitchingly, pretending to be reluctant. It seemed so embarrassing to fight against Su Mu. Okay, I just said this to you. I won't forgive you even if you apologize. Su Mu really couldn't stand it anymore. What kind of quality do the strong men in this world have? I met a mentally retarded uncle before, and here are two licking dogs, plus this pretender. It's really speechless. Chapter 27 I'll teach you how to be a good person. Koga Ninja, Flying Water Shuriken. Since the war started, Su Mu was not polite and gave the order directly. Although Reisha seems to be stronger than Koga Ninja, this is all superficial. In front of the master tactician Su Mu, he had 10,000 ways to defeat this Reisha without any injuries. Okay, 10,000 kinds is a bit of a boast. The Koga Ninja quickly approached Reisha using the interference of the flying water shuriken as a cover. Before anyone could react, a secret attack hit Reisha's back. Thunder Chu, Iron Tail. Lord Dongfeng did not expect that Su Mu would have the strength of a heavenly king, and he was stunned at that time. After thinking about it, he ordered Lei Chu to fight back, but he didn't know that his actions were all expected by Su Mu. In short, I predicted your prediction. Supernatural power, control him, then don't be polite, direct the wave of evil. Koga Ninja reacted quickly and immediately used his magical power to control Reisha in place before Reisha's iron tail arrived. Then an evil wave hit him head-on. It's not enough. Let's give him another wave of water and a swallow return. Koga Ninja's attack didn't even pause. As long as Su Mu gives an order, he will act immediately and enforce the orders and prohibitions. In the blink of an eye, another set of combos was launched, and Reisha was completely stunned. The wave of water covered him, making him lose his vision when he wanted to fight back. Then he used Yan Hui's move and hit the vital point again, causing more damage. Reisha was immediately honored. Lord Dongfeng, is this it? Seeing Lei Chu being killed instantly, Su Mu smiled and looked at Lord Dongfeng in the distance with a joking expression. Venerable Dongfeng did not expect that his Lei Chu would be defeated by his opponent without any injuries. Obviously, in terms of strength, our side still has the advantage. Damn it, boy, you pissed me off. I'm serious, just wait for death, I won't forgive you even if you apologize now. After saying harsh words, he took back Reisha and released his other elf. Bai Dio, come on. The peak of the king's competition. Seeing Bai Diao's imposing manner, Su Mu's eyes narrowed. It's not easy to fight, but it's not impossible to fight. Koga Ninja, leap. Bai Diao, Yan Hui follows up, and then air cuts. Venerable Dongfeng is also a master-level expert after all. Lei Chu was defeated before because he underestimated Su Mu too much. Now seriously, this guy has two skills. The Koga Ninja watched the big eagle flying behind him like lightning without any panic. Because Su Mu's next order has not yet arrived. How naive, do you think I used leap to jump up and hit you? Su Mu sneered. It is difficult for elves to dodge attacks when they are in the air. And the Koga Ninja frog can't fly, so if he wants to attack the Hideo, he can only jump high. This is a common mistake made by many new trainers. They let the elves jump up and attack the flying elves, but ignore the issue of avoidance. The opponent often catches this to counterattack. Obviously, Lord Dongfeng thought that Koga Ninja's leap was as simple as jumping up and attacking at close range. He thought he had caught Su Mu's flaw, and was secretly happy with disdain. In fact, Su Mu had already arranged everything for him. Koga Ninja, let's also use Yan Hui, and then control the eagle. In the air, the disadvantaged Koga Ninja suddenly turned back and came to the sky above Bai Diao. Then by the force of gravity, it fell behind Bai Diao. He grabbed Bai Diao's head with one hand and tightened Bai Diao's feathers with the other. Koga Ninja has unlocked a new achievement, taming the eagle frog. Throw him off and use fierce wind. Lord Dongfeng panicked. He didn't expect Su Mu to predict his prediction. In this wave of tactical confrontation, he was on the first level and Su Mu was on the atmosphere. The fierce storm requires the elf to continuously wave its wings to perform, and Bai Diao also took advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the Koga Ninja frog. You've come this far, do you still need me to teach you how to do it? Su Mu didn't care about Bai Diao's struggle and ordered the Koga Ninja to attack. Cool. No need, I understand. In response to Su Mu, Koga Ninja is no longer a human being. Firmly embedded in the back of Bai Diao, the Koga Ninja began to attack crazily. Flying water shuriken, continuous flying water shuriken. No matter how Bai Diao used his flying skills, the Koga Ninja relied on its strong flexibility to stick firmly to Bai Diao's back and attack with its head buried in the air. Less than 3 minutes later, it was even worse than Diao. It fell from the sky. Koga Ninja landed on the ground and shook the bright red scarf around his neck proudly. This scarf is also his tongue. It's a small trick that doesn't make sense. Venerable Dongfeng was clearly panicking in his heart, but he refused to give in. After scolding Su Mu, he took back the eagle and sent the next elf on the scene. Bulbasa. Bulbasaur in the early stage of Master. Bulbas. After appearing on the scene, Bulbasaur had no idea of her dangerous situation. With a loud cry, he looked at the little thing in front of him, the Koga Ninja frog. Bulbasaur, it's sunny. Lord Dongfeng became cautious and chose to use Ching Ching first. The already sunny weather became a bit hotter, and the sun in the sky seemed to become brighter with this unique trick. Motivate yourself, then shadow clone. So far, Su Mu has not exposed his ninjutsu and bond transformation, and has only let Koga Ninja fight with his own strength. The main reason is that there are 3 elves left in this East Wind Messenger, 4 including Bulbasaur. If Su Mu exposes his trump card now, it will be even harder for Lord Dongfeng to fight later if he is on guard. Energy Ball. Water Wave. The moment the Bulbasaur flower cleared up, Koga Ninja also completed his self-motivation. Su Mu and Lord Dongfeng ordered the attack almost at the same time. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The energy ball of grass power collides with the water wave of water power. Although Koga Ninja used it as self-motivation to improve his double attack. But now that the venue is sunny, the power of water-based skills will be weakened. Sure enough, after the 2 skills collided, the energy ball dispersed the wave of water and rushed straight towards the Koga Ninja, with its remaining power undiminished. Avoid, magical power. Seeing that Koga Ninja's skill was broken, Su Mu quickly ordered. Turning sideways, Koga Ninja dodged the energy ball, and then used his magical backhand to directly deal tons of damage. The super power type restrained the poison type, and Koga Ninja's blow severely damaged Bulbasaur. That's not enough. I kept using water shurikens to contain him, and when I got close to him, I fired a freezing beam from 0 range. Su Mu said, looking disdainfully at Lord Dongfeng opposite. It's true that anyone can be a venerable person. Forget it, if you ask me to be generous, I will treat it as a charity. I will personally teach you how to be a good person today. Chapter 28 Charmander evolves. Freezing Light, perfect hit. Although Bulbasaur is very powerful, his size limits him to being a living target. Therefore, Su Mu can win this battle easily. After being hit by the freezing ray, Koga Ninja added a blizzard move and sent Bulbasaur home directly. 1 vs 3. When Bulbasaur fell down, everyone was stunned. This new trainer actually defeated the 3 elves of Master Dongfeng, and he only used a Koga Ninja in the middle stage of Heavenly King. Fighting genius. The strong man from Western Europe immediately commented to Su Mu. It would be a shame for such a fighting genius and master tactician to not be a trainer. Venerable Dongfeng's face turned dark. He never expected that he would go out on a mission and now his reputation would be in jeopardy. Being singled out by a new trainer will probably make him the laughing stock of the venerable world, and he will be laughed at for the rest of his life. Bulbasaur, come back. Taking back the elves, Lord Dongfeng didn't want to drag it on any longer. Go straight to the intensity and the main force appears. Hybrid Dragon. As soon as the marsupial dragon, which possesses the late-stage strength of a master, appeared on the stage, the strong men onlookers let out an exclamation of exclamation. Venerable Dongfeng's ace elf, the Pagodan. He was actually forced out by this kid. Hybrid Dragon, Mega Evolution. Lord Dongfeng is so rude. After summoning his trump card, he did not forget to use Mega Evolution, allowing the strength of the marsupial dragon to directly reach the level of the peak master. Boy, you may never see this kind of magical evolution with your own eyes. Seeing Su Mu looking a little lost in the marsupials, Lord Dongfeng thought he was frightened by the mega evolution of the marsupials. Finally, I got the excuse to show off, and as soon as I opened my mouth, I pretended to be a big show-off. Su Mu was too lazy to fight back. Mega evolution, I have seen more than your ancestors have ever seen. Koga Ninja, I can't bear it anymore, I'm bound to transform. Without hesitation, Su Mu directly slapped Lord Dongfeng in the face with reality. You said that I have never seen a mega evolution, ha ha ha, let me show you how to evolve without using evolution stones. Have you seen this? Diddy, think twice before yelling next time. My hands hurt from being slapped in the face like this. Ignoring the confused looks of the big guys, Su Mu directly synchronized his mind with the Koga Ninja and began to attack. Isn't it just a mega marsupial? Isn't it the pinnacle of masters? So neat. Shadow clone technique. Water spiral shuriken. Burst. Come on, Uzumaki Ninja's signature combo. The seal created a dozen shadow clones, and then each person had 2 oversized water spiral shurikens. Throw it directly at the Bagosaurus. Don't be afraid, they are all fake, only 2 of them are real. The Marsupialosaurus uses Mikuri, and then bullet punch. Master Dongfeng didn't understand the difference between the shadow clone technique and shadow clones, and thought that these water spiral shurikens were all shadows. While calming down the marsupial dragon, he arranged a counterattack. However, reality once again swollen his face. The strong men behind him all chose to close their eyes speechlessly. The slaps came so fast like a tornado. With a scream, the marsupial dragon was directly stunned by the spiral water shurikens all over the sky. The bullet punch was ready to go, but it was forcibly interrupted. Don't worry, let him try the Raise Nan again, the wave of water. Seeing that Koga Ninja had the upper hand, Su Mu naturally beat up the drowned dog. A wave of water condensed in the palm of his hand, and the Koga Ninja flashed lightning and came behind the marsupial dragon. Boom! Injured at close range. Raise Nan, the wave of water brings tons of damage to the marsupial dragon. All the big guys were dumbfounded. What skill is this? It's just your sudden transformation. What's going on with your skill? Also, people's mega evolution only increases the strength of a small level. How can you, a Koga Ninja, directly increase your strength by several levels? Still a human? The big guys with question marks on their faces looked at Lord Dongfeng with distress. 1 versus 4. Where is the dignity of your strong man? Venerable Dongfeng is also feeling uncomfortable, and he is also suffering in his heart. Who knew this kid could be so strong? If I had known that this Koga Ninja was so perverted, he would never have said anything to provoke Su Mu. Now I'm fine, I was nailed to the pillar of shame by a new trainer and slapped in the face back and forth. No, is this kid considered a new trainer? With this level of strength, if you say you are a new trainer, who are you lying to? Silently taking back the marsupial dragon, Venerable Dongfeng's face turned as dark as ink. Big steel snake. After releasing the next elf, Lord Dongfeng was already prepared to be beaten against 5. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the big steel snake was directly hammered by the Koga Ninja and was about to die suddenly. Big bang! No matter what, I can't be beaten by this kid. Venerable Dongfeng gritted his teeth, thinking fiercely in his heart, and directly ordered the big steel snake to use the self-destruction skill. Su Mu admitted that he was careless this time and did not dodge. The big explosion hit the Koga Ninja head-on, and Su Mu, who had a spiritual connection with the Koga Ninja, also cried out in pain. Physical strength drops significantly, and the transformation state is automatically released. The Koga Ninja stood on one knee, obviously reaching his limit and unable to fight any longer. Seeing that his plan succeeded, Lord Dongfeng burst into laughter. Put on his last elf, explosive beast. You're laughing your ass off. You're being beaten to a pulp by a new trainer like me. How can you still smile? At such an old age, why don't I, a newcomer who just got the initial elf less than a month ago, live like a dog? You trash, hurry up and pack your luggage and make way for the newcomers. A moth like you holding a high position is a scourge to this nation. Su Mu felt unhappy when he saw Lord Dongfeng actually smiling. To deal with this kind of waste who regards face as his life, Su Mu opened his mouth and spat. Come on, who's not a Zonite? Charmander, you come up next, okay. Calling the little fire dragon, Su Mu felt a little unsure. Yo! Do not worry. Charmander patted his chest and raised a strange smile on his lips. This kind of peak showdown, this kind of decisive and critical moment, should allow me, the Son of Destiny, to appear. I have been struggling for so long just for this glorious moment. Today is my chance to make a name for myself, little fire dragon, and become famous in one battle. Come on, Lao Go, who has been killing monsters for 10 years in Xia Novice village, asks for a fight. Seeing Su Mu sending out the small fire dragon, Venerable Dongfeng, who had been sprayed to the point of being autistic, laughed again. In this kind of Master King level battle, you send out an elf that has not evolved? Is it funny yet? Boy, give in, I'm afraid my explosive beast will hit you too hard and your little doll elf will be damaged. Su Mu was speechless when he saw Lord Dongfeng taunting him again. There was only one thing in his mind, since you remember eating but not beating, then I will beat you until you remember me. Chapter 29 Mega Evolution, Charizard X. Seeing the fiery beast showing off its muscles with him, Charmander was disdainful from the bottom of his heart. I'm just a master in his early stage, what should I pretend to be? Do you have the ability to fight a frog? You take advantage of the fact that the frog is tired and pretend to be a fool. Who got used to your bad habit? After moving its limbs, Charmander smiled evilly. Slowly took off the immutable stone from around his neck and threw it into Su Mu's hands. I don't know where to find the Mega Evolution Stone of Charizard X that was originally rewarded by the system. Yo! Are you ready? I am about to start the operation and witness the miraculous moment. Charmander said as his body lit up with a dazzling white light. The light of evolution. This cautious monster that had been living in Novice Village for several years finally chose to evolve today. Since he followed Su Mu out of the old principal's backyard, he has experienced many battles, large and small, along the way. And the combat effectiveness of the Pseudo-King stage alone is no longer enough to protect himself. Normally, after so many battles, Charmander felt that his strength should have improved a lot. However, no, due to the limitation of race value, Charmander is still at the level of false Heavenly King, and the improvement is not much. Therefore, Charmander also had the idea of evolution. It just so happened that today, under the attention of many powerful people and in front of the mythical beast Yandi, Charmander had a chance to appear. If you don't show off now, when will you wait? Roar! A strange dragon roar sounded, and a single horn grew out of the little fire dragon's head, and its body became several times bigger, visible to the naked eye. Fire dinosaur! What's the use of evolution? Such a weak guy, even if he evolves, he can't block the blow of the explosive beast. Venerable Dongfeng is always desperate for his life. Seeing the evolution of Charmander, he immediately opened his mouth to draw hatred. It was as if all the hatred between heaven and earth was drawn to him. What, is it hard for no one to beat you? You have been an MT for a long time, are you not used to being beaten? Su Mu looked at Lord Dongfeng speechlessly. To be honest, there was no point in scolding him. This old guy's face can't be too thick. He's been slapped in the face so many times and he still doesn't have a long memory. If you don't believe it, just watch, he will be slapped in the face next. Lord Dongfeng made rude remarks, and the fire dinosaur was very angry. After evolving, his temper became much stronger, and he naturally became a little more irritable. With a casual burst of flames, the green lotus earth fire was used to the extreme by the fire dinosaur, spraying straight towards Lord Dongfeng. The explosive beast stepped forward and used protection to block the jet of flames. Only then did Lord Dongfeng escape with a small life and was not burned by the fire dinosaur. How dare you attack me? Venerable Dongfeng was almost attacked. He broke out in a cold sweat and jumped in anger. Fire explosive beast, teach him a lesson, Gunsmoke charge. Explosive beast is naturally obedient. Even if his trainer has cerebral palsy, he is still his trainer after all. After condensing the fire energy in his body, the explosive beast will attack. Ouch! Stop! The fire dinosaur suddenly stretched out a claw and signaled the fire beast to wait. The fire explosive beast didn't understand the situation and dissipated the charge of Gunsmoke charge in a daze. He looked at the fire dinosaur, wondering what he was going to do. Wait a minute, I haven't finished pretending yet. The fire dinosaur raised its head and finished speaking arrogantly, its body lit up with dazzling white light again. Huge wings, one horn turned into two horns, thick lower limbs, sharp claws. This is Charmander's final evolved form, Charizard. Roar! Roar again, this time the dragon's roar has that flavor. After the Charizard evolved, he first admired his new body, and then moved a few times to feel the sudden increase in power. Not bad, the king is in the early stage. If I try harder, I can catch up with the frog. Nodding with satisfaction, Charizard enjoyed his current power. He was satisfied, but everyone else was dumbfounded. Even Su Mu himself didn't expect that Charmander could evolve twice in a row. This is too weird. Except for the 1000-year-old ghost stone in the original comic, it seems that this situation has never happened. I have the key stone here, and you have the mega stone over there. Good guy, it turns out that was your idea. You are really cautious. Only now did Su Mu understand what the little fire dragon meant. From the moment he took down the immortal stone, this guy had no intention of keeping a low profile. The ultimate goal of Go is to show off. The little fire dragon has been living in poverty for so many years, and it's time to stand up again. Su Mu's keystone was actually given as a bonus when the system rewarded the Mega Evolution Stone. At the moment, although Su Mu was happy for Charmander's strong rise, he also felt the deep calculation coming from the system. I always feel like I've been tricked by the dog system again. By the way, Charmander's check-in mission is to fight the master. I wipe it. Su Mu originally thought that with a cautious character like Charmander and a temperament that would never take action unless he was sure of victory, it would be a fool's errand to complete this task. At that time, he was glad that he was stable and laughed at the miscalculation of the dog system. Result: forget it, as long as Charmander is happy. No, it should be called Charizard now. Come on, Charizard, show them something more powerful. After Su Mu figured it out, he laughed and shouted, Mega Evolution, Charizard X. The mysterious power comes from the keystone, and at the same time, the evolution stone worn by Charizard responds simultaneously. Wrapped in the light of evolution again, Charizard continues to evolve. Black wings, faint blue flames, and a sharp dragon roar. Charizard X enter. This time, Su Mu was too shameless. Relying on the power brought by super evolution, Charizard X can leapfrog and challenge a fire elf with no problem at all. Come on, Charizard X, start Dragon Dance, and then give him a taste of Dragon Wave. Su Mu didn't let Charizard X use any difficult combos or skills that were too powerful. After all, this guy has just evolved. He is not familiar with the body and is not very skilled in the use of power. These are normal phenomena. Fire explosive beast, charge with gunpowder smoke. Then continuous big character explosions. Lord Dongfeng's idea is also very practical. He charges with gun smoke to increase his speed, and then uses the big character explosion to block the dragon's wave. On the field, Charizard X and Explosive Beast soon started fighting. Off the field, Sirona opened her mouth slightly and looked at Su Mu and Charizard X in shock. She didn't expect that this new friend who saved her and Yuan Luo Shark would actually have the strength to defeat the Venerable. Of course, she never expected that this new friend wanted to be her boyfriend. Come on, Su Mu. Clenching her little fists, Sirona cheered Su Mu in her heart with a serious look on her face. She is too pure. Sirona, who has received the highest education since she was a child, has an extremely pure mind and does not understand the intricate relationships outside, nor does she understand power and interests. She only knew that Emperor Yan needed help. Su Mu was right. Chapter 30 Sirona's True Identity. When Su Mu and Charizard X defeated Lord Dongfeng, they squatted on the ground panting at the same time. This battle consumed almost all of Su Mu's mental and physical energy. On the other side, Venerable Dongfeng's expression was extremely ugly. His two licking dogs pretended not to see him, appeared next to the other Venerables, and continued licking. You lost. Now I want to take Emperor Yan away. Does anyone else disagree? Su Mu remembered all the disrespect that Venerable Dongfeng had towards him before. Under normal circumstances, a guy like Su Mu who is determined to retaliate against others would definitely not let Lord Dongfeng go so easily. The main reason why he didn't take advantage of the moment to severely humiliate this old bastard was that he didn't have enough cards on his side. Both elves have reached their limit. If another strong man jumps out to block the way, Su Mu may not be able to handle it. Therefore, it is better to remember the matter of Venerable Dongfeng first. The days are still long, and I will slowly find opportunities to get him back in the future. As for now, it is more important to rescue Emperor Yan quickly. Speaking of Emperor Yan, Su Mu felt a little guilty. If the Koga Ninja hadn't forced Entei to reveal his strength, Entei might not have been discovered. In the final analysis of this matter, Su Mu believed that he was still responsible. Therefore, Su Mu's protection of Emperor Yan this time was not only because of Sirona, but also because of his subjective wishes. Seeing that Su Mu wanted to take Emperor Yan away, everyone present did not want to agree. But if we really want them to be like Lord Dongfeng, shamelessly bullying Su Mu, a new trainer, they are too proud to do it. Venerable Dongfeng is quite a bitch, and he still wants to build an archway, which is a bitch. But not the others. They besieged Emperor Yan just to weaken Emperor Yan's strength. Some even just wanted to see the gap between themselves and Emperor Yan. Actually, it's not too much. It's just a different stance. However, if you want to take Emperor Yan away, this won't work. Not to mention Venerable Dongfeng, every one of you here can't do it. Su Mu shouted that it was okay, and it was okay to slap Dongfeng in the face, and everyone was willing to watch the fun. But now, Su Mu wants to take Emperor Yan away, which offends everyone's interests. Boy, your name is Su Mu, right? Su Mu's heart suddenly sounded a vicissitudes of voice. The voice sounded weak. Who? Being able to communicate with his own soul, Su Mu subconsciously thought that this was his dog system, and he would curse when he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he still analyzed it rationally. The dog system knows its own name, so it won't ask this. I am Emperor Yan, the guy behind you. The weak voice came again, and Su Mu realized that it was Emperor Yan who was communicating with him telepathically. So you can talk, why didn't you before? Su Mu was interrupted by Yan Emperor mid-sentence. I don't have much time. This trip to the lower realm is mainly to complete a mission. Emperor Yan said, handing an elf egg to Su Mu. The person I'm looking for should be you. I'll leave this little guy to you. He is very important, very important. King Feng told me that I must personally hand it over to the boy who symbolizes the destiny of this era. I think it should be okay if I leave it to you. Emperor Yan's voice became weaker and weaker. Su Mu stared blankly at the elf egg in his hand, his mind filled with questions. So, you were sent by Phoenix King, not arranged by the dog system? Ahem, cough, cough, I have wronged you, dog system. Wait, that doesn't seem to be the point of the matter. Emperor Yan, wait a minute. Since this egg is so important, you better not give it to me. I consider myself not a good person, and I don't want to bear the fate of any era. I just want to live an ordinary life. Travel around the world with your loved one. You better not give me this elf egg. Su Mu reacted and quickly refused. This Yan Emperor just appeared and brought so much trouble. Now hand this elf egg to Su Mu in front of so many people. Is that okay? Su Muk didn't want his life to be troubled in the future. Bullshit bulls, horses, and snake gods would come to trouble him. There's no time. King Feng doesn't have much energy left for me. It's time for me to leave. Emperor Yan said, and his body slowly disappeared into the secret realm. As if he had never appeared, he just disappeared. Su Mu was dumbfounded. Brother, you are repaying kindness with hatred. I saved you with good intentions, but you ended up getting me into big trouble. Just be a human being, it's so hard for me. With the disappearance of Emperor Yan, although all the big guys were confused, they knew better what interests were. The elf egg that Emperor Yan gave to Su Mu is definitely a treasure. Boy, hand over this elf egg. This is not something you can have. The strong man in Western Europe spoke first, and the woman named Leona spoke, looking like she was ready to snatch it at any time. Go away, guys from Western Europe should also come to my eastern soil and make noise. Even if this elf egg rots in the east, you won't be able to get your hands on it. Bah! Let's drive these two Western European guys out first, and then we'll talk about the elf eggs. The Eastern European strongmen counterattacked forcefully, pretending to work together to clear the field, and drove away the two Western European strongmen. Leona's expression changed instantly. Generally speaking, there is no regional discrimination between Eastern Europe and Western Europe. The two sides also have friendly exchanges and do not interfere with each other. But now that interests were involved, these powerful men from the East suddenly turned against each other. Sister Leona, please go back. Sirona, who had been in the dark, suddenly stood up. Don't get involved in this matter. That Leona originally wanted to take a risk and see if she could snatch Su Mu's elf egg instantly, and then return to Western Europe. Unexpectedly, Sirona was here, and judging from this attitude, she was on Su Mu's side. This? Okay. Sirona's status is too noble. Even as a venerable, she can only obey orders and dare not disobey in the slightest. Seeing that this yellow-haired girl suddenly appeared and persuaded the Western European strongmen to retreat with just one sentence, all the Eastern European strongmen also began to speculate. Who is this girl? Be careful, young lady. People here shouldn't dare to hurt you, but it's probably impossible for this kid to keep the egg. Leona could see clearly that these strong men in the east were just a pack of wolves, a pack of hungry wolves. Su Mu's elf egg is already meat on their chopping board. The reason why no one is taking action against Su Mu now is because the wolves are hesitant due to uneven distribution of the spoils. Once they discuss it, Su Mu will be, sooner or later. This is my saint from Western Europe. If anything happens in your eastern land, you will know the consequences. Chapter 31. This time, she came to protect him. Before Leona left, she shouted loudly and revealed Sirona's identity. She was afraid that Sirona was determined to protect Su Mu and would be affected in the end. There's no telling what these powerful men from the east can do. Su Mu's eyes widened and he looked at Sirona in confusion. Damn it, this girl is a saint? A saint in Western Europe is equivalent to a prince in the east. He will definitely succeed to the throne in the future and be in charge of all of Western Europe. For a moment, Su Mu felt a little inferior. I am a child from an ordinary family. Even though I am the protagonist, I really don't dare to compare myself to a saint like you. I go. Su Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly when he remembered that he had coaxed Sirona and held her little hand before. Really, it turns out the clown is myself. Now, in order to save Emperor Yan, he has ended up in this embarrassing situation and ending. Your life is at risk at any time. I won't say it's embarrassing, the main thing is that I feel inferior. Sirona didn't know what Su Mu was thinking, so she slowly walked to Su Mu. Let's give this elf egg to them. It's useless for them to take it away now. I'll ask my father to get it back. Sirona said it sincerely, or in other words, she would never lie. When the strong men in the distance heard Sirona's words, they suddenly had different expressions and began to make other plans in their minds. No need, this guy is very important. It is said that he can change this era. Emperor Yan handed him over to me, but I don't know if I am worthy of this responsibility. So, let all this be decided by fate. If I am not worthy of being this guy's partner, then it is inevitable that he will be taken away from me. Su Mu looked at Sirona calmly and said in a calm tone. He was also half truthful and half false in these words. The real part was that he didn't want to hand over the egg. Although he knew that Sirona would use her connections to get the elf egg back, Su Mu still didn't want to hand it over. It's really unpleasant to be treated like fish on the chopping board, to be cut and played with at will. Su Mu would rather die together than bear such humiliation. Moreover, no one knows what kind of spirit is inside the egg or how long it will take to hatch. If Sirona's father wasted time and allowed the egg to be hatched in advance, he might not come back. As for the fake part, Su Mu said to let fate choose. Bullshit fate, my fate is up to me, Su Mu Ki doesn't believe in fate. If time travel is destiny, then why doesn't everyone do it? It is better to believe in fate than to believe in the dog system. Give the fire-breathing dragon the blood of the candle dragon, quickly. Secretly giving orders to the system in his heart, Su Mu tried his best to delay the process. The host completes the Charmander sign-in task, bring or use Charmander to engage in a master-level battle in the secret realm of Viridian Forest, reward Candle Dragon Bloodline. This is the previous system prompt. It's just that Su Mu was delayed by Yan Emperor's affairs just now, so he didn't check the reward in time. Seeing that Su Mu seemed to have made up his mind, Sirona stopped trying to persuade her. She just stood stubbornly beside Su Mu and took the initiative to hold Su Mu's hand. I'll stay with you, they won't dare to hurt you. Su Mu said before that he was protecting Sirona, and used this as an excuse to hold Sirona's soft and delicate hand. Now, the situation is reversed. Sirona took the initiative to grab Su Mu's hand. This time, she's here to protect him. It's nice to meet you. If given the chance, I hope I can be the one to accompany you throughout your life. Su Mu whispered. Sirona didn't know whether she heard it clearly, her big eyes were a little confused and a little firm. Roar! A loud dragon roar. It's Charizard. The bloodline of Zilong that he successfully integrated has made a qualitative improvement in his strength. Elf, Charizard. Attribute, Fire, Dragon. Strength, Peak of the King. Characteristics, Solar Power, in warm sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Reverse Scale, Dragon Star Cluster, Dragon Wave, Dragon Tail, Overheating, Big Character Explosion, Jet Flame, Sunlight Flame, Tile Splitting, Steel Tail, Original Power. Sign-in task, the number of host elves is insufficient, and the advanced sign-in task has not yet been unlocked. Please host to capture more elves to increase your authority. The Peak of the King. Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. As long as the current Charizard Mega evolves into Charizard X, the Candle Dragon bloodline in his body will be brought into full play. I'm afraid it's still unknown whether he will reach the peak of being a master in one fell swoop. Come on, you bunch of scum, you want to steal something from me, let's see if you have the qualifications. Su Mu gritted his teeth and looked at the strong men in the distance, and roared angrily. Roar! Die to me! The fire-breathing dragon also followed Su Mu's anger and let out a loud roar. The strong men were confused. However, after a brief period of doubt, they cheered up. The Emperor Yan must have left some treasure before he left, and his fire-breathing dragon absorbed it. Yes, that elf egg must be the elf egg of a mythical beast. We can't let this kid go. We have offended this kid to death today. If we let him go today, it will definitely not be easy for us when he grows up in the future. That's right, let's do it, deal with this kid first. The strong men talked in a flurry, and released their elves one after another, preparing to attack Su Mu. Although they all screamed happily, they were actually panicking. Su Mu is so evil. A boy of 15 or 16 actually owns 2 elves at the peak of the Heavenly King level. And he also mastered Mega Evolution. If this kid doesn't die today, he will definitely become a peerless genius in the East when he goes out. It is not impossible to be favored by the chief, and even take him as a disciple and make him a prince. If that's the case, then they must take action now and kill Su Mu. No matter how you deal with it afterwards, you must not let him go now. He is so evil. If he is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. Su Mu laughed crazily when he saw a group of master-level elves attacking him and the fire-breathing dragon. In this world, people really eat people. I just want to live honestly, is it so difficult? Charizard, Mega Evolve, kill me, kill everyone you can. Koga Ninja, transform and fight with me. Cool. I would like to congratulate Ninja for being willing to do this. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations to come, without any hesitation. Koga Ninja croaked, endured his exhausted body, and completed the bond transformation again. What was said as a joke at the beginning turned out to be a fact at this moment. Roar! Got it, Su Mu. Although Charizard has known Su Mu for less than a month, he can Mega Evolve, which shows his recognition of Su Mu and Su Mu's recognition of him. Fight, fight for those who know themselves. Chapter 32, My Biological Father Makes a Grand Appearance. Su Mu got angry and took his 2 elves with him, whoever would kill whom. You really think I am a soft persimmon? This elf egg will be left here today, whoever wants it can come, whoever is not afraid of death can come. Kill him, he is alone. Don't be afraid, it's just 2 master-level elves, let's go together. Yes. Let's go together. A group of strong men shouted, but no one dared to take the lead. They are afraid. Everyone is afraid that Su Mu will kill the main force and their strength will be greatly damaged, resulting in not being able to get the benefits they deserve. People die for money and birds die for food. They are moved by profit and are willing to offend Su Mu. At this moment, I am retreating for the sake of interests, and I am hesitant to step forward. A bunch of losers, who are afraid of wolves before and tigers behind, are they worthy of becoming strong? Do you know why you can't go to the king? Because you are too weak. Trash, whoever dares to come here, I will kill 2 of you and bury them with me." Su Mu shouted arrogantly, showing no fear in the face of a group of strong men who were even stronger than him. Seeing Su Mu's taunting, Sirona was worried that the strong men would become angry, and wanted to make Su Mu calm down, so she used a little force with her little hands. "Don't worry, even if I don't do this, they won't let me go. Since everything is death, why don't I die gloriously? I will trample on their dignity. Even if I die, these bastards will live in my shadow for the rest of their lives." Su Mu gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. His voice was loud and he didn't care at all that his thoughts were heard by those powerful people. "Asshole, I can't take it anymore." One person suddenly became furious and ordered his Rumble Rock to attack Charizard X with Rock Avalanche. Following his order, the strong men also took action. At the same time, countless powerful skills attacked Su Mu's 2 elves. As for Su Mu, no one attacked him. The main reason is that Sirona is still there and they don't dare to hurt Sirona. Su Mu is just an ordinary little person, but these people still dare to take his harvest from Su Mu's hands. "But I want to continue to live and enjoy my life after seizing the treasure. Sirona is a taboo that cannot be touched. You guys really dare to take action. You have grown up. You dare to kill your father." Su Mu laughed arrogantly, while using telepathy to command the Koga Ninja frog, and at the same time commanding the Charizard X. However, there are too many opponents. Even though Su Mu was the overall champion of the Pokémon contest in his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation. Charizard X fell first. Then Koga Ninja was also attacked by these people and was beaten back to his original form. In an instant, the situation became one-sided, and a group of strong men pressed forward step by step, arriving less than 10 meters in front of Su Mu. "Hand over the elf egg. With the saint here, you can still have a small life." One person looked at Su Mu coldly and said arrogantly, "Go away. Trash." Su Mu looked at the man with disdain and snorted coldly. "Don't you dare kill me, you bunch of losers. I have only been a trainer for less than a month, and this is already the case. As long as I don't die today, you will face endless troubles in the future. A bunch of trash, it's useless to say anything now, come on, I already remember every one of you. The elf egg is in my arms, come and grab it." Su Mu roared, and the veins on his neck popped out. "Don't worry so much. We've already reached this point. None of us can run away. I'll do it, you control him." "No, I'll do it. It's better for me to go, everyone." The strong men did not take Su Mu's threat seriously. The reason why they didn't snatch it was because they were wary of each other. Right now, just like a while ago, no one wants to be the first. Who knows what kind of elf is in this elf egg? If it is really a mythical beast, will the first guy who gets the elf egg really hand it over? Ha ha ha, you are a bunch of scum, do you still deserve to be called a strong person? Su Mu looked at them disdainfully, still cursing unforgivingly. "Boy, shut up." One person couldn't help it any longer and yelled loudly, scolding Su Mu. At the same time, his Hoodoo directly activated his telekinesis to snatch the elf egg from Su Mu. At the critical moment, a voice came from far away. "It's you who should shut up." Boom! A beam of destruction and death hit Hoodoo's body. A man in a blue robe walked slowly. He walked very slowly, and his whole body exuded a strong murderous aura. The moment the man in blue robe appeared, all the strong men were dumbfounded. Why is he here? Isn't he at the border? No, isn't he fighting Team Rocket? Why is he here? It's over. Everyone looked at the man in blue robes in shock and whispered in disbelief. The man in blue robe walked up to Koga Ninja and helped him up. "Cool. Master, I'm sorry. You tried your best and did a great job," the man in blue robe said and continued to walk forward until he came to Su Mu. He ignored the group of strong men and passed through them. Those people consciously made way for him. Boy, he is my son, he has the same demeanor as I did back then. Arriving in front of Su Mu, the man laughed and said to Su Mu. Su Mu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. What about the ordinary people that we promised? It turns out you are the second generation. We agreed to play and make trouble together, but you still go to your parents when you disagree? Su Mu also didn't expect that his father, who had been missing for many years, would come back just like this. It seems pretty awesome. Ah! Su Mu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. What, you said go up and punch this bastard? Just kidding, only a fool would punch him. This cheap dad is so awesome, even if he doesn't lick him, you still want to punch him? Forget it, let me deal with these guys first. Father Su Mu originally wanted to say something, but he thought the occasion was inappropriate. Turning his head, he looked at the powerful men. Robbing my son? You guys are really good. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Be sensible and don't resist. I won't hurt you if you kill someone. Father Su Mu said, licking the corner of his mouth cruelly, and a murderous aura broke out again. Boss Cat, let's do it. A ray of light flashed like lightning, jumping back and forth among the crowd. Following his order, a group of strong men fell down one after another. Blood splashes. Su Mu's eyes widened and he looked at this cheap dad in disbelief. So awesome? Do these people really dare not resist? Just waiting in line to die? So good? Less than 10 breaths were taken, and the only people who could breathe were Su Mu, Sirona, and Su Mu's cheap dad. Those strong men who had just been so arrogant in trying to snatch Su Mu's elf eggs all died. You were so tough just now. As expected of my son, you behaved well. Chapter 33, The Strongest Second Generation Su Mu. To make a long story short, girl, can you go over there and wait for a while? The cheap dad spoke and asked Sirona to leave first. Sirona looked at Su Mu, nodded obediently, let go of her little hand, and walked aside to apply medicine to Charizard and Koga Ninja Frog. After Sirona walked away, the cheap daddy reached out and patted Su Mu on the head. I've grown taller and handsome, but not as handsome as me. As he said that, he looked at Su Mu again. Your mother, is she okay? Su Mu nodded. She was very good. She cried a lot at first, but then she started crying and got used to it. By the way, I asked her to remarry and gave birth to a younger brother for me. Our family of 4 is living a good life. Su Mu said nonsensically, thinking to himself. Mom, this is all I can do. If you ask me to punch him now, I really can't do it. Mainly because I don't dare. This bastard man is too strong. After hearing Su Mu's words, the cheap daddy smiled. A slap hit Su Mu's head, and he laughed and cursed. Lie to your father. Do you really think I don't know anything? You bastard, you remarried, why don't you say you are not my biological child? Su Mu was stunned, raised his head and looked at cheap daddy in astonishment. I really am not. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. We haven't seen each other for so many years, so I'll have a good chat with you. When you get out of the secret realm, just pretend you haven't seen me before. Don't tell others that I have appeared. As the cheap daddy said, he sat down on the ground. Su Mu also sat down. He had just used the bond to transform twice in a row, and his body could no longer bear it. Want to know where I've been all these years? Su Mu nodded. I can't tell you, you're still too weak. Su Mu was speechless. I couldn't tell you, but you still asked. Don't you know that half of the words can easily rot your tongue? The cheap dad smiled and said again. I will help you handle this matter later, and no one will hold you accountable. Don't worry, I am a serious person. Su Mu was still speechless. Serious people kill people without blinking an eye? A serious person with murderous intent? Serious people hide their heads and show their tails? Do you think I am stupid, or do you think you are stupid? Forget it, stop talking about me. I can't tell you anything. It's quite boring. The cheap dad seemed to realize that he was embarrassed to chat like this, so he changed the topic. Why didn't you go to school? Su Mu thought for a moment and said, I don't want to be a trainer, so I dropped out of school. Cheap dad suddenly became popular. You don't want to be a trainer? Then why did you come to me? This world is so dangerous. How can you protect yourself and your mother if you are not a trainer? Su Mu looked at Cheap Daddy blankly and said calmly, just because I'm not a trainer doesn't mean I'm weak. That won't work either. Where are you now? King of Heaven, Master, Leader, Supreme, these are not enough. If you don't work hard, if you and I die one day, you will really become a salty fish. The Cheap Daddy said anxiously, as if there was really some danger and the world would be destroyed at any time. Su Mu was a little helpless. Isn't salted fish bad? He now has some suspicion that he, a cheap dad, might be an actor hired by the dog system. Apart from anything else, the tone you gave him sounded like a dog system that wanted to become stronger. Sure enough, this world is not that simple. There must be something super dangerous waiting for you to do, such as saving the world. Su Mu sneered, I'm not going, whoever you love will go. Forget it, just do whatever you want. It's fine to live an ordinary life. It seemed that he was shocked by Su Mu's attitude. It seemed that he had thought of something, and the cheap daddy gave a somewhat decadent wry smile. In short, this world is very dangerous. You'd better become stronger. For no other reason than to protect yourself, you must also become stronger. The cheap daddy raised his head, looked at Su Mu seriously and gave instructions. Su Mu reluctantly nodded, indicating that he understood. By the way, I originally engaged you, but when I saw this girl next to you, I regretted it. The cheap dad clicked his tongue, he didn't expect Su Mu to be able to get such a good-looking girl by himself. It's okay, kid, it's up to you and me. Hey? Engaged? Su Mu asked curiously, tell me, which family is the girl from? The cheap daddy was speechless, shook his head and said, you can't recognize her, she is the daughter of my comrade in arms, but I think this yellow-haired girl is pretty good, so let's put the marriage aside for now. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Mu stopped asking. After all, as a human being, even though you are an LSP, you must have principles and bottom lines. You can't just eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot, right? Okay, there's nothing more to explain. I feel relieved to see that you are living well. The cheap dad thought for a while and seemed to have nothing to say. Patting his butt and getting up, he turned his back to Su Mu. Remember, you don't have to be afraid of anyone when you go out from now on. Your father and I are still alive. When something happens, I will naturally show up. I'm working my ass off outside the border. If my son is bullied, it won't be easy. Don't worry, as long as your father is not dead, you can make a lot of noise and poke a hole in the sky, and I can cover it. As he spoke, he slowly walked away. Live well and take good care of your mother. If anyone troubles her, don't be polite, just kill them. I'll leave first and come back to me when you become stronger. Or if you're about to die one day, I'll come back to save you. After saying this, Cheap Daddy whistled, and a war-feathered eagle fell from the sky. He's gone. That man came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Su Mu raised his head and saw that Zhang Yueying turned into a small black dot on the horizon, and finally left the Changpan secret realm. Although the cheap daddy refused to tell him anything, Su Mu still analyzed some important information from the few words. Danger, he always said the world was dangerous. It's not right? Isn't there world peace here, where Eastern Europe and Western Europe live in harmony? At the border, I heard from Cheap Daddy that he was at the border, and it seemed that he was still working hard and going through battles. Also, he said he was weak. Even the Supreme is weak. What situation, what kind of danger, requires a Supreme being to deal with? Shaking his head, Su Mu decided not to think about it for the time being. Anyway, he is still a newcomer, and he is still far away from the so-called Supreme. Suddenly knowing that he was actually a super awesome second generation, Su Mu was quite excited. "Did you hear that?" Cheap Daddy said, "You can go as hard as you want. Make a big fuss in the heavenly palace. Sure enough, let me just say that I am the child of destiny. Look, I am a time traveler, and I also have my own system. The king of the game is Koga Ninja, and the mysterious father is a super strong man. With this strength, who can compete with him in the entire elf world?" Chapter 34 The Elf Egg Hatches Arceus. Sirona has already applied wound medicine to Charizard and Koga Ninja Frog. Su Mu took the two of them back into the elf ball and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Cool. It's my honor to work through fire and water for the Su family for generations without working hard." Roar. This fight was frustrating. It seems I'm still not strong enough. I'll have to be more cautious in the future. The two guys responded to Su Mu in the elf ball, and Su Mu smiled lightly. "Good guy, he seems to be in good spirits. Just now, thank you very much. Extra meal in the evening." Putting the elf ball on his waist, Su Mu naturally took Sirona's little hand. "Thanks." Sirona shook her head. "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't help you with anything, so you don't need to thank me." Su Mu also shook his head. "The fact that you didn't leave just now is the best help to me." What Su Mu said made Sirona confused and didn't quite understand what he meant. But since Su Mu said so, she no longer refuted, letting Su Mu hold her little hand and gaze lovingly at her peerless appearance. At this moment, the elf egg in Su Mu's arms suddenly began to shake violently, perhaps feeling the power of the dog food. Then, a dazzling white light lit up. A white elf like an alpaca appeared in Su Mu's arms. "Fuck you, Arceus!" Su Mu was stunned and blurted out. "Is Emperor Yan making fun of me? Your Arceus was hatched from an elf egg? A creation god hatched out of a disagreement? I saved you, but you stabbed me back? You gave me such a precious elf as the creator god just because you said you would? Are you repaying me or harming me? Su Mu, what kind of elf is this? It's so cute." Sirona didn't know Arceus, but she thought the little guy had cute breasts. Ahem. Su Mu coughed dryly and didn't know how to explain it. Is it possible that he wants to tell Sirona that this is the god of creation and can create a world? Or do you want to tell Sirona that this guy is the God King, the number one among all the divine beasts? Su Mu looked at the ignorant little guy in his arms who had not yet opened his eyes, and suddenly had the urge to throw it out. Big trouble. If Arceus just obeys him, will there be peace in the future? Dad, don't lose me. Perhaps sensing Su Mu's thoughts, Arceus' milky voice sounded in Su Mu's heart. It's telepathy. Don't call me Dad, call me Su Mu. Su Mu said with a serious face, I want to be a father before I get married. That's not okay. You can call me anything you want, but you can't call me Daddy. Suddenly, Su Mu noticed that Sirona's face was slightly red, as if she was shy. Su Mu, who was confused, asked. What's wrong? Sirona lowered her head and replied with some embarrassment, he called me Mom. Really? Su Mu slapped his forehead and thought to himself, you're right. Good boy, I recognize you as my son, and I will call you that from now on. Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Su Mu pretended to be helpless on the surface and said to Sirona. Let's deal with it like this for now. He is still young and doesn't understand our adult world. It will get better in the future. Sirona nodded blankly, not knowing that she had been taken into the ditch by Su Mu. As for why this newborn elf can telepathically, Sirona completely forgot her doubts. The sound of calling her mother had already wiped out all her ability to think. Looking at Arceus in his arms, Su Mu suddenly thought of the dog system. Come on, let's see how you trick me this time. Don't you just want me to be a trainer? Now that I have the god of creation, let me see what other tricks you can come up with. Su Mu opened the system panel and found that Arceus had been recognized by the system as Su Mu's elf and occupied a slot. Elf, Arceus. Attribute, normal. Strength, early stage of Heavenly King, newborn. Characteristics, multiple attributes. Arceus can use stone tablets to change into any attribute. Skills, punishment, sanctioning light gravel. Sign-in mission, please wait for the system upgrade. After the upgrade, you will start the Arceus Retrieval Slate series of missions. Su Mu smiled, he was worthy of being the god of creation. He was born a king. I even forced the dog system to upgrade. This little guy is ready. That's great. Haven't you seen him? Su Mu looked at Sirona and asked doubtfully. According to the original work, Arceus is a legendary elf in the Sinnoh region and an entity that Sirona has been studying. But in this world, it seems that Sirona doesn't know Arceus. I don't know, I've never seen any relevant records about him. Sirona said that she had never seen this alpaca-like elf. Su Mu nodded secretly. If even a big family like Sirona didn't know about Arceus, then there might really be no legend of Arceus in this world. His name is Arceus, he is an extremely rare elf. Su Mu introduced Sirona. Then I felt that I had regained some strength and stood up with strength. Let's go first. It's getting dark. Let's leave the secret realm first. Sirona was very obedient, nodded obediently, and followed Su Mu towards the exit of the secret realm. By the way, where do you live in Shishan? Su Mu thought that after leaving the secret realm, there would be a problem with accommodation, so he asked. Sirona didn't know what she was thinking and answered seriously. I'm borrowing a villa to live in. It's the house of a distinguished person from Western Europe. Sirona's words instantly made Su Mu realize that rich people are different. Big shots are big shots, and they always live in bungalows when they go out. Fortunately, I, Su Mu, am now a big shot. As a top second generation, staying in a hotel is no longer worthy of my level. I want to live in a villa too. I stayed in a hotel in the city, but Charizard and Koga Ninja were injured, and the room was too small. Su Mu showed a troubled expression. Sirona was smart at this time and instantly guessed what Su Mu meant. Then you come to my place. I can't use such a big house alone. I can just give them two a chance to recover from their injuries. It's not good. It's okay. We are not friends. We should help each other. It's really not good, after all we have only known each other not long ago. It's really okay. I really can't live in such a big house alone. All right. Su Mu reluctantly accepted Miss Sirona's invitation. Since you sincerely invited me, I will be a little polite and then accept it sincerely. Look, let me tell you, the hotel is no longer worthy of my status as Su Mu, the super second generation. Now I am also a man who lives in a bungalow. LSB's self-cultivation is so outstanding. Chapter 35, The Life of a Foodie Needs No Explanation. After returning to the hotel to pick up her luggage, Su Mu followed Sirona directly to the villa where she was staying temporarily. One thing to say, this is really big. You sit down first and I'll get you a drink. Although Sirona is cute, as a noble, she still has very good qualities. As the hostess, the first thing she did after entering the house was to let Su Mu take a rest before packing her luggage. Okay. Su Mu put down his large and small bags, sat on the sofa, and looked at the huge villa. That's great. Rich people are different. Although I am now considered a super second generation and a rich person. But this kind of life is really luxurious. The huge 1- and 2-story villa covers an area of 600 square meters. The interior decoration is pure European style, with smooth floors and clean and refreshing interior furnishings. At first glance, it seems that someone often comes to clean the villa. Although the owner of the villa is away, he still keeps the villa clean at all times. I can't watch it anymore, I can't help but want to watch it again. Su-mu stopped his desire to continue reading, took the drink brought by Sirona, and took a big gulp. Su-mu, look at this. Sirona held a poster with a huge trophy on it. This is? Su-mu asked subconsciously. Sirona explained, this is the Little God of War Cup competition. Only new talents with certain abilities will receive invitations. Not wanting to be a trainer, Su-mu said he had no interest in the competition. You have certain abilities, so you were also invited. Su-mu's words made Sirona blush with embarrassment. I just went to join in the fun. Sirona said, suddenly remembering that Su-mu was also a new trainer. You should go too. Didn't we also say that we would travel together? I will ask them to invite you, and then we will go to Qingcheng together. Su-mu doesn't care. Although he has no interest in the game, he has feelings for Sirona. Since Sirona is going, let's go and have fun with her. It's just a small competition, no matter how big the deal is, if it doesn't work, just push it all the way. As long as the dog system doesn't mess with me, that's fine. Su-mu added something silently in his heart, smiled and said, okay, let's go together. Seeing that Su-mu agreed, Sirona happily picked up the communicator and arranged a back door for Su-mu on the spot. When she put down the communicator happily, Su-mu said with a bad smile, did you also call like this about your quota? No, I am really powerful. Having said this, Sirona herself felt a little unconfident. Now she only has one round land shark, which seems to be really not that good in terms of strength. After all, she hasn't grown up yet. How powerful can a little princess who has just obtained the initial elf have? What's for dinner? Seeing Sirona getting angry, Su-mu quickly changed the topic and stopped teasing her. I don't know, I just eat whatever my aunt does. Sirona blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Her way of life is to let nature take its course and be very casual, which is called cuteness in short. Okay, I'll show you my skills that night. You don't have to ask Aunt to cook. How about I barbecue for you? Su-mu thought for a while and decided to have a perfect courtyard barbecue with Sirona. Outside the villa, there is a large courtyard, which is perfect for barbecue. Barbecue? Great! Sirona nodded happily, and then suddenly said, I want to eat ice cream too. Su-mu was stunned. Sure enough, this was Sirona's real attack. Sirona who doesn't eat ice cream is not the real Sirona. Okay, I remember. In the evening, after Su-mu had been busy for more than an hour, he finally got ready to prepare the kebabs. Come on, my little princess, let's have some ice cream and then we'll eat. Su-mu naturally knew that ice cream was bad for the stomach, but Sirona just liked this. In Sirona's words, you don't have to eat 3 meals a day, but ice cream must be arranged. Charizard, light this pile of charcoal. Let Charizard make a guest appearance as a lighter, and Su-mu starts barbecue. Cool. What is this? Little master. Koga Ninja smelled the fragrance and hurried over to ask. Of course, he was asking on the surface, but actually he was telling Su-mu that he wanted to eat. Following closely behind were Charizard, Round Shark, and Arceus. Especially Arceus. Although this little guy was less than a day old, he was already able to jump and run on his own. This is barbecue. Wait a minute. I'll give Sirona something to eat first, and then we'll eat. Since the barbecue stove was not big, Su-mu naturally chose to give Sirona the first pot first. Although the elves were greedy, they had no objections. Dad, I want to eat, I'm hungry. A voice of grievance came from the bottom of his heart, and Su Mu looked at Arceus beside him. The little guy was lying next to Su Mu's legs, looking at the barbecue on the stove, his mouth watering. After all, you are also the god of creation. How can you be so greedy for a barbecue? Can you please save some face for the creation god clan? Su Mu looked at the little guy speechlessly and helplessly put a skewer of freshly grilled meat to his mouth. Be careful of burning. Before Su Mu finished speaking, he saw Arceus swallowing the whole bamboo stick in one gulp. You can't eat that sign, just eat the meat on it. Su Mu was speechless. How greedy is this little guy? It's delicious, but also. Arceus' call came from the bottom of his heart again. Su Mu reluctantly picked up one and handed it to him, and then told him the correct way to eat it bit by bit. Sirona, come to eat. Calling Sirona, Su Mu handed her the first batch of baked barbecue. Sirona just took a small taste, and her eyes instantly burst into golden light. Delicious! Then, Sirona and Arceus were seen guarding Su Mu on the left and right. Whenever there were grilled meat skewers, the two little cuties would look at Su Mu pitifully, waiting to be fed. As for the Koga Ninja frog, Charizard, and inland shark. Sorry, you are not cute and don't deserve to eat skewers. The round land shark couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing that Sirona and Arceus were able to eat delicious food based on their appearance, he also joined in with his big head. Ugh! With a soft cry, Yuan Lo Shark wanted to attract Su Mu's attention. However, maybe he was too ugly for being cute, so Su Mu just glanced at him and ignored him. Continue to feed your two little cuties. Ding! The system upgrade is completed, please pay attention to the host to check. The sound of the system sounded, maybe this bitch was greedy after seeing the delicious food. Su Mu ignored him and continued to roast Sirona and Arceus intently. Chapter 36, The dog system has improved? At the end of the story, Sirona and Arceus were finally full, and each held their round bellies and ran aside to rest. Only then did the elves, who had been left out in the cold, have a chance to step forward and try to snatch food from Su Mu's hands. However, Su Mu hasn't eaten yet. After feeding two little cuties for so long, he was already greedy. Wait a moment, wait until I finish eating. Then, under the watchful eyes of the three elves of the Koga Ninja frog, Su Mu finished eating the last piece of barbecue. Yeah, no, let's talk about it tomorrow. I didn't prepare enough today. A substantial amount of resentment gathered in the courtyard, and Su Mu ran away without saying a word. After a perfect barbecue, Su Mu lay on the bed and turned on the system that had just been upgraded. Dog system, you can't trick me anymore. Let me tell you, I'm a super second generation now. I don't need to get stronger in the future. I can eat and drink just by resting on my laurels. So, if you want me to be a trainer, just go ahead and dream. After warning the dog system in advance, Su Mu opened the panel and began to check his three elves. Elf, Koga Ninja Frog. Attribute, Water, Evil. Strength, Midterm Heavenly King. Characteristics, free to change, every time you use a move, your own attributes become the same as the attributes of the move. Skills, Raise Nan, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitute Technique, Water Shuriken, Secret Attack, Water Wave, Water Cannon, Shadow Clone. Sign-in mission, bring or use the Koga Ninja to win the World King competition, Sharingan. Su Mu nodded, with no obvious changes on his face. The World King competition is okay, I just don't go, it's not a big problem. Moving on to the next one, look at Charizard. Elf, Charizard. Attribute, Fire, Dragon. Strength, Early King of Heaven. Characteristics, Solar Power, in warm sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Reverse Scale, Dragon Star Cluster, Dragon Wave, Dragon Tail, Overheating, Big Character Explosion, Jet Flame, Sunlight Flame, Tile splitting, steel tail, original power. Sign-in mission, bring or use Charizard to fight Lugia in the secret realm of Meteor Falls, Kunpeng bloodline. This is okay, Su Mu nodded and said he could accept it. Just try not to go to the secret realm of Meteor Falls. Even if you go, you may not be able to meet Lugia. Even if it happens. Don't panic then, at worst, if you don't fight, you'll just run for your life. When I see Lugia, I don't catch him, I just run, hey, I just play. Su Mu thought about it and praised the dog system in his heart. It was quite reliable this time. There is no dog fighting operation, and the tasks cannot be completed too easily, so it is acceptable. Although after what happened in Viridian's secret realm, Su Mu had a slight desire for strength. But compared to the dangers of becoming a trainer, Su Mu was still willing to be content. Wouldn't it be nice to accompany Sirona around the world honestly? What kind of trainer do you want to be? Finally, Su Mu opened Arceus's panel and took a look. Elf, Arceus. Attribute, normal. Strength, early stage of Heavenly King, newborn. Characteristics, multiple attributes. Arceus can use stone tablets to change into any attribute. Skills, punishment, natural light gravel. Sign-in mission, 1. Bring or use Arceus Ching Cheng to participate in a battle, a random stone slab. 2. Bring or use Arceus to participate in a battle in Meteor Falls, a random stone slab. 3. Bring or use Arceus to participate in a king-level battle, a random stone slab. Fortunately, it's all acceptable. What kind of stone slab is this? Arceus should have 18. If we continue with this reward, we shouldn't be able to collect it too quickly. I can still survive. After thinking about it to himself, Su Mu felt a little unreal. That's not right. Is the dog system better? Why don't you fool yourself into becoming a trainer? Impossible. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. How can a dog's system be improved? This is absolutely impossible. Su Mu was skeptical and saw a prompt at the bottom of the system. To ensure that the host can complete the sign-in task, the system will refresh special sign-in tasks from time to time. Once the special sign-in task is triggered, it must be completed. Really? Su Mu laughed. Bastard, I know you are a bitch with no good intentions. Special sign-in mission? Just say it's a mandatory mission. Dog system, I have grown up and am playing around. If I hadn't taken a cautious look, I would have almost been fooled by you. Why should I be assigned a mandatory task? Can't I refuse? Su Mu asked. The system did not respond as always. When Su Mu gradually lost patience and started looking for ways to uninstall the system issued a new prompt. Ding! Special check-in tasks are emergency tasks during critical periods and will not occur under normal circumstances. If they occur, it must be that the host encounters an unexpected situation that cannot be solved. Su Mu understood. That is to say, he doesn't need to care if he doesn't usually have this thing. But the system was frightened by Su Mu's attempt to commit suicide, so it arranged an insurance policy for Su Mu. If something like this happens again next time, a special check-in task will be arranged for Su Mu to help Su Mu escape from crises or other accidents. Okay, your explanation is acceptable. Su Mu saw that the dog system seemed to really have his own interests in mind. Although he was still confused, he didn't resist too much. Let's do this for now, take it one step at a time. Anyway, Su Mu's principles and stance are very simple. I can consider whatever he asks me to do. But if you want me to be a trainer, no way. After washing, Su Mu fell on the bed and made a phone call to Su's mother to report that he was safe. Then he fell asleep. He was indeed too tired today. 2 consecutive bond transformations put a huge load on Su Mu's body. The special ability of falling asleep was naturally mastered by Su Mu. On the other side, Sirona was lying on the bed chatting with the round land shark next to her pillow. "Tell me, what kind of existence is Su Mu's father? We just came all the way back, as if nothing happened. It's unbelievable. This is Dongtu. Su Mu's father has such great hands and eyes. What kind of person is he? Ugh. I don't know either. By the way, are the meat skewers cooked by Su Mu delicious? I didn't even eat it today. Seeing you eating so happily makes me feel aggrieved. Maybe it's not suitable for being cute." When the round land shark expressed his dissatisfaction and began to complain to Sirona. Sirona also mastered the legendary skill of falling asleep instantly and fell asleep directly. Chapter 37 When the Bamboo Horse Meets Heaven. Early in the morning, Su Mu was given a face-licking wake-up call by Arceus. After wiping the saliva on his face, Su Mu looked at Arceus speechlessly. "You guy, why are you hungry again? Is your belly a bottomless pit?" After complaining quietly, Su Mu still wanted to continue sleeping. But he quickly sat up straight and jumped out of bed. "I'll make you breakfast, just wait." Su Mu said helplessly and quickly calmed down Arceus. There was no way, this guy said he was hungry, and Su Mu cried if he didn't cook for him. The one crying aggrievedly seemed like Su Mu had done something unjust. "Dad doesn't give me food, you, I'm so hungry. I'm going to starve to death. I'm so pitiful. Dad doesn't cook. I'm going to starve to death." The little guy's tears made Su Mu collapse. "Ancestor, don't cry. Whatever you want to eat, I will cook it for you right now. Stop crying. I'm going to cook for you now. Can you just calm down for a while?" Seeing Su Mu agree, little Arceus stopped crying. Sure enough, a child who can cry will get milk. The ancients never deceived me. The naughty boy Arceus woke up Su Mu and ran to Sirona's room non-stop. Wake up with the same face licking, then pick up the snacks beside Sirona's bed and start eating. Seeing the little guy's innocent look, Sirona couldn't help but chuckle and started to wash up. After Su Mu made breakfast, Sirona also finished cleaning up. "Shall we leave tomorrow or today?" Sirona asked happily while enjoying classmate Su Mu's loving breakfast. "When does the game start?" After Su Mu mixed the elf food, he sat at the dining table, picked up a sandwich and ate it. Sirona found the poster again and looked at it. Then he said in surprise, "Oh my god, the first round of preliminaries will be held this afternoon, I didn't know that." Su Mu smiled, and sure enough, if I hadn't asked, "Are you still planning to go to Qingcheng tomorrow?" "Okay, let's leave quickly after dinner. Shall we book a flight directly?" Hearing this, Sirona shook her head and said there was no need to book a flight. "Let Uncle Tatu come and fly us there in a helicopter. Then there should be a place to live there." Su Mu was stunned. Well, he still didn't expect that rich people could be so rich that they were unscrupulous. Private jet transfers anytime, anywhere, properties all over the country, it's just okay. Expressing that he accepted the arrangement, Su Mu said no more to avoid further attacks from Sirona. After breakfast, Uncle Tatu also arrived. He first handed Sirona her new identity certificate and some replacement documents, and then sat in the driver's seat. "This is..." Su Mu looked at the new bag in Sirona's hand with confusion and asked. "Didn't I drop my previous backpack in the secret realm? These are the various documents and cards I just applied for." Su Mu nodded and couldn't ask any more questions. "I can reissue so many documents in one day. I don't want to know the details and I won't ask. As for the powerful men who were killed by the cheap dad in the secret realm, and the matter of Emperor Yan, Su Mu still doesn't know how to deal with the follow-up of this matter. Anyway, no one came to ask, and Dad said don't worry about it, so it's no problem." The helicopter was very fast, and within 3 hours, Su Mu and Sirona arrived in Qingcheng. Then, led by Uncle Tatu, they came to a new luxury villa. "My lady saint, I will take my leave now. After settling Sirona, Uncle Tatu left. But before leaving, he still gave Su Mu a vicious look. It's full of warning. Su Mu shamelessly pretended not to notice, whistling indifferently and putting down his backpack. There's still time, let's have something to eat and then go to the venue to compete. Sirona said, walked straight to the refrigerator and opened it. He took out a tub of ice cream and sat back on the sofa happily. Do you want to eat? Su Mu quickly shook his head. How did the ice cream girl's stomach grow? Aren't you afraid of ice? If you eat cold food on an empty stomach, won't it hurt when you get nauseous? On the way to the venue, Su Mu naturally held Sirona's little hand. Sirona was stunned and suddenly smiled slyly. There is no danger outside now, why are you still holding on to me? Su Mu was caught off guard by her sudden attack, but he quickly thought of an excuse. With a calm smile, Su Mu said, the outside world is more dangerous. Didn't your family tell you? When Sirona heard it, it seemed to be the same reason. Forget it, it's quite comfortable holding hands like this anyway, so let him hold it. In this way, the two came to the venue. After verifying your identity, go all the way to the players' preparation area. Su Mu actually didn't know that this little God of War Cup was a competition prepared for powerful new trainers. But in fact, this is a game played by a group of descendants of strong men. To put it bluntly, these are all children of big shots, that is, geniuses among geniuses. They have received two completely different education methods from civilian children since childhood. As for the elves, they have been exposed to and cultivated them since childhood. In terms of strength, it is naturally much higher than ordinary people. It is not even an exaggeration to say that this is a group of people who won at the starting point. Although it sounds unfair, the reality is that, including Sirona, she is the kind of person who wins at the starting point. However, one cannot choose one's origin, but one can control one's destiny. Running fast at the starting point does not mean that you can always lead. It still depends on personal efforts and opportunities. Su Mu, let me introduce you to a new friend. Coming back from the teleporter on the side, Sirona smiled and spoke. Su Mu was stunned when he saw her take out a new elf ball and open it. Boom! A Lucario appears. This is... Su Mu looked at Sirona. Lucario, a very rare elf. Is this guy your elf? Sirona nodded. He was born on the same day as me and we grew up together. It was because he was training with his father some time ago that he left me. But now he has completed the training and successfully returned to the team. Sirona said happily. Lucario also waved and said hello to Su Mu. Luca. Hello, Su Mu. Su Mu smiled and replied, hello, Lucario. Luca, Luca. I heard Uncle Tuda mentioned you and wanted to take Sirona away from me. You are dreaming. As both male creatures, Lucario naturally knew what Su Mu was thinking. This guy is definitely an old LSP, and he must have bad intentions when approaching Sirona. That's right, Su Mu smiled calmly, I'm just trying to hit Sirona. Lucario, right? Come fight if you don't give in. Chapter 38. What is it called? Dad. Lucario and Su Mu looked at each other, and the eyes of one and the other elf met. They were tit for tat for an instant, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Sirona didn't know the reason, but when she saw Lucario taking the initiative to greet Su Mu, she thought it was a pleasant first meeting. Su Mu, I'm going to compete first. Sirona smiled happily. Su Mu thought she could participate in the Little God of War Cup through the back door before. Now she wants to use her strength to prove her return to Su Mu. This saintly girl also relies on her strength to survive. Come on! Su Mu cheered Sirona up with a sunny smile on his face and watched her go to the battle site. This Lucario is very strong, and at worst it should be at the level of a false king. With him here, there shouldn't be any problems in Sirona's game. Let's use the Koga Ninja to quickly resolve the battle in a while. Although Su Mu didn't want to abuse the vegetables in Novice Village, he had no choice, but his strength wouldn't allow it. At this age, it would be difficult for Su Mu to find an opponent of similar strength. If he hadn't been with Sirona, he wouldn't have bothered to come to this slightly more advanced-looking novice village to fry fish. What kind of elf is yours? Can I exchange or buy it with you? Su Mu had nothing to do, so he called Arceus out and played with him in the preparation area for a while. Anyway, there is no legend of Arceus in this world, so no one would have thought that this harmless-looking little guy is the legendary god of creation. A girl walked up to Su Mu. She was wearing a pink dress and an exquisite necklace. She was dressed very luxuriously and nobly. Su Mu shook his head. This guy doesn't sell it. It's a young lady, she's quite pretty. Su Mu looked at this graceful young lady, and said to himself quickly, what are you thinking, bastard? You have Sirona, how can you look at other young ladies again? Forget it, Sirona is not here, I will just take a look. Raising his head, Su Mu looked squarely at the young lady who had suddenly arrived. He originally had a crush on this very good-looking young lady. If she was willing to give it a try and take the initiative, Su Mu might not refuse. As a result, her next words directly persuaded Su Mu to retreat. Why don't you sell it? I'm very rich. Please give me a price. I think this cute little guy like you is very destined for me. It's his honor to be a good match for me. Why don't you, the master, know what's going on? Woolen cloth. Su Mu smiled. There must be something wrong with this girl's brain. Where did the Chiyunibita come from? If you want to buy, I will sell. Who are you? Dare I ask, do your family members know that you are so ill? Who are you? Are you sick? If you get sick quickly, you may be able to be saved. After Su Mu finished speaking, he was ready to leave this arrogant girl who was in the late stage of Chiyunibu. What do you mean, are you insulting me? Unexpectedly, this girl was actually quite clear-headed. Although she didn't understand what Su Mu said, she also guessed that it was not a good thing. She stood next to Su Mu aggressively and pointed at Su Mu. He said loudly, I am the youngest daughter of Lord Dongfeng. You must respect me, otherwise my father will kill you. This world is so small. We just killed the old one, and now the younger one is coming? Looking at Lord Dongfeng's terminally ill little daughter with pity, Su Mu couldn't help but feel pity for her. Your dad? Please, let him kill me. You may not know that your father was defeated by me and silenced by my father. Little sister, while I am still soft-hearted, please leave quickly. Su Mu looked at this young lady with strange eyes, feeling extremely speechless. Chen Yang, this man bullies me. I want his elf, but he won't sell it to me. Seeing Su Mu looking at her strangely, the girl panicked. She was worried that Su Mu would be fascinated by her prosperous appearance and would try to do evil and become crazy. Called someone? Su Mu was speechless when he saw that she had found helpers. You are smarter than your father and know how to find helpers, but why are you looking for helpers from Novice Village? Just pick any one of the people here, and if one of them can hurt me, you win. Who are you, what does your family do, and why do you bully Xiao Yu? The boy named Chen Yang came up with a set of 3 consecutive questions. It's up to you, who are you and what do you do? Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then decisively fought back. People in our world are honest and do their duty, and don't cause trouble, but they are not afraid of it either. Now that someone is looking for trouble, we can't bear it. If you ask 3 questions in a row, you should respond with 3 questions in a row. Not only did he fight back, Su Mu also took the initiative. What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? Do you have any objections? Another set of 3, Chen Yang was stunned. Yes, I have an opinion. He was so dazed that he only had time to answer Su Mu's last question. Then Su Mu smiled. If you have any opinions, keep them. Okay, if you have nothing to do, just get out. Chen Yang stood there stupidly, almost turning around and leaving. No, why should I listen to you? After muttering a question to himself, Chen Yang quickly turned around, pointed at Su Mu and said, "What's your name? You dare to play tricks on me? Are you tired of living?" Su Mu really didn't want to deal with this idiot. If you are so stupid and still stand up to others, is it because you are afraid that you will die too slowly? That's right, no one with a good brain can help Venerable Dongfeng's daughter to stand up. Forget it, you are also a contestant, so let's decide the outcome of the competition. Su Mu was too lazy to argue anymore. If he bullied a fool, what sense of accomplishment would he get even if he won? Counting the two of you, if we meet in a game, the loser will just kneel on the ground and call daddy. What do you think? Chen Yang was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly said, "There's no need to count Xiao, it's enough for the two of us to bet." Su Mu didn't care. He looked at the pair of fools indifferently and sighed in his heart. It's a pity that this face is actually stupid. Okay, let's do that. Don't lose early. It would be embarrassing. With these words, Su Mu stopped talking to the two of them, took out a large can of moo milk from his pocket, fed Arceus, and drank it. "I won't lose. I am determined to win the first place in the Little God of War Cup this time. Just wait and call me daddy." Chen Yang also put down his harsh words and left quickly with the daughter of Lord Dongfeng. Looking at his back, Su Mu suddenly shouted, "What's your name?" Chen Yang Zheng fantasized about defeating Su Mu on the field and watching Su Mu kneeling on the ground calling daddy. As a result, when Su Mu suddenly asked, he subconsciously replied, "Dad." Su Mu was satisfied, the certification was completed, it was indeed stupid. Why? We haven't even competed yet, and you're so eager to admit defeat. Su Mu looked at Chen Yang with a half-smile, which made Chen Yang blush and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Chapter 39 The Food Abuser, Arceus. After Chen Yang left, Sirona also finished the game and returned to the preparation area. 1. Su Mu saw her smiling happily and guessed the result of the competition. However, he still pretended to be curious and stepped forward to ask. Sirona raised her head proudly and pinched her waist with her hands. "Of course, you don't care who I am." Seeing her innocent look, Su Mu couldn't help but snicker, "Isn't this girl too cute?" Yes, you are Sirona. It is inevitable to win a small preliminary round." In line with Sirona's boast, Su Mu heard his name being called on the radio. "It's your turn, go ahead and come on." Seemingly even more anxious than Su Mu, Sirona said quickly after hearing the announcer's announcement. Su Mu nodded calmly, put on the look of a master, and took steady steps towards the competition venue. "Let's let the Koga Ninja step in this time and fight quickly," Su Mu said, trying to put Arceus back into the elf ball. Who knew the little guy wouldn't want to? "Weo! I'll come, I can fight, Dad." Arceus, who was eager to express himself, forgot to use telepathy for a moment and jumped up and down excitedly. Seeing this, Su Mu scratched his head helplessly. "Okay then, you can go up, but please pay attention to safety, and also, be gentle." "I know, Dad, don't worry." Seeing that Su Mu agreed, Arceus happily bit Su Mu's trouser leg. Both sides, the red team's new trainer Su Mu, uses the elf. Su Mu quickly said, "Arceus." The referee glanced at Su Mu in confusion and continued, "The elf used is Arceus." Zhao Su, the new trainer of the blue team, uses the elf Boscodora. Both sides can use only one elf, and the game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Arceus sprang out like a bolt of lightning and crashed into Boscodora. Seeing this, Zhao Su simply let Boscodora use it directly to harden it. Anyway, as a steel and rock type elf, it would not be a big deal for Boss Cordora to withstand a single impact. Including the referee and the audience, they all thought so at this time. Let this fair-looking and tender elf use impact to attack Boss Cordora. What's the difference between that and tickling? Su Mu didn't take it seriously, and secretly compared this little God of War Cup player with the previous National League players. Sure enough, this is a relatively advanced novice village, and every elf has evolved into its final form. It seems that these guys should have been in contact with and cultivated their elves since they were young, otherwise they would not be so obedient and have such good feelings. If the cheap dad hadn't sent him the Koga Ninja frog and relied solely on the dog system, Su Mu felt that he might not be a match for these second-generation ancestors now. However, you are the second-generation ancestors, and so am I, Su Mu. Who is not a second-generation person? Who do you look down on? Boom! A loud bang. I saw Arceus knocking Boss Cordora's armor into pieces when it was being hardened. With a scream, Boss Cordora flew backwards and then passed out on the ground. The red player wins. The referee was still very dedicated. Although he was shocked, he announced the result immediately. Su Mu also left the scene gracefully under the stunned expressions of everyone in the audience. As I said, even if these second-generation ancestors are not weak, they are just a higher-level novice village. In Su Mu's eyes, they are all vegetables, the only difference is whether they are green or not. Just as cruel. The preliminaries went very quickly, with one round taking an average of 3 hours, and 3 rounds in one afternoon. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the preliminaries were completely over, leaving the 16 strongest trainers to become the top 16 players of this competition and participate in tomorrow's main competition. The official reason for this setting is mainly because the players here are all the children of big shots. Some of them were accompanied by their parents in person, so the preliminaries naturally had to be quick so as not to waste the time of the important people. As for the issue of elves being injured, there is no need to worry. The organizer of the Little God of War Cup has arranged the best medical team in the alliance to ensure the safety of every second-generation ancestor elf. Su Mu sent Arceus to fight in these 3 preliminary rounds. The little guy couldn't control his power at first, and almost accidentally hit Boss Cordora to death. As the next 2 games progressed, it became clear that he was able to control his body skillfully and maintain control of his strength just enough to defeat the opponent with one blow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Arceus sign-in task. 1. Bring or use Arceus to participate in a battle in Qingcheng. A random stone tablet will be rewarded. Please host, keep up your efforts and collect all the stone slabs for Arceus as soon as possible. Su Mu accepted the system's encouragement with a smile on his face. His level of immunity to the dog's system is now gradually increasing. You mock yours and I do mine. If Arceus wants to play a game, then I'll let him do it. As for your crappy mission, haha, it doesn't matter. I still have 17 more chances. 17 stone slabs represent 17 tasks. Dog system, you are slowly calculating, but I don't believe you can calculate me 17 times at once. Ding! As a reward, Arceus is fused with the Jade Insect Slate, which increases immunity to insect-type skills and doubles the power when using insect-type skills. Su Mu was dumbfounded on the spot. The best way to deal with a troll is to ignore him and then slap him in the face with action. Su Mu muttered and cursed the system for a long time, but the system ignored it and directly rewarded the slate. The reward was not enough, and it also directly helped Arceus fuse. Don't you want to be a trainer? Don't you want to become stronger? No problem, if you don't want yours, I'll do mine. Su Mu felt the deep malice coming from the dog system, gritted his teeth and snorted angrily. Arceus, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Arceus is still young, Su Mu should try his best to guide him so that he has the same heart as himself. No, Dad, I feel that my body is full of power now. Is this the benefit of fighting that Koga Ninja said? Arceus answered Su Mu telepathically. Dad, I will also fight in the future. This feeling of power is so comfortable. Su Mu opened his mouth and closed it again. It's over. This kid has gone astray. He is going further and further down the road of abuse and becoming stronger. With a sigh, Su Mu felt tired. Why are my 3 elves like this? You guys have worked so hard, but you have made me so useless. I really don't want to be a trainer, does anyone believe it? Axie, you are a dog system. Su Mu, and you are incompatible with each other and we are incompatible with each other. Chapter 40 Kneel down and call daddy. After returning to the villa, Sirona immediately went to the room to take a shower, while Su Mu prepared dinner for the elves. Or it might be more appropriate to call it a midnight snack. Mash the fruits, vegetables, and minced meat, add some vitamins, pour it into the mold, and dry it in the microwave. After preparing the elves' supper, Su Mu went to the refrigerator and took out a bucket of ice cream. He took some more noodles, and he was going to cook noodles for Sirona tonight. What are you going to eat tonight? I'm hungry. Sirona was wearing a bathrobe and wiping her blonde hair while pouting and asking Su Mu. Su Mu originally wanted to make a little joke to lighten the atmosphere, but when he turned around and saw Sirona, he was dumbfounded. Damn it! However, I am uneducated and cannot find a better word to describe it. Good breasts, good legs, so white. Su Mu's brain almost died. Su Mu, who had been single for many years, had never seen such a stunning beauty taking a bath. A living young lady. My grass, my grass, my grass. Su Mu instantly forgot what he was going to say, and all his thoughts were filled with nonsense. What do you want to eat? Wait a minute, I'll give it to you. Forcing himself to calm down, Su Mu quickly turned around to relieve the embarrassment at this moment. Smelling the fragrance in the air, Su Mu forced himself to leave and walked towards the kitchen. We can't stay any longer. If we continue like this, something will definitely happen. Su Mu quickly fled the scene, constantly comforting himself in his heart to calm down. After he calmed down, Su Mu suddenly reacted. Holy crap, that's not right. Even if something happens, it seems to be fine. Don't I just expect something to happen? Why am I still running? Su Mu wanted to slap himself in the face, what a bastard. I've been screaming Huan all day long, why would I run if I really bumped into you? Waste. Putting the noodles into the boiling water, Su Mu took a deep breath, left the kitchen, and secretly looked at Sirona who was eating ice cream as an appetizer. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Any gorgeous rhetoric is empty talk at this moment and useless. Beauty is over. Is the noodles ready? Realizing that Su Mu was looking at her dreamily from a distance, Sirona asked. She is indeed hungry. Although the ice cream is sweet, it doesn't stop her from being hungry. No, right away. Su Mu quickly retracted his head and kept stroking his beating heart. Why is this heart rate so inconsistent? Not long after, Su Mu made noodles and filled a large bowl for himself and Sirona. Then I watched Sirona eating noodles infatuatedly. At night, Su Mu lay in his room and looked out the window at the starry sky. This world is so beautiful, there are flowers, grass, elves, birds, trees, and girls. It would be nice if there was no dog system. Thinking happily about the bright future between himself and Sirona, Su Mu fell asleep slowly. The next day, the two came to the arena, and Su Mu also met his opponent today. Chen Yang. Good guy, you are so naive, you met me so soon? Su Mu thought in surprise and sympathized with Chen Yang. It's really not easy for this child. Even if he is stupid, he just needs to remember it. It is said that fools are blessed by fools. What do you mean? Do evil people have their own destiny? Who is your opponent? After looking at her opponent, Sirona approached Su Mu and asked. Su Mu replied subconsciously, my son. Sirona was stunned. Isn't he your son? Pointing at Arceus, who was playing by himself, Sirona was confused. Your son is not here, why has he become your opponent? Su Mu pursed his lips and smiled. How could this girl be so stupid when she wasn't fighting? Very cute. Yes, he is our son. Su Mu was nakedly taking advantage, but Sirona didn't hear it and nodded along. Yes, he is the first little guy to call me mommy. When Su Mu heard this, he thought to himself. There will be a second and third one in the future. After chatting with Sirona for a while, Su Mu got up and headed to the preparation area. Today he and Chen Yang were in the first group. As the opening group, Su Mu decided to make this game more exciting and give everyone a good start. Although the Little God of War Cup is one of the few second-generation games, many people are paying attention to it. In addition to the local people in Qingcheng, there are also the big bosses participating in the competition, as well as some people who are inextricably related to the big bosses. After Su Mu heard the announcement, he went to the venue and saw a dark audience. Although he was just a nobody, the audience cheered him enthusiastically. To put it bluntly, how do the audience know which player is which? I just came to join in the fun and shout along with the DJ. Chen Yang also arrived and stood opposite Su Mu. According to the regulations, the two of them had to shake hands first to express friendship. Su Mu stepped forward with a sunny smile. Good son, please come on soon. Chen Yang glared at Su Mu fiercely and snorted coldly. You'll know who's the father and who's the son soon. When Su Mu heard this, he deliberately pretended to be surprised. How do you say this? Who is the father and whose son? Chen Yang didn't know that this was a trap. When he saw Su Mu's confusion, he immediately raised his head proudly. He pointed his nostrils at Su Mu and said loudly, of course he is my father and your son. Good guy. The referees on the side were shocked. Are today's young people so open-minded? The game hasn't even started yet, and you recognize your grandfather? Acknowledge your father? What a show! Su Mu suppressed the smile in his heart and continued, no, I can just be your father. Being your grandfather is too tiring. I have to take care of you and your father, two idiots at the same time. After saying that, Su Mu turned around and walked away, came to his position, and released the Koga Ninja frog. On the other side, Chen Yang was still mumbling, but he didn't understand what Su Mu meant. What the hell, why are you my grandfather? My father and your son, my father, your son, I'm so stupid. After thinking about it several times, Chen Yang suddenly woke up and looked at Su Mu, who had walked away, his teeth itching with hatred. This bastard is playing tricks on me again. It's useless to talk loudly, let's speak with strength. After thinking of a passionate line to regain his momentum, Chen Yang shouted. Su Mu looked at Chen Yang with disdain. Words are useless? You are still too young. After that, he signaled to the referee that he was ready. The referee looked at Su Mu and Chen Yang with black lines on his head and closed his eyes helplessly. Forget it, I'm just a referee, I can't afford to offend any of these players, I'd better pretend not to hear it. Chen Yang on the blue side and Su Mu on the red side. Both sides can use two elves. The game begins. The referee waved the two small flags down. This battle to recognize the father is about to begin. Which one is Chen Yang kneeling down to call daddy, or Chen Yang kneeling down and calling daddy? Stay tuned. Chapter 41 The Happiness of the Rich. No matter what family Chen Yang comes from, or what kind of genius he is, as long as he is not a time traveler, it is 100% certain that he will be beaten by Su Mu. It's not a big problem to kill two Koga ninjas. Let an elf in the middle stage of the Heavenly King come to play in the novice village. Su Mu is simply not a good person. Both Chen Yang's elves on the blue side have lost their ability to fight, so Su Mu on the red side wins. After the referee announced the result of the game, Chen Yang's face was full of despair. He still doesn't believe that he will lose so quickly, just like a baby being pinned to the ground by a giant and hammered, with no power to fight back. Impossible, how could you be so strong? Chen Yang murmured to himself, while the referee secretly looked at Su Mu. The king-level Koga Ninja. Which family's son is this? Why have you never heard of Su Mu? Could it be that he is a rising star from some hidden family? I was secretly shocked, but on the surface the referee showed no signs of it. Everyone here is a big boss, and he, a small referee, can't afford to offend anyone, so it's better to keep quiet and shut up. My son, should you kneel down and call me father? Su Mu put his hands on his hips and looked at the decadent Chen Yang in amusement. Poor people must be hateful. This Chen Yang pretends to be so pitiful now. He was not like this when he was aggressive. Su Muk doesn't have the compassion of the Holy Mother. This kind of person should be taught a lesson. Although talking to him is a waste of life, Su Mu believes that he has a hard life and lives a long time, so it doesn't hurt to waste it a little. I won't lose. I'm a genius. How could my Kirby and I lose? You must be cheating. This Koga Ninja frog is not your elf. In order to escape the kneeling bet, Chen Yang thought of an impossible solution. He opened his mouth and began to slander Su Mu, saying that he was engaging in match fixing. Su Mu didn't expect that this kid would be so cute. It was rare for someone to be so shameless. But, forget it if you are shameless, why don't you have any brains? Spreading his hands, Su Mu was speechless, turned around and left. There was no need for him to stay. Chen Yang was so angry that he even said that Su Mu was cheating. He was provoking the dignity of the organizer of the Little God of War Cup. Su Mu also had some information about Chen Yang. He was a descendant of a gym leader, and he was considered to be at the bottom of the second-generation circle. Fortunately, his Kirby beast was quite strong, so he relied on his ability to stand out among the group of licking dogs of Lord Dongfeng's daughter. Became the best licking dog, the king of licking. This Chen Yang has no background, and his patron Dongfeng Venerable has been executed. Now he has offended the organizer with his arrogant words. The organizer couldn't do anything to him, falsely accuse his opponent, spread rumors, and provoke the organizer. They just banned him from participating in any regular competitions. Tisk tisk, Su Mu couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought that Chen Yang had blocked all his roads. People are stupid and talk a lot, this person is hopeless. Fortunately, I walked quickly, otherwise if he called me daddy, wouldn't he also be in trouble with me? That won't work, I'm still smart. Is this Chen Yang fighting with Su Mu? Too tender. Humming a little tune, Su Mu came to Sirona. 1. Sirona asked with a smile when she saw Su Mu coming out cheerfully. After snapping his fingers, Su Mu nodded calmly. It's inevitable. Sirona expressed congratulations, then stood in front of the ice cream stall and continued to struggle. You have difficulty choosing at such a young age. Su Mu saw that she was struggling for a long time and didn't know which flavor of ice cream she wanted to eat, so he simply came to the stall. Boss, please have one of each flavor. After Su Mu finished speaking, he gave Sirona a look. Obviously if you have money you can do whatever you want, why do you let your choices limit your happiness? Buy them all, doesn't it smell good? After Su Mu finished speaking, he took several ice creams of different flavors and held them in his arms. Sirona's eyes instantly lit up like little stars. Fragrant. Nodding fiercely, Sirona picked up a box and was about to start it. Just take 2 bites of each, otherwise you won't be able to eat it with so much flavor. Su Muhao was inhumane and directly signaled to Sirona to take a bite and throw a box away. This is the joy of being rich. As a rich man and an outstanding second generation, you must learn to enjoy it, young man. Sirona was stunned by Su Mu's words. Can you still eat ice cream like this? Buy one with the same flavor, taste it, and throw it away if it doesn't taste good, eat more if it tastes good, and then throw it away? This is too wasteful, isn't it bad? Sirona hesitated. Su Mu's suggestion sounded very refreshing. But the education she received since childhood told Sirona that this seemed wrong. Seeing that Sirona was in trouble, Su Mu reached out his hand and gently pinched her oval face. Idiot, what's wrong? What if I get a stomachache after eating everything? Think about it, if you have a stomachache, you won't be able to have dinner, and then I can't eat dinner alone. Then there will be more left over, wouldn't it be more wasteful? Besides, you won't be able to eat so much ice cream, so why don't you just throw it away? It's better to eat every flavor before throwing it away. Under Su Mu's fallacies, Sirona was finally persuaded, fooled. Opening the strawberry-flavored ice cream, Sirona scooped out a piece with a small spoon and put it in her mouth. Mmm. Delicious. Su Mu saw that Sirona liked it, so he smiled and said, then give him a chance, take another bite, and then try the next taste. Sirona nodded, dug out another piece and put it in her mouth, then opened another box of ice cream. Well, this is delicious too. Su Mu slapped his forehead, I'm afraid you might like it. Forget it, it's up to you, you can eat whatever you want. Who called you Sirona? Who made you look so good looking? I'm used to it. If you get used to it, it will become my family, ha 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 ha. Boom. Sirona's elf ball bounced away automatically, and Lucario suddenly appeared. He separated Su Mu and Sirona with his body, and then looked at Su Mu seriously. Luca, Lu. I feel a wave of evil intentions, are you plotting against Sirona again? Su Mu was startled by Lucario and quickly retracted his random thoughts. Why are you out here? Do you want to eat ice cream too? Taking out a box of ice cream, Su Mu instantly put on a sunny smile and handed the ice cream to Lucario. Lucario didn't accept it. This was something bought by his love rival. He was not an elf who would give up just for a bite of ice cream. Luca. It's useless no matter how bright your smile is, I won't allow you to bully Sirona. With a wave of his hand, Lucario made his position clear. Chapter 42 Arranging Lucario. When Su Mu saw Lucario rejecting him, he didn't panic at all, and saw him slowly opening the ice cream. Then use a small spoon to scoop out a piece, put it over Lucario's head, and put the small spoon near Sirona's mouth. Try this pineapple flavor, you might like it. Sirona didn't pay attention to this seemingly intimate feeding action. She grabbed the small spoon and rolled the pineapple-flavored ice cream into her mouth with her little tongue. Mmm, delicious. Su Mu thought to himself, for sure, ice cream is delicious in your eyes. Taking back the small spoon, Su Mu dug out a piece and put it into his mouth in front of Lucario. It's really delicious. After eating, Su Mu even sighed deliberately. In an instant, Lucario's eyes turned red with anger. Luca! You bastard, you made such an intimate move with Sirona on my head in front of me, and you even used a spoon. I can't stand it anymore, Su Mu, you've gone too far to bully a dog. With a roar, Lucario quit. He grabbed Sirona's forearm with his hand and pointed to his mouth with the other hand. I want to eat too. Sirona was a little surprised to see Lucario asking for ice cream. You didn't like it before, why do you want to eat it today? Although she was confused, Sirona dug out a piece and fed it to Lucario. Lucario was very satisfied and looked at Su Mu with provocative eyes. Look, Sirona still loves me, you guy, please be smart and get out of here, don't pester my Sirona. The ice cream in Sirona's hand was about to touch Lucario's mouth, and Lucario had already closed his eyes in anticipation. Su Mu smiled. Wait a minute, Sirona, this is special ice cream for elves. Let me feed Lucario this. He is a steel elf. If he eats normal ice cream, he will probably get a bad stomach. Su Mu's words were very reasonable, and Sirona was immediately convinced by it. Okay then, thank you. After saying that, Sirona continued to eat ice cream, completing the arduous task of eating 2 bites and throwing away 1 box. Lucario opened his eyes in shock, and then looked at Su Mu in shock. Luca. Su Mu, you are going too far. Su Mu sneered, you see, an elf is too young to still want to compete with me for favor. Come on, try this ice cream, it's specially made by elves. Come on, Lucario, I'll feed you. Su Mu said, pretending to be enthusiastic and moved forward, pretending to really feed him. Luca. Asshole. Lucario let out a soft cry and fled back into the pokeball. Su Mu is the devil, the smiling devil, who specifically fights against elves. After Su Mu won the 16-8 match, he quickly won the 8-4 and semi-finals. In the past few days, he has also used various methods to target Lucario with a smile on his face. In the final of the Little God of War Cup, Su Mu and Sirona finally met. Relying on her Lucario, Sirona was also invincible and won all the way to the end. To be honest, Su Mu didn't expect this at first, that Lucario was so strong. Su Mu, in the upcoming competition, you have to go all out and don't give in to me. Before going on the field, Sirona issued a serious declaration of battle to Su Mu. I want to fight you openly and honestly. Su Mu smiled helplessly, okay, it all depends on you. I will fight you seriously. Sirona was then satisfied and trotted all the way to the contestant tunnel. Come on. Su Mu looked at Sirona's back as she trotted away, with a slight smile on her lips. Koga Ninja, that Lucario guy, I've been wanting to educate him for a long time. The opportunity has come. Su Mu, who was determined to retaliate, took hold of Koga Ninja's pokeball and finally revealed his true colors. An elf also wants to be my love rival, you are not worthy. The little tricks I used before were just appetizers. This time I want to teach you a lesson. Don't always think that God is the boss and you are the second child. Said secretly in his heart, Su Mu also walked to the battle site. The next ones to have a decisive battle are our 2 super newcomers in the past few days. First of all, there is player Sirona from the red side. Everyone must be familiar with her. This blonde-haired girl fights like a cold-blooded killer. She defeated all her opponents from beginning to end with just 1 Lucario. We have endless expectations for her in this final. We'll have to wait and see whether Sirona can continue her invincible legend. The commentator's voice was loud and he introduced Sirona very enthusiastically. Seeing his excited look, Su Mu was a little worried that this guy would fall off the commentary table. Then there's our blue side player Su Mu. Su Mu, a player from Fengcheng, came to our Little God of War Cup after winning the National Middle School League Championship. Here he used a new type of elf called Arceus, and his initial elf, the Koga Ninja Frog. Similarly, after going all the way to the finals, can player Su Mu maintain his honor as the champion and defeat player Sirona to win the first place in the Little God of War Cup? We will see. Enough of the gaudy commentators. The referee glanced at the gossip commentator speechlessly and said, the red player Sirona and the blue player Su Mu, the number of elves that can be used is 2. Game start. With a wave of 2 small flags, the game officially begins. Lucario pressed his hand and made a crackling sound. He looked at Su Mu and Koga Ninja with a half smile. Luca. Su Mu, today I want you to know the gap between you and Sirona. This is a woman you can never reach in your life. With a roar, Lucario dropped his harsh words. Su Mu doesn't understand, but Koga Ninja understands. Seeing Lucario being so arrogant, Koga Ninja couldn't stand it anymore. Cool. The Lord humiliates the minister and dies. Today I want to teach you, this arrogant boy, a lesson and let you know how to be a low-key person. Koga Ninja is also a ruthless person. After following Su Mu for so long, he has learned nothing else but trolling others. This was clearly arranged. Cool quack, cool quack. Come on, let me see your strength, what makes you so ugly and yet so confident? Go all out, young man, let me see if you are qualified to lick my toes. Having been suppressed by Su Mu these past few days, Lucario had long been holding back his anger. He was already emotionally unstable, but this time he was really pissed off by Koga Ninja. Little Su Mu, his elf is so shameless. Chapter 43 Mega Lucario. Su Mu, I'll attack first. Miss Sirona is still very fierce once she enters a fighting state. After seeing Koga Ninja and Lucario yelling at each other, Lucario became furious, and she knew that her elf must have suffered a loss during the harsh words. He is worthy of being a Koga Ninja. Being able to face off against a master-level strongman is not only about his strength, but also about his mentality. Of course, although she was praising her opponent in her heart, Sirona showed no mercy. Lucario, wave missile. If you don't mind, use the wave missile first, whether it's a mule or a horse, come out for a walk. Lucario shouted, and a wave missile quickly formed in his hand, and then hit the Koga Ninja frog. Su Mu looked at the aggressive Lucario and said calmly, Spiral Water Shuriken, knock that ball down for me. Cool. Little thought. Koga Ninja casually threw out a huge water shuriken. This water shuriken carried the rotating energy of the Raise Nan, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Sure enough, after the collision of the special moves, the water shuriken directly knocked the wave missile away. Then he headed towards Lucario with undiminished power. But the wave missile also played a role. The collision just now caused the water shuriken to deviate from its original trajectory. The blow was quickly dodged by Lucario. As expected of Koga Ninja, he is really strong. Sirona sighed in admiration and continued, Lucario, we have to work hard too, use bodybuilding. Seeing that Su Mu did not attack strongly, Sirona took the opportunity to start strengthening Lucario to strengthen herself. Lucario received the order and acted immediately. He was seen waving his arms continuously, perfectly displaying the muscles on his body, and at the same time mobilizing more power to enhance his attack. Reinforcement? Self-motivation. Su Mu is still very calm. Even if he is fighting against Sirona, Su Mu has absolute confidence. In terms of command, Su Mu has never been afraid of anyone. Cool. Seeing Lucario strengthening himself, Koga Ninja was not to be outdone and used self-motivation. Comet Punch. Lucario's bodybuilding was completed first, and Sirona directly ordered the attack. While Koga Ninja's self-motivation isn't over yet. However, the moment Lucario hit Koga Ninja with his fist. Puff! Koga Ninja turned into a ball of air. When? I didn't know. Sirona looked at every corner of the field in shock, searching for the figure of Koga Ninja. This is fake, be careful, Lucario. Lucario also didn't expect that Koga Ninja would use the shadow clone unknowingly, and as his opponent, he didn't notice at all. Cool. Young man, why don't you go home and farm? Elves fighting is too dangerous. Koga Ninja suddenly appeared on top of Lucario's head, spouting trash talk and using his freezing fist. Boom! The punch fell from the sky and hit the target with one blow. Lucario was punched in the face and flew backwards. Cool. Let me just say, it's too dangerous and not suitable for babies like you. Not only did Koga Ninja hit people, he kept talking trash, attacking Lucario's psychological defense again and again. Luca. Unable to bear it anymore, Lucario roared, got up from the ground, turned to look at Sirona, and raised his arms. Sirona murmured, are you going to use this power so soon? Okay, let me see how effective your training with father is, and whether you can truly master that kind of power. With that said, Sirona also raised her arms. On her wrist, a delicate bracelet is releasing a magical halo. If you look closely, you will find that it is not the bracelet that emits halo, but the keystone on the bracelet. Lucario, Mega Evolve. Luca. Sirona and Lucario spoke at the same time, the moment the light of the keystone touched the light of Lucario's evolution stone. Lucario's figure began to change. Red gradually appeared on the surface of his skin, and Lucario's eyes became sharp. Luca. Come on, frog, let's fight again. The evolved Lucario is indeed handsome, and Su Mu has to admit that the current Mega Lucario is indeed good in appearance. As for strength, I'm afraid that's all it is. Koga Ninja, let's transform too. In order to beat Lucario to his heart, Su Mu decided to kill him. Transformation and evolution, we have them too. Koga Ninja nodded, and his body also burst out with shining light. Then, bond transformation. It felt like the energy in his body was bursting, and his desire to fight was unprecedentedly high. Lucario just thought he could pin this frog to the ground and hammer it. As a result, he can actually transform. What's going on? This is it. Ahem, Koga Ninja, you can do the rest by yourself, you know what I want. Su Mu said secretly, indicating that the Koga Ninja can start working. After delaying for so long, this Lucario should have shown his full strength by now. It's time to crush his arrogance into bubbles. Cool. Do not worry. Little master. I know how to deal with this rebellious little guy. I promise that this guy will be obedient when he sees his little master in the future. After saying that, Koga Ninja directly used the shadow clone technique, summoning dozens of clones instantly. These clones are not shadows, they are all entities that can fight. Although Sirona knew this, before she could remind her, she heard the sound of a physical fight. But the smoke was so thick that she couldn't see what was going on inside. 4 Koga Ninja frogs grabbed Lucario's limbs respectively. The remaining Koga Ninja frogs regarded Lucario as a target and threw shurikens at him frantically. This water shuriken does not have a spiral, so it is not very powerful, but it is just enough to make Lucario feel pain. As for the Koga Ninja's true form, it appears behind Lucario. Cool. Mega evolved? Is it very strong? Is that useful? Forget it, don't embarrass yourself with your strength. Go home and find a female elf to marry and farm. Look, I'm standing right behind you and you can't hit me. Is it uncomfortable? Koga Ninja said, kicking Lucario on the butt. Look, there's something even more uncomfortable for you. Let me tell you, kid, when you see my little master in the future, you must respect me, understand? Otherwise, I will beat you once I see you. Koga Ninja was like a school bully at this time, blocking Lucario in an alley and threatening him. Luca. Impossible. Even if you beat me to death, I will never let him cheat Sirona away. Chapter 44 I will never win against you. Lucario tried his best to break free, but he was outnumbered. In addition, the Koga Ninja had already released a large amount of smoke in the periphery. At this time, no one knew that there was such a cruel scene in the smoke. Cool. Looks like you won't give in unless I give you some harsh treatment. Koga Ninja watched Lucario being tortured by his clones condescendingly, but he still spoke harshly. Immediately there was a burst of displeasure. Lucario gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body without saying a word. Cool. Tell me, if I blow away the smoke from the field and let Sirona see you in such a mess, will she feel distressed? Killing people is heartbreaking, shrimps and pigs' hearts are like that. The Koga Ninja has been completely transformed. As soon as these words came out, Lucario was stunned on the spot. Luca. You dare? Koga Ninja nodded, I dare you. A spiral water shuriken was condensed in his hand, and he allowed the water shuriken to rotate in his hand, slowly blowing away the smoke on the field. Seeing that the smoke was getting thinner and thinner, Sirona was about to see her embarrassed side. Lucario finally panicked. Luca. Don't you want? Don't blow away the smoke. Cool. Look, young people today will never shed tears until they see the coffin. Remember today's lesson in the future. When you are not strong enough, just be an elf with your tail between your legs. Don't be too arrogant. Talk to my little master and be respectful. Koga Ninja was beating Lucario like a big brother in society. Lucario feels miserable. I don't dare to say it yet. It's so difficult to have a child, the outside world is too dangerous, I want to go home. Burying his grievance deep in his heart, Lucario closed his eyes and chose to pretend to be unconscious. When the smoke dissipated, Lucario had exited the megastate and was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Sirona lost inexplicably. She felt that this was the battle in which she had the lowest sense of participation. Even though he is a trainer, he cannot provide any help to the elves. What a dereliction of duty! Smiling to herself, Sirona was ready to admit defeat. She currently only has one Lucario that can participate in the battle, and the round shark is still too young to be used in the battle. I surrender. Su Mu calmly walked through the battlefield and walked towards Sirona with his hands raised. What? Player Su Mu actually chose to admit defeat when he won a city first. Why, is the elf of player Su Mu also seriously injured? No, that's not right. Look, player Su Mu is walking across our battlefield, and he walks in front of player Sirona. The narrator is like a monkey, chirping and making a fuss. Oh my god! What did I see? Player Su Mu actually took the elf ball from player Sirona's hand and put Lucario back into the elf ball. And then they held hands. Under the support of the commentator, the audience was excited. So we thought this was a wonderful battle, but you tell me, this is a wonderful wave of dog food? What's going on? Isn't Miss Sirona a saint from Western Europe? Who is this kid? Check his identity quickly. Damn it, what is the background of this Su Mu? You can defeat the saint and dare to hold the saint's hand. Is this kid tired of living? There are not a few people present who know Sirona's identity. These people looked at Su Mu in shock at this moment, and were extremely curious about Su Mu's identity. However, Uncle Tatu, who is Sirona's official driver, is present at this moment. What happened to holding hands? What's the big deal? Seeing how hopeless you all are, why can't we Western European saints love freely? If you have to know the background of this young man, why can't commoners be with our saint? Well, I really can't. Uncle Tatu didn't know much. He just knew one thing, and that was that Sirona's father personally called after something happened in the secret realm of Tokiwa. No one needs to interfere with Su Mu's affairs, let Sirona handle it by herself. If necessary, we can bring them together. Being held by Su Mu in public, Sirona blushed no matter how dull she was. I give up. The winner of the Little God of War Cup this time is you. Su Mu smiled gently, his eyes full of endearment. Su Mu took the initiative to admit defeat and gave the championship to Sirona. The little girl was a little unhappy. Pouting her little mouth, she said dully. But you can obviously win. Seeing her struggling with this issue, Su Mu immediately laughed. I will never win against you because I can't bear it. After saying that, regardless of what Sirona thought, he directly took her little hand and left. After the finals, Sirona did not come to the awards ceremony, and Su Mu accepted the award on Sirona's behalf. This little girl still couldn't save her face and felt that this champion was not worthy of the name. Back at the villa, Su Mu looked at the championship trophy of the Little God of War Cup and muttered. This advanced novice village is different from the novice village. My trophy is not as heavy. Tisk tisk tisk, rich people are different. Seeing that Su Mu was bored, Sirona took the initiative to come up. Can I ask you a question? Su Mu nodded, of course, you say it. Sirona reorganized her words and then asked, you said you were reluctant to win against me, why? Su Mu almost choked on his saliva. How long has it been since this happened? Why did you remember to ask? Because you are cute. Su Mu replied to Sirona without thinking and hurriedly slipped back to the room. Only after returning to the room did Su Mu react. No, why should I run? I had such a good opportunity just now, I should take action. Isn't this the prelude to confession? Why should I run? Ah, am I a fool? Regretful, Su Mu regretted it when he returned to the house. Perhaps hearing Su Mu's annoyed call, Sirona actually knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. What's wrong? Hearing Sirona's knock on the door, Su Mu jumped out of bed. When I opened the door, I saw Sirona standing shyly at the door. Su Mu's heart melted. Is this girl Sirona thinking too much and trying to push me back? She doesn't seem to be 18 years old yet. Should I just give in, or should I just accept her? Su Mu. Sirona lowered her head, and it was obvious that she was a little embarrassed. Say, what's wrong? Su Mu pretended to be calm. Unexpectedly, Sirona's next words made Su Mu panic. My father will be arriving soon. He said he wants to see you. If it's suitable, just give it to me. Sirona spoke intermittently, and Su Mu didn't hear the rest. But just the previous words were enough to make Su Mu feel scared. Chapter 45 Su Mu versus his future father-in-law. Su Mu panicked. Could he not panic? He hooked up with his daughter, who was not yet 18, to live together and travel together. Although I didn't do anything, it doesn't sound good when I say it. Now my father has come to visit me in person. Can Su Mu not panic? Besides, who is Sirona's father? He is the chief of Western Europe. The top big shot in charge of half of humanity. Can Su Mu not panic? Are you serious? Su Mu swallowed and asked in disbelief. When Sirona saw Su Mu and asked, her already blushing face turned even redder. Well, hurry up and get ready. Father will be here in a few minutes. After saying that, Sirona trotted away and disappeared from Su Mu's sight. Su Mu didn't know why Sirona ran so fast, but it was very difficult for him now. He had to see his parents if he disagreed. Who could bear this? That's all, as long as you are thick-skinned, you will have meat for 3 meals. Su Mu shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If the soldiers came to cover up the water and earth, what else could be done? Not long after, a middle-aged man entered the villa under the leadership of Sirona. This man has blonde hair, just like Sirona. The aquiline nose on his face does not show an unruly look, but a unique majesty. Hello, Su Mu, I am Sirona's father. Hello Chief Kyle. Su Mu had just changed into more formal clothes and tidied up his hair. He would look more handsome now. Shake hands and say hello politely. Have Sirona told you the purpose of my visit this time? Su Mu was stunned. Why did you come? Didn't he come here to ask for punishment? I abducted your daughter, shouldn't you have come to fight with me? Nodding bravely, Su Mu didn't know what Kyle was going to say next, so he could only hold on. Okay, let's go to the yard. If you can beat me in the battle, then I will agree to your engagement with Sirona. Kyle said, turned around and walked out of the villa. Sirona was left with a blushing face, and Su Mu was confused on the spot. So, your father is here to test me. He wants to get us engaged. Su Mu was dumbfounded, no wonder Sirona was so shy just now. For this cute girl, it was already very difficult for her to have the courage to stand in front of Su Mu just now. Sirona nodded, and then trotted away as usual. Su Mu looked confused. What's going on? I was just arranged like this? Could it be that my identity as the super second generation plus destiny child has been discovered? Su Mu looked around blankly. That's all, let's fight if we say fight. Isn't he just a chief? I will risk my life to defeat him. In order to live a happy life in the future, Su Mu decided to be cruel to himself and have a good fight with Sirona's father. Arriving in the yard, Kyle had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Mu, he smiled slightly. Come on, you have 3 elves, right? How about we go 2 against 2? Su Mu said he had no objection. Arceus is still young, and although he is very strong, he may not be able to adapt to this level of combat. Go, Metagross. Nothing fancy, Kyle directly released his own team of elves, Metagross. This is an elf in the late master stage, only 1 step away from the peak. Metagross roared after appearing, exuding powerful and terrifying coercion. This is a fighting aura that only master-level elves can understand. Only by understanding this attribute can elves officially step into the threshold of master. Knowing that Su Mu didn't understand this, Kyle explained it carefully. Su Mu nodded, and after expressing his thanks with his eyes became solemn. Sirona's father is not polite at all. He goes directly to the main force. Isn't this bullying? I'm a new trainer, so use your full strength. Koga Ninja, it's up to you. Cool. Congratulations to Ninja, I am willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations to come, without any hesitation. Knowing that he was about to face a big battle, Koga Ninja immediately yelled the slogan after appearing on the stage. When Kyle heard what Koga Ninja said, a smile appeared on his lips. Is this the little guy who came back from the border? He's really energetic. After complimenting him, Kyle's eyes became calm, he was going to be serious. Koga Ninja, Bond Transformation. Metagross, Mega Evolution. Almost at the same time, both elves began to change. Metagross, who was originally in the late stage of being a leader, has directly reached the peak level of being a leader after his transformation. 4 huge metal arms made Koga Ninja feel endless pressure. So scary. Don't be afraid, Koga Ninja, Spiral Water Shuriken. Using a unique move, Su Mu directly asked Koga Ninja to release the Spiral Water Shuriken to create time for the next Shadow Clone technique to form a seal. Block it with telekinesis, then Comet Fist. The Water Shuriken with strong rotational force was suddenly wrapped by an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. Then, the 4 giant metal monsters were seen waving their hands together, attacking Su Mu from a long distance away. Boom! Caught off guard, Koga Ninja was directly knocked away. Koga Ninja. Su Mu ran over worriedly and saw that Koga Ninja had not completely fainted yet and was trying hard to stand up. Don't force it, we are still young, this is just a battle. Su Mu stepped forward and grabbed him, helped him stand up from the ground, and comforted him softly. Believe me, I will make you stronger in the future. Treat this failure as an experience. Su Mu's voice was extremely calm, and Koga Ninja quickly recovered. He glanced at Metagross unwillingly and let out a long sigh. Cool. I will definitely become stronger and I will defeat him next time. Setting Metagross in the leader stage as his goals, Koga Ninja clenched his fists to cheer himself up. Seeing that this guy was in a good mood, Su Mu asked him to sit aside and summoned a fire-breathing dragon. Charizard, Mega Evolution. Charizard X. After the fire-breathing dragon in the early stage of the Heavenly King evolved to Mega, due to the blessing of the Candle Dragon bloodline, its strength was directly improved to the late stage of the Heavenly King. However, this is still not enough in the eyes of Metagross and Kyle. Too weak. Qinglian Earth Core Fire, Jet Flame. Su Mu roared loudly and attacked with the fire-breathing dragon with powerful momentum. Roar! Charizard X roared and a stream of green flames spurted out. Aggressive. However, Kyle didn't even give the order. Metagross also used telekinesis to block the jet of flames. Comet Punch. Boom! Strike hard. Charizard has no chance to dodge or even use protection. He was instantly killed by Metagross with one move and flew away. Su Mu, you lost. It seems that I can't let Sirona get engaged to you now. Chapter 46 The Trust of the Dog System. Su-mu was stunned. When he came to this world, he seemed to have never lost. This time, he was suddenly faced with a top-level leader like Kyle, and he was a little confused when he was beaten 2-1. Su-mu can persuade Koga Ninja not to worry, we are still young, but he cannot lie to himself. If you lose, you lose, if you are unhappy, you are unhappy. How could Su-mu be convinced after losing to someone who was more than 20 years older than him? But there is no way, this man is Sirona's father. No matter how unhappy he was, Su-mu could only swallow his anger. Well, I lost. He didn't say anything about giving me a few more years, nor did he say anything about not bullying young people into poverty. If you lose, you lose. Although I am very dissatisfied. Well, he has your father's temperament. Kyle smiled when he saw that the unwillingness in Su-mu's eyes only flashed, and then he admitted defeat frankly. Now I'm not sure how to scold me. I'm bullying the weak, and I'm going to use all my strength against you, a newcomer. Ha 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 ha, no need to deny it, I know your thoughts, you and your father have the same virtues. Su-mu was a little surprised, do you know my father? Depend on. Let me tell you, they are all old monsters. You are so shameless in bullying me, a newcomer. Ha, he turns out to be my father's friend. So we can be considered acquaintances, right, Uncle Kyle? If you can't beat him, give in. This is the smartest thing to do. What is even smarter than this is to recognize relatives. If you can't beat it, join. Good boy, smooth talk. Kyle looked at Su-mu speechlessly. This boy and his father were carved out of the same mold. Very evil. Looking at his girl Sirona again, Kyle suddenly felt a little worried, what if? Forget it, let nature take its course. Your father and I have already engaged you and Sirona, so I won't stop you from being together these days. When Kyle opened his mouth, it was like a big melon. Su-mu's eyes widened. He first looked at Kyle and saw that he was not joking. Then he looked at Sirona. The little girl lowered her head and said nothing. Are you my father's comrade? Thinking of what Cheap Daddy said before, he was engaged to himself, Su-mu finally realized it. It feels like Sirona is his fiancée. Right. Kyle did not deny it, glanced at Su-mu, and continued. But, I feel like you are very unreliable, so I need to set a test. This marriage is scheduled until you are 20 years old. I'm sorry if you haven't been able to defeat me before then. I will not agree to Sirona being with you. Don't even think about kidnapping Sirona behind my back. If you dare to do that, I'll beat your father first and then you. Kyle glared fiercely and instantly saw Su-mu's evil intentions. Then I thought about it and calmed down a bit. If you can defeat me before you are 20, then I will not stop you from being together. Su-mu nodded, that's not bad, he is only 16 this year, how can he still not be able to defeat a bad old man in 4 years? At least we have a system. Wait, become stronger? Damn it, the conspiracy of the dog system succeeded again? After secretly cursing the dog system, Su-mu said to Kyle, so, are you here to take Sirona away? When he asked, Sirona also looked up at Kyle. Although she didn't get along with Su-mu for a long time, she still had a good impression of Su-mu. When she first learned that she was Su-mu's fiancée, Sirona also asked herself. Is it acceptable to be with Su-mu? It seems, okay. Therefore, Sirona still doesn't want to be separated from Su-mu. Seeing his daughter looking at him expectantly, Kyle suddenly became furious. His married daughter was throwing water away. No. With a straight face, Kyle reluctantly said these 2 words. Then, Su-mu smiled, and Sirona also laughed. But don't be too happy too early. I also know about your suspension from school. I will definitely not agree to letting you 2 wander aimlessly. So, I have arranged 2 things for you. Kyle said, waving his fingers proudly. The first thing is that the secret realm of Meteor Falls, which is opened every 10 years, is about to be opened. I want you and Sirona to enter it and experience it. The second thing is that you have to collect 16 municipal gym badges and 6 elves within 2 months to participate in the King of Heaven challenge. You have to get the top 3 rankings in the challenge, so that you can become a king trainer. Then you can participate in the World King competition and get a title in it. Good guy. After Kyle said his conditions, Su Mu laughed angrily. Tell me, are you a trap brought in by the dog system? Meteor Falls, World King competition, these are all tasks arranged by the dog system. How much money does he give you to work for him like this? I'll pay double, and you stay away from the dog system, okay? This is the title, right? Su Mu scolded him in his heart, but he still had to ask questions in action. Just like the previous sages, they all have their own titles, but there are also some king-level powerful people who are local hall owners or mayors and do not have titles. The title refers to the top 16 in the World King competition. Every year, 16 king-level experts are awarded the title and are officially called venerables. As for the local king-level experts, they are not qualified to obtain titles due to lack of strength or other reasons, so they can only succumb to the local. It is not that the place is not good, it is just different in nature. After Kyle explained, he found that Su Mu looked relaxed. That's right, Su Mu is very relaxed now. So what your uncle wants me to do is to become an officially recognized venerable person within a year. Kyle nodded, that's what he meant. Su Mu smiled, this is too easy. That venerable Dongfeng was the guy who was picked 6 times by Su Mu. If Cai can be called a venerable, then doesn't Su Mu already have venerable level strength now? Okay, I understand, uncle, do you have anything else to do? Kyle saw Su Mu asking himself with a smile on his face and an attitude of seeing off guests, and he became angry at that time. This is my house, right? You are on my property and you want to send me away? Does it fit? It's okay, please pay attention to me and don't touch Sirona. I'll let Lucario keep an eye on you. If you let me find out, I won't punish you. In the end, as a father, Kyle was still worried about Su Mu, a bastard, and threatened Su Mu with harsh words before turning around and leaving. Hearing Kyle's words, Su Mu smiled again. Lucario? Don't you know, this guy is mine now. Just kidding, if he dares to tip you off, I will eat dog meat hot pot. Chapter 47 The Legendary Meteor Waterfall. After Sirona's father left, Su Mu couldn't help but feel evil fire surging when he looked at the shy Sirona. This is my fiancée. It seems like if I give her a kiss, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Kyle's threat was of no use to Su Mu, the LSP. However, in order to save face for the old guy Kyle, Su Mu hesitated again and again, but still suppressed the excitement in his heart. He returned to the room seriously and began to search for information about Meteor Falls. As a high-quality supporter of the dog system, Kyle hoped that Su Mu would go to Meteor Falls first to see if there were any suitable elves there. Then go to the gym and participate in the King Challenge. The last step is to enter the World King competition, obtain a title, and become an official venerable. As for what will happen next, Su Mu estimates that the system may arrange for someone else to come over. The Koga Ninja's mission is to fight Lugia so that he can get the blood of Kun Peng. So, there is Lugia in this meteor waterfall. Just mess around, it's understandable if there's Emperor Entei in Viridian Forest, but what's going on with a Lugia coming out of Meteor Falls? While muttering, Su Mu also found the official information about Meteor Falls. Meteor Falls is a secret place that opens every 10 years. This is an agreement reached between the strong human beings and the Kuai Long clan in the secret realm. The human clan enters once every 10 years, but each time the Kuai Long clan must choose a suitable trainer for at least 3 cubs and leave with the human clan. The Kuai Long clan has a long lifespan, and their strength increases relatively slowly. Therefore, it is not a bad thing in the eyes of the Kuai-Long clan that their cubs follow humans to go out for experience. The two sides can be regarded as mutually beneficial. If the Kuai-Long clan was not too slow in conceiving offspring, the secret realm might be opened every 3 years. In addition to the Kuai-Long clan, there are many elves in Meteor Falls. Sun Rock and Moon Rock are little elves that are said to come from outer space. Slowpoke, the Slow Hippo clan, the Salamander clan, Minas, Absol, etc. After checking the information for a while, Su Mu probably knew something about Meteor Falls. Although all trainers who enter will go there with the desire for mini dragons, only a handful of people can truly be recognized by the Kuai-Long clan and conquer the mini dragons. The greater temptation of Meteor Falls is the other rare elves. If nothing else, Minas is definitely a famous brand in this world. Because the evolutionary theory of ugly fish has not yet been discovered, there are very few trainers of Minas. Almost all the Minas currently known evolve on their own in the wild, rather than being cultivated by trainers. Therefore, even if you can't get the mini dragon, Meteor Falls is still a treasure place that countless trainers are flocking to. Good guy, this is an opportunity that no one can get even if they want it. How can I get it for nothing? Su Mu curled his lips and said that his second-generation status is really good. If he wanted to become a trainer, the conditions would be comparable to those of an ancient prince. The nanny came to prepare the meal, and Sirona walked to the door of Su Mu's room. Su Mu, it's time to eat. Hey, right away. Su Mu turned off the computer and responded casually. Arriving at the dining table, Su Mu sat down naturally, and then looked at Sirona. Embarrassed. He was so busy watching Meteor Falls that he forgot about his engagement. Sirona was left out for a long time. Would she think she was angry? She was made angry by her father. Well, Koga Ninja, you go get food for Arceus. You can't count on me for everything every day. Charizard, what are you looking at? Go and help. Su Mu opened his mouth and pushed the two elves away before focusing on Sirona. Sirona is also very sensible. Lucario, go and prepare something for the round land shark to eat. Lucario looked confused. The Koga Ninja on the side saw that this guy was ignorant, so he went up and used a sword. Come here quickly. Lucario glanced at Su Mu aggrievedly. Still obediently followed the Koga Ninja. There was nothing he could do, he just couldn't beat him, so he gave in to his will. All the troublemakers were gone, and now only Su Mu and Sirona were left. Well, I didn't know about the engagement at first. Su Mu spoke first to break the silence. Sirona blushed, I don't know either. Okay, this kid is stupid, for real. Su Mu raised his head with a smile on his face, so we are destined, right? Following Su Mu's words, Sirona agreed. You don't hate me either, do you? No, why would you hate it? Su Mu was very satisfied and continued. Okay, then our relationship is settled, and you will be my fiancé from now on, okay? Thinking of long nights and many dreams, Su Mu planned to settle the relationship quickly while Sirona was still naive. However, when Sirona heard this, she reacted instantly. But father said he would only agree if you defeated him. Su Mu was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Is this girl really stupid or pretending to be stupid? You usually look naive, how can you react now? Ahem, let's defeat him then, let's eat and eat. With a dry cough, Su Mu was really embarrassed when he was found out about abducting a young lady in front of her. Sirona didn't feel embarrassed. She looked at Su Mu with her unique blank look. After confirming that Su Mu was okay, she started to eat. When are we going to Meteor Falls? After filling his stomach, Su Mu took out a bucket of ice cream from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Sirona. Su Mu was a little confused because he didn't eat ice cream today. After opening the lid, Sirona remembered what happened to Meteor Falls and asked. Su Mu thought for a while and answered. Tomorrow, just in time to catch up with the secret realm opening. Sirona agreed. She had heard of Meteor Falls a long time ago, but she was too young to go up to it when it was opened last time. Good. After eating delicious ice cream, and Su Mu had already arranged the itinerary, he was not unhappy about Kyle's arrival. This makes Sirona feel great. Looking at the ice cream in front of her, Sirona had an intuition, I can make 2 buckets. I'm going to train with the round land shark later, will you come with me? Sirona then remembered that it seemed that since she met Su Mu, she had almost never seen the elves he trained. Even Arceus just mentioned a few words casually, as if it was a joke. How can you be so strong without training? That's impossible. My father said that strong people are made up of 1% talent and 99% sweat. No one can get something for nothing. However, training? Forget it, I'm not interested. You stay with you and Lo Shark, and take Arceus with you. I'll go back and catch up on some sleep first. Chapter 48 Su Mu's Competitors. Handing Arceus to Sirona, Su Mu strutted back to the room. Train? Are you kidding me? If I don't want to be a trainer, I will never be able to train in this life. Sirona's big eyes were full of doubts. Why is Su Mu so powerful? Could it be that he gave the elf drugs? Turning to look at the Koga Ninja Frog and Charizard who were cooking for Arceus, Sirona really didn't understand. The next day, Su Mu and Sirona, the second-generation super pair, naturally boarded a helicopter heading to the secret realm. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Su Mu suddenly took Sirona and took many sets of photos. So lovely! While admiring the photo of himself and Sirona, Su Mu sent the photo to his mother. I've been doing pretty well lately. This is your future daughter-in-law. How is it? Su Mu, who had just woken up at this time, laughed out of surprise when she received the news from Su Mu. Looks great, Mom agreed to this marriage. The couple made a joke, but Su Mu didn't pay much attention. With all his talk, how could he have imagined that Mother Su had good intentions for his son? Su Mu just felt that he hadn't contacted his mother for a long time, so it was just time to show her the beloved girl he had found. As a result, Su's mother, who had just woken up, was no longer calm. After replying to Su Mu's message, Su's mother made a phone call and sent the photo. Soon, all the information about Sirona and Kyle's family will be sent to Su's mother. Well, this is really good. It turned out to be the marriage contract made by the child's father, so I feel relieved. After arriving at Meteor Falls, Su Mu discovered that he was not the most naughty one. Taking a helicopter with a beautiful blonde girl is no longer comparable to those real bee kings. Mr. Su, the man driving the tractor, is the young master of the Shi family. The Shi family is a large family that specializes in rock and ground systems. Uncle Tatu did not leave after being sent to the place this time, but stayed to introduce the true identities of these bee kings to Su Mu. Uncle Tatu still remembers what happened in Viridian's secret realm last time. Fortunately, Father Su Mu was present in person last time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It was the same this time. Tatu was worried that something would happen, so he gave Sumuk a brief introduction to these guys in advance. And secretly prayed, hoping that no one would offend Su Mu. Where's the one who flies the flying saucer? Su Mu didn't know that Tatu thought so much, but he thought these second generations were really interesting, so he continued to ask. After Su Mu said this, Sirona also raised her head and looked at the flying saucer in the sky. Let me tell you something, this flying saucer is more powerful than a tractor. This is the young master of the Zhao family. Speaking of the Zhao family, that's a lot. Uncle Tatu looked like he was going to tell a story. And Su Mu saw that the young master of the Zhao family with a spiky head was actually followed by a small fire dragon. There was also a light mark on the small fire dragon's face. Su Mu instantly knew that this guy was the son of Mr. Zhao. It was the guy who bought the elf egg from him. I know, the son of the big boss Mr. Zhao. Upon hearing this, Uncle Tatu hurriedly said, Master, don't underestimate Mr. Zhao. On the surface he is a harmless businessman, but in fact he is a large chaebol who controls half of the Eastern Territory's economic lifeline. A person like this doesn't use strength to evaluate the degree of danger. Moreover, it is said that no one knows Mr. Zhao's true strength now. Seeing how serious he was, Su Mu unnaturally remembered what Mr. Zhao said back then, we will meet again. Such a big shot took great care of me at that time, which is not a good thing now that I think about it. Forget it, whether it's a big shot or not, it has nothing to do with me. Su Mu put Mr. Zhao's affairs aside for the moment, and then continued to watch. When he saw a man riding a kentaro, he became interested. Without him asking, Uncle Tatu said naturally. This is Yelaki from the Grassland Forces. He is also considered to be one of the more prestigious ones among this generation. Su Mu doesn't quite understand, what is grassland power? Is it the same as the one in the previous life? Nomadic people, the kind with no fixed abode? Or live in a yurt? The Grassland Forces are a force between the Eastern Territory and Western Europe. They are not independent from the alliance. They still belong to the Eastern Territory in name, but they are not very willing to be restrained. Uncle Tatu explained diligently. There is no way, not even if he doesn't do his job. Now the saint is with Su Mu. If Su Mu is as reckless as before and offends a group of people again, then Kyle will definitely come and kill him. It's interesting this time. After Uncle Tatu introduced almost everything, Su Mu grinned. Previously, I played in the novice village and won a championship, and then I played in the advanced novice village and gave Sirona a championship. It's better now, but I still haven't escaped from the novice village, and a group of top novices are coming. If I brush them again, shouldn't I leave the village? Su Mu's muttering made Sirona confused. What is brushing and what is leaving the village? Young master, if you want to compete with them for the mini dragon, please try not to be cruel. Seeing that Su Mu's smile was a little sinister, Uncle Tatu felt that Su Mu might not understand his hint. He quickly opened his mouth to speak clearly. We are here to collect dragons, not to fight and bully others. Seeing Tatu's serious face, Su Mu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Uncle Tatu, do you think I am someone who likes to be cruel? This rhetorical question left Uncle Tatu speechless for a moment. Regardless of whether you are or not, your father is anyway. If you really make him anxious, even the chief will feel uncomfortable. It was Sirona who knew how to save the situation and said. Su Mu is not that kind of brainless fool, he is smart. Seeing Sirona praising Su Mu innocently, Uncle Tatu did not dare to refute. Yes, the saint is right. Following Sirona's rhythm and echoing, Uncle Tatu said quickly. Saint, Master Su, the secret realm has been opened, let's go in first. Many dragons are limited, first come first served. Although Su Mu is not very interested in many dragons, Sirona is. Holding Su Mu's hand, Sirona signaled Su Mu to quickly summon the fire-breathing dragon and enter the secret realm as soon as possible. Somewhat speechless, Su Mu calmly watched the Bee-King boys swarming into the transmission channel at the beginning of the secret realm. He was not in a hurry, and planned to wait for everyone to enter before entering slowly. As a result, seeing how excited Sirona was, Su Mu was no longer disappointed. He called out the fire-breathing dragon, accelerated, and headed straight for the meteor falls. Hey, I'm going to conquer the mini dragon. I'm definitely the best. The moment the fire-breathing dragon entered the portal, a hoarse voice came from beside Su Mu. Chapter 49. Let them grab it. My uncle? Su Mu looked around with disdain and found that not far from him, a young man riding a kentaro was yelling excitedly. Seeing his unseen expression, Su Mu smiled. Who gave you the courage to be so crazy? You are still young, who do you want to be? You are really out of the mountains. Do you think you are the only rich person? The world outside is big, kid, listen to me, you can't control it, don't let it go. Su-mu, the environment here is so nice. Just as she was trying to make this second generation understand what a real second generation was, Sirona suddenly opened her mouth and exclaimed. Su-mu was too lazy to talk to that idiot anymore and began to observe the surrounding environment. The location where the two of them are now is in a slightly dark cave. Although no external light enters the cave, many fluorescent fine powders still achieve a basic lighting effect. It's just that the color of the light is different from normal, and it looks strangely beautiful. It can't be said to be strange. To be more precise, it is like the starlight of fireflies, extremely crystal clear. It's really good. Su-mu followed Sirona's words. Not long after, the transmission channel was already filled with young, rich, first, second, generation trainers who came to take this adventure. Yo! With a soft groan, a huge dragon appeared in the sky. Hello, human trainers! Feeling the kindness released by Kuai Long, no one was afraid or intimidated, and quietly waited for Kuai Long's next words. And those trainers who had no idea about mini dragons did not leave immediately, wanting to see what Kuai Long had to say. After all, if you miss this opportunity once every 10 years, you may never see a rare elf like Kuai Long in person for the rest of your life. Yo! The task of this trial is very simple, that is, you need to find 3 such bells in Meteor Falls. The bell can be snatched. There are no specific rules for this trial. As long as you find me with the bell one day later, you will be eligible to go to my clan and conquer the descendants of my clan. Kuai Long's cry was long, and after he announced the trial rules, he flew away directly. Some trainers who have prepared in advance have brought translation tools or telepathic elves. Afraid of getting the rules wrong. The same was true for Su-mu. Because Arceus was there, he quickly understood the rules. Then he took Sirona's little hand and said nonchalantly, let's go, let's go. Sirona was a little confused. She saw Kuai Long appear and then barked a few times. As a result, many people ran out like a 100-meter sprint. What's the situation? Kuai Long has finished talking about the rules, didn't you hear? Seeing Sirona in a daze, Su-mu couldn't help laughing. What rules? Sirona was confused. Many people present were as confused as Sirona. Kuai Long has already announced the rules, otherwise, what do you think he was doing when he came out and screamed twice just now? Is it possible that you are just showing off your cuteness? Sirona was embarrassed by Su-mu. He touched his hair, stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, I also want to say that Kuai Long's voice is very nice. Su-mu slapped his forehead, okay. You're stupid, I won't help you, even the 80-year-old grandma won't help me, so I'll just obey you. Holding Sirona's hand all the way deep into the cave, Su-mu did not follow the direction of the sound of water like others. It seems we got separated from everyone. Sirona said casually when she saw that there were fewer and fewer trainers nearby. Su-mu nodded, yes, it would be boring to get together with them all. Saying that, Su-mu pointed forward. You see, really smart people know to separate. This is not football. The more people, the better. This secret realm may not be big, but it's small, but it's really not small. The team of trainers, which consisted of nearly 1,000 people, gradually dispersed like they were walking through a maze after being separated by the meteor waterfall. If you don't mark it in advance, you will definitely get lost. Going in a direction where there is almost no sound of water does not mean that we are getting further away from the waterfall, but it does mean that we are heading deeper into the cave. The Kuai Long clan is not an elf living in the water. They are all heading towards the waterfall, which is actually the opposite of their goal. Su-mu's idea is very simple, that is, avoid those idiots first. Then if you find a bell, give one to Sirona. Forget it if you don't find it. Anyway, when he came this time, he never thought that it would be possible to be quiet. As long as the dog system doesn't die, it will definitely arrange all kinds of accidents. Not to mention anything else, there is this big guy Lugia. The system has arranged the check-in tasks in advance, and it is absolutely impossible for Lugia to just come and leave as he pleases. Then wouldn't we be able to find the bell faster this way? Seeing Su Mu's logical analysis, Sirona believed that the chance of completing this trial was very high. However, what Su Mu just said was nonsense, commonly known as bullshit. He just wanted to leave the crowd quickly and find a quiet place to wait for Lugia to come looking for trouble. As for the bell? What are you looking for? Only a fool would look for it. We don't look for bells, let fools find them. Su Mu said with a smile. Sirona didn't understand, we're not looking for it. Yes, only fools look for bells. Su Mu said matter-of-factly, think about it, will the bell ring? Since someone is looking for it, then after he finds the bell, he will definitely ring the bell unless he stays where he is. Wouldn't it be better if we snatched it from him then? That's right, Su Mu's thoughts have changed since he heard this rule. Since Kuai Long is allowed to snatch the bell, what's the point of going through all the effort to find the bell? Just grab it and it's over? Not to mention being immoral, Su Mu would rob others if he didn't. Opportunity is something that only those who can get it get. But it's not good for us to steal other people's things. Sirona hesitated, but soon figured it out on her own. She is called a saint, but she is not a virgin bitch. This kind of thing has been common in her childhood education. Those who are capable live there, which is Darwin's theory of biological evolution, and it is also an eternal truth on the road to becoming stronger. Okay, let them find it, I will take you to find an interesting guy now. Seeing that Sirona finally understood, Su Mu held hands with a smile and walked deeper, without worrying that Lugia could not find him. He has eaten the dog system to death now. Now that the sign-in task is released, the dog system will let it complete it no matter what. I can't, it's all your own trouble. The system has fainted from crying in the toilet. When encountering such a host, he has already taken the blame and become autistic. Chapter 50, Country Boy Yellowkey. Ha ha ha, I just said that if you go deeper, you will definitely gain something. Electric Dragon, use 100,000 volts. Not long after walking, Su Mu and Sirona heard the sound of fighting coming from ahead. Because they were in a cave, sound would travel far. Su Mu and Sirona looked at each other. At the same time, I decided to go and see the excitement. There are many types of elves in the caves of Meteor Falls. In addition to the common elves such as the Sand King, the Big Mouth Bat, and the Little Fist Stone, there are also many relatively rare elves. For example, Coco Dora, Bronze Mirror, Kathy, etc. Su Mu also encountered a few elves on the road just now, but Su Mu didn't bother to conquer them. Sirona simply didn't like it and let the elf pass them by. Following the direction of the sound, Su Mu took Sirona through the twists and turns of the tunnel and saw an open space. In the open space, the person fighting was none other than the young man from the grassland before, Yellowkey. He was commanding the electric dragon to attack an injured Minas frantically, seemingly preparing to subdue the opponent. Although his attributes were unfavorable, and the water type was restrained by the electric type, Minas still resisted desperately, obviously not wanting to leave here, nor did he want to be subdued by this country boy. Ugh! Minas let out a long roar and sprayed out a dragon's wave, directly hitting the electric dragon's body. You still dare to resist? Electric dragon, let's fire another 100,000 volts. Yellowkey, a young country boy, saw Minas resisting and immediately ordered the electric dragon to continue attacking. The electric dragon that had just been hit by the dragon wave was also angry. Seeing as how good looking you are, I haven't been using my full strength, yet you still sneak up on me? What? Another 100,000 volts? Minas was in so much pain from the electric shock that he curled up and screamed on the ground. Hearing Minas' miserable wail, Sirona couldn't bear it and frowned slightly. They are all the strength of the false king, I should be able to deal with them. After calculating the strength gap, Sirona was about to take action. Su Mu stopped her. Minas discovered it first. It's against the rules for us to do anything now. Su Mu's words made Sirona a little confused. You were the one who wanted to grab something just after a disagreement. Now I want to grab it, and you are still stopping me? Could it be that Su Mu became a monk? Do you pay attention to doing good deeds and accumulating virtue? Su Mu smiled mysteriously and pointed at Minas. She looked like she was screaming, but she was actually calling for her companions. You can understand that this guy is looking for reinforcements. It turns out that was the case. Sirona felt relieved. Su Mu was still the same Su Mu, he had not changed. Why is there a wild Minas with quasi-king strength here? Knowing that Minas was fine for the time being, Sirona turned her attention to why she appeared here. Su Mu thought for a while and decided to tell the truth, I'm not sure. I know, it must be like this. Su Mugong wanted to be honest and not fool Sirona first, but this girl actually said that she knew? As you said, Kuai Long doesn't live in the water, and Minas doesn't have to live in the water either. The place here is spacious. Most of the elves nearby are of the rock type and pose no threat to Minas. It is perfect to settle here. So, Su Mu, you are right. Going deeper into the cave will indeed be rewarding. What Sirona thought about left Su Mu speechless. After opening his mouth, Su Mu decided to give up the explanation. Okay, that's good, that's what I think. Now you can finally think about things independently. That's great. Su Mu said, and shamelessly touched Sirona's head with his hand. He still has the nerve to dislike other people's pretense, he is the biggest bee king. Yo! Seeing that Minas was about to lose his strength, Yeliki was ready to throw the elf ball, but a dragon roar made him give up the idea temporarily. A dragon is coming quickly through the narrow tunnel. Some of the obstructing rock walls were directly smashed by Kuai Long with his divine speed. Yo! Who dares to bully my goddess, I will kill you. Kuai Long came to the scene and immediately discovered the seriously injured Minas. Then, the dragon has reverse scales, which will kill you if you touch it. Kuai Long directly activated the reverse scale and beat Yeliki's electric dragon violently. Electric Dragon, Mega Evolution. Although the rustic boy is very rustic, he is still the second generation of the grassland. A simple Mega Evolution can still be done. Due to the emergency situation, Electric Dragon had no time to do special effects. Complete the transformation directly and fight with Kuai Long again. Minas took the opportunity to use self-recovery to restore his physical strength. I just want to conquer Minas, how can you pretend to be a king-level fast dragon for me? Who can bear this? Dian Long, let's retreat. A hero won't suffer the immediate loss. Let's fight again when the dragon is gone. Yeliki understood quite well. Seeing Kuai Long coming, he had no chance, so he simply prepared to retreat. Yeliki happened to catch a glimpse of Su Mu and Sirona, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, and Yeliki rolled his eyes. Brothers over there, and Miss Sirona, do we want to cooperate? Sirona looked indifferent, but Su Mu couldn't agree. It's like you are playing Honor of Kings with a girl, but in the middle of the game a passerby wants to come in and form a team together. Will that work? This girl belongs to me alone. No, if you can't do it, come down quickly. We've been waiting for a long time. Su Mu opened his mouth and blocked Yeliki's retreat. If it doesn't work, come down quickly and stop talking about useless things. Been waiting here for a long time. Yeliki's already dark face suddenly turned even darker. Dian Long, let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by Kuai Long Nilan, Yeliki directly took back the electric dragon without saying a word, and then released it to him again. He signaled Su Mu with his eyes, "Aren't you going to come? Go ahead? You're so small, with a girl, do you really think you're number one in the national server? That's a king-level Kui Long. I want to see how you take over. Who doesn't know how to brag and talk big? You can do it, or you can run away with me, ha ha ha." Yelaki said, posing as if he was about to run at any moment, and then stared at Su Mu. As long as Su Mu and Sirona are ready to run away, he will definitely run faster than them. Yelaki thought he had dug a big hole for Su Mu and made him embarrassed in front of Sirona. As a result, Su Mu and Sirona were looking at him like a fool. A king-level dragon still needs to run? Are you kidding me? Su Mu curled his lips and glanced disdainfully at Yelaki, who was squatting on the ground, always ready to run away. Yelaki was not moved at all by Su Mu's words. "I thought to myself, you just want to trick me into letting my guard down, and then you guys will find an opportunity to escape first. Who hasn't heard the story of a tiger chasing a man? Now it's a competition of speed, whoever runs slower will be unlucky." Chapter 51 Su Mu's new love rival Manas. Yelaki lived in his own world and naively believed that this dragon was invincible. I imagined that Su Mu would take Sirona and escape in embarrassment. Therefore, he kept maintaining the starting position of the 100-meter sprint, staring at Su Mu with burning eyes. Afraid of being jumped by Su Mu. "Forget it, let me do it. This guy's confusion should be resolved." Seeing Kui Long's eyes gradually clearing up, Su Mu rubbed his fingers and called out the Koga Ninja frog. The moment the Koga Ninja appeared, Yelaki yelled at the side. "Now, Electric Dragon, let's run." After saying that, he followed the Electric Dragon and fled at a speed that even the Wind Speed dog could not match with his speed skills. After running out of the open space, Yelaki stopped proudly. "Let me tell you, he is definitely going to run away. What he said before was just to make me relax my guard. Baa ho." Dian Long believed in Yelaki unconditionally and shouted in agreement. "So, fortunately, I guessed that guy's sinister thoughts a long time ago and ran out in advance. Otherwise, we would be the ones being entangled by the dragon now. Baa ho." The Electric Dragon still raised his hand in cooperation, looking at Yelaki with admiration in his eyes. Boom! Pain! Boom! Poof! A series of fighting sounds sounded from behind, and Yelaki laughed even more proudly. "Ha ha ha, that guy must be in a terrible state now. He wants to show off with Miss Sirona. How naive! Is there anyone else who wants to show off in front of me? Dream!" The more Yelaki spoke, the more arrogant he became. He held the Electric Dragon with one hand to steady his body, and put his other hand on his waist and laughed wildly. It's as if he wasn't the one who just ran away in embarrassment. "We'll wait here. There's only one way out. I want to see what this guy will do to Kui Long." The more he listened, the more excited he became, so Yelaki simply decided not to leave. Imagining Su Mu being beaten by Kui Long now, he felt relieved. "If you refuse my invitation to cooperate, you bastard, you are finished." In the open space, Koga Ninja and Kui Long were fighting fiercely. This Kui Long does have something special. As a wild elf, he actually knows how to restrain his attributes. Generally speaking, most wild elves understand this, and even if they don't understand, they still know the instinctive fear. But this guy is different. Kui Long actually knows the ability of Koga Ninja to change freely. After Koga Ninja made a move with the spiral water shuriken, Kui Liu immediately counterattacked with 100,000 volts and Thunder Fist. When Koga Ninja used the freezing beam, Kui Long responded with a big character explosion. If it happens once or twice, it may be accidental. But several times in a row, Su Mu also discovered clues. This Kui Long definitely knows the characteristics of the Koga Ninja frog, and then attacks in a targeted manner. Changing freely allows the elf to change into the attributes of the skill it just used. The official explanation is that every time you use a move, your attributes become the same as the attributes of the move. Looking at it this way, every attack of this fast dragon is definitely chosen based on the attributes of the Koga Ninja frog. Such a fast dragon is so interesting. Koga Ninja, have a hard time with him. It's boring to keep fighting like this. People have already guessed your characteristics. Su-mu shouted, letting the Koga Ninja directly bind and transform. After the bond transformation, Koga Ninja's combat effectiveness soared directly. Even if this Kuai Long has the wisdom of a demon, he can't compete head-on with the Koga Ninja. He was quickly defeated by the Koga Ninja and fell to the ground. Ugh! Minas on the side had fully recovered her strength. She glanced at Kuai Long who fell on the ground, and there was a trace of hesitation in her eyes. However, the hesitation was soon replaced by determination. She slowly crawled to Sarona's side and passed Kuai Long. You are so beautiful, I like you so much. Minas expressed his affection for Sarona without any scruples. Everyone was stunned at this moment. What's the situation? Koga Ninja, this Minas is female, right? Cool. I am sure she is. Su-mu scratched his head and suddenly looked at Kuai Long sympathetically. Do you know, the Minas you are pursuing may be a homosexual. How are you? Walking to Kuai Long's side, Su-mu asked distressedly. Roar. Kuai Long was silent. He was dumbfounded by Minas's operation. Do you like me very much? Simple Sarona is still simple. She looked at Minas blankly and asked in confusion. She still doesn't know that Minas's kind of love is that kind of, indescribable love. I like the same style as Su-mu. Seeing that Sarona understood what she meant, Minas immediately circled around Sarona happily. I really like this blonde-haired girl. Is this what it feels like to meet true love? I feel so happy. Kuai Long was about to get up from the ground, but when he heard Minas' words, he fell to his knees again with a plop. Will licking dogs be allowed to live in this world? When have I, the young patriarch of the Kuai Long family, ever been wronged like this? Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is blowing. A cut of winter plum standing proudly in the snow. Heaven and earth, a little bit, vast. The familiar BGM sounded, and Su-mu suddenly felt that this dragon was not so worthy of pity. You deserve to die if you lick the dog. You deserve to be played with your emotions, who calls you a licking dog? Kuai Long, tell me, why do you know the characteristics of the Koga Ninja frog? Seeing that Sarona is communicating with Minas about her feelings, the next step should be the familiar subduing process. Su-mu decided to give Kuai Long, an old licker, a chance. If this guy really had special talents that could arouse Su-mu's interest in conquering him, then he wouldn't mind conquering this guy. However, there is a premise. That means Kuai Long cannot be bellicose. A Koga Ninja who is full of fighting spirit, a Charizard who goes to the limit and strives to become stronger, an Arceus who doesn't understand anything and just wants to fight. Su-mu feels that his elf team has become more and more trainer-like. He wanted to stop this trend of trainers from spreading in the team. Therefore, Su-mu's criteria for selecting the next elf were that being belligerent would definitely not work. Ho, ho ho. Thinking that Su-mu and Sarona are together, if she leaves with Su-mu, it means that she can still see the goddess. Kuai Long suddenly became energetic and had enough desire to express himself. I know this from reading books. They are all books sent by your human race before. Su-mu was stunned. Reading? This hobby is great. So do you like fighting? Seeing Su-mu suddenly ask this question, Kuai Long showed some hesitation. He shook his head with a sense of inferiority, saying that he rarely fought. Ho ho ho! I am a scholar. I only like reading and never cause trouble. I hate fighting the most. Chapter 52, Daily Life of a Country Boy with Autism. Okay. Kuai Long didn't expect that Su Mu would react so loudly when he said he didn't like fighting. With a look that was indeed the case, Kuai Long turned around in embarrassment, preparing to leave this sad place. Roar! No, what he just said was okay. Did I hear that right? Kuai Long suddenly turned around and looked at Su Mu, wanting to confirm whether his ears were correct. Su Mu quickly said, "You heard it right." I said yes. It's best if you don't like fighting. Saying that, Su Mu took out the elf ball directly. How about it, scholar, hang out with me and I'll take you out to play with your mobile phone. There's a lot more knowledge here than in books. When he heard that there was more knowledge, Kuai Long suddenly became excited. Grabbing the elf ball, Kuai Long shouted urgently, "Woohoo! Quick, stop talking nonsense and conquer me quickly. There is no way, since you took the initiative to request, then I will not be polite." Su Mu secretly thought, the switch of the elf ball was turned on, and the dragon instantly turned into a red light and entered the elf ball. After shaking for a while, the red light went out. Kuai Long conquered successfully. On the other side, Minas was more proactive than Kuai Long. He just tailed a little and got into the elf ball by himself. Then when Sirona released her again, she immediately coiled around Sirona and started to get tired of it. Su Mu admitted that he was a little sore at that moment. "Don't worry, Kuai Long, I will train you from a licking dog to a handsome man. Minas is a rotten girl, I will definitely let you straighten her." Su Mu quietly promised the Kuai Long poke ball, suppressing the anger in his heart. It's just an elf, and she's a female. Why should I be jealous of her? Cut. Yellowkey waited for a long time outside. Until the sound of fighting ended, Su Mu and Sirona were not seen. I immediately became curious. Dian Long, do you think the two of them won't be eaten by the angry Kuai Long? Baa ho. Maybe, maybe. Dian Long always agrees with Yellow Chi, a country boy. Then I have done something wrong. I was the one who caused this dragon. If I cheat Miss Sirona, it will be terrible. Thinking of this, Yellowkey looked a little nervous. Who is Sirona? If something happens because of him causing trouble, then the grassland power may cease to exist. Let's go, Electric Dragon, let's go take a look, be careful. Gritting his teeth, Yellowkey decided to go and see for himself. Apart from anything else, if there is a chance to rescue Miss Sirona, then I will have made a great contribution. Seeing the silence in the clearing, Yellowkey still felt a little afraid. But thinking of the pretentious Su Mu and the beautiful Miss Sirona, Yellowkey suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly approached with the electric dragon. Hey, are you okay? Yellowkey saw that Su Mu and Sirona were both there, and Sirona actually had the meanness he wanted to conquer with her. I didn't understand the situation immediately. We're fine. Why are you back? Su Mu is a typical murderer. This country boy ran so fast before, but now he dared to look back when there was no movement. What do you mean, are you here to collect the bodies of yourself and Sirona? I'm worried that you are in danger. When I came to save you, I also wanted to seek revenge from Kuai Long. The electric dragon was also hungry just now, so he didn't fight that Kuai Long. I just had a feast with the electric dragon, and now I want to find this fast dragon. Let him come out and I will definitely take good care of him. Seeing that Minas might have been subdued by Sirona, Yellowkey looked around again and found that he didn't see Kuai Long. Immediately started the show-off mode. Sirona, who had always been cute, couldn't help but laughed when she heard Yellowkey's words. Su Mu is indeed an experienced driver. Driving is absolutely stable. Seeing that Yellowkey was starting to show off, he did not directly show his trump card, but chose to continue asking. Let Yellowkey continue to play. Aren't you afraid of that dragon? Su Mu asked. Seeing Su Mu asking this, Yellowkey's old face turned red. But he regained his energy after a while. Kuai Long? I told you, that is a small stumbling block in the growth of our home appliance dragon. Last time, he was lucky enough to use his reverse scale and took advantage of it. We won't be careless this time. Even if Kui Long runs fast, otherwise I will definitely kill him this time. As he spoke, Yelaki put on a very coquettish look. Su Muchen smiled. This kid is too cute. It's a bit ridiculous. Are you sure? Kui Long is really too strong. You can't do it. I, who should cooperate with your performance, turned a blind eye. Su Mu continued to hold back his smile, looked at Yelaki and said, "You brag about yours, I'll dig mine. Why can't I do it?" Yelaki said forcefully, as if he didn't take anyone seriously. Seeing him like this, Su Mu knew the heat was coming. "Well, since you insist so much, I'll satisfy you." After saying that, Su Mu opened Kui Long's elf ball directly. In an instant, Yelaki was dumbfounded. Quick dragon! He was conquered by you. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yelaki gritted his teeth and looked at Su Mu blankly. Dian Long was equally shocked. He looked at Yelaki and then at Kui Long. Yelaki directly pressed the poke ball, and he obeyed. Ha 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 ha! Seeing that the electric dragon ran back by himself and left Yelaki alone in the cold wind, Su Mu finally couldn't help it anymore. What a country boy! You are really my pistachio! Su Mu laughed wildly, and the mood that had just been upset by meanness was gone. Kai Long, he wants to fight with you, you play with him. Joking casually, Su Mu thought that the war-weary Kui Long would just laugh and let it go. Unexpectedly, Kui Long actually took action. Yo-ho! You are the one who offended my goddess, right? I let you run away just now. This time I will take care of you and avenge the goddess. Kui Long can do this, he is so angry. Just like the Hulk's transformation, the usual gentleness and elegance disappeared in an instant. All that's left is violence. The dragon has reverse scales, if you touch it you will die. Dragon's Wrath. With a breath of Dragon's Wrath, Kui Long directly attacked Yelaki. Fortunately, Yelaki had quick eyesight and quick hands. He called Kentaro to use protection at the critical moment and withstood Kui Long's blow. Come on! Come on, the electric dragon will come out and escort you. Yelaki was dumbfounded. Su Mu is sick, right? You just subdued Kui Long, but you actually let Kui Long attack me? However, Su Mu was helpless at this time. He understood why he could conquer this fast dragon. Have you ever seen an elf modeled after the Hulk? Normally he is gentle, reading and studying, but when he gets angry, he will kill everyone. Ah, electric dragon, help me quickly. Chapter 53 Who is littering? After all, Su Mu was too kind, and he didn't let Kui Long kill him directly. This kid is quite interesting, just give it a try. Asking Kui Long to throw him aside, Su Mu took Sarona's little hand and left arrogantly. The miserable country boy was left standing there stunned, he was really sour. What kind of world is this? I don't know if people who are better than you can work as hard as you. But people who are better than you live a more comfortable life than you, that's for sure. Looking at Su Mu with the beauty in his arms and the dragon in his hand, Yelaki wanted to cry but had no tears. It's too much. This kind of person is too much. Getting up in embarrassment, Yelaki loudly accused Su Mu. The electric dragon beside him, which was beaten all over, was also bleeding non-stop. That person is the devil, what did the electric dragon do? The electric dragon is obviously so cute, but he can still kill it, woo 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 woo. He's just a bastard. This guy doesn't deserve to live. He's gone too far. One of them sat on the ground and cursed Su Mu, but they didn't know that a shadow was behind them, watching all this silently. Then, a spiral water shuriken was fired. One person and one pet were smashed directly to the ground. Cool. Little master, it's solved. Su Mu was depressed. He thought he had conquered a nerdy elf, but he didn't expect that the dragon was a Hulk. This temperament is exactly the same as that of the Hulk. That's too much. Didn't you say you don't like fighting? Why do I feel that when you fight, you are more excited than the Koga Ninja? Shaking his head and putting down the matter of Kuai Long in frustration, Su Mu said disdainfully. Is this guy scolding me behind my back? Cool. Yes, I have already taught him a lesson. Koga Ninja raised his hand proudly, indicating that he used this hand to deal with the guy who spoke ill of the little master behind his back. Su Mu also smiled proudly. I knew it, This guy is just dishonest, that is, he is willing to teach him how to behave for his parents only after meeting a selfless and great person like me. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid he would have died long ago without knowing how. Cool. The little master is so kind. Silently watching the interaction between Su Mu and Koga Ninja, a glint flashed in Kuai Long's eyes. Looks like I'm with a nice guy. To say such shameless words right out of the gate is really like a scholar like me. Roar. Do you want me to go take a look again? I feel like he may not have learned his lesson yet. Kuai Long's suggestion stunned Su Mu and Koga Ninja. Koga Ninja couldn't help but extend his thumb. Bull. When it comes to being cruel or damaging, you are still the scholars. Su Mu patted himself in annoyance. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Okay, go back quickly. Don't beat him to death. Just teach him a lesson. Su Mu gave serious instructions. Roar. Understood, as long as I don't kill you, that's fine. Got it. With a flap of wings, Kuai Long returns the same way. A minute later, another wailing sound came from the distance, and Kuai Long proudly flapped his wings and returned to the team. Su Mu conquered Kuai Long, and Sirona also conquered Minas, who had serious psychological problems. This trip for the two of them was a fruitful one. Are we still going to fight with them for the bell? Sirona asked Su Mu. Su Mu thought about it and realized that it was indeed unnecessary. We already have fast dragons, so forget about the mini dragons. No need, leave the opportunity to those who need it. Su Mu, a good man, decided to give up the fight. He wanted to visit the waterfall in the next time. After all, it is the secret place of Meteor Falls. It would be a pity not to go to the waterside and just hang out in the cave. Sirona agreed. She also wanted to see what the long-famous Meteor Falls looked like. With the locals Kuai Long and Minas, they no longer had to wander around in the maze-like caves, but went straight to the official passage to Meteor Falls. Hwa hwa hwa. There was a huge sound of water, and the crystal blue water was like a star river in the sky, flowing down from a high place and falling on the lake below. Kuai Long, are there any particularly powerful guys here? Su Mu, who was obsessed with Lugia, opened his mouth to ask Kuai Long. According to the temper of the dog system, Lugia has not come to him yet. Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Oh. After hearing this, Kuai Long tilted his head and thought for a while. My father should be the strongest. He is the leader of our Kuai Long clan and the lord here. Kuai Long's words stunned Su Mu. Good guy, I thought you were just an ordinary dragon, but I didn't expect you also have an identity. Am I the only player who truly closes my eyes when it comes to emotions? Are you also a second generation? Why didn't you tell me before? With strong resentment, Su Mu asked. Kuai Long suddenly shivered and scratched his head in embarrassment. Roar. You didn't ask me before. Forget it, if I don't know you the same way, who makes me the second generation? Su Mu turned his head with a Versailles look on his face and stopped talking to Kuai Long. Since he doesn't know the news about Lugia, just wait. Anyway, according to the urinary properties of the dog system, if Lugia didn't take the initiative to show up, Su Mu could drink all the water in this waterfall. I'm a little hungry, let's fish here. How about I cook you grilled fish? Su Mu thought that it had been several hours since he and Sirona entered the secret realm. When he saw the lake in front of him, he suddenly became very interested in fishing and was ready to show off his skills. There are not only elves in the secret realm. Many wild animals also live in the secret realm, and they are also the food for some carnivorous elves. Grilled fish? Sirona said yes. Su Mu didn't waste any time and took out 2 booms from his large backpack. This boom has a lot of history. It is said that it was a gift specially given to Kyle by the patriarch of some family. According to the words in the game, this should be at the level of a legendary boom. Come on, let me show you my skills. Su Mu skillfully prepared the bait and took out 2 small folding chairs. Start fishing. Ah, Su Mu, I caught a fish. Well, this is the hole made by the bait I just dropped. Pull it up slowly. There are many fish around here. Another one. Well, this must be a big fish. Let me help you. I'm hooked again, Su Mu, please help me pull it, it's so strong. Okay, okay. I am coming. Finally, Su Mu broke the fishing rod in his hand with a smile on his face. MMP, what the hell is fishing? If I go fishing again, I will crush my head and play it as a ball. The happy Su Mu threw the broken boom into the water, and then... roar! Who is littering? Chapter 54 Lugia makes a strong appearance. Su Mu watched the lake water continue to roll, and finally a big bird with white wings appeared on the water, staring at him angrily. He was completely stunned. I just threw a fishing rod, can I still disturb you? Su Mu, who was tortured by fishing until his heart collapsed, immediately closed himself off at this moment. What the hell? Lugia just came to your door? I got the wrong script. Why don't you arrange a river god for me and ask me whether it's a gold or silver fishing rod? Humans, littering will be punished. The sea has been polluted and turbid, and now you don't even want to let go of the tranquility here. I want you to learn a lesson. Lugia used telepathy to talk directly to Su Mu. This should be the basic skill that even mythical beasts master. I have never polluted the sea. I have never even been to the beach. Su Mu wanted to defend himself, but he didn't know how. Finally, just change your mind and go play with the eggs. This is definitely the fault of the dog system. Since you are not a human being, then I won't be polite either. Aren't you Lugia? Isn't it the supreme being? Come and fight. I don't believe you can beat me to death today. If Lugia is destroyed by me today, you won't be able to escape from the dog system, you will all die. Charizard, you're welcome, come on. Calling out the fire-breathing dragon, Su Mu roared. Just do it, don't you have a check-in task? Okay, I'll help you, I'm going to see how strong this supreme being can be. Roar. Brother, you want me to fight him? After taking a look at Lugia on the water, Charizard was stunned. What the hell, this is the only thing. I'm just a cute fire-breathing dragon, why do I have to fight? Su Mu's face turned dark instantly. Are you scared? Okay, I can't do anything I usually do, but I'll be the first in cooking. During the rape, you rushed to the front, but now you don't dare to move when you see Lugia. I really spent my life raising you in vain. After being scolded by Su Mu, Charizard still stood there like a pillar. Ho ho ho! Boss, I really can't do it. You let the frog go. If he is willing to fight, let him go. I'm too weak. If I fight a mythical beast, he can spray me to death with just one sip of water. I still want to live. I'm not married yet, boss. Shouting and shouting, Charizard suddenly burst into tears and performed. When he was aggressive before, it was only when his opponents were not as strong as him, or when they had to fight tooth and nail. Now, it is obvious that Lugia is popular. Charizard is so cautious, so he naturally understands that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. I won't fight in this fight. Whoever wants to fight will fight. Anyway, I haven't lived enough. With his head shaking, Charizard made up his mind to train harder this time when he went back. The outside world is too scary. How long has it been since there were two mythical beasts? Who can bear this? It is said that the outside world is very weak, but the King of Heaven and the false King of Heaven can be invincible? I was deceived. If I had known earlier, I would have cultivated to the supreme level and then left the mountain. Charizard, you really don't want to fight? Su Mu was also amused by the fire-breathing dragon. This guy actually squeezed out tears. There is really no one who can achieve this kind of virtue. Roar! I really don't want to fight. Su Mu spread his hands, there was nothing he could do. You've also seen the dog system. It's not that I'm not cooperating, look at it. I even called Charizard out. He didn't complete the task on his own. Isn't it my fault? Just as Su Mu finished speaking in his mind, Lugia suddenly became impatient and sprayed out a water cannon, hitting Charizard's old face in the middle. I am stupid. At this moment, Su Mu seemed to hear the system saying to himself, I'm here, don't be afraid. Roar! Charizard was hit from the front and screamed, falling to the ground. Well, judging from his exaggerated acting skills, everyone knows that this guy is just pretending. Lugia didn't use all his strength, he just sprayed some water. Ho ho ho! Good brother, help me! Closing his eyes hard, Charizard screamed and kept moving his big hands, signaling the Koga Ninja frog to help quickly. Sirona and Su Mu were both amused by this guy's doggy look. Good guy, I didn't realize that you are still an actor, Charizard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Charizard sign-in mission. Bring or use Charizard to fight Lugia in the secret realm of Meteor Falls, reward Kunpeng bloodline. There may be some discomfort during the blood fusion process. Please pay attention to the host's adjustment. Ding! The system has successfully injected the Kunpeng bloodline into the fire-breathing dragon, and the Zilong bloodline is merging with the Kunpeng bloodline. Ding! Charizard's fire dragon god talent has awakened. A series of system prompts confused Su Mu. He looked at the Charizard on the ground in confusion. This guy was pretending to be dead. As a result, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of flames towards Lugia. Secretly giving a thumbs up to the system, Su Mu was convinced, awesome, awesome. Just reminded me that blood fusion may cause discomfort, and then you fused it. Dog system, you really deserve it. Get up, you really have no one. Seeing that Charizard suddenly became more motivated to fight, he completed his Mega Evolution after a disagreement, and flew in the air to fight Lugia. Su Mu was convinced from the bottom of his heart. Su Mu, what's going on? Why did Lugia suddenly attack us? Sirona didn't know the reason, but saw a Lugia suddenly appear on the lake, and then gave Charizard a mouthful of saliva. Charizard then fought with Lugia. Sirona expressed confusion. The mythical beast is not said to be rare, but a legendary elf. Wouldn't it show up once in a few decades? How do you feel that this Lugia is like a Gyarados on the roadside, coming just as soon as you say it? Su Mu's old face turned red. How could he say that Lugia came out because he threw garbage? Ahem, this guy came out to attack us on purpose, maybe because we were fishing in his territory. Sure enough, Su Mu's explanation was very reasonable. Sirona believed it. That's too much. When we eat fish, we are not eating his own fish. Did he raise it? The little girl pouted her mouth and shouted angrily. Come on Charizard, if you win, I'll grill all the fish in the lake for you so you can eat all you want. Her voice immediately made Lugia go berserk. Even if you throw away garbage, you still want to destroy the ecological balance of my place? Human beings are indeed very bad. Looking at Charizard X again, the anger in Lugia's eyes became even stronger. I will teach you a lesson today, you bastards. After cursing loudly, Lugia fired his ultimate move, Air Blast. Charizard is also in a violent state due to the fusion of blood. Even when facing the extremely terrifying Lugia, he is not panicking at all now. Dragon Wave. Big white bird, I want to roast it for you. Chapter 55 Bald Lugia. Asshole, you are the big white bird, I'm going to kill you. Lugia are kind-hearted elves, and they will take the initiative to rescue humans when they encounter them. Once upon a time, this Lugia was so kind. It wasn't until today that he completely believed what his elders told him. Humans are all bastards. Su Mu watched the fire-breathing dragon getting more and more aggressive as it was being tortured by Lugia in the air, rushing up again and again without mercy. I'm still a little worried. After all, it is his own elf. Now that he dares to challenge a divine beast, he is very likely to be a powerful person above the supreme. Even if the fire-breathing dragon has a few lives, it doesn't seem like it's enough to die. The dog system is almost done. If something happens to Charizard, you will feel more uncomfortable than me. Hey, I'm talking to you, can you answer me? Dog system, are you still alive? He kept calling the system in his heart, but there was no response. All Su Mu's curses seemed to be lost in the ocean. Fuck you, Lugia. Oh my god, I saw a mythical beast. There are actually mythical beasts in Meteor Falls. Oh my god, I'm in hell. Come on, let's go to the lake and see what the mythical beast looks like up close. Taking 2 photos will last a lifetime. Whose is that fire-breathing dragon? It's so strong, holy shit. Battle against the legendary elf alone, this guy is amazing. Naturally, Su Mu and Sirona were not the only ones in Meteor Falls. Soon, the news of Lugia's appearance spread from one person to another. Within 10 minutes, the lakeside was filled with people watching the fun. And these 10 minutes seemed to be very short. In fact, for Charizard, it is like a century. Don't ask how a king-level fire-breathing dragon survived Lugia's attack for 10 minutes. Add a premise, Lugia is very angry and has no mercy. It may be that the newly fused blood of the fire dragon god gives the fire-breathing dragon inexhaustible power. It could also be something else. The dog system is playing tricks. In short, Charizard held on for 10 minutes and did not fall down in 3 minutes. Hey, Lugia, what do you want? Seeing the black flames on the fire-breathing dragon becoming less and less, Su Mu also knew that this guy had reached his limit. He quickly shouted and wanted to negotiate with Lugia. His shout instantly caused the ignorant teenagers around him who were still speculating on the situation to riot. Holy shit, is this guy's elf fighting against Lugia? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of this person before? What do you know? Look at him holding Miss Sirona's hand. His status is naturally extremely noble. It is normal to have such strength. Oh, I don't care if he is strong. As long as he holds Miss Sirona's hand, he is not a human being. I can't bear it anymore. I want to kill him. How dare he touch my goddess? Don't leave that brother just now. Take me with you. I will do justice for God. That's right, a kind-hearted elf like Lugia would fight with him. This guy is definitely not a good person. A group of people were talking in gibberish. Apparently, jealousy had made them lose their minds. Seeing that Su Mu is powerful, young, and has beautiful women. These second generation, or geniuses, are naturally dissatisfied. Everyone was clamoring, actually wanting to touch Su Mu. Lugia in the sky was too lazy to listen to the cries of the humans below. When he saw Su Mu actually asking him what he wanted, he was furious. Do you think I will be afraid of you if you recruit a bunch of soldiers and generals? It doesn't matter how many humans you have, how can a group of weaklings stop me? Lugia said angrily, and directly released the wave of water downwards, hitting the crowd. Su Mu was shocked by Lujia. Good guy, if I say these bastards watching the theater are not my people, will you let them go? You kill, there are tens of thousands of my fellow human beings, you can't kill them all. Su Mu quickly realized that Lujia had definitely made a mistake and thought these people were the helpers he called. Very good, Su Mu heard them clearly when they shouted just now. Since Lujia misunderstood, let's keep misunderstanding. If you have the ability, continue, and I will let you know the price of offending my human race. Lujia, you loser, you have already killed my human genius, now go back and wait for death. Su Mu kept shouting, and Lujia's wave of water just now emptied a small area by the lake. The ignorant young people there have gone to see God. Lujia still refused to give up when he saw Su Mu, this time he was serious about it. Just abandon the fire-breathing dragon and use an air blast to sweep across the entire lake. He wants Su Mu to shut up forever. As for killing humans, haha, killing one is killing two is the same. Now that he has already taken action, how can Lujia care so much? Today I will repeat what I was like to the Phoenix King back then. I will let you despicable humans learn a lesson. With a roar, Lujia's wings swept through countless wind blades and struck downwards from the air. For a time, everyone on the ground was in danger. They released their own elves one after another to protect themselves. Su Mu also hugged Sirona and asked Koga Ninja and Kui Long to use protection at the same time. Roar! Asshole, your opponent is me. The fire-breathing dragon was already dizzy from being beaten, and was fighting completely on instinct at this moment. When he saw Lujia actually abandoning him and attacking Su Mu, he subconsciously roared. Ouch! I'll let you know what charcoal roasted birds are. With a mouth full of purgatory, Charizard spit out all the last fire energy in his body. The dark brown lava sprayed onto Lugia's back like a death-rushing god. Lugia screamed in pain and plunged into the water, using the lake water to clean the lava on his back. When he emerged from the lake again, his anger had completely enveloped him. With a loud roar, Lugia ran away. However, the surrounding crowd did not feel scared, but burst into laughter. Why is there no hair on Lugia's head? Holy shit, ha 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 ha, bald bird, bald Lugia. Ha 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 ha, I kept this photo. Even if I die here today, I will keep the photo as a family heirloom. Oh my god, why does this Lugia look so much like Volturina now? Charizard is awesome. Ha ha ha, kill me, a human, and you won't die a good death. Feeling the ridicule of humans, Lugia subconsciously looked at the lake, and then screamed. Ah! My feathers! Charizard! I'm going to kill you! Everyone must die! Ah ah ah, go to hell! Chapter 56 The Mysterious Seal Under the Water. Lugia's furious indiscriminate attacks directly enveloped everyone nearby. Continuous explosions sounded, causing everyone who had been laughing at the video to quickly start hiding. However, how can mortals stop the wrath of the divine beast? The words strewn with corpses may be too much, but it is definitely not wrong to use the words strewn with corpses. Lugia was so cruel, killing at least dozens of people with just one attack. This is not enough for him. Seeing that he had lost a piece of his feathers, Lugia yelled angrily. He wants to kill that damn fire-breathing dragon and that damn human with his own hands. I'm sorry, Lugia is furious. Sirona, please leave. Su Mu felt a little panicked when he saw that he had really caused a big trouble and angered Lugia. Blocking in front of Sirona for the first time, Su Mu asked her to leave as soon as possible. Just when Sirona was thinking of saying nonsense that she wouldn't leave, the Koga Ninja waved her sword and slashed her neck. Please be gentle. The distressed Su Mu caught Sirona who had fallen vertically and muttered scolding the Koga Ninja. Lucario, take Sirona to the transmission channel and don't let her come here again. If there is any danger, just take her away and I will come back to find you. Su Mu said, handed Sirona to Lucario and smiled calmly. Luca. Don't worry, even if I die, I won't. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Koga Ninja slapped Lucario on the head. Cool. Get out of here, there's so much nonsense. How long has it been since then? Do you think that I and you are Twigu in Beatty City? What do you mean you want to put on a big show with me? Are you sick? With a loud curse, Koga Ninja directly bound and transformed, facing the furious Lugia, and went upstream. Koga Ninja, Shadow Clone Technique, and the Rasen Shuriken, hit him with me. Sumu and Koga Ninja had a clear understanding of each other. The moment he called out the command, Koga Ninja had already completed his move. The spirit of one person and one pet is in harmony. Now facing the divine beast, they no longer have any scruples, and naturally they are not afraid at all. You are dead. Lugia sneered, looking at the inconspicuous Koga Ninja, opening his mouth would destroy the death light. Boom! The yellow light hit one of Koga Ninja's shadow clones but missed. The lingering power of the destructive death light hit the lake directly, once again causing ripples in the already turbulent lake water. Just as Koga Ninja was about to fight back, he heard a roar coming from the bottom of the lake. This voice was full of sorrow, as if it had accumulated resentment for thousands of years, roaring at the top of its lungs. In an instant, the expressions of Sumu, Koga Ninja, and Lugia all changed. What? Sumu was stunned by the mysterious voice and asked in confusion. Koga Ninja doesn't know. Is there something else at the bottom of the lake? Why is there such strong resentment? Is this strong resentment almost materializing? Lugia instantly dropped the Koga Ninja frog and plunged into the water. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions came from the bottom of the water. It seemed like Lugia was fighting some spirit, and it was quite intense. What's going on? Sumu didn't understand. What's going on? Do I have reinforcements? Dog system, come out and tell us the situation. The daily call system did not receive a reply, so Sumu could only pin his hopes on waiting. Just fight, no matter what his situation is. Since Lugia is willing to fight, let's fight. Don't bother me, you can do whatever you want, no one will care about you. Thinking of this, Sumu was ready to run away. Lugia is indeed strong. Charizard and Koga Ninja put together may not be able to defeat this guy. Forget it, if a hero doesn't suffer immediate losses, let's retreat first. Let's go, Koga Ninja. At this time, many ignorant teenagers were already retreating. Although Lugia just killed everyone, he didn't kill all these teenagers, and some of them still slipped through the net. When they saw Lugia returning to the bottom of the lake, they started escape mode without saying a word. Sumu is naturally unwilling to be second to others. If you run, I will run faster than you. Otherwise, how can I say that I am excellent? Saying hello to Koga Ninja, Sumu was about to leave. Just hearing a loud bang, Lugia was knocked out of the water in a panic. After turning more than a dozen somersaults in the air, Lugia barely managed to stabilize his body. Seeing that Sumu and Koga Ninja were about to run away, they casually threw away more than a dozen waves of water. Asshole human being, I have no time to care about you now, go to hell. The angry Lugia cursed, threw a bunch of attacks, and rushed into the lake again. I wonder, did I dig up your ancestral grave? Seeing Lugia being beaten like that, Sumu cursed angrily without forgetting himself. Arceus and Koga Ninja immediately came to Sumu to protect him from Lugia's water fluctuations. Boom! A wave of water shattered the protective shields of the two elves, and then the huge waves directly swallowed up the Sumulian people. Incidentally, it affected many ignorant young people. Puff! Sumu spit out some water and leaned against the Koga Ninja with difficulty. Fortunately, this guy is water type. At the critical moment just now, Koga Ninja stepped forward and relied on the heart of the ocean he had obtained before to absorb all the water energy into his body. This was the reason why Su Mu was only washed away by the big waves and not injured by Lujia's attack. There must be something under the water, Gan. Su Mu wiped his face with his hands to wipe away the water stains on his face, and then cursed angrily. You pissed me off, bastard. Since you were arranged by the dog system, why should I be afraid of you? I don't believe it. The dog system can just watch me die. As he said that, Su Mu looked at the Koga Ninja frog who was about to be exploded by the water energy. He quickly grabbed it and plunged into the water. Come on, as long as I don't die today, I will play with you to the end. Entering the lake, Su Mu held his breath and swam quickly toward the bottom of the lake, relying on Arceus and the Koga Ninja frog. The Koga Ninja's condition improved as he entered the water. He was no longer as confused as before, with his huge cheeks puffed out as if he was about to burst. The water in the lake was clear. Su Mu looked down and vaguely saw Lugia fighting through the large bubbles. Woo! Pointing downward, Su Mu told Koga Ninja. I can't hold it any longer, so I'll go up and take a breath first, and you can go down and take a look, be careful. Koga Ninja expressed his understanding and asked Arceus to drag Su Mu back upstream, while he formed a seal to perform the shadow clone technique. Let a few shadow clones go down to help him explore information and find out what happened at the bottom of the lake. What kind of elf is fighting Lugia? Chapter 57, Lugia has kidney failure? If we were to say that it was just a small lake, it would definitely not be able to accommodate a huge divine beast like Lugia. If the mountain is not high, it will be famous if there are immortals. If the water is not deep, it will be spiritual if there is a dragon. However, how can a real dragon play in the shallows? This lake is absolutely unfathomable. Otherwise, Lugia would not be able to settle here. After the Koga Ninja frog stayed in the water for more than 3 minutes, it floated ashore and came to Su Mu's side. Cool. The guy fighting Lugia at the bottom of the sea is a huge black shadow. Because Koga Ninja was in a state of bondage transformation, Su Mu still understood the meaning of Koga Ninja through the communication between souls. What? A black shadow? What do you mean? Are there still dark phantoms in this world? Su Mu was very confused. It shouldn't be. He could fight Lugia so fiercely, but he was still a black shadow. Then it can't be Zoroark and the Nightmare God, right? Since it's not them, this guy lives in the water, and he can still fight so fiercely with Lugia. Su Mu couldn't figure out what kind of elf it was. How was the battle going? Did Lugia have the upper hand? Su Mu couldn't figure out the identity of Lugia's opponent, so he could only continue to ask about other situations. Cool. It's hard to say, I don't know which one of them is better, but the fight was very intense. While this person was communicating with one another, the big guys from the outside world had already gotten the news. Lugia appears in Meteor Falls. And there seems to be a mythical beast that is as powerful as Lugia. As soon as this news came out, my dear, the whole world was shocked. Big bosses from all walks of life put down what they were doing and rushed to the secret realm of Meteor Falls as soon as possible, hoping to see Lugia's true appearance and gain some additional gains. As for the hosts, the Kuai-Long clan was naturally the first to feel something was wrong. The leader of the Kuai-Long clan rushed towards the small lake almost as soon as Lugia appeared. Well, human, what's going on here? Naturally, Chief Kuai-Long found the strongest person on the scene, Su Mu. His face was solemn, as if some huge disaster was about to happen. Although he was asking Su Mu what happened, in fact he was praying that there would be no problem with the seal and that the dangerous guy wouldn't come out. Otherwise, Meteor Falls will be finished. How do I know what's going on? Suddenly a Lugia came out and started fighting with me if we disagreed. Just fight him. He ran away in the middle of the fight. He seemed to be fighting something underwater again. Su Mu was speechless. I am an honest person, I just threw a fishing rod casually. How big of a deal is it that it won't be a big deal? Chief Kuai Long was a little confused. Lujia shows up and beats up a human? And then this human being is still standing here? What's the situation? Is Lujia suffering from kidney deficiency? Okay, it has nothing to do with you here, please leave now. Patriarch Kuai Long was still a kind elf, and he took the initiative to persuade Su Mu to leave. The guy at the bottom of the lake has finally come out, and he has no choice now. He can only hope that Lujia will stop suffering from kidney failure, so that the guy can escape completely and endanger everyone. I do not go. Chief Kuai Long was still thinking about something and had no time to look at Su Mu. Who knew that Su Mu, a seemingly ordinary human being, could be so confident? When he raised his head, he actually told himself that he wouldn't leave. Well, are you crazy? Su Mu's face was full of indignation. I don't. This Lujia beats me whenever he wants. Do you think I have no temper? Today I want to see whether he is harder or I am harder. Isn't it a mythical beast? It's not like I haven't encountered it before. As long as he can't kill me, I will definitely kill him when I turn around. The vindictive classmate Su Mu has already written down Lujia in his notebook. He has thought about it now. Anyway, with the system on him, it will not be easy for him to die. Then why not fight Lujia to the end? Lujia can't spare any time now anyway. If he doesn't take this opportunity to meet this guy, he may not have the chance in the future. After all, Su Mu doesn't want to be a trainer or become stronger. You may never be able to defeat this mythical beast in this life. Ahoy! You are sick? Absolutely. Chief Kuai Long was speechless. There is definitely something wrong with this human brain. He wants to reason with Lujia. He also threatened to torture Lujia to death. Oh my god! What is happening in the outside world is just that the secret realm has not been opened for 10 years. Why do you feel that today's human beings are so arrogant? Su Mu was too lazy to talk to the Kuai Long clan leader anymore. This guy is definitely on the same side as Lujia. Judging from how nervous he is now, he might be thinking about how to help Lujia deal with the guy below. Hey, what is that thing down there? Su Mu suddenly spoke and asked the leader of the Kuai Long clan. Although I am too lazy to pay attention to it, I still need to obtain the information. It's too difficult to count on Koga Ninja. Well, this is not something you should know, human. Chief Kuai Long looked proud. He still insisted on his own idea. Su Mu, a human being, would be in the way if he stayed here. If he could get Su Mu to leave quickly, he would be extremely happy. Unfortunately, it backfired. Su Mu just won't leave. Not only did Su Mu not leave, he also made up his mind. What a big deal, isn't it just a fight between mythical beasts? Why are you so mysterious? Remember when I gathered all the mythical beasts to summon the dragon, you still didn't know where to play in the mud? Boom! There was another loud noise, and Lujia was knocked out of the water again. Compared with last time, Lujia's injuries and embarrassment have increased a bit. Looking out of the corner of his eye, Lujia, who had finally stopped after doing more than a dozen rolls in the air, discovered that Su Mu was not dead yet. He immediately became angry and sprayed out a water cannon. Lujia attacked Su Mu directly. Enough to say, this human being deserves to die. Su Mu was also prepared. While calling the Koga Ninja to block the sword, he also hid behind the Kuai Long clan leader. The water cannon still failed to kill Su Mu. After Chief Kuai Long blocked the water cannon, he asked, "What happened? Is that guy out?" Lujia took the time to reply, "Yes, he is almost out. I'm afraid I can't defeat him. You can arrange for your people to evacuate." Chief Kuai Long's face instantly turned pale. Oops! Even Lujia can't do it, doesn't that mean that guy is invincible? Really him? Chief Kuai Long still couldn't believe it and asked again. Lujia had already entered the lake at this time and was ready to fight again. When Kuai Long asked in disbelief, he said without looking back, "That's him." Su Mu was speechless. "Who is it? Can you stop playing riddles?" Chapter 58 Dark Logia. Or else curiosity killed the cat. Logia and Kuai Long clan leader were playing riddles, which made Su Mu anxious. What kind of elf is he? He has such deep and terrifying resentment that he and the Koga Ninja can be frightened by just one roar. In my impression, there seems to be no such existence in the elven world. In fact, Su Mu was right. According to his thinking, there is no such beast in the elf system. Even Giratina shouldn't have such terrifying resentment. Forget it, since you won't tell me, I'll find out by myself. Su Mu saw the Kuai Long clan leader whining, so he simply didn't ask. He shouted directly, "Logia, you didn't expect that I am still alive? Asshole, aren't you going to kill me? Come on, if you have the guts, keep going. I'm right here waiting for you. Don't be afraid. If you don't come, you are a coward. You have kidney deficiency." Although Su Mu's words were loud, it was unrealistic to transmit them directly to the bottom of the sea. But those two are supreme beings, and even the smallest sound can be clearly heard by them. "Ha ha ha, Logia, I didn't expect that there are people who hate you as much as I do." The mysterious black figure laughed immediately when he heard Su Mu's curse. "After being imprisoned for so many years, I didn't expect to meet such a like-minded human being. Logia, you are really getting better and better as you live. Why, aren't you a good friend of mankind anymore?" The black shadow kept taunting Logia. Unknowingly, he and Su Mu joined forces to taunt Logia. "Shut up, bastard, you should be executed, not imprisoned. You ungodly creature, you don't deserve to live in this world." Logia roared madly, his eyes extremely scarlet. Although he was underwater, his attack was not hindered by any water flow and was still sharp. Even more powerful than before. Obviously, he was anxious. "Whether I deserve to live or not is not your decision, Logia." The black shadow is also angry. Even a good person who is imprisoned for several years will feel resentment in his heart. What's more, it's a mythical beast, an extremely powerful being that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years for no reason. Can he not hate it? Unknown? Who made the decision unknown? Does it mean it's unknown if the colors are different? You sanctimonious bastards, even if I die today, you, the hypocrite, will be punished. As the black shadow spoke, he flapped his huge wings and rushed out from the bottom of the lake into the air. She has the same scarlet eyes and huge wings, but her skin color is different from Logia's. Not pure white, which symbolizes peace, but as dark as ink. The moment Su Mu saw the black shadow in full view, he opened his mouth in surprise and didn't know how to evaluate it. Dark Logia. He actually exists. Here I go, he's actually a little handsome. Su Mu's subconscious comment was heard by Dark Logia in the air. "Oh, human, I'm not handsome, I'm really handsome." With a narcissistic smile, Dark Logia aimed at the position where Logia was about to charge, and responded with the same air blast. Su Mu didn't expect this guy to be so naughty. "Impossible, it's me who's really handsome, you're just a little handsome, don't refute it." "Damn it, we are professionals." Su Mu counterattacked casually and looked at Kuai Long clan leader. "Is this what scares you? It doesn't seem to be anything special. At least Logia looks like an elf." Su Mu said without paying any attention to Logia's feelings on the lake. Even if he can't beat this guy who has been sealed for hundreds of years, he still has to endure the verbal attack of a human being. Logia really can't bear it anymore. "Human, go to hell." However, all he could do was shout slogans. Dark Logia, who was completely freed from the bottom of the sea, was now flexing its muscles and bombarding Logia wildly. Now Logia himself is overwhelmed and has no time to care about Su Mu. "Look, he wants me to die if he doesn't agree with me. I don't know where he gets the confidence." The corpses all over the place were all caused by him. What a good thing now! Are you still pretending to be a human being with me? What a villain, hypocrite, waste, and a monster with weak kidneys! Su Mu was furiously firing at Lugia. In short, it was just one word: spray. If I can't beat you, then I can't spray you? Now that Dark Lugia is so powerful, he will beat you to pieces. If he doesn't take the opportunity to say something, Su Mu will feel sorry for his mouth. Who isn't an old keyboard warrior already? If you can't criticize anyone, then just stop living. Go home and find a class. Ha ha ha, human, you are so interesting. Dark Lugia laughed in the air. He didn't expect Su Mu to be so cruel. He beat Lugia to a point where he was unable to fight back, which he originally thought was powerful enough. Unexpectedly, this human being could actually spray Lugia with his mouth until he was unable to resist. Master, this is a master. Ah! Lugia was so angry that he vomited blood. I don't know if he was injured by Dark Lugia's attack or if he was angered by Su Mu. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lugia's momentum instantly weakened. Having sealed me for so many years, I'm afraid I never thought that such a day would come, Lugia. Maybe the old guys in the clan didn't necessarily want to simply seal me away and drive me out. They may have seen through you as a villain, so they asked you to guard me for hundreds of years. Ha 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 ha, hundreds of years, I'm pitiful, aren't you just as pitiful? Feeling that Su Mu's mental attack was more effective, Dark Lugia gradually stopped the physical fight and chose to kill with heart-wrenching finishing blows. Sure enough, Lugia's heart had been broken into several pieces by Su Mu's defense. Dark Lugia's last hit instantly triggered a knowing blow. Lugia spurted out another mouthful of blood. I can't stand it anymore. I can't beat or scold, I'm so frustrated. This is naked murder and heart-wrenching. Are you going to let people live? I, Lugia, am so pitiful. The moment he vomited blood again, Lugia had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't expect that one day he would be in such a miserable state, being bullied to this extent by a human being and the guy he despised the most. He is Lugia, a dignified candidate for the god of the sea, a rare super genius in the clan. To actually end up like this? Shame. Absolute disgrace. Lugia tried his best to fight back, but his skills were inferior to others, both in terms of strength and verbal skills. Under the joint attack of Su Mu and Dark Lugia, he felt even more and more insignificant. So powerless. Chapter 59 Tea Ceremony Master Lugia. There is no end to the road, even though Lugia has been transformed from the big villain at the beginning into a minion, he is about to be tortured to death. However, a villain who is not loved by people is not a good villain. Lugia can be sprayed to the point that Kuai Long clan leader can't bear it. He has tried his best. While playing his role carefully, Lugia finally ushered in his spring. That is, the strong men of the human race have finally arrived. It's Lugia, it's really Lugia. To Lugia, what happened here? Oh my god, pure black Lugia, is this a shining beast? Mythical beasts can also appear as shining individuals? This is a great addition to my knowledge. The strong human beings were like children who had never seen the world, shouting excitedly. That's right, it is a mythical beast after all. Their reaction is worthy of the card that a divine beast should have. It was so embarrassing to finally make an appearance, but in the end there was not even applause or cheers. I am Lugia, this black guy is the sinner of our Lugia family. He is the ominous Lugia, and you have seen the violent power in his body. He broke free from the seal at the bottom of the lake and is now preparing to leave here to cause disaster for you humans. Although I tried my best to intercept him, I was still attacked by him and was seriously injured. When it comes to criticizing people in a fight, Lugia can't do it. Facts have proved that in both aspects, he was suppressed by Su Mu and Dark Lugia. But when it comes to confusing right and wrong, there is really nothing wrong with Lugia in all aspects. Show off first, prove your good identity, and canvass votes from the strong people of the human race. Then he gave his wolf teammate Kuai Long clan Longhair golden water, and asked Kuai Long to lie for him. While giving him a good identity, he put everyone's hatred and attention on Dark Lugia. Listen to what he has to say. Sealed for hundreds of years, going outside to kill people and cause disasters. Even if Dark Lugia is dark, he shouldn't have to shoulder such a big blame. Who can bear the blame? Among the powerful human beings who came this time, there was one known as the Dragon Soul Venerable. This person was one of the top powerful people in the entire Eastern land. Because he is very proficient in dragon-type elves, he is very popular. His appeal in the East is not even inferior to that of many top figures. Many times when faced with some extremely vicious terrorist organizations, this Dragon Soul Master was always at the forefront. He was also the one with the greatest say among everyone present. Okay, Lugia. How should we help you? Lord Dragon Soul said nothing and directly stood in line. He wasn't stupid, it was mainly his inherent thinking that made him think that Lugia was the legendary beast that would protect humans. And Dark Lugia is the villain. Coupled with the support of Patriarch Kuai Long, this old guy has had friendship with humans for hundreds of years. Although he didn't speak, he didn't refute Lugia's shameless behavior. Naturally, the powerful human beings, led by Dragon Soul Venerable, all lined up with Lugia. The seal has been destroyed. What we have to do now is to kill him and don't let him leave here. If Lugia were a woman, she would definitely be a green tea. Not to mention anything else, I will only feel sorry for my brother, person, and brother, kind, with this move, and it will instantly increase the favorability of the strong human beings. You see, I am on the side of humans. The purpose of my fight with Dark Lugia is to prevent him from going out to kill humans. How tall I am! Now Lugia just had to build himself a Buddha statue and frame it with gold. Su Mu looked at this guy's face and was absolutely disgusted. You fart, which of the corpses of the human juniors here were not killed by you? Now you say it's for the good of me, humans? Then why didn't you say it when you wanted to kill someone? Su Mu couldn't bear it anymore and directly exposed the nature of this guy's green tea. Just now, that ignorant boy from thousands of humans was killed by a big white bird like you. Now you turn around and let Dark Lugia take the blame for you. Is he a human? Lugia did not expect that Su Mu would come out to cause trouble at the critical moment. Seeing that his conspiracy was about to succeed, this group of human foreign aid was almost fooled by him and lost his way. As a result, at the critical moment, Su Mu, a guy with a bad mouth, was forgotten. What do you know? What I did just now was to prevent Dark Lugia from breaking the seal and accidentally injuring those people. Lugia is also a master of tea ceremony, and if he lies, he will just open his mouth. How could I intentionally kill someone? Do you think I am this guy? Lugia said shamelessly, once again pointing the finger at Dark Lugia. The strong men of mankind are not fools, and many of them are the parents of the ignorant young people who entered the secret realm this time. Hearing that Lugia was killing innocent people indiscriminately, I felt a little confused. Even though Lugia's explanation was reasonable, they still felt like there was something wrong. They all looked at Lord Dragon Soul. The meaning of the powerful human beings was very simple. It's up to you, I'll hit whoever you say. Lord Dragon Soul thought for a moment, looked at Su Mu on the ground, and asked, Are you sure these juniors were killed intentionally by Lugia? Su Mu couldn't wait to go up and give these idiots a big mouth. Stupid. It's really uncertain. Aren't there many people who ran away? Just ask them. If Lugia hadn't appeared and killed everyone, would you have gotten the news so quickly? Su Mu was still very rational at the critical moment. He suppressed the anger in his heart and seriously reasoned with these idiots. Ask those who are still alive, they will definitely know. After hearing Su Mu's words, these strong men also reacted. Yes. I'll ask my grandson, please wait a minute. After an old man said this, he flew directly back to the teleportation channel in the elf, obviously asking about the situation at that time. Not only him, but many surviving strong men of the younger generation in the family also flew back together to ask for the specific reasons. Dark Lugia was left aside for a long time without anyone paying attention to it. He didn't bother to rely on deception to find helpers like Lugia, nor did he bother to explain the real facts. If Su Mu hadn't been here, he might have been beaten by Lugia and the humans. Thanks. After speaking to Su Mu expressionlessly, Dark Lugia pretended to be nonchalant and looked away. Su Mu smiled knowingly. This guy is so arrogant. Interesting. Seeing that his lie was about to be exposed, Lugia suddenly burst into flames in the air. A destructive death ray blasted out, hitting the unsuspecting Dark Lugia. Afterwards, the two elves fought again in mid-air, but this time, Dark Lugia no longer had the upper hand. He was obviously injured by a sneak attack. Chapter 60. You're welcome then. Seeing Lugia's angry sneak attack, Lord Dragon Soul naturally realized the truth of the matter. I'm afraid Su Mu is right. The culprit behind the corpses everywhere is this noble-looking white Lugia. Clan Chief Kuai Long, can you tell me what is going on? Letting his Kuai Long fly to the side of the Kuai Long clan leader, Lord Dragon Soul chose to ask this old friend who had lived in peace with humans for many years. Well, don't ask me, I don't know, you can figure it out for yourself. Anyway, don't blame me for not reminding you, that guy is a very dangerous existence. If things go wrong, he might really do something. Patriarch Kuai Long's attitude is not neutral. Judging from what he means, he should have some scruples about Dark Lugia. This guy might know something, but he won't say it. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Lord Dragon Soul probably understood what Chief Kuai Long meant. That is to say, Lugia did kill the person, but Dark Lugia is not a good thing, right? See, great people speak concisely and clearly. Let's just say it straight away. These two are not good people. Is that what you mean? Chief Kuai Long nodded awkwardly. After the Dragon Soul Master pondered for a while, he held his chin and returned to the air. Everyone, how do we do this? Lugia is definitely not a good thing. This is a solid proof. But there seems to be something wrong with this Dark Lugia. Let's do it together. At this time, the old man who first ran out to ask about his grandson came back. He rushed back in a hurry, and his first words were, "Kill him for me." Everyone was shocked by his attitude. What's going on? The old man took a breath, looked at Lugia in the air hatefully, and cursed. This bastard, he did all the corpses of the juniors below. This guy is so cruel. I won't tell you how many days it took him to die. If we let him run away today, how many big shots will come to settle accounts with us later? The old man spoke the truth in the last sentence. The reason why he was so angry was because he was more worried about himself. With so many second generations dead, this is a big deal. Ahem, if you say that, your plans will change. Lord Dragon Soul coughed dryly, obviously thinking of the consequences of this matter. The faces of everyone present also became unkind, and some people even began to secretly feel annoyed. Why did they come to join in the fun? Are you free? Now we are getting involved, what should we do? Lord Dragon Soul, tell me, what should we do? As soon as he gritted his teeth, the old man simply changed his mind and felt that the sky was falling and he was holding on to it. Now that there is Dragon Soul Venerable, let him decide. Whatever he says, do it, we are just tools. Venerable Dragon Soul was speechless when he saw a group of people focusing on him. Mom sold it, why didn't any of you listen to me when we were outside? Usually there are 7 dissatisfied and 8 dissatisfied ones, but now they are all younger brothers? We definitely can't associate with this white Lugia. The consequences will be too serious. I think you all know it too. But this black one, maybe we can talk. As long as he doesn't think about going out to cause trouble and can live peacefully in Meteor Falls, we can still help him. Friends are better than enemies. With that said, Lord Dragon Soul prepared to find an opportunity to communicate with the two Lugias who were fighting fiercely. Mainly Dark Lugia, he wanted to talk to him and see if he could negotiate peacefully. Humans, stop your delusions, this guy is a disaster. Seeing the powerful human beings setting the tone and preparing to help Dark Lugia deal with him, Lugia quickly shouted telepathically. As long as you are willing to help me today, I can become friends with you humans. Everything before was all a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. What I did by killing those people for no reason was all because that guy bewitched me. Lugia is still a chicken thief. At the critical moment, he actually pointed the finger at Su Mu, saying that his evil deeds of murder were entirely due to Su Mu's bewitchment. In the distance, Su Mu, who was focused on watching the show, didn't know this yet. Seeing those powerful human beings all looking at me, I felt something was wrong. Could it be that this bastard Lugia said something else? Gee, that's really not true. Su Mu cursed in a low voice and quickly began to think of countermeasures in his mind. Who do you know about this kid? Lord Dragon Soul summed up Lugia's words in his mind. Judging from the situation at the scene, this Dark Lugia is definitely not a good thing. For no other reason than this guy didn't say a word from beginning to end. In the eyes of Lord Dragon Soul, if he didn't negotiate, he would be beaten by a wolf. If he was willing to cooperate with humans, he should have exposed Lugia long ago when he was cheating. However, Dark Lugia did not. A biting dog doesn't bark. In the eyes of Lord Dragon Soul, this Dark Lugia is a bit more dangerous. As for Lugia, Lord Dragon Soul wanted to cooperate with him before, but something went wrong halfway. Unexpectedly, Su Mu's sudden words made the Dragon Soul Master fall into a decision when faced with a choice. After it was confirmed, many strong men began to hate Lugia. But Dragon Soul Venerable, his descendants have not entered the Meteor Falls. Compared to those powerful people, he is an outsider. His biggest headache right now is that these second generations all died here, and he has no way to communicate with their families. If he chooses to support Dark Lugia, then if Dark Lugia does not cooperate, he will kill everyone after Lugia's death. Then he is undoubtedly a sinner of mankind. However, Lugia now gives Lord Dragon Soul a good entry point. Su Mu. This mediocre boy, although he has good abilities, does not seem to come from a big and respectable family. In other words, there is no one behind Su Mu. If he chooses to follow the advice given by Lugia, he will determine that Su Mu is the reason why Lugia killed those second generations. After that, he chopped off Su Mu with one blow, and then helped Lugia take down Dark Lugia. Then everything would be perfect. No one could tell the life and death of the second generation, except Su Mu who was at the scene. And Su Mu is already a dead person in the eyes of Lord Dragon Soul. Yes, he has made his choice. That is to believe in Lugia, and then kill Su Mu first, and then destroy Dark Lugia. By then, Su Mu would have died without any evidence. And he can also get rid of the pressure of the big guys outside, and gain Lugia's favor at the same time. The current Lord Dragon Soul feels that whatever Lugia said seems to make sense. Then you're welcome, just do it. Chapter 61 Su Mu's Fourth Elf. Young man, don't blame me. If you want to blame me, it's your bad fate. It's my fault that you didn't die here with those guys. It's also my fault that you don't have a great father. Venerable Dragon Soul thought secretly in his heart and directly summoned more than 20 strong men around him. Deal with this kid first, he is the key factor that caused Lugia to kill humans. As long as he dies, I think everything will be over. After the Lord Dragon Soul finished speaking, he gave a direct order without hesitation. Everyone also received Lugia's telepathy, and when Lord Dragon Soul spoke, they also made a judgment. His choice now is undoubtedly the best choice. Not only can you perfectly avoid the trivial matters outside, but you can also gain Lugia's favor. Why not? As for those boys who died, is it any of your business or my business? The mythical beast appears and dares to get so close. If you don't die, who will die? Armor Bird, attack that kid! Lord Dragon Soul roared, his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot eyes, and he looked a little anxious. Venerable Dragon Soul was not the only one who attacked Su Mu. The strong men present almost all chose to take action one by one. This multiple-choice question with an obvious answer is undoubtedly a simple question. Kill Su Mu and die without any evidence. Then after killing Dark Lugia, he threw the blame on Su Mu. Everything is so easy. Seeing that Lord Dragon Soul actually sent an armored bird to attack him, Su Mu quickly jumped on the back of the fire-breathing dragon to avoid the fatal blow. Then he shouted, "Are you planning to kill me to sacrifice me to heaven?" The smile on Lord Dragon Soul's face had long since begun to disappear. Seeing that he couldn't hit him, he gave Su Mu a chance to fight back. Lord Dragon Soul shouted directly and asked the armored bird to use the wings of steel. The target of the attack was Su Mu, who was also a new trainer. This move of steel wings was like a streak of white light across the sky, heading straight for Su Mu. You don't need to say anything. If you want to blame, just blame yourself for your bad luck. With a low curse, Lord Dragon Soul had already taken a look at Su Mu. After all, he would be cut in half by his armored bird next. No matter how many times he watched that scene, Lord Dragon Soul still found it a bit unacceptable. It is not uncommon for elves to hurt people in secret realms. Su Mu also admitted that he could not withstand the attack of the armored bird. Koga Ninja and Charizard were already exhausted from the previous battle. I was able to deal with Lugia for a long time before, and I only relied on my willpower to fight forcefully. Now, the two of them really have no strength at all. It was not easy for the fire-breathing dragon to take Su Mu to fly into the sky to avoid the previous attack. As for Kui Long, this newly conquered elf only has the strength of the false Heavenly King. It is simply a dream to defeat these powerful men of the Heavenly King level head-on. Damn it, Lugia, you have to die. Seeing that he was framed by Lugia, Su Mu finally couldn't bear his temper anymore. Pointing at Lugia in the air, Su Mu said that if you curse, just curse green tea. None of these guys are good. If possible, he really hopes to deal with them all. Lugia, who always tells lies, and a group of strong men who follow the trend and don't distinguish between right and wrong. These people should all die. Do you know who my father is, and how dare you touch me? At the critical moment, Su Mu suddenly shouted to the Dragon Soul Master in the sky. Sure enough, in the end, people will become the people they hate the most. When you are in trouble, you mention your father. This is standard second-generation behavior. Su Mu didn't expect that one day he would encounter such a speechless thing. It's so unreasonable. If you disagree with someone, you will become the target of public criticism. It is completely unreasonable. It's useless, kid, you're too late. No matter who your father is, you will die now. Because you know too much. Lord Dragon Soul said, waving his hand decisively to signal the guys behind him to attack together. Looking at each other, the strong men didn't waste any time and directly let their elves keep up with the rhythm of the armored bird and attack Su Mu together. Boy, are you going to die? I don't know why, but Dark Lugia may have thought of his lonely fight back then. They are also abandoned by their own clan, and they are also treated as outcasts. Dark Lugia suddenly asked Su Mu. Seeing that this guy was still making sarcastic remarks, Su Mu said speechlessly. If you don't come and help me, let's deal with these guys first. Dark Lugia heard this and shook his head. It's not necessary. You can withstand this attack. Next, I'll show you what it means to set off fireworks. Seeing that Dark Lugia had no intention of supporting him, he secretly accumulated strength and was ready to explode in an instant. Su Mu quickly called Kui Long. Su Mu jumped off the body of the fire-breathing dragon and landed straight in the air, and was directly caught by the fast dragon. After going back and forth like this, Su Mu perfectly avoided this wave of attacks. Then he set his sights on Dark Lugia. I saw that his originally scarlet eyes turned dark red at this moment, seeming to be a bit more evil. I thought that after being sealed for hundreds of years, this place would be in a mess. I didn't expect you, bastard, to have been guarding here by yourself. You were really afraid that I would break the seal. Dark Lugia said jokingly, and violent negative energy suddenly began to emit from his body. At this moment, he seemed to be an evil spirit returning from hell. Extremely cruel. Lugia, who said that being born with different colors is a sign of bad luck? Who told you that I should be sealed? Dark Lugia's roar is getting louder and louder, and a huge shadow ball is condensing on his wings. This shadow ball kept absorbing the energy from Dark Lugia and the air, and finally flew into Su Mu's hands. Then, Dark Lugia slapped Su Mu against the teleportation channel, smiling evilly at the corner of his mouth. Lugia, and these guys who are trying to be useless, let's die together. Su Mu, is that your name? Today's events are indeed very interesting. This is also the happiest day I have had in so many years of being sealed. Whether you help me fight Lugia, or we two unpopular guys come to a dead end together, it's actually quite fun. I'm lazy and don't like talking nonsense to weak people. You are the weak person I have talked to the most. I will leave my energy crystal to you. He will become the continuation of my life. Remember to treat him well. Finally, I have a name. My name is Rocky. Boom. After Dark Lugia finished speaking, he ended his life with a bang and self-destruction. What he also took away were all the lives in the secret realm. Chapter 62, Dog System, you succeeded. When Su Mu walked out of the transmission channel alone, he was holding a small Dark Lugia in his hand. Everyone outside is confused. Sirona looked at Su Mu blankly. You're okay, Su Mu, it's great that you're okay. Tears flowed down her tall nose. Sirona threw herself on Su Mu and cried bitterly. A huge force suddenly erupted in the secret realm just now. This powerful force almost destroyed the space channel. According to the soldiers guarding the passage, this secret realm should be destroyed. Everyone inside must have been killed. At that moment, Sirona was desperate. However, before she had time to react, before she entered into a sad mood, Su Mu calmly walked out of the space passage. And then, this scene happened. Boy, where are the people inside? What's going on inside? There were also several venerables outside the secret realm. When they saw Su Mu walking out alone, with Lugia in his arms, they thought that this kid was just unlucky, and their thoughts were self-evident. Su Mu gave this man a cold look and said nothing. She took out her cell phone from Sirona's bag and dialed Kyle directly. Hey, Sirona, how are you doing now? I heard that meteor falls. I'm Su Mu. When Kyle heard that it was Su Mu's voice, he was momentarily confused. Was it because Sirona was in trouble, that's why Su Mu called? No. Absolutely not. If that were the case, I would have torn this bastard Su Mu alive. Why didn't he protect Sirona? That's it. The secret realm is destroyed. I'm the only one alive. I still have a little Lugia here. You should make arrangements quickly, otherwise your daughter and I will be in danger. After saying that, Su Mu hung up the phone directly, regardless of how much drama Kyle had in mind. Kyle's mood was like riding a roller coaster, from high to low, flickering. But at least he understood what Su Mu meant, and quickly called his assistant to arrange a flight for him. At the same time, he contacted some powerful people in Dongtu and asked them to protect Su Mu immediately. When Su Mu hung up the phone, several sages had already gathered around him. They were not surprised at all when they saw Su Mu looking for his parents. Who can enter Meteor Falls without a parent? Just look for it, they are going to decide on this Lugia anyway. Boy, what's your family's background? Tell us about it. He, maybe the background is too harsh, so I'll let you go. That's right, kid, tell me. I'm also curious about who you were on the phone with just now. A few people didn't care about the juniors who were watching around them, and directly stepped forward to surround Su-mu. His words were full of disdain, and his hungry eyes were like a hungry wolf. He was about to attack Su-mu in the next second and take Lugia as his own. Su-mu really didn't have the ability to resist now, otherwise he wouldn't have called his future father-in-law for help. Fortunately, Su-mu is dying, and there is still Sirona. This girl is usually naive, but when it comes to fighting, she is not stupid at all. Fighting goddess, champion Sirona, her temperament is revealed instantly. His long legs took a step forward and stood directly in front of Su-mu. He pointed his sword eyebrows and said solemnly, "I'm Sirona, if you have anything to say to me." Several venerables were a little frightened when Sirona came forward. But then I thought about it, no matter how powerful Sirona is, she is just a princess from Western Europe. This is Eastern Earth. Besides, the Lugia cub is right at your fingertips, let alone a Western European princess. Even if the Prince of Dongta comes now, it won't work. Miss Sirona, who is this boy to you? That's right, if we're not relatives, there's no need for you to block him like this, right? If you ask me, Miss Sirona should go away quickly. This kid is suspected of killing dozens of powerful people in the secret realm. We need to take him back to investigate. Does this matter have anything to do with Miss Sirona? They are all old fools. These venerables looked at each other and instantly guessed what the other party meant. In just a few sentences, it makes sense. Without even looking at Sirona, they were ready to take action forcefully. Anyway, as long as Sirona is not hurt, it will be fine. Also, what will happen even if she is hurt? This is Lugia's cub, and the color is different from the rumors. Priceless. If you can get this, you will be able to achieve great success and it will be just around the corner. Sirona wants to stop them? Impossible. Greed has completely blinded their eyes and obscured their conscience. Now, they are bent on killing Su-mu and getting this Lugia cub. Haha, it's none of my business. Okay, he is my fiancé, our future king in Western Europe. Who else wants to take him to investigate now? Isn't it none of my business now? Sirona's pretty face was slightly cold, and her eyes were filled with coldness. She grabbed Su-mu behind her with her right hand and walked firmly. No one could take Su-mu away from her. You can't bully him either. He, Miss Sirona, you really know how to joke. Is he your fiancé, or is that Lugia your fiancé? Do you know his name? Do you want to marry someone just because you caught him? Dirty people think dirty things. In this person's eyes, Sirona was attracted to Su-mu's Lugia and wanted to snatch it away based on her status. As everyone knows, Sirona is telling the truth. In her eyes, that Lugia was an insignificant existence. She just wanted Su-mu to live. Su-mu really couldn't bear it. It was absolutely intolerable for a person of his character to rely on a woman for protection. But now, the situation is stronger than the people. In Meteor Falls, he dared to play cruelly with Lugia by relying on the fact that the system did not dare to let him die. But now, these people, no, the greed of these beasts has been completely aroused by little Lugia. If Su-mu dares to show his face and provoke now, these guys will definitely dare to take action in front of everyone. Then he put the pot of the destroyed secret realm on his head, and left with the benefits obtained by little Lugia openly. Clenching his fists tightly, the powerlessness of reality once again pressed deeply on Su-mu's body. How hateful! Ding! It's been detected that the host's hatred value has exploded. I would like to ask if the host is willing to become the strongest trainer. The system has a gift package that has not been issued to the host. It is just waiting for the host to be truly willing to become stronger. The dog system is late but arriving. Su Mu really hated it at this time. Who did I offend? Entering a secret realm and being hunted down once? Is it a crime to be handsome? Ha ha ha, destroy it, I'm tired. Okay, you got it, dog system. At this moment, Su Mu smiled. Chapter 63 Who dares to bully my son-in-law? Su Mu's smile is bright. But anyone who is familiar with him will understand at this moment that the brighter his smile means, the angrier he is. The last time he was surrounded, he was asked to hand over Arceus' egg. However, Su Mu didn't dare. He resisted desperately, and finally the cheap daddy came in person and punished those bastards. And this time, again. Are people's hearts really that dark? Are interests that important? What kind of world is this? Is peace just on the surface? Isn't it enough for these people who have reached the level of the venerable? Is there someone chasing them behind them, threatening them? It's just profit. Do you deserve to be beaten to death like this? A series of questions turned from question marks to periods in Su Mu's mind. I won't ask you questions anymore, and I won't play with you anymore. Isn't it just a fight? Come on then. Ding. Congratulations to the host for officially recognizing his identity as a trainer. The host will be rewarded with a trainer gift package. Please check for it. Ding. The trainer gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the full recovery potion, restores all the elves' physical strength after use. Asterisk 10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the Leader's Peak Experience card. After using it, the elf temporarily gains the Leader's Peak strength for 1 hour. Asterisk 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full level skill, elf language. Several system prompts in a row made Su Mu stupid. I'll go, what's going on? Dog system, you are such a dog, are you afraid that I will regret it? Okay, you are really good. Since you dare to give it away, I won't be polite. The smile on his face gradually solidified, and Su Mu released Koga Ninja again. Su Mu put him in the elf ball to rest before leaving the secret realm. Now, no need to rest. Get started. Use it on Koga Ninja, full recovery potion and Master Peak experience card. Su Mu gave direct orders to the system in his mind, and then sneered. Koga Ninja, they have said so, so don't be polite to us. Let the slaughter begin. Koga Ninja felt that his original injuries recovered instantly, and his physical strength returned to its peak. A mysterious power suddenly poured into his limbs and bones, and his strength was slowly climbing. King of Heaven, Master, Leader, Supreme. The moment Koga Ninja completed his bond transformation, his strength reached the peak of being a master. Cool. Congratulations to Ninja, I am willing to go through fire and water for the Su family for generations to come, without any hesitation. As soon as the iconic slogan comes out, the Koga Ninja fight begins. Su Muzhong was filled with anger when he was instantly confused by Koga Ninja's slogan. Good guy, forget it if you didn't understand it before. Now that I can understand the language of elves, why do I feel so ashamed? Generations of the Su family? Through fire and water? You have no one left, Koga Ninja. Unexpectedly, Su Mu was speechless, but Koga Ninja was completely in a state of superiority. His unprecedented strength made him unprecedentedly confident. Cool. With all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. With a sneer, Koga Ninja used his signature shadow clone technique, and then dozens of spiral water shurikens came out of the air and attacked the elves of the Lord. This kid actually has an elf at the top of his sect, that's not good. Venerable is just the honorific title for some powerful king-level trainers. In terms of true strength, everyone here is really rubbish. There are only a few people who can stand up to Su Mu in his prime. What's more, now that Su Mu has the experience card of the peak leader, the situation is instantly reversed. Just now, they were still thinking about whether they could spare Su Mu's life after taking away Lugia. Things have changed, and now Su Mu is thinking about whether to spare these guys' lives after defeating them. I was wrong, Miss Sirona, and Miss Sirona's fiancé, I was really wrong. Under the wonderful performance of the Koga Ninja powerfully beating dozens of elves, some people finally couldn't bear the pressure and began to admit their mistakes to Su Mu. 1, 2. Gradually, more than a dozen sages unified their posture, knelt down to apologize, and kowtowed to make amends. Su Mu didn't think it was enough. He didn't want this. Isn't it delicious to live a peaceful life and travel around the world with Sirona? It's better now, ha ha ha. Not to mention being succeeded by the dog system, Su Mu was completely frightened. Trainer. Now he wants to say that he is not a trainer, does anyone believe him? These bastards deserve to die. Su Mu, forget it, as long as you are fine, let them go. Sirona relented. She took Su Mu's arm and stopped him at the critical moment. Su Mu looked at her in surprise, then felt relieved. That's right, there are still so many people here, and they are not in the secret realm. If we really killed them, it would be really hard to explain. Okay, it's up to you. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu tried his best to calm down. Then, he looked at the row of venerables kneeling on the ground and was about to say a few words. A violent roar came from the sky. Asshole, let me see, who dares to bully my son-in-law? The person who came was none other than Kyle, Sirona's biological father. He disliked that the plane was too slow, so he sat directly on the back of an eagle and came from thousands of miles away from Western Europe for help. The main reason is that he is also worried about Su Mu's ability to cause trouble. If those people don't sell their face, it will be over. So, as soon as Kyle hung up the phone, he rushed over to Su Mu. Landing from the sky, Kyle kept saying, "Who gave you the courage to bully my son-in-law? Come out and let me get to know you properly." As he said that, Kyle accidentally saw a row of sages kneeling on the ground. The old face turned red instantly. Turning his head, Kyle suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, son-in-law, don't worry, it's okay. When your father and I came, they were all frightened to their knees. Don't worry." Although he said this, the people watching didn't think so. They watched with their own eyes as Su Mu defeated these strong men and made them kneel on the ground to apologize. Now, a strange uncle with yellow hair suddenly flew down from the sky. "Did you say that he scared these people to their knees? Are you kidding? Haha, it's not funny either. This is Kyle, the chief of Western Europe. Oh no, it's really Kyle. What did he just say? Son-in-law. Mom, my goddess Sirona actually has a man. Master Kingja. Sirona has a fiancé. What she just said is true. Is this boy really Sirona's fiancé? Yes, only such a strong man can be worthy of my goddess Sirona." Kyle, whose face turned red as he watched everyone talking, quickly pulled Su Mu and Sirona away from the scene without saying a word. "I can't stay any longer, I'm so embarrassed." Chapter 64, Destroyer of Secret Realm Su Mu. Taking Su Mu away, Kyle sat on the back of his leap-hiding land shark and let them ride the Baidiao. "Tell me, what's going on?" With a straight face, Kyle asked, pretending to be serious. Su Mu thought for a while and decided to express what happened as tactfully as possible. "After all, my father-in-law has traveled thousands of miles to support me. Don't make him feel useless. This old man still values face very much." They wanted to steal Su Mu's little Lugia, and then Su Mu defeated them. Seeing that Su Mu's face was a little downcast, Sirona thought he was still angry, so she hurriedly explained to him in an empathetic manner. "Good guy, this knife pierced Kyle directly in the heart. Speaking of hurt, it was the girl who hurt me the most. The blood in my heart was vomiting wildly, but on the surface, I pretended to be indifferent. What's going on with this little Lugia? Seeing the little guy in Su Mu's arms, who had a dark complexion but was extremely delicate, Kyle couldn't help but take a second look. Is this the legendary beast? Lugia, the sea god who protects humans? That's right, Lugia and Dark Lugia were fighting in the Meteor Falls. Then, I helped Dark Lugia, and those people chose to help Lugia. I won the bet. Dark Lugia exploded, taking the entire Meteor Falls secret realm and everyone with it. Before you die, leave me this little guy and tell me his name is Rocky. Su Mu tried his best to tell Kyle what happened in the most concise language. Kyle clicked his tongue and was speechless for a moment. The last time we were in Viridian's secret realm, it seemed that it was because of you and Emperor Yan that your father killed those guys, right? Su Mu nodded. Indeed, the person who opposed him last time also ended up being destroyed. Not only that, a large part of Viridian Forest was also destroyed, and the aftermath of the battle injured many innocent creatures. Although that matter was suppressed by Su Mu's cheap dad, I have to say that this time, Su Mu made a bigger fuss than last time. At least you left it at Viridian's secret realm last time, but some people died. Okay, this time, we can directly destroy the entire secret realm. Kyle took a breath and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed, boy, be obedient. Let's not go to the secret realm again. It's too dangerous here. Leave a way for others to survive. Pfft, Sirona on the side couldn't help laughing. Indeed, Su Mu is too dangerous. It is better not to go to the secret realm in the future. This is simply a secret realm destroyer, okay? The Kuai Long clan of Meteor Falls have been good friends of mankind for hundreds of years. A dozen or so venerables, that's quite a force in the eastern land. Plus the mythical beast Lugia. Su Mu was in big trouble this time. Father, then he won't be. Sirona was a little hesitant. She was worried that Su Mu would be banned by Dongtu. It would be weird if nothing happens after you make such a big mistake. It's okay. Let me talk to the chief of Dongtu. Su Mu should still be in school, right? Seeing Kyle asking this, Su Mu quickly said, I applied to take a year off from school, and then take the joint entrance examination next year. Kyle nodded and curled his lips and said, what's wrong if you don't go to school well at a young age? In this case, you first go to that Fengcheng No. 1 middle school, that school. You go back to school first and don't make trouble for me again. I will also send someone to contact your father. You should go to school for me now and don't run around again. Especially the secret realm, you are not allowed to enter, do you understand? Kyle was also very melancholy. Su Mu was good at everything, but it was a pity because he was so capable of getting into trouble. Good guy, within a month of coming out, I got into 2 major disasters. Quite simply, at least dozens of Dongtu's sages died because of him, which was equivalent to a direct loss of 1/5 of their strength. If he didn't have a good father, I'm afraid. Is the problem serious? Su Mu was a little confused. Wasn't it just that some people died? The cheap old man last time destroyed a piece of it with just one move. Su Mu didn't take action personally this time, but Dark Lugia killed people, so he still needs to take the blame? Kyle looked at Su Mu speechlessly and pointed at Lugia in his arms. If you don't have this little guy, then you're fine. But who told you to bring him out too? Having said this, Su Mu also understood. How dare he become the scapegoat again because of little Lugia? Last time it was because of Arceus, the cheap daddy killed someone. This time it was because of little Lugia, Dark Lugia killed people. Why, when others do it, I have to bear the responsibility. Su Mu felt miserable, but what could he do? When people are in the arena, they can't help themselves. That's all, isn't it just to go back to school? It'll be over soon. How long will it take? There's really no point in me going to school. Su Mu still complained unwillingly and wanted to know how long he had been under house arrest in the school. Kyle thought for a while. Su Mu went to school and it really didn't make sense. There is a saying that with this guy's current strength, he should challenge the gym, then participate in the King of Heaven tournament and become a venerable. You think I do? It depends on when your father can come back and give the chief of Dong to a satisfactory condition. There are too many things going on here, and Kyle doesn't want to say more, so he simply dismisses it. Why, you still can't bear to leave my daughter? I'm telling you, get out of here. If you dare to touch Sirona before you hit me, I'll break your legs. Believe it or not. Su Mu was sitting on Bai Diao with Sirona. Seeing Kyle threatening him, he suddenly laughed. Hugging Sirona before she could react, Su Mu slapped her face into her face. Come on, bend my legs, try it if you can. Smiling proudly, Su Mu was not afraid of this guy's threat. It smells so good, I really want to take another sip. Pursing his lips, Su Mu admitted that he was greedy. Looking at the furious Kyle, Su Mu did whatever he wanted. Taking advantage of Sirona's shyness, he took another bite at the little face on the other side. Just kiss your daughter in front of you. If you want to do it, you will die if you don't. Su Mu smiled arrogantly, his eyes full of provocation. Sirona's brain just shut down, and now she is completely confused. Su Mu was so bold, actually doing it in front of his father. This is the first time he kissed me. Oops, what am I thinking? You little bastard, I will kill you. How dare you threaten me again and I'll kiss your girl. You bastard, if you dare to touch Sirona, I will kill you. Bah, if you dare to come here, I will move. I already moved just now, twice, you bite me. Asshole, you are so angry with me. When your father comes back, I will let him teach you a lesson. Chapter 65, Coming to School by Helicopter. Kyle went to handle the negotiations for Su Mu regarding the follow-up matter of Meteor Falls. And little Lugia has become Su Mu's elf. Officially register on the system and occupy a slot. Elf, Dark Lugia, Rocky. Attributes, Superpower, Flying. Strength, Early stage of Heavenly King, Newborn. Characteristics, Multiple scales. When the physical strength is full, the attack damage received is reduced to half of the original. Skills, Air Blast, Predict the Future, Divine Bird Rush, Water Cannon. Sign-in mission, 1. Bring or use Lugia to participate in a battle in Fengcheng, Psychokinetic Crystal. 2. Bring or use Lugia to participate in the King of Heaven Challenge, Awakening of Spiritual Power once. 3. Carry or use Lugia to participate in a King-level battle, Full-level Qinggong, Water Drifting. At the same time, Kuai Long also got his own slot. Su Mu didn't pay attention before, but he started to check it carefully on the way back to Fengcheng. Elf, Kuai Long. Attributes, Dragon, Flying. Strength, Early King of Heaven. Characteristics, Multiple scales. When the physical strength is full, the attack damage received is reduced to half of the original. Skills, Storm, Reverse Scale, Dragon Dance, Lightning Fist, Flame Fist, Freezing Light, 100,000 volts, Divine Speed. Sign-in tasks, 1. Bring or use Kuai Long to participate in a battle in Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, Dragon Bloodline Awakening. 2. Bring or use Kuai Long to participate in a Heavenly King Challenge Full-level Magical Power, Dharma Heaven and Earth. 3. Bring or use Kuai Long to participate in a World King Competition, Full-level Magical Power, Speaking Words into Gold. Charizard's sign-in task has been completed, and the system has been updated in a timely manner. The current situation is as follows. Elf, Charizard. Attribute, Fire, Dragon. Strength, Midterm Heavenly King. Characteristics, Solar Power, in warm sunny weather, attack power increases. Skills, Reverse Scale, dragon star cluster, dragon wave, dragon tail, overheating, big character explosion, jet flame, sunlight flame, tile splitting, steel tail, original power. Sign in mission, bring or use the fire-breathing dragon to win the World King competition, Fire Dragon God Bloodline upgrade. Su Mu carefully read the status of each elf and the sign-in task for the system update. He smiled. The dog system has indeed been clearly arranged for me. This guy must have already planned it, right? I will definitely return to Fengcheng, and then challenge the gym, participate in the King Challenge, and the World King competition. Judging from the plot, should he arrange another special task and tell me where to sign in and get the mythical beast? Su Mu was thinking that the dog system seemed to be inspired by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the temporary mission. Go to the back mountain of Fengcheng within 3 days, and successfully defeat an Absol there to complete the mission. Task reward, Flash Leave King. Note: mission rewards will appear in the most realistic situation to ensure that the host has no worries. Good. You are really a good system for me. You do whatever I say without any hesitation, right? Okay, it has to be you. Are you really going to any lengths to make me stronger? Okay, I'll go. Needless to say, I'll accept this flashing leave king, okay. Su Mu laughed angrily at the dog system. What a big deal. He is willing to be a trainer, but he is still worried that he will regret it. That's all. Sitting on the helicopter back to Fengcheng, Su Mu didn't want to argue with the dog system. If it hadn't been for this guy, it would have really sunk outside the meteor falls. Just think of it as returning a favor to him. I, Su Mu, will be the trainer. Having made up his mind, Su Mu began to regret that Sirona was brought home by old Kyle. He said it was too dangerous to be with him, and he was afraid something would happen to Sirona. Su Mu thinks that this old guy is just afraid that he will take advantage of Sirona and has long wanted to take Sirona away. It's a pity that a pair of little mandarin ducks who have just confirmed their true love will have to live a hard life of long-distance love. Look, there's a helicopter in the sky. On the playground of Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, several classes of students are taking practical training classes, which was the physical education class that students loved most hundreds of years ago. Of course, in the elf world, practical training classes are the most popular and one of the most hated classes among students. Why? How nice would it be to breathe fresh air without having to study? Ha ha ha, if I ask you to practice throwing the ball thousands of times in one class and make you run in circles all the time, I'm afraid you will also hate this course. What a fuss! It's just a helicopter. How big of a deal is it? A little fat man with a delicate hairstyle stood up and said with a look of disdain. Oh, who can compare to you, young Master Lu? Riding a flaming horse to school every day is a sight to behold in our Fengcheng city. The thin man on the side started to add more without politeness. The little fat man enjoyed the thin man's bragging. He raised his head proudly and prepared to take a look at the helicopter. His family also has this thing. As the son of the richest man in Fengcheng, he has naturally flown in helicopters several times. Holy crap, this is the latest K96 model helicopter produced in Western Europe. It is said that there are no more than 3 in the world. What kind of person can fly on such an awesome plane? You shouldn't be here in Fengcheng, right? Our small place can't accommodate this big Buddha, right? The little fat man said in shock, and his words quickly spread among the class. Then everyone subconsciously raised their heads, ready to see how amazing this helicopter was, which was boasted by the son of the richest man in Fengcheng. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the helicopter slowly stopped in the sky above Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School, and then landed slowly. Fuck, he stopped, he stopped. Don't scream, I saw this plane parked above us. Lu Shuo, please tell me, what kind of big shot is he who can fly on such an awesome plane? The students were chattering away, and some were asking Lu Shuo to guess who the big shot on the plane was. Lu Shuo didn't understand either. He raised his head in confusion, secretly wondering. Can't we really stop? Does Feng Cheng deserve such a big shot? Following his doubts, Principal Xiao Tianyang and Teaching Director Yu Heilong appeared. The two people walked to the center of the playground and, like the students in this class, looked up at the sky, waiting for the helicopter to land. The principal will greet you personally. Lu Shuo still knew a lot about Xiao Tianyang's past. This old man was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Even the Lord of Fengcheng would not come out to greet him in person. It seems that the person sitting in the helicopter is definitely a super big shot. Chapter 66, It's Su Mu, a loser? When the helicopter landed slowly, Su Mu actually walked out of the helicopter door in full view of everyone. The old principal and Yu Heilong were not surprised at all, and naturally went up to chat with Su Mu. It looked like they were still having a great time talking. They seemed to be here to greet Su Mu. At this time, the whole class was excited. They can no longer remain calm. Because the super big shot they have been guessing is actually their classmate who has been missing for a month, Su Mu. Wasn't this guy a famous loser in the school before? He has poor academic performance, withdrawn personality, and does not like to communicate with others. As a result, he is often bullied and pranked by his classmates. Someone even gave Su Mu, who had poor academic performance, a nickname behind his back, calling him a waste. What did this guy do during the month he disappeared? Was it a bank robbery? How could he come back to school in such an expensive super helicopter? What's going on? Lu Shuo, like his classmates, was also full of questions. He knew Su Mu best. As Su Mu's half-friend, Lu Shuo, who believed in his superiority, had never used his power to bully others and deliberately bullied Su Mu. So this is a good relationship between the two of them, even half-friends. But isn't Su Mu famous for being a waste? Wasn't this guy so poor before that he couldn't even afford a pair of branded shoes? What is going on? Why did he come back in the K96 helicopter? Didn't the teacher say that Su Mu went to recuperate from illness? If he could have a K96 for recuperation, then Lu Shuo wouldn't mind him recuperating himself. How handsome he is! He can make money while recuperating, and he can also make a lot of money. Lu Shuo is so envious. Not only him, but also the classmates looked at Su Mu talking with the principal and Yu Heilong with envy. From time to time, Su Mu patted Yu Heilong on the shoulder, as if he was supporting the younger generation. This is so exciting for the students. If you dare to take a picture of your son, take pictures of Yu Heilong. What on earth has Su Mu experienced during this time? Let me go. Is this still the good-for-nothing Su Mu? Keep your voice down. You gave me this nickname. Have you forgotten? The classmates on the side quickly reminded the guy who leaked the information and told him to keep a low profile. Now Su Mu is so awesome. If you keep being so arrogant, if Su Mu remembers it, you will be the first to be unlucky. The classmate who spoke at the beginning quickly covered his mouth, and he only realized that it was Su Mu. He is no longer the loser he was before, but a boss who can return to school by helicopter. Why did you come back to school? Are you tired of playing outside? Seeing that Su Mu was so sudden and said he would come back soon, Yu Heilong also asked curiously. Su Mu curled his lips and said speechlessly, I can't help it. I can't survive outside. It's better to be in school. Seeing Su Mu say this, the old principal Xiao Tianyang, who knew a little bit about it, smiled. Okay, come back when you're tired. The door to Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School will always be open to you, the Rookie League champion. Su Mu raised his head proudly and joked, it's inevitable, even if we don't look at our strength, we are the champions. After chatting for a while, Yu Heilong remembered that Su Mu had just gotten off the plane and didn't have time to eat. The nanny dragon's essence is triggered instantly. Let's go to the cafeteria for a bite. After you won the award, our school spent a lot of money to completely renovate the cafeteria. The food in this cafeteria is absolutely delicious. If you don't believe me, I will take you to take a bite and you will know. Yu Hailong said, taking the initiative to lead the way. Su Mu and the old principal fell behind. The old principal said with a smile. It'll be good to come back, it'll be good to come back. Su Mu also let out a sigh of relief. He was also tired. As the destroyer of the secret realm, his responsibilities and pressure are really too great. No matter where you go, something will go wrong, and Su Mu himself can't do anything about it. If you want to blame, you can only blame the dog system. Oh, I'm back. Su Mu said, thought for a while and then said, it feels really good to be back. If you don't believe it, just look at it. Pointing to his previous class, Su Mu smiled and said, do you think they will be shocked now? I actually came back like this. Xiao Tianyang quickly realized what Su Mu meant. The class that was taking the practical training class was Su Mu's previous class 16. He smiled and said, they will definitely be shocked, because you haven't come back, and the commendation meeting we prepared for you hasn't started yet. So, they still don't know that our classmate Su Mu is the rumored Rookie League champion. Seeing that the old principal was considerate, Su Mu was extremely grateful. The disadvantage of campus life is that it is too peaceful. As long as you don't look for trouble, nothing will happen. But this kind of life is definitely not the life Su Mu wants. He is still young, and he doesn't want to live in old age like this. Life is dull and boring, decorated with cows and horses. I'll be back soon. If I can really live in peace and contentment, I won't be able to stay. Just in time, give them some little surprises and let them guess. Maybe if they keep guessing, they will guess a lot of interesting things. Su Mu smiled evilly, but his face was still full of sunshine. This is the boy with a fake smile, this is the scholar. When it comes to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Su Mu plays it very clearly. Okay, don't bother with their ideas. Go and eat quickly. When you finish, let Hai Long take you home for a walk. Xiao Tianyang smiled helplessly. He basically knew Su Mu's previous situation in the academy. This kid has been bullied a lot, and now he has finally returned home. If he wants to make trouble, let him make trouble. As for the funeral, Xiao Tianyang believed that as long as he was in school, he could still help Su Mu block some wind and rain. Seeing Su Mu, the principal, and Yu Hailong heading to the cafeteria, the surprised students from class 16 came to their senses one by one. After checking with each other, everyone was sure that they had read correctly. The person who got off the plane was definitely Empress Su Mu. They were dumbfounded. No way, isn't Su Mu a single-parent family, with his mother raising him alone? Isn't his family so poor that he can only walk to school? What's the situation now? A scumbag takes a month off from school, and when he comes back, he's flying in the most expensive helicopter in the world? Lu Shuo, are you sure you saw the plane correctly? Everyone was sure that they had seen the right person, that one was definitely Su Mu. Some people began to doubt the authenticity of the expensive K-96 helicopter. Lu Shuo naturally waved his hand, took out his mobile phone and directly found the original picture. Look carefully, there are only 3 of this aircraft in Western Europe, the other 2 are used for collection, and this one is the royal car of Western Europe's chief, Mr. Kyle. As he said that, Lu Shuo himself began to become more and more frightened. Is this really that trash Su Mu? No way. Chapter 67. It's not too big a deal to just watch the excitement. When it comes to people, he is the most interesting. They say that what you hear is what you hear, but you believe the lies that come from around the corner. Seeing is believing, but I still can't believe the truth I saw with my own eyes. Just like these students in class 16, they all saw Su Mu being personally greeted by the principal, but they still stubbornly believed that he was the waste from the beginning. But what bad intentions could a group of students have? They just wanted to bring Su Mu back from that unbelievably high level to the realm they were familiar with. It is the so-called ordinary student stage, not the legendary big shot. This kind of mentality is also easy to understand. It is equivalent to your classmates or colleagues who are usually ordinary, but suddenly have some super identity, and you will definitely not be able to adapt to it for a while. If you want to reconnect with him, you unconsciously want to talk about some past things to bring him back to the same level as you. The same goes for these students. Because Su Mu was considered a disadvantaged group in the class before, and even had the nickname Waste, that's why he had the unbelievable side that everyone just said arrogantly. But this is not the prerequisite for Su Mu to pretend to be slapped in the face. What bad intentions can these children have? Right? Su Mu, what have you been doing during this time? Lu Shuo waited around and finally saw Su Mu. So, he stepped forward to ask Su Mu as soon as he returned to the classroom. The originally lively classroom suddenly became calm because of Su Mu's arrival. Su Mu remembered this little fat man. Because his family was rich, he always regarded the original Su Mu as his younger brother. Although he usually pretends to be 13, his character is still pretty good. After thinking about it, Su Mu thought that he should keep a low profile. After all, he had just committed a crime and had to go back to school to take refuge. It's not good to be too showy. I just went on a trip and played for a few days. After thinking of an excuse, Su Mu sat down with a smile, looked around and found that everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but scratch his head and said with a smile, "Look at what I'm doing, why don't you continue to do what you have to do?" This is called asking questions knowingly, this is called taking the lead. Su Mu is definitely an old man. His operation made a group of students at a loss. They didn't know what to say and were embarrassed to continue looking at Su Mu. I can only lower my head and find something to do by myself. Su Mu smiled inwardly and calmly opened the book. He has always kept these books in school. As a hard-working senior in high school, students almost always leave all their textbooks in school and only bring back the subjects they need to learn every day. Therefore, this also happened to be convenient for Su Mu. Physics and chemistry are still there, geography and history are still there, tisk tisk tisk, it's really annoying. Su Mu muttered to himself. Before class started, he felt a little unhappy. Campus life is good everywhere, but having to go to class every day is not good. If I could experience campus life without going to class, Su Mu would definitely be the first to go. Where's Zhao Xiaotian from class 16? Come out here. Just when Su Mu felt unhappy about the upcoming class, a grumpy voice sounded at the door of the class. Looking outside, a few slouchy guys in school uniforms were standing at the door. No need to ask, is this a familiar routine for finding trouble? What big deal can a group of students do? Su Mu guessed that this Zhao Xiaotian might have bumped into these bad guys while walking, and then was found without apologizing. Or perhaps, Zhao Xiaotian was having sex with a girl in his class, and was discovered by the class monitor, who came to ask about the situation. In short, no matter what the reason is, it must be something trivial. Pouting his lips, Su Mu was too lazy to talk to these guys and prepared to watch the show with great interest. If you come to block people at the door of the class, no matter what the reason is, you must be hurting the class's face. If class 16 endures this situation, they won't be able to survive in the senior class in the future. Sure enough, following the shouts from several outsiders, squad leader Lin Zilong stepped forward. Lu Kai, you guys go stay where you are to cool off, and don't come to the door of my class and yell. As the squad leader, Lin Zilong naturally cannot show fear of bad guys. Although he himself felt a little guilty, he still had to do things to save face. Hey! Squad leader Lin! Why are you here too? Long time no see, ha 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 ha. One of the bad guys, the guy named Lu Kai, smiled exaggeratedly when he saw Lin Zilong speaking. Then he glanced sideways and continued, "We are here to find Zhao Xiaotian. You also know that this guy is not clear about the girl I am interested in. Didn't I want to ask?" When he said this, Su Mu understood. It turns out that this so-called bad guy has taken a fancy to the girls in his class. Then because of his lack of strength, he was cut off by Zhao Xiaotian. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I would definitely block the door and scream to teach Zhao Xiaotian a lesson. Concise and clear, what a big deal. With a sneer, Su Mu felt that this guy named Liu Kai would definitely slap the table and call himself a fool when he thought about what happened today in a few years. But now, he should think that he is very manly and handsome. "Liu Kai, this is between Lin Shui and I. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Xiaotian has spoken. It would be too embarrassing if he didn't speak again when he was found at the door of the class. He stood up and came to the door of the classroom, stood in front of several delinquents, and confronted them forcefully. Just when Su Mu thought the situation would develop in the direction he wanted to see, the two groups started fighting. "The head teacher is here." "Good guy." The head teacher was standing at the door and saw Liu Kai and his students seeming to be confronting each other. He was so excited at that time. Su Mu felt that this guy wanted to watch the fun more than he did. "Ahem, cough, cough, you are a classmate Liu Kai from class 1, right?" With a dry cough, the head teacher Zhang held the book under his arm and forced himself to calm down. Liu Kai was also a little panicked. Although he was a bad person, he was still afraid of the teacher. "Yes, hello, Teacher Zhang." It would be very embarrassing if someone was bumped into by the other class teacher. It's okay, I'm just passing by, you continue." Teacher Zhang pushed up his glasses, turned around and walked in another direction as he was about to enter the class. As he walked, he said, "I think if there is any dispute between the students in the two classes, it is best to resolve it through elf fighting. If Liu Kai is not confident in himself, he can ask other students from the previous class to join him." Su Mu sat in his seat and was a little confused. This class teacher is okay. It's not a big deal to just watch the excitement, but he also wants to bring trouble to everyone in the class? The battle between elves sounds nice, but don't you just want to see two classes fighting in groups? Chapter 68, Su Mu, the King of Forces. Teacher Zhang didn't care what Liu Kai and the kids in his class thought. He hurried to the toilet. He was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. If others don't know, doesn't he know? That Su Mu in my class is a peerless genius. In the previous Rookie League, he was a dark horse and won the championship. He was praised within the school for this matter. Although Su Mu Kicai had nothing to do with him, he was a student in his class after all, so he should be honored. I originally thought that Su Mu would fly away when he became rich, but I didn't expect that he would come back on his own. Yet, as the second youngest student in class 16, we have always been outclassed by class 1 in terms of grades and sports. As a result, I was so suppressed by that old woman in class that I couldn't hold my head up. Now it's settled, Su Mu is back. Then am I going to take off? This Liu Kai is simply a lucky star. I just don't have any excuse to show off. He came up to it himself. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Zhang, who was ecstatic in his heart, hid in the toilet and laughed endlessly. Little did he know that behind him, there was a classmate who was not wearing school uniform. Su Mu. Is this teacher sick? That's not right. In the original owner's memory, this teacher seems pretty good. Why are you hiding in the toilet and laughing? Su Mu looked at the hilarious teacher Zhang hiding in the corner with disgust, and decided not to disturb teacher Zhang's enjoyment. Turn around and return to class. In the class, everyone is discussing a date after school in the afternoon. Following teacher Zhang's suggestion, Liu Kai naturally chose the elf battle. You know, Class 1 is the strongest class. Liu Kai is naturally not afraid of the fight between the two classes. Squad leader, according to the agreement, we have a 5-on-5 competition. Both classes need to send 5 people. How will our class be arranged? A girl looked at class monitor Lin Zilong with some worry. Class 16 was a little inferior to Class 1 in strength. This was the consensus of everyone. But now everyone is still a new trainer, most of them have just obtained elves not long ago. When it comes to fighting, luck also plays a large part. It's like 2 rookies pecking at each other. If one of them is lucky enough to make a knowing blow, a comeback might be in sight. Therefore, even though Class 16 is a bit weaker in strength, it is not incapable of giving it a try. This is why everyone agreed to Liu Kai. They are all noobs, winning or losing depends on the hand of heaven, who is afraid of whom? Lu Shuo, Zhao Xiaotian, and I must go there. Lin Zilong thought for a while and decided to select 3 people first, and then turned his attention to the classmates to see if any of them volunteered. If there was a fight, maybe everyone would rush forward. But the battle between elves still relies on the strength of the elves and the ability of the trainer. This makes many young men feel helpless. They lowered their heads in annoyance, secretly complaining that they were not strong enough to help the class. A female classmate who had been silent on the side suddenly spoke. Let me do it. She is the study committee member of the class. The initial elf is a cute Eevee whose fighting ability is not very strong. But in this case, she still mustered up the courage to stand up for the class. Okay, Wang Yu counts as one. Lin Zilong nodded and had no objection to Wang Yu's strength. Although Ibrahimovic was recognized as not good at fighting, in this situation, Wang Yu, a weak girl, volunteered for help. What else could he say? Just do it. Su Mu counts as one. Lu Shuo thought for a while and saw that Su Mu had been sitting in his seat watching the show, so he simply spoke and decided to pull him in. You are a member of our class, don't worry, no one will blame you if you really can't beat me. Lu Shuo has a very high emotional intelligence and stopped Su Mu with just one sentence. Do not give Su Mu a chance to refuse. At this time, Su Mu finally understood. That bastard teacher Zhang is probably plotting against himself. Thinking of how happily he smiled in the toilet just now, Su Mu suddenly felt unhappy. Good guy, I just came back, are you plotting against me? I said, why do you want to see students fighting? He also deliberately proposed an elf battle to bring the 2 classes together. It turned out to be waiting for me. I'll take action if I'm sure, right? Su Mu smiled, his smile filled with kindness and sunshine. I know, I can handle the first class myself. Su Mu said, stood up and patted Lu Shuo's generous shoulder. Don't worry, everyone, just leave it to me after school. These are all trivial matters. By the way, Zhao Xiaotian, remember to arrange a meal for me afterward. Su Mu's strong self-confidence surprised the students. But thinking about the scene I saw in the morning, Su Mu was actually riding in the helicopter of the chief of Western Europe. They gradually relaxed and returned to their seats. The afternoon course ended. A wonderful time after school for the students. But today, the students did not rush home after school, but gathered in the gymnasium one after another. Class 1 of the 3rd grade and Class 16 have a battle. The news had spread throughout the school in one afternoon. How could anyone miss such an interesting thing? Suddenly, the stadium was packed with people, and there were not enough standing tickets in the auditorium. Liu Kai led his classmates to the gymnasium, looked at the people in Class 16 opposite, and said, Stop talking nonsense, just come on, I'll take the lead. Who is coming from your class? Putting down his school bag, the bad boy Liu Kai was the first to step onto the battlefield. After unleashing his wrist power, Liu Kai looked at everyone in Class 16 with an air of dignity. Su Mu slapped his forehead. After experiencing many battles at the Heavenly King Master level, he suddenly returned to school to see these children. He didn't know what to say. Walking onto the ring silently, Su Mu hesitated for a moment, feeling that it would be a crime to pretend rather than not. Now that you're here, don't be polite. Looking at the arrogant Liu Kai, Su Mu decided, he was going to show off. What are you? Liu Kai didn't know Su Mu, so he subconsciously cursed him. Su Mu was not angry. When Liu Kai asked him this question, he replied with a smile filled with harmony, hypocrisy, and kindness. Kindness. I'm your father. Stop talking nonsense, whoever is in your class, come with us. Don't waste time. 5 or 8 of you, come with as many of you as you can. Hurry up. I still want to go home for dinner. Just kidding, can you get some benefits from facing off against classmate Su Mu, who is determined to retaliate? How can you live longer if you pretend to be in front of Su Mu? What a joke! Liu Kai's face turned red when he was choked by Su Mu, and he immediately roared, "Don't talk nonsense, release your elf quickly. My wrist and I are enough to deal with trash like you." Chapter 69, You must repay your anger to someone. Su Mu blinked and sighed helplessly. Young people, why don't you listen to advice? If you don't hit the wall, you won't look back. Okay, then I will release the elf, and let me see how strong your wrist is, how you can do it. Su Mu shook his head and decided to let Kuai Long play first. Kuai Long, this is our first battle, although the opponent is a bit weaker. Since he chose to accept the dog system and become the strongest trainer, Su Mu also had to think about it for the mission. Kuai Long's first sign-in task was to complete a battle at Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School. In this case, we can only reluctantly let him go first. Well, should I hit him? Pointing at the opposite wrist, Kuai Long had a weird expression. Do you want me to bully the children? Fuck me, Kuai Long. Damn it, who is this kid? How come there is a Kuai Long? I know him, that loser from class 16, the guy who always stays in the class on duty. Holy crap, where did Kuai Long come from? Isn't this guy a new trainer? Could it be that his initial elf is Kuai Long? Impossible, right? That's not right. He is a newbie. Can this dragon obey his command? The audience was the first to explode. One student actually took out a dragon. In a small place like Fengcheng, this news is enough to be published in the city daily. So shocking. Kuai Long is a powerful being known as a quasi-divine beast. An adult Kuai Long, his strength is at least at the level of a quasi-king. Wrist strength. 100 wrist strength doesn't seem to be enough. This. The students in class 1 were also dumbfounded. Originally, Liu Kai said he wanted to make an appointment with class 16, but they were still full of confidence. After all, class 1 is the best class in the year, and it is no problem to deal with class 16. Just pull out a few people and you can handle it. As a result, where did this guy come from? Is this someone from your class? Why haven't I seen him before? The squad leader of class 1 was ready to seek justice and stood up to question Lin Zilong. However, Lin Zilong didn't even look at him. He was staring at Su Mu's Kuai Long. He was confused now. What kind of monster appeared in our class? This. Kuai Long. Su Mu should be able to command Kuai Long. Fart, if Su Mu has the confidence to let everyone in the class come together, he must be able to command Kuai Long. Lu Shuo, do you think it's too late for me to recognize Mu Deng as my eldest brother? Lu Shuo rubbed his eyes and confirmed again that the elf released by Su Mu was Queen Kuai Long. An ray of light instantly released from his small eyes. I knew it, I knew Su Mu must have something. Ha 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 ha, Dad, Su Mu and I are friends, our old Lu family is going to be prosperous. Lu Shuo looked up to the sky and laughed, raising his hands in the air like crazy. This scared the classmates around him and quickly moved away from him for fear of being infected with some strange disease. Do you still think it's okay for you and wrist? Su Mu curled his lips and smiled brightly. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Come together, otherwise others will say you are bullying the weak. I believe that from now on, if Liu Kai sees someone smiling at him like this again, he will definitely have a psychological shadow. He gritted his teeth in disbelief and looked back at his classmates. Is anyone with me? After asking this question, Liu Kai felt ashamed in his heart. They were once good brothers and classmates, but now it was as if they didn't know him. They all lowered their heads to their chests and said nothing. Su Mu spread his hands to express his helplessness. Well, it looks like no one wants to be with you. With that said, he signaled to the teacher who was temporarily in charge of refereeing to announce the start of the battle. The teacher is also confused. Where did this student come from? What a freak, right? Fast dragon. It's unreasonable for you, a new trainer, to throw out a dragon at random. Well, do I really want to fight him? When the referee teacher announced the start of the game, Kuai Long was still a little embarrassed to take action and asked Su Mu again. Su Mu nodded, yes, that's him. Remember to be gentle. Well, going all out is the respect I give to my opponents. We scholars don't know how to let go. Now that the battle has been decided, Kuai Long is not polite and enters a fighting state instantly. His eyes gradually became colder, and Kuai Long began to unleash his kingly aura. Wrist admitted that he was stunned. He stood there blankly and looked back at his master, Liu Kai. Liu Kai was also at a loss at this time and didn't know how to direct. Well. Reverse scale. Dragon has reverse scales, if you touch it you will die. Kuai Long roared with all his strength, activated the reverse scale, and the entire Kuai Long emerged with a layer of red light, heading straight for the wrist. Sprinting like lightning, Kuai Long carries the momentum from the mighty King of Heaven and attacks violently. Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. The wrist strength was terrible. Like a meteor, his wrist was blown away by Kuai Long's punch, his body hit the ceiling of the gymnasium, and then fell heavily. Su Mu couldn't help but cover his forehead. I told you to be gentle about this guy. At the end of the battle, Kuai Long released his scale reverse state and said with a serious face, Don't worry, he's still breathing. It's our bottom line as scholars not to kill them all. Su Mu was speechless. Good guy, do you mean that Zhili and Liu Kai still have to thank you? Well, that's what it means. Kuai Long wanted to continue to reason, but Su Mu directly took it back into the elf ball. Forget it, this guy is stupid. Since he could understand the elves' language, Su Mu also discovered the problem with his elves. The first is Koga Ninja. This guy is in the advanced stage of Chuyunibu. He fantasizes about being a ninja all day long, and calls himself a little master. And then Charizard, that guy is a cautious maniac. Delusional patient. Whenever he disagrees, he feels like someone is plotting to harm him. Then there's Arceus. The little guy has no other shortcomings except that he can eat it. I can't walk when I see something to eat, I'm hungry 24 hours a day. Kuai Long fantasizes that he is a scholar, but in fact he is a violent maniac, using the appearance of a scholar to hide his inner violence. The last little Lugia. This guy is probably a problem child too. The battle is over, then I'm leaving. If any of you are dissatisfied, please come to me at any time. I am Su Mu from class 16. After speaking coolly, Su Mu walked off the stage and swaggered in front of his classmates. Teacher Zhang said that he is happy with today's victory. This weekend he will treat the whole class to the best buffet in Fengcheng. Don't forget to keep your appointments. Su Mu made something happen out of nothing, and directly caused Teacher Zhang, who was watching the battle in the dark, to shut himself up. When did I say I would treat you to a buffet? With the whole class together, my monthly salary is not enough. Chapter 70 No more training in the middle of the night. Plot against me? Su Mu had long since discovered Teacher Zhang hiding in the corner and saw him looking at him with a pained expression on his face. Su Mu quickly waved and greeted him. "Look, Teacher Zhang is here too. He seems very pleased." The students followed Su Mu's gaze and saw Teacher Zhang in the corner. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I will definitely go on the weekend, don't worry, teacher. Teacher Zhang is so kind. You are almost moved to tears when you see him. Of course, we defeated a group of people." "That's right, although this is Su Mu's work alone, he is from our class 16. If he wins, it means our class wins." The students were all talking about it, completely unaware that every word they said was stabbing Teacher Zhang hard in the heart. After winning back a victory from Teacher Zhang, Su Mu expressed that he was in a good mood. The dog system also took advantage of this moment to quickly announce. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Kui Long sign-in task. 1. Bring or use Kui Long to participate in a battle in Fengcheng No. 1 Middle School. Reward Kui Long, Dragon Bloodline Awakening." Seeing that the system was cautious, Su Mu was no longer in the mood to curse anymore. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. After Su Mu left school, he slowly walked home. As for why not fly back on the fire-breathing dragon? The city is closed to air. If the flying elves fly around casually, isn't it a mess? Unless there is an emergency, flying elves cannot be used in the city. "Mom, I'm back." Returning to the warmest place in the memory of the original owner, Su Mu's mood became a little gentler. Su's mother got the news of Su Mu's return in the morning and has been busy with dinner for him. Seeing Su Mu come back from school, Su's mother smiled and said, "I came back a little late, the dishes are cold." "Well, there was something small at school, so I was delayed for a while." Su Mu put down his school bag, washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. Boom! Smelling the aroma of the food, Arceus jumped out of the poke ball and rushed to serve it. Su Mu grabbed the excited little guy. Wait, don't worry, it's not like we can't eat anymore." Boom! Another sound. The Koga Ninja appeared on the stage and gave a ninja salute to Su's mother. "Cool. Meet the mistress." Su Mu's eyes darkened and he was speechless and didn't want to speak. "This second-grade frog is really amazing." Boom! The next one out is Charizard. The first time he came out, he looked around and looked around. Then he searched around Su Mu's house while busy, and only after making sure that there was no danger, did he feel relieved. "Ho ho ho! Long time no see, Su Mu's mother." Boom! Su Mu was already calm. He held Arceus with one hand and sat dejectedly on the chair. Let the elf balls open one after another. The scholar Kui Long appears. "Well, Su Mu's mother? Am I at Su Mu's home? I didn't salute Su Mu's mother. How rude." As he said that, Kui Long bent down like a gentleman. "Woo! This is the first time we meet. I am Kui Long. Please take good care of Su Mu's mother." Finally, there's little Lugia. He just wanted to see everyone come out, and he jumped out not to be outdone. Throwing herself into Su Mu's arms, little Lugia said that she didn't know anything, but she was very happy. Su's mother was stunned for a moment by these little guys, and then she laughed. "Hello, hello." After greeting each elf cordially, Su's mother felt that she had cooked too little. "Son, you eat first, and Mom will make you something to eat." Su Mu quickly grabbed his mother who was about to go to work and said, "No, they have something to eat. They can just take a bite of these dishes. If they eat too much, they won't absorb it. It's useless." As he spoke, he pushed his mother to sit down on a chair and poured another glass of warm water. After bringing out the food prepared in advance for the elves, Su Mu sat down again. "Mom, I saw him." Seeing Su Mu's solemn expression, Su's mother guessed that he had something to say. I just didn't expect that what Su Mu was going to say was this. Well, how is he? Her eyes became moist unconsciously, but Su's mother still kept smiling, trying not to let her son see her sadness. Su Mu didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, his father wouldn't let him say this. But Su Mu felt that it shouldn't be hidden from his mother. Not bad, he saved me. Su Mu used as calm a tone as possible to tell Su's mother what happened recently. When she heard that Su Mu was forced into a desperate situation by many strong men because of Emperor Yan, Su's mother clenched the water glass with worry. However, she relaxed after hearing that the cheap dad showed up and killed everyone. Then he pretended to be disgusted and said, "This guy is somewhat useful." Seeing that his mother's condition was much better, Su Mu also joked, "I'm sorry, I couldn't punch him. He is too strong, I feel like I can't beat him." Su's mother giggled at Su Mu's words. But it makes sense to think about it. If Su Mu were to punch him with one punch, I'm afraid his father would be able to hit him back with 10 punches. Su Mu told Su Mu's story from beginning to end about Sirona and Kyle again. Although Su's mother knew about Sirona before, she smiled happily when Su Mu told it face to face. "My son has grown up. When you come back this time, stay with mom for a few more days. That bastard will take care of things outside for you. When those things are over, you can go and challenge the gym with peace of mind." Su's mother said, with a hint of yearning for memories in her eyes. "I remember when she was young, she met that bastard because she challenged the gym and prepared to participate in the King of Heaven challenge." Su Mu nodded, and the mother and son finished the dinner happily. At night, Su Mu felt vaguely like someone was talking next to him. Narrowing his eyes, Su Mu looked to his side. "Really? Well. Train? Going to training so late? Cool. Yes, we all train at night. Roar. Just keep up. If I don't train one night, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Yo. I also need to go. Chatter. Can you take one with me?" Su Mu was speechless. He sat up directly and looked at the 5 elves forming a circle. "You guys just sleep well. Starting tomorrow, I will take you to train during the day. No need to practice extra at night, have a good rest." After almost yelling these words, Su Mu hugged Arceus and Lugia one by one and placed them beside him. Then he kicked Koga Ninja onto his little blanket, and then took back Charizard and Dragonite to take back the Pokeballs. What to practice more? What a nonsense! The meeting is over. Sleep. Chapter 71 Simulated Gravity Chamber. After breakfast, Su Mu came back to school. Upon entering the classroom, the originally noisy atmosphere fell into calm again. "Boss Su Mu, morning." Lu Shuo stepped forward to say hello to Su Mu with a smile, and put his fat arm on Su Mu's shoulders. "Boss, you were so handsome yesterday." Following Lu Shuo's lead, some male classmates, including squad leader Lin Zilong, also came forward enthusiastically and surrounded Su Mu. Everyone started bragging about Su Mu's feat yesterday. "Su Mu, you didn't see that the faces of those guys in Class 1 were all green at that time? Isn't that right? When you showed Kui Long, they were all dumbfounded. It's so handsome. How can Su Mu command Kui Long? I remember the teacher said that adult Kui Long at least has the strength of a pseudo king." "That's right, Su Mu, you silently left us behind. That's not a big chunk, it's your whole life." Su Mu was surrounded by classmates, and suddenly he felt as if he was much younger. Indeed, isn't that what campus life is like? Cheating and bragging. Comfortable. Ahem, this question is not important. Su Mu coughed dryly and was ready to start performing. Just as he was about to start pretending to compete, he saw student committee member Wang Yu walking up to him. Then stretched out his little hand. "Classmate Su Mu, please hand in yesterday's homework." When Su Mu heard this, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. I just said I forgot something yesterday, it turned out to be this thing. Ahem, the school committee will wait a moment. Su Mu coughed again, then looked around and focused on Lu Shuo. Where's your homework? Lend it to me. Lu Shuo was stunned and quickly took out his homework and placed it in front of Su Mu. Boss, give it. Su Mu took over the homework without saying a word and started writing quickly. Not writing for a long time caused Su Mu's fighting speed to seriously decrease. What usually takes 10 minutes to do, actually took 20 minutes today. It was not until the moment before the school bell rang that Su Mu kept his pen and handed his homework to Wang Yu. Sure enough, you are getting old, and your ability to copy homework has seriously declined. With a sigh alone, Su Mu returned to his seat helplessly, waiting for the teacher's arrival. The whole morning was filled with theoretical courses, and all kinds of knowledge that had tortured Su Mu once again tortured Su Mu, making Su Mu feel drowsy. Fortunately, teachers in all subjects are aware of his glorious deeds. I know that this is a good prospect who can be specially recruited by the Magic City Academy without any cultural courses. He is a super genius. So I turned a blind eye to the issue of Su Mu sleeping in class. Otherwise, Su Mu might have an even harder time. Classmate Su Mu, can I have lunch with you? While walking on the way to the cafeteria, Su Mu was struck by a sweet-looking girl. He didn't know that after yesterday's outfit, his superior characteristics were already known to the whole school. Now Su Mu is the most handsome boy in the school and the dream lover of countless female classmates. Come with me and you treat me. Su Mu silently chanted Amitabha in his heart, hoping that Sirona would not blame him. Then after the female classmate nodded and agreed to the treat, he happily went to the cafeteria with her. Then, Arceus' greedy nature exploded and he ate all kinds of delicacies worth more than 1,000 alliance coins. Seeing the despair on the sweet girl's face, Su Mu smiled. After settling the bill, Su Mu took Arceus and left gracefully. Want to pick me up? Just kidding, are you rich? Only a rich woman like Sirona can afford to support her brother. As for you, forget it. Brother is the man you will never get. After giving the sweet girl a hard blow, Su Mu came to the school's simulated gravity room with satisfaction. After releasing his 5 elves, Su Mu said, "This is a simulated gravity room, which can simulate gravity and help you train, but it's very expensive." Su Mu promised the elves yesterday to give them serious training, so naturally he would not break his promise. He had resigned himself to his fate, and after being succeeded by the dog system, Su Mu no longer resisted. A trainer is a trainer. Anyway, even if he is not a trainer, he is still in danger. Simply follow the dog system. When Koga Ninja heard that he could be trained, he danced with excitement. Then, Su Mu turned on 10 times gravity. Boom! There were 5 loud noises, and the 5 elves fell to the ground together. I can't move at all. No, what you have to do now is to adapt to 10 times the gravity and reach the level of freedom of movement. Su Mu said and preached to them. The simulated gravity room here is a relatively common training place. Many trainers' elves are trained here. I didn't train you seriously before, so you fell behind in this part of the training, which is considered a shortcoming. Compared to the elves of other trainers, Koga Ninja, Charizard, and Kui Long, the 3 of you are all trained on your own. You have many bad habits when fighting, and there are also many subconscious reactions that are not perfect. I will first help you withstand the pressure of the gravity chamber, and then I will teach you how to fight in a systematic way. Su Mu finished speaking in one breath. Seeing that the 5 guys were sweating profusely, he adjusted the gravity to 3 times. In an instant, the elves felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and they stood up one by one. Although they were all swaying around, they still stood on the spot with perseverance, gritting their teeth against the weight of their bodies under the influence of gravity. Take your time. This triple gravity is a big challenge for you. I'm just letting you experience the 10 times gravity first. In fact, Su Mu had never really systematically learned how to train elves. In his previous life, he was only a game champion. In the field of data, Su Mu is invincible. But this is the real world, so Su Mu is considered a semi-novice when it comes to elf training. But this game shouldn't be difficult. Su Mu just called Kyle for advice yesterday. Isn't this the basic direction? As for the more advanced training plan, Su Mu has no need for it yet. When he needs it, he can learn it in advance. It will be easier. Trainer, it's not difficult. You guys practice first and try to use your special skills freely in the gravity room with triple gravity. I'll make a call. With that said, Su Mu turned around and came to the gravity room and called Sirona. For couples in a long-distance relationship, talking on the phone is also a must-learn lesson. After not seeing each other for a day, Su Mu and Sirona sweetly confided their thoughts to each other. In fact, Su Mu was mainly talking and Sirona was listening with a red face. Suddenly I heard a loud noise from behind me. It seemed like something exploded. Chapter 72. You said you let me do whatever I want. What happened? Su Mu didn't even have time to hang up the phone, so he hurriedly returned to the gravity room. At this time, the gravity room was already emitting thick black smoke, and the scarred roof seemed to tell people about the ordeal he had just suffered. Looking at his elves again, Su Mu was speechless. What's going on? Who of you did it? Koga Ninja and Charizard, you look at me, I look at you, and then they shake their heads with innocent faces at the same time. Arceus and Lugia, who were younger, felt a lightness in their bodies due to the sudden disappearance of gravity, and were jumping around and playing. Kui Long stood calmly on the spot without saying a word. Cool. How to do this, Red Lizard? Ho, ho. Don't ask me, I didn't break it. Cool. No, who are you? It was you who insisted on dragging me into a fight just now, and now you don't admit it. Originally, the two elves communicated quietly, but when Charizard expressed his disapproval, Koga Ninja was unhappy. Pointing at the fire-breathing dragon and shouting at Su Mu. Cool quack, quack. It's him. He burned down the roof of the shed with his jet of flames. Roar. You betrayed me. You broke the roof with a water spiral shuriken, and you can't run away. As soon as he saw that he was betrayed by the Koga Ninja, Charizard was not happy. Funny? Grasshopper on a rope, you have to jump up and down with me. Then don't live. Su Mu was speechless. He never knew that his elves could be so naughty. When I didn't understand it before, I knew that these guys each had their own personalities. But now that he could understand the language of the elves, Su Mu found that these guys were simply too naughty. Especially Koga Ninja. Okay, I understand. You guys should come back first. Today's training plan has been postponed. I'll go find the principal and ask. Ask how to compensate. Although this simulated gravity room is considered a popular training room, it is also quite expensive. Su Mu didn't want to be a trainer at first. In addition to the high probability of death, the more important point was that being a trainer was too expensive. Look at those venerables, each of them has the strength of a heavenly king. What will happen? Aren't you still fighting for a little money and fighting to the death for that little benefit? Principal, what are you busy with? Arriving at the principal's office, Su Mu knocked on the door with a smile, entered the room, and sat down in a polite manner. When the old principal saw Su Mu coming out, his eyelids jumped. No, are you asking me for something? With an ominous premonition in his heart, the old principal hesitated and said. It's nothing. I'm going on a business trip recently, right? I'm making arrangements for it. The old principal said, picked up the folder on the table and prepared to leave. What's the matter? I'm in a hurry here. If you have any questions, just ask Yu Long. With that said, the old principal ran away. Su Mu was left with a confused look on his face. Principal, wait a minute, how much does the simulated gravity room in our school cost? The old principal had already walked away, but he still heard Su Mu's call. He said without looking back, you can use that thing as you please, just say I let it. Running out of the teaching building, the old principal secretly wiped his sweat. This Su Mu is a big trouble. If others don't know, doesn't he know? No matter where he goes, there will be disasters. In the past month or so, how many people have died because of him? This time when Su Mu came back, the old principal didn't say anything on the surface, but actually he was panicking in his heart. This kid is so capable of causing trouble, so capable of getting into trouble. Forget it, I'd better go out and avoid the limelight. It just so happens that the little guys at home need to find a group of suitable trainers for them. The three imperial families in the old principal's family are still very eye-catching, so every once in a while, the old principal will give away some of them to the descendants of some big shots. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old principal decided to go out to avoid the limelight to prevent Su Mu from causing trouble again. Director, our school's simulated gravity chamber is broken. After finding Yu Heilong, Su Mu went straight to the point. What? The simulated gravity chamber is broken. That's the treasure of our school. This is the only training room in the school for so many years. Yu Heilong was stunned and ran towards the gravity room without saying a word, not even caring about the game he was playing. Su Mu followed, and the two of them came to the gravity room. Yu Heilong looked at the broken wall with black smoke on the roof of the gravity chamber, feeling a little panicked. What, is this bad? How can this be bad? There has been no problem for so many years, why is it happening now? Yu Heilong has been thinking about it sadly. He has been working in the school for many years. Because of the convenience of his profession, he can often take elves into the gravity room for training and enjoy this free benefit. But now the benefits are gone. I don't know how much money it will cost to repair the gravity chamber. Well, who knows, it's broken anyway. The principal said that he let me use it as I wanted. Then when my elf was training inside, he didn't know how to use the gravity room. If you're not careful, it will break. Su Mu curled his lips and explained with an indifferent expression. Anyway, the principal said it was up to him. If it's broken now, it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, since the school has money, it can be repaired. Yu Heilong was speechless when he heard Su Mu took out the old principal to suppress him. The old principal must be confused. Well, I have no choice but to find someone to fix it. I think the principal will be in pain for several months if he finds out. Yu Heilong frowned and said, he felt that his bonuses in the past few months were probably lost. There was no way, he knew all too well how stingy the old principal was. He will definitely find ways to let every school employee share the loss in the training room. Okay, I'll just tell you. As long as you know, send someone to fix it as soon as possible. Su Mu said and left in a swaggering manner. I was secretly glad that the old principal had left now. Otherwise, with how stingy he is, he will definitely lose money. Even if you don't pay everything, you still have to be somewhat thoughtful. Tisk tisk tisk, it's okay to talk about other things, talk about money? Su Mu shook his head repeatedly, this won't work. Returning to the classroom, Su Mu welcomed his first outdoor class in this world. That is, classes that are not held in the classroom. This kind of course is mainly to train students' bodies and prepare them to be trainers in the future. He will also instruct third-grade students on elf training and some basic practical methods in class. Oh, I can't sleep anymore. Su Mu followed his classmates to the playground with a sigh, not knowing at all what kind of strange course was waiting for him next. Chapter 73 The New Beautiful Teacher. Is that Su Mu from Class 16, the champion of the Rookie League? Far away, a tall, ponytailed beauty wearing a purple sportswear looked at Su Mu with interest. Next to her was a slightly fat middle-aged man. Yes, this kid is a super genius that has not appeared in our school for decades. The middle-aged man said excitedly, wanting to continue telling Su Mu's story to the beautiful woman. No, I understand. Isn't it the strength of a king? Speaking of which, where have I seen this kid before? The beauty pinched her chin and muttered to herself. When the middle-aged man heard this, he quickly smiled and said, I think you are wrong, Teacher Xiao Yang. He smiled innocently and scratched his head like a fool. You are from Kyoto, and Su Mu is a native of Fengcheng. How could you have seen him before? The beauty knew about this and the idiot couldn't explain it, so he simply didn't explain it. Spreading her hands, she said helplessly. No, I remember seeing him in the secret realm of Viridian. Forget it, I'm going to class. Thank you, Teacher Li, for leading the way. When the idiot heard that the beautiful teacher wanted to drive her away, he understood the idea and obediently said goodbye and left. Hello, classmates, I am your new training teacher. My name is Yang Qianqian. I just came to Fengcheng last month. Today is the first class I teach to my classmates. Please take care of me. Yang Qianqian introduced herself calmly, with a slight smile on her face. She wore light makeup today, but her cool appearance, coupled with her high ponytail and sportswear, gave people the illusion that a female CEO was out playing golf. In short, students have only seen her in movies and TV series. Now that it appeared in real life, these unexperienced teenagers were instantly excited. Those female classmates looked down at themselves and then at Yang Qianqian. The difference was too obvious, there was no comparison. The charm of a mature woman is simply impeccable. Of all the people present, only Su Mu was not captured by Yang Qianqian's appearance. He stared straight at Yang Qianqian, looked at her for a long time without blinking, and said slowly, although the legs are long enough, the proportions are not particularly good, and there are still some flaws. Good guy. This is professional. Yang Qianqian's ears were very sensitive. Although Su Mu said this very quietly, almost only he could hear it. But Yang Qianqian, who had been paying attention to Su Mu, still heard it. After glaring at Su Mu fiercely, Yang Qianqian snorted coldly. Okay, let's start class. Yang Qianqian clapped her hands, indicating that the students could come back to their senses and get ready for class. First is the warm-up exercise. All students should have learned this. The sports committee member will lead everyone to do it. Warm up first in practical training class. This is the rule. Although Yang Qianqian is a teacher from Kyoto, classes are also conducted in this way in Kyoto. The students didn't think anything was wrong, and followed Yang Qianqian's arrangements and began to warm up amidst the chants of the sports committee member. The same goes for Su Mu, he didn't do anything special. Mainly because he felt that this new teacher seemed a little abnormal, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Just wait and see. Su Mu made up his mind and started warming up with everyone. Then, I saw Yang Qianqian carrying her gardevoir and using her telekinesis to carry several boxes of mineral water. Okay, today's first class is the first time that the teacher has met everyone, so I chose a special way to get to know you. As future trainers, the physical fitness of students is a very important part. Whether it is in daily life or in the secret realm of elves, a trainer's physique is very important, and sometimes it even affects our life safety. So I decided that what we are going to do today is jog. Of course, it's not just a simple jog. The teacher wants everyone to bring their own elves with them. Let's wait and start running from here. There is no requirement for speed, but we must go all out and accompany our elves until we are exhausted. When Yang Qianqian said this, all the students looked bitter. When you run to the limit, do you still want to accompany the elf? Oh my god! This is not a class, this is just physical training. When students really can't run anymore, you can come back here and tell the teacher your name so that the teacher can get to know you. Yang Qianqian's request is very interesting. Whoever fails to run first will come back and introduce himself. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy for the young and energetic boys. It would be too embarrassing to be eliminated in the first place and then run over to tell your name out of breath. The little girls also have a competitive mentality that they are not convinced by each other. To be honest, this trick is only useful for young people who have not yet gone to college. If it were placed in the academy, Yang Qianqian would probably be surrounded by groups of old perverts asking for contact information, and they would shamelessly compete to be the first to come back. Teacher, I can't run anymore. My name is XXX. Can I know the teacher's contact information? I feel that I am very weak now and may get sick. I hope I can contact the teacher in time when I get sick. If I need an infusion, I hope I can get it. Miss you all night. Ahem, a smile appeared on the corner of Su Mu's mouth as he recalled some tips from college students back then. Okay, let's start now. Everyone calls out their initial elves, and then start running. Yang Qianqian gave the order, and the students did not resist. They obediently started jogging around the playground. However, Su Mu is an exception. This guy calmly released the Koga Ninja, then looked at the students who were running in circles, and slowly walked to Yang Qianqian. Teacher, my name is Su Mu. My leg has been injured before. The doctor said that I am not suitable for such strenuous exercise for the time being. Good guy. Su Mu's action immediately caused the students who had already run dozens of meters to call him good guy. How shameless. Are you injured? Were you injured while dreaming? Yang Qianqian also didn't expect that Su Mu would see through her power moves so quickly. As a training teacher, she needs to maintain her dignity in front of her students. Because the practical training teachers not only take the students to exercise on the playground, but also take the students into the simulation training room for basic training guidance. He will also take students to gyms, small secret realms and other places. Therefore, she needs students to obey. This trick is a little trick Yang Qianqian learned from her mentor, specially used to coax these cute young people. I just didn't expect that Su Mu would be so shameless. Chapter 74 Su Mu vs Yang Qianqian. Young people are all about saving face, and no one wants to admit that they are inferior to others. Even if there is a difference in academic performance, when it comes to physical fitness, no one wants to be inferior in front of such a beautiful teacher. Therefore, to be fair, Yang Qianqian's move is very effective. But she didn't expect that she would meet Su Mu, a special case. In Su Mu's eyes, what is face? Can it be eaten? How much does it cost per pound? You want Su Mu to run in circles until he has no strength, and then come and tell her his name obediently. That's impossible. I, Su Mu, am rebellious and playful. Running in circles, only fools do it. Since student Su Mu is injured, he cannot participate in group activities. Yang Qianqian had a smile on her face and sighed sadly, as if it was a huge loss for Su Mu not to be able to run laps. Her words were not meant for Su Mu, but for the other students who had just ran out not far away. Look, Su Mu's behavior is individualistic, and he is separated from your collective. Don't learn from him. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the students who had just been a little shaken regained their enthusiasm. Amid the slogans of Sports Committee Member 1234, every step they took was full of motivation. It was as if they were not running in circles now, but completing a great and glorious task. Su Mu secretly sighed in his heart, this woman is extraordinary. His methods and scheming are indeed good, and he is qualified to fight with him. Student Su Mu, please rest here. You don't need to participate in lap running in this class. With that said, Yang Qianqian handed Su Mu a bottle of mineral water, and then looked at Koga Ninja intentionally or unintentionally. Oh, classmate Su Mu, your elf seems to want to train with everyone. When Koga Ninja heard about the training, his eyes instantly lit up. Cool. I hope to train myself. Su-mu slapped his forehead and was speechless. How could he forget that his frog is a training freak? It's over, she caught the flaw, and I'm afraid a violent attack will follow. Su-mu thought to himself, but on the surface he looked helpless. There is nothing we can do, Teacher Yang. Who told me that I can't accompany him because of my physical inconvenience? Su-mu pretended to be a pity, shook his head and sighed helplessly. Yang Jianqian smiled. She smiled sweetly and said slowly, since Su-mu can't participate in the lap race, it's okay to command the elves to fight, right? Why don't I let my Gardevoir and the Koga Ninja have a battle? I'll treat it as training for the Koga Ninja. Su-mu was stunned. Battle? Good guy, so this is your purpose? Cool. Good fight, come on, the sword below is already very thirsty. Glancing at his stupid frog, Su-mu was speechless. Come on, it's come to this point, can it be done if he doesn't agree? Everyone has applied for a battle. If Su-mu refuses, will he still be considered a qualified trainer? Besides, he didn't want to disappoint the silly frog. Since this guy wants to become stronger and likes to fight, then let's fight. It's not like I'm afraid of this female teacher. Well, Koga Ninja also wants to ask the teacher's Gardevoir for advice. Su-mu agreed, and Yang Jianqian smiled with satisfaction. Then let's wait until everyone finishes running the lap and let's start the battle before get out of class ends. A class is not 45 minutes long, and practical training classes are different from other classes. There are no breaks in the practical training class, and it lasts all morning or afternoon. That's why Yang Jianqian was confident that these students would all be able to return to her place before get out of class ended, running until they were exhausted. Su-mu had no objection, he could fight if he wanted. It didn't matter to him, as long as the beautiful teacher didn't cry after losing. After all, Su-mu has never lost a battle except with Kyle. When it comes to fighting, he is 100% confident. But it's the same thing. When it comes to fighting, Yang Jianqian is also ready. Yang Jianqian had watched the first half of Su-mu's battle in the Changpan secret realm. She has a general understanding of Su-mu's strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so confident to do things. More than an hour later, Lin Zilong was the last to return to the starting point. Monitor of Class 16, Lin Zilong. After using his last strength to say this, Lin Zilong staggered and almost fell down. Several classmates quickly stepped forward and supported Lin Zilong, who was dripping with sweat. Su-mu curled his lips at the side. He was still too young. What was the use of working so hard? Do you think that if you persist until the last one, a beautiful teacher will take another look at you? Haha, naive. It turns out you're the squad leader. No wonder you have such excellent physical fitness. Take a break and drink some water slowly. Yang Jianqian said with a surprised look on her face, and personally brought a bottle of mineral water to Lin Zilong and put it in his hand. As if to say, I remember you. In fact, her thoughts are all on Su-mu now. He was thinking about how to fight Su-mu in the next battle. Lin Zilong took the water with a look of surprise and panic on his face. He was flattered and said thank you to the teacher, and his heart blossomed. Poor, he is still a boy after all. Okay, my first practical training session with everyone is basically over. But at the end, I want to have a battle with classmate Su-mu to bring our first class to a successful conclusion. Yang Jianqian said with a smile, staring at Su-mu as if staring at her prey. Su-mu was not afraid of the stage. He stood up openly and said to Koga Ninja, "Come on, Koga Ninja, come to life." As soon as he heard that there was going to be a fight, Koga Ninja immediately became energetic. A carp stood up from the ground, flicked his tongue scarf back, clapped his hands and shouted, "Cool! I got it, little master. When it comes to fighting, I, Koga Ninja, am the best at it." The students were a little overwhelmed. They looked at Su-mu and then at the Koga Ninja, with surprised expressions on their faces. It was Lu Shuo who was the first to ask, "Su Mu, don't you have a dragon?" Su Mu smiled and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Obviously, he forgot that the students in class 16 are not trainers yet. Even if they are new trainers, they are not recognized by the alliance. So you can only have one elf. And Su Mu, as a veritable trainer, can naturally have multiple elves. Ah, by the way, I am a new trainer, and Koga Ninja is my initial spirit. Oops. As soon as Su Mu said these words, everyone was relieved. After being relieved, there was an uproar again. I can't accept it. We are all human beings, so why can Su Mu be so good? Chapter 75 The Finishing Touch, Provocation. I graduated from Kyoto Academy this year and am currently training with the goal of the Tenno Challenge. Peak Trainer Yang Qian officially challenges you. The levels of trainers are mainly divided into new trainers, which is Su Mu's current level. In the future, through certification in the academy or at various alliance centers, you can be upgraded to junior trainer, intermediate trainer, senior trainer, and elite trainer. After elite trainers, there is a more systematic and detailed division. First of all, there are outstanding trainers. Most of the trainer elves in this group are at the level of false kings. Then there are the peak trainers, whose elf strength is between the king of heaven and the master. Specifically, the peak trainer needs to pass the king challenge, get in the top 3, and become the king trainer. After that, they have proven their strength and will gain a high social status. After becoming king trainers, they will be able to participate in the World King competition, break into the top 16, and obtain titles. Officially become a venerable. Therefore, being a peak trainer can be regarded as a position that is neither above nor below. Most of them are aiming for the king challenge, hoping to get into the top 3 in the competition and become a king trainer. This is exactly the case for Yang Qian. Su Mu, new trainer. Seeing Yang Qian formally reporting her name, Su Mu also became serious. But what he said was very unfair. Are you, a new trainer, going to fight against top trainers, or are they going to apply to you? This is unreasonable, right? Which new trainer has an elf with strength comparable to that of a master? Okay, garde voir, come on. Yang Qian didn't care about that unreasonable flaw, put on a fighting stance and looked at Su Mu. Su Mu didn't know it until he took a closer look and realized that there was something about this beautiful teacher. Judging from the color of your coat and eyes, this garde voir of yours is at least at the peak of the Heavenly King's strength. While Su Mu was praising the other party, he secretly told Koga Ninja to get serious. The opponent is very strong. If you are careless, be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Garde voir, who is at the peak of the Heavenly King, is definitely a powerful opponent. Cool. It's not a big problem, let's see how to capture the opponent. Koga Ninja always maintains absolute fighting enthusiasm no matter what time. He will be even more excited when he knows his opponent is strong. Come on, Bond Transformation. Garde voir, Mega Evolution. The two sides did not choose to test, and started to evolve directly, showing their first trump card. The first is garde voir. She was originally at the peak of the king's strength. After Mega Evolution, her strength has jumped thousands of miles, directly reaching the early stage of master level. And Su Mu's Koga Ninja is even more extreme. The strength that was originally in the middle stage of Heavenly King actually reached the early stage of master in one fell swoop after evolution. The strength is on par with garde voir. What? Although Yang Qian had seen Su Mu's Koga Ninja, she was still inevitably shocked by this scene. She also didn't expect that this special evolution of the Koga Ninja frog could actually make a qualitative leap in strength. This Su Mu is indeed a difficult opponent. Su Mu and Yang Qian looked at each other and said almost at the same time. Koga Ninja, Spiral Water Shuriken. Garde voir, the phantom light interferes with the opponent's attack. The fighting methods of Koga Ninja are almost fixed, they are all old routines. First, form the shadow clone technique, and then a group of spiral water shurikens blast towards the opponent for free. But Gardevoir is a super elf after all, and her phantom light blocked all of Koga Ninja's spiral water shuriken. At the same time, he also attacked Koga Ninja through the gap of the spiral water shuriken. Evil Wave. Su Mu was not polite and directly ordered the Koga Ninja to fight back. It is not enough to be beaten passively. We must put the initiative in our own hands. Cool. With sharp eyes, Koga Ninja used the wave of evil at the moment when the shadow clone was defeated. Then the attack of Phantom Light came, and Koga Ninja was not even harmed at all. What happened? Gardevoir, teleport away. While ordering Gardevoir to dodge the skill, Yang Yunkin's brain was working rapidly. Although Koga Ninja's attributes are water and evil, he is not purely evil. When faced with superpower attacks, even if he is immune, he should only be immune to most of them, and he will still be harmed. But now, Koga Ninja can actually withstand Gardevoir's attack without any injuries. This is unreasonable. However, Su Mu doesn't care about this. Now is the battle. He would not foolishly explain to Yang Qianqian that the characteristic of my Koga Ninja frog is that it can be changed freely, and so on. That's just something an idiot would do. He's not stupid. Koga Ninja, take advantage of the moment and use secret attacks on vital points. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you is the right way to start the battle. Koga Ninja didn't hesitate at all. The moment Gardevoir landed on the ground using teleportation, he turned directly into a ball of shadow. The evil energy exploded and struck directly behind Gardevoir. Gardevoir, use protection. The light green protective shield lit up, and Gardevoir blocked the Koga Ninja's attack at the critical moment. It's just, if you can block it once, can you block it the second time? Provocative. Su Mu is not an idiot. As a superpower elf, Gardevoir's speed and variability are far greater than that of Koga Ninja. The opponent's tactical choices are extremely diverse. Yang Qianqian just didn't react for a while, and she still didn't know the characteristics of the Koga Ninja frog. Once the opponent adapts and fully utilizes Gardevoir's strengths and uses tactics such as magic space, Koga Ninja will instantly fall into a passive situation. Therefore, he took advantage of Gardevoir's use of protection to let Koga Ninja use provocation. What a plan! For 3 rounds, my Gardevoir cannot use non-offensive moves. You are worried about my super tactical system, I know how to target you. As for Yang Qianqian, she is also a genius. She can become a top trainer at such a young age. She is truly talented. Just with Su Mu's provocation, she thought of the correct way to fight. It's a pity that she is still young. 3 rounds. Enough. Gardevoir, predict the future, and then fire energy balls in succession. Don't give Koga Ninja the chance to get close. The moment Yang Qianqian gave the order, Su Mu smiled directly. Opportunity, isn't this coming? Do you think I didn't know you could use future prediction? Want to take advantage of 3 rounds to counterattack the moment the provocation effect disappears? Alas, as expected, Teacher Yang, you are still too young.